Ben Mullen, Jeff, Oscar, a Game Scout. CT2 is Kingsman, Vandy, Biggie, Bird Wizard. And CT3, can't quite see that. I know Packy, I think that's Jazz Thief, Kim, and Abaro.
Yep. Oh, Kim's over there. Thank you.
Got it.
And Kim's camera is in black and white. I don't know how that happened, but Barrett will fix it. Little noir on CT3.
All right, it is in fact 9:30. So,
are we doing a PA announcement, or are we just going to count them down on the stream only? Because we do not have a house mic.
Yeah. Are we hooked up to the P? Oh, there.
Hey, here we go. Good morning, Portland. PRGE. The inaugural Jonas Neubauer Cup is about to begin. Let's go.
So yeah, everyone make sure you're on your top out screens, and we'll be counting down shortly.
We have our judge explaining to our quals behind us the rules.
Yeah, Scout finishing up his warm-ups now.
Got thumbs up everywhere.
Oh,
hello.
There we are.
Look at this HD.
Yeah, hella sharp. All right, I think we are good to go.
All right, we get some thumbs up on stage.
Looks like
CT2's ready, but those legends on CT1. Oh, Scout must have done something well. Let's go, Scout.
19 PB right before quals.
Look at this. What a way to start. This is not official, unfortunately, but I think Scout's happy either way. Look at that, setting up dirty Tetrises.
Come on, give him the eyepiece. Nice.
There's
800K.
And he's squeezing in one or two more Tetrises here.
Yeah, gonna be kind of tough just because of the way those holes are positioned. There it is.
838. Let's go.
19 PB before he gets started. All right. So, I believe once we get a thumbs up from Game Scout, because, you know, there is the rocket screen. Right. So we got to wait before the rocket screen is done. Once we get a thumbs up, we'll be able to get everyone to count it down. All right, there's the thumbs up. Okay, so first qual session here of Jonas Cup. Everyone count down. Here we go in 3, 2, 1, Tetris.
So what the heck is Jonas Cup, by the way? Let's basic explanation. This is a DAS championship, the quick definition of DAS is we hold the controls with 2 hands.
Yeah, there's no rolling, there's no hyper tapping, or however else you want to play the game.
Yeah, the championship cartridges will be limited in your input rate. So if you do try to roll, it really won't register all those inputs. So you got to play like the old days, like we did at several tournaments here in Portland, Oregon during the old days of CTWC.
Yeah, and so the qual format this year is a bit different than what we've had at tournaments. This is 90 minutes, and it's number of maxes. So kind of like a blend of what you would see at CTWC, and also just a little bit extra.
A little bit extra, a little bit shorter, a little more intense. We do have quite a lot of on stage here. All these players are capable of maxing out. I brought the cowbell just in case. But we're not going to see the monster numbers we saw in Pasadena, like a dozen max outs in a 2-hour session. So the max out rate's maybe a little bit lower this time, and the mistakes and the earlier top outs are going to be a little more frequent here.
Yeah, and you're going to see more players start on level 18. No, a big thing that you see at CTWC was players would start at 19 to get more games in. But with the DAS playstyle, 19 is always going to be dangerous. And so, yes, you might be able to 19 max, but can you guarantee that? Is it worth sacrificing the time,
right,
or trying to gain a time advantage for the amount of time you're going to spend topping out on 19?
Well, early on, we have legend number 1, Ben Mullen, the reason I'm here. First met Ben back in 2012, I think, in Milwaukee during a screening of the Ecstasy of Order. He was my original Tetris hero. That's the next year I came out here just to see him play, and he took Jonas to a decider that year. And then the man, the meme, the legend, Jeff Moore there in the top right. Most people are here because of Boom Tetris for Jeff that happened in this very building back in 2016. Then a lot of people are also here because of that man in the lower right-hand corner, a Game Scout, a YouTube extraordinaire. All the stories you could ever hope to document the history of the scene have been done by his amazing video series over the years. And then there's Oscar. He's a cool dude. Glad to see Oscar here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because, DAS isn't Oscar's default play style. He normally rolls. You might have seen him tap every now and then, but that's we're going to see a lot of that this weekend. Is we're going to see a lot of the veteran players that played DAS all their life come here, but then we're also going to see some of the young kids that have been transitioned to rolling, and now they're playing with play style that they're not maybe used to playing all the time. Because especially we're going to see that as we hit later on the day where you got your players like Fractal, Meme, Dog, Andy. Those players, they're rollers, but they also can play DAS at a very high level.
The old meme was the tappers and rollers didn't stack very well. They just used their aggression to overcome any mistakes, and that's no longer the case. The stacking theory that has evolved over the past few years has taken even the DAS game to new heights, and you're going to be surprised at some of the scores we're going to see this week, and it's going to surpass anything that happened at these older tournaments from, like, say, 2019 and earlier.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, if you've been watching, the online tournaments like CTM DAS Masters and such, then you might have an idea what to expect. But if this is your first time watching this and you're like, oh, get to see the old school players coming, new school players, I really think a lot of people aren't going to be ready for what's going to be showcased this weekend.
We're going to have a lot of fireworks for sure. So first game still. Top scores 266, 281, 361, 368. The guesstimations of making this top 48 out of about 90-ish players. So only about half the people are going to make the gold bracket here. I heard numbers you were saying probably 800,000
yeah,
plus.
A lot of people are thinking that the cutoff will be 800,000. It's going to be real interesting because, you have your players that, that are going to max, then you have your players that could max. But where it gets real interesting is the players that can max, but it might be like a kind of day is like, oh, I had a good day or had a bad day, and I really think that it's going to be a lot of close scores towards that bubble. It looks like Ben Mullen is going to have to start a new game. Down at the bottom, 433 for Oscar, 428 for Games.
Wow, right at 100 lines. This is and playing left well. Scout's just a monster today.
And, I don't blame him because getting a 19 PB right before your quals, that's going to be a huge confidence booster. I was looking for some good pieces to burn this out. Would love another J.
With transition coming up, though, especially with DAS players, that left well is not a optimal place to be. But he's going to go for one more here, it looks like.
Yeah, if the pieces allow it. So you see, Scout, he did transition the board back over to the right well, and you see a lot of people, they're going to play right well traditionally, and that's because in at least the NES version of Tetris, there is a natural bias in the rotation axis to the right side. So to get the eyepiece over to the right, you only have to shift it 4 columns, whereas to get it to the left, you have to shift it 5 columns. And that definitely plays a role into DAS, especially because when we hit level 19, that limits how far you can get pieces over to the left.
So we have transitions at the bottom. At 130 lines, the game will transition from level 18 to level 19, and the speed increases 50%. You might have noticed that big jump in speed. And especially in DAS games, you don't really want to go beyond that halfway point up the screen. It's very difficult to get pieces to maneuver left and right when you're higher than that. And as you just mentioned, that shifting pieces to the left requires even an extra movement or an extra tap, for lack of a better term. And that's especially difficult in his play style. So you want to see players favor their stacks to the left and leave their wells open on the right. That allows them to put a piece anywhere. And Scout, after the transition, he's slowed way down. He really hasn't scored a Tetris yet since that transition. Jeff Moore has a 531 for his initial game. Not bad, but didn't get too far past the 19 there.
Yeah, no, in the words of Mart's, warm-up is done, right?
Oh, that's a good start. I mean, it's a good base. Probably not enough to qualify, but you're on the board.
Yeah, just getting felt because, it's always that first game, now you're on main stage and the lights are on you, you hear in the commentary. So sometimes it's just trying to get settled in. Scout about a Tetris behind pace, just barely. So could see a max here. Oscar on track for one, about a Tetris above pace.
Right. Roughly 60% Tetris rate is the, if you see that TRT stat on the left side or on the sidebar, depending on which player you're looking at.
Very respectable burns over here from Scout.
Yeah, he's going for this T-spin. Nice. Wow, he's feeling it. That's a 1/30th of a second move there.
Yeah, 743 for Oscar, 684 for Scout. Oscar, great DAS maneuvering. Went for the T-tuck, and sometimes tucks on the level 19 speed are a bit risky because if you lose DAS, then you gotta know that you lost DAS for one, and then also get the piece into a good spot to where it doesn't absolutely destroy your board.
So it's called DAS because it's delay. Oh, Scout. Oh, can he get one more Tetris at least? All right, he's got a 750. He can clean up a bit.
Nice. Okay, so the downstack effort is underway. An O piece would be a godsend here. Well, got that a bit too late.
Something to the left. Oh, but that's a really great start for Scott at 753. Oscar at 855. 24 lines to go to level 29, and at that point the speed doubles again and is virtually unplayable in this DAS play style. We used to call it the kill screen. Now we have a bunch of new names for it.
Yeah, unless you're Andy. Right. But 4 Tetrises is what's needed right now, and well, actually might be able to get away with 3 if he gets some high-value burns. And by high-value burns, I'm talking about your doubles or triples, especially
like that one.
Yeah, especially when we're now on. Oh, so he only has 1 burn.
There's room for 3 Tetrises here. There's one, and he's 1 off the bottom, so there's no sense in burning that down.
Yeah, he only has 1 burn to give, and he has to get these 2 Tetrises in order to get.
There's one more. Okay, 1 burn to give, like you said.
Oh no!
Take it.
Okay,
but he could.
Dillon's going to Cinderwell. All right. Oh, that's perfect.
Give him the line, gang. Give him the line.
16-piece drought.
Oh, the drama. The drama. Give it to him.
He's trying to keep it open.
Come on.
Where's the long bar? Wait, there it is! Very last possible second.
Literally.
Phenomenal.
Clutch. Your leader in the clubhouse already is Oscar.
Absolutely crazy, and I kind of want to talk a bit about that because we did just talk about like the left well and the right well, why they have why they're different. But setting up for the center well in that case is ideal because if the piece is going to spawn in the middle, all you have to do is hit the rotation.
Yep.
And so he knew that is like, well, if I run into a drought and I'm going, in that case he was going to run into a drought. Having that center well set up really gave him a chance to max, and he did. He took his 1 burn that he had and
And had he burned with that center well built, it would have been possible to get a line piece down that center well at those 29 speeds. So that's the old DAS how to get to level 30 maneuver from the old days.
Exactly. But yeah, so Oscar, first max of the qual, at least here on the stages.
I think Vandy already had 3.
Of course, you want to check out more action. We are live on Classic Tetris 2 on Twitch. You'll see Kingsman, Vandy, Biggie, and Burb. And on Classic Tetris 3, you'll see Abaro, Jazz Thief, Packy, and Kim. So, pull up a couple of tabs, watch all the action.
Mm-hmm. Ben Mullen's got a good game here, 515 at level 20. Generally, the par score you're looking for is about a 500,000 point score at the transition. You're doing well at that point without having to overly math it out.
Yeah, and if you want, I remember back when me and Joseph, we did a commentary in 2020, and the kind of gold number that we established is like a 550 transition on level 18. Going into 19, and that's kind of like the golden transition, because our reasoning is like, well, if you transition with a 600K, the nerves are going to be a little bit different, because you're like, oh, this is a pace, this can be something.
Right.
But if you also transition too low, you're like, well, I got to play overly aggressive in order to compensate. And so like that 550 is like a nice balance where you're not having to play too crazy, but you can still kind of coast for a sense.
And it is a number. It's out there. You don't want to push for a 550 at that transition. You want to have a clean low board when you transition over. That's more important than the number itself.
All right, Ben needs to get this long bar, and he has to get it over. He's not trying to set up the
Ben.
A 593. So it's an improvement. Jeff just hit transition 489 in the middle of level 19. So going to be looking for a 540 post in order for him to max off of this. And
So people in chat are asking about qual standings. We should have a running total on the right side as those scores start rolling in here.
Yeah, shout out to the judges and the score runners helping facilitate this, because I believe we have roughly 30 people per qual session. We obviously have our ones on main stage, but then there's the ones that you guys don't see that are also qualing as well.
18 stations behind us. There's a phrase we like to say around here about more Tetris than you can handle. Judges got to handle that.
You don't have a choice. You have to handle it.
Yep.
But it looks like 18 is getting underway. But I believe before I think Ben Mullen got in trouble, you were talking about how we kind of like describe DAS.
So DAS stands for delay auto shift, or directional auto shift, depending on what nerd you're asking. When you hold the left or right on your D-pad on your Nintendo controller in this version of Tetris, the Tetramino will move one click over, one direction over, one tap over, delay for a few moments, and then repeat over and over again, kind of like when you hold your space bar in on a computer keyboard. If you can get the feel of this game, it is possible to remove that delay. So if you're holding, if you're Jeff and he's going to get a Tetris here, but he's going to start holding over his next piece before it appears at the top of the screen, therefore removing that delay. So the joke is you remove the delay from DAS if you're a good player, and you will then be an ass player. Sorry.
Yeah, and that's why it also makes it difficult, because if you want to dive deeper into the frame data, that first, like you said, that first shift is instant. But then if you don't have dash charge, you got to wait 16 frames.
That's a quarter of a second
in order for it to go over. And 16 frames on 19. Game Scout actually has a fantastic video of this that I watched whenever I was getting back into Tetris. You'll have to go back 5 years, but still a great video to kind of get an understanding. But the range of movement when you don't have dash charge on 19 is abysmally low. You're barely able to get an eyepiece over to the left.
16 frames is basically half the screen vertically. So if you don't have that charge, you cannot get a piece to the far left or far right, especially if you're halfway up the board like Jeff is right now.
Yeah, and then after that 16 frames, then it repeats every 6 frames, or you'll hear a lot of people refer that to a ARR, or auto repeat rate. And so the objective of DAS, which is kind of ironic when you think about it, is to avoid that delay.
Remove the D.
Exactly. And so whenever you're able to do that, then it just goes 1 6 6 6 6 as opposed to 1 16 6 6 6.
It's a lot easier to see it than to describe it because there's a lot of math involved, but you can definitely feel it. And it's such an elegant play style once you learn how to defeat that delay every single time.
And then that's when it comes, when you realize that you lost it, how to place pieces in a safe position. Because we definitely, even the best of DAS players are going to lose DAS at some point. And it's up to them to try and find a way to recover in a safe way, and that's what makes them, some of the best DAS players.
Yeah, when you see a crazy move where a piece just gets stood up in the middle of the board, that's probably because they lost DAS, and that was the safest move they could do.
Yeah, and Oscar, this is, a 620 powerful transition, but that left side was just inaccessible.
I think Game Scout's got some Sharky vibes going with the dance in there.
Yeah, I already got my playlist ready.
Oh yeah. What's your goal? What do you think you're going to get here today?
I'm aiming for 6.
Okay, pretty good.
So about 2 every 30 minutes. It's definitely a challenge. I think the most that you can get if you're doing level 18 starts is around 10, maybe 11.
Tetra said it for Scout. He obviously needs to burn that down.
Yeah, this is a drought for Scout. 37 pieces and counting.
He's like, no big deal.
Yeah, 43-piece drought. We're going to be seeing a lot of those this weekend.
I mean, in this build for Scout, the Lions aren't that critical. They're not going to score with him, so. Did he just break the drought counter?
No, he did get another.
Okay, but he had another one. Okay.
Yeah.
But he saves this and gets back into scoring position, so he's going to transition just shy of 400,000 points, so a little under par if you're going for a max out. But
and I believe he got.
Yeah, see, that's the bad transition we were talking about earlier.
There is possibility to get pieces over to the left, and I think that's what's another interesting part of DAS is that. Yes, the left is dangerous, but there's certain pieces that can go over higher. Like L piece of black can get really high, whereas a piece like an S is going to be harder. And this is looking tough for Scout. Oh yeah, early shift too. There's so much timing with DAS, and I think one of the hardest things that at least I discovered recently is like if you're shifting too early, that means you need to be a little bit more patient. But adjusting your patience by like 1 or 2 frames is so incredibly difficult. All right, we got a transition up top for Ben.
476, about a Tetris short of that 500,000 pace we were talking about.
Setting up for a center well.
Very nice.
Would love that eyepiece. Not going to go for the burn.
Wow. Risky. And another. Let's go. Oh, no. Sometimes you get excited after a good move and you lose concentration for those few frames, and that happens.
Yeah, especially you get set up something like that, the dopamine rush. It's like, yes, I got it. And then you miss drop afterwards.
It is such a, it's more of an elegant play style rather than the aggressive tapping or rolling style where it's deliberate and you're counting out your moves ahead of time and you know what you're going to get. DAS is a feel style. You become one with the game. Nice spin by Scout.
Yeah, so all our players on level 18.
So do we have our score updates there on the right-hand side for our staff and judges?
Think they're working on it.
Okay. We do know Oscar has the 1 max. I haven't heard any cheers elsewhere yet, so I'm going to assume he's the only one on the board right now. Thank you.
Yeah. So bear with us a little bit longer. I'm working on getting the stats up for you guys. Yeah, once again, for more action, open up CT2 and CT3. Be able to see a lot of names that you're familiar with. And Pacquiao is one of those names. And, interesting thing about Pacquiao, he recently got his first max out, which, huge achievement because he's always been, at least for me, seen him as that player that was just really good, but just didn't have a max out. And so now he has a max out in Classic Tetris and also just a phenomenal Dr. Mario player.
3-time world champ. We will have a Dr. Mario regional later this afternoon, so he's here for both.
Yeah, is Swong also here, or does he show up today?
I haven't heard his travel plans. I hope he makes it. Then that'd be, of our 7 world championships, those two have 5 of them among the 2 of them. So that'd be a great regional.
Indeed it would be. And there is the Dr. Mario World Championships coming up in November, right?
First weekend in November. Thanks for the plug, Mr. Sharkey.
Of course, I enjoy me some Dr. Mario. It's always nice to see. I try playing it. I'm decent.
It's a little different. It's a fighting game. You have to be more aggressive, and Tetris is a Zen game. It comes to you, so it's a.
Yeah,
just because falling blocks doesn't mean it's the same game.
Yeah, Oscar just trying to find a way to open up the well. That's going to be perfect. You're also going to see, I feel like, with as we go on throughout the days, we see our our veteran players, and you also see our new players. You're going to see a bunch of stylistic differences because I feel like newer players, they're going to be more prone to setting up adjustments, more creative and flary techniques, whereas your veteran players, they're more trying to have that rock solid foundation and really commit to a placement. Because I believe that was one thing that Jonas said is like always be decisive with your placements.
Jonas was such the perfect player for this playstyle because he knew how to fine-tune that aggression every single piece. He knew when to take the burn. He knew when to turn it on. If you remember the final, I mean, this is going back, but if you remember the finals against Alex, and I believe in 2017, his last finals, he was well behind after the transition in one of those games to Alex, and he just Tetrised every time post-transition, which was unheard of in DAS style back then. You always would build up your score at 18 and then, take your shots at level 19, especially in tournament play. And that was one of the great performances up to that time of just him being able to turn up that aggression and score every time. It was an amazing watch back then to win his 7th title. But speaking of aggression here, 590 here, level 20 for Oscar, so he's got this one going.
Scout over there, wheeling pieces over to the left and the right, kind of reminiscent of players like Yanni.
Oh, yeah.
But Oscar is about on ideal pace. This slowdown isn't necessarily what he wants.
It's a clean low board. Got Jeff Moore here. Look at this score. Pre-transition.
519. And Jeff Moore is coming in here. He practiced a lot over the summer.
I think he played like 99 games against somebody.
Yeah, and he was throwing down, some high scores, some maxes, some high paces on level 18 as well. And then, he's rocking the glasses this year.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That certainly helped. Transition 568, so that's what you were talking about earlier. That over 550 is right where you want to be.
Because at this point, if he finds another Tetris, he's going to be about 2 levels ahead of pace, which, that's going to be great because in case you run into that level where it's either a lot of droughts or the pieces aren't comfortable, you can burn. It's like, I don't have to score Tetrises right now.
And so 2 games here, 692 for Oscar, 626 for Jeff Moore.
Oscar might actually have to play perfect in order to max this, but this is a perfect opportunity for a kicker because we do track maxes, but your kicker is your second most important score.
That'll be the tiebreaker.
Yeah, so.
Look, the weave around and then the spin, because it's one thing to.
Ooh, nice delayed burn setup, really.
Feeling it. Sets up the line dependency, fills it in.
Yeah, he's trying not to take any burns.
Come on, game.
Well, that triple. Yeah, that's going to seal it. Unless he sets up for something on 29, I think the max is dead, but still a chance for a 900. I think maybe even like a 940-ish, somewhere in that ballpark.
The lines are there. Jeff Moore, meanwhile, 749, setting up a column 9 well.
Ooh, this is a beautiful game. He's trying to hold out for a good piece to skim. Nice quick tap on the O. You can see it right there. Probably had partial dash and a beautiful and well transfer.
And Oscar he's setting up an extra.
He's holding out for that eyepiece.
There's one.
There's one.
Can he get that? Gets the double.
Nice 900.
Oh, yes.
Great 29 play.
That is 9 lines of gravy in a DAS game for a 904 kicker.
Yeah, almost had our level 30 actually.
Yeah, he was 1 line short of it.
804 for Jeff. Nice quick tap on the tee. A beautiful skim. There's a Tetris.
All right. All eyes are on Jeff.
6 more remaining, I believe. Or maybe 5. Depends on where he gets them. There's 1.
Tetris for Jeff. 5 to go. About 30,000 points per Tetris at this level.
All right, taking the safety double. I like it. Well is open. There's another. 3 remain.
913.
3 remain. Has time to score all 3 of them.
1 Mino short.
Oh, he's going aggressive. Column 9. Takes the bird.
Oh, okay. Right before the line shows up. There's one.
All right.
951. 2 more to go. Oh, he's at 223 lines. The burns are.
A triple could help here.
He lost gas, but he got it. All right, he's 1 away.
He's set up now. We need that eyepiece. And there it is. Max out for Jeff. Goodwill got so excited the cowbell went flying. So now Jeff on the board with a max. And we're about to reach that hour mark. So I think with it being 90 minutes, it's a bit interesting because you might have like a displacement of time. Because normally you're used to either 2 hours or 1 hour. There's rarely the in-between.
You got to kind of have a go, no-go mentality even earlier than you do with the 2-hour qual. An entire game takes around 10 minutes to go from 18 all the way to 29. So if you're going to invest that entire 10 minutes, you better make sure it's worth it.
Yeah, I wonder, because there is definitely strategies to call, especially, after you've gotten, your kicker and such. There's just some games where it's like if you're having like a bad pace, then it's just better to soft reset it. If you already have like a 900K kicker and you transition with like maybe a 400, do you really want to play aggressive, get that 600K post transition, or do you want to save that time and dedicate it to another game that could end up better going into 19?
That's a good 4 to 6 minutes that you have to invest or decide to cut your losses. We do have a question in chat asking what losing DAS means. So the D in DAS stands for delay, and when you are playing DAS well, that delay is gone, so you can move pieces left and right at the repeat rate rather than have that delay. So if you lose DAS, that means that that delay has returned and your range of motion left and right is now gone. So you'll see players in this play style, if they lose their DAS, the next piece will just end up in the middle somewhere because they can't get it to left or right even though you wanted that to go to left or right. So Jeff Moore had that line piece that he could have scored a Tetris with near the end of that run. He did not have DAS, so he basically stood it up in the middle of the board and was able to salvage the max later on.
Yeah, and to further add upon that, that's why, and that a couple of hangs over there from Oscar, but that's why it is kind of risky to do adjustments on level 19 because we saw that Jeff Moore did adjust and it was a great adjustment. Unfortunately, didn't have the DAS on the long bar that followed, and so made the decision to just stand it up in the center. And occasionally you'll hear commentators refer to as dash charge, because if your DAS is charged, then the repeat rate starts at 10 instead of 0. So it goes from 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, and then resets. Whereas if you don't have DAS, then it starts at 1, 2, 3. So it's quite a big difference in terms of the ability for you to move pieces over. 526 transition for Scout at the bottom. And
he's clean and low, and that's the more important part. when this game first came out and you learned in Nintendo Power that you could hold in that A button and advance 10 levels, and everybody tried 19 for the first time, and it was the same speed as when you pressed down on the pieces. Virtually nobody played at that level. This was ridiculous, impossible, and it took, a decade and a half before the classic Tetris scene kind of grew into what we know it is today. And, anybody who could play okay at 19 back in the day could qualify for this tournament. Now you need to have that mastery. And what we're going to see today is just the 30-year evolution of this play style in this game with this math set.
Yeah, I remember in one of Scout's old videos, he had a graph that kind of like showcased what you needed to do.
Oh, what a move by Scout.
Tap. That might have actually saved this run. Okay, going flat. Don't want to accidentally hang it over there to the left. Look at this down stacking from Scout. TP. Oh, that went over a bit too far. But what was I saying? I was kind of wrapped up in what Scout was able to do to try and survive. Dang, I really lost my train of thought. I got derailed.
Yeah, well, you mentioned quick tap. So when you hold in the D-pad left or right, and it repeats over and over again, if you can time it perfectly and provide an extra tap in between those frame delays, you can move the piece in extra space left or right to get to that last spot, to get it over the far left or far right or wherever you need it to go. So you'll see a lot of quick taps in those emergency situations, especially in 19, especially with the line piece. And another thing with the line piece is it's especially tricky because when you rotate, it points down, so you're losing a couple of more rows vertically when you press the A or B button. So that's why that's the trickiest piece to maneuver.
Yeah, it rotates on the third Mino. So if you have the line piece flat and you count 1, 2, 3 squares, it rotates on that third axis, which is why we mentioned earlier it biases right wheel Tetrises over left wheel. Mm-hmm. And because of that rotation, getting pieces over to the left is a little bit more difficult. But to kind of, further expound on the quick taps, it's not like hyper tapping where you're doing it every single time. Because the only way you're going to get a quick tap at its full range to work is you have to have a full dash charge.
Right.
And then after you do the quick tap, you risk losing dash on the next piece. There are ways to recover it, but it's very difficult to do so.
Which is why we allow it in this format, because it's still a game of timing. It's not a physical game of it's a hold it in and then just one extra tap at that last end to get that last piece over. And you see a lot of players like Sharky and Green Tea throw that body English into that quick tap as well, and it's very entertaining to see on the player cams when they pull it off.
Yeah, the hyper jolt. And for clarification, anytime, just in case the commentators refer to what I do during my calls as a hyper jolt, it's still a quick tap. I'm not doing anything that is not in the spirit of dash.
No, it's body English and swag.
Yeah, but in terms of, because I know a lot of people are thinking is like, well, what's stopping players from, secretly, tapping on the side, even though, we do have judges watching, but if they were somehow able to be discreet, what is stopping them? And thanks to Alex Kerr and our tech team, we have special carts that restrict the movement that you're able to do. So even if you were to, try and roll, it would not allow you to.
We literally have NASCAR restrictor plates on our cartridges. So Jeff Moore transitions about high 400s here. He's got a 491 currently.
I believe his prior kicker is in the 700s.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be a difficult game to max, still possible, but in the worst case scenario, he could go for a kicker.
We are past that hour marks. We're 30 plus minutes in. Already have 2 max on the board on this group, so. We were talking earlier about the roughly 800,000 point cutoff we're anticipating. Do we anticipate a max number to get in that top 16 to get that first round bye?
I think maybe 2 maxes. With all the players that are showing up, it's kind of hard to tell, but because I'm not entirely sure what the veterans have been cooking up. I know with a lot of us younger players, we're capable of like 2 or 3 like pretty consistently. So I want to say like 2 maxes could be safe. I feel like 3 is like guaranteed top 16 seed.
Good goal.
But chat did remind me what I was talking about. It was about that graph on a Game Scouts video a while back, and it was like on what you needed to make the World Championships. And I remember specifically there was a part of the video where it's like you playing 18 made you a good Tetris player, but if you can play 19, that's what made you a person that could possibly make some noise at the World Championship.
Right.
And now the game has evolved in, specifically retaining the DAS, the game has evolved to where you need not just to be able to play 19, but to be able to have efficient 19 just to qualify. And then we're going to see with matches later on today the sheer insanity that can be on display from players that have attended here.
Oscar's got a pretty good run here, 672 at level 23. You see that Tetris rate, about 61%, so he's right at that edge of pace that you're looking for. But this setup here is a little dicey, especially in DAS.
Ooh, I like that.
The flat burned with the straight. Oh.
He needed that T soon. Wow, the game taunting him there. He needed that T sooner, cover it up, and then there was 3 T pieces.
It's already begun, Sharky. As soon as I notice a good game.
I mean, the board was already a little bit contentious. So
I feel bad enough, and I get called out on enough. Now I'm self-conscious.
I won't say that one was your fault.
All right, well.
It'll happen eventually.
I have plenty of more opportunities later.
You'll have plenty of opportunities, but that one is not your fault.
Oscar can't feel too bad. He's got that good max on the board already. See, chat's saying it's my fault, but chat's always going to egg me on.
I mean, that's Friday, Witch.
Yeah, aren't you local, Witch? Why aren't you here? We have a tech issue on Jeff's board. We got Blue Scooty judging. He does everything, Sharky.
Oh, so now I didn't even see him up there. Blue Scooty, I believe, is also part of that 3rd session. So,
speaking of Blue Scooty, yesterday we had the pleasure of seeing the first ever in-public live game crash.
Yeah, I wonder if the TV is still there, because as soon as we got there, we kind of like gated off the TV and put a sign.
The TV is gated off, so
it's like, yeah, you're not allowed to play on this one.
We might auction off the cartridge and system it was done on too. We're talking about plans for that.
Yeah, have it signed. Still just some crazy stuff.
And speaking of donations, you'll see that matcherino total there in the bottom right, and that's a quite significant number already. We're only a half hour into our tournament. Thanks to Mr. Scott Gray for a $3,000 donation to our matcherino. That's going to ensure that our winner at this championship will be going to Europe next year for the World DAS Championships in Germany. So that's kind of the purpose of this competition, is to get some North American representation over there for their great tournament.
Indeed.
And if you are in chat, that exclamation part matcherino to donate yourself. We much appreciate your viewership and your sponsorship. And
pitch in, $1 or $2, or if we still have sponsor codes available. Not sure if they're still available, or if they're up, but if there is, free way for you to contribute. Oh,
Jeff Moore is in Bridgetown here.
Oh, he's starting to push down more.
Yeah, that's the other fun thing with DAS players is you'll see a lot more down pressing because it's easier maneuver. Dirty Tetris, Jeff Moore.
Now, I got a question for you. How do you feel about push down and quals? Do you feel like outside of the rhythm space, like, would you do it if you had the comfortability?
That's the most important part, is comfort. You don't change your game. You don't practice one way and play another way in a tournament. You try to replicate what you do at home as best as you can.
All right, we have ran out of sponsor codes, so thank you everyone for filling out those sponsor codes. But yeah, I feel like, because sometimes I know I normally default to press down. I sometimes, when I go up against certain players, I will stop pushing down to try and make sure I don't fall too behind in case I make, a mistake. But there is a case where push down can be beneficial in terms of
Jeff. Another
nice dirty Tetris over there from Jeff.
Oh, again, a swag move and then the early shift.
Yeah, Ben Mullen, another 500 at level 20. He's going to kind of fall short here. It's going to be an incredibly difficult board to recover. But back to what I was saying, pushing down can help you get through some of that 18 faster. And players, unlike, some of the quality of life.
Jeff Moore, my boy's filthy.
Like some of the quality of life improvements that we have, nowadays, where you skip the rocket screen and you don't have to wait those extra seconds. In qualifiers, you have to sit through that. So if you're pushing down.
Oh, my goodness.
If you're pushing down, you can help kind of regain some of that time that's lost while you're waiting for the rocket screen to go through, or you're waiting for judges to come take your score if you're not on the main stage.
I mean, Blue Scooty's fast and all, but you don't want to put it in his hands. You're going to control it, control what you can control. So Jeff's finally done flirting with those. Oh, he's going to set up another one as soon as I said that. Wow. But he does only have a 41 Tetris rate, so this is one of those games where you could just let it go and start another one, but Jeff's a fighter. As you saw in the best of 99, he fought through every game when he could have quit at 100,000 points or under to reset. But he's going to set up another one. And if he gets this, that's a well transfer to the left.
Yeah, it's going to try and burn it down. A 400K transition is still mathematically possible, but yeah, because we are now starting to tick. We're about that halfway mark, almost 48 minutes remaining. And so now you got to start thinking about how much each of your games weigh. Because with 48 minutes remaining, assuming that you're playing a game all the way out to 29, you have about 6 games available.
Look at this. Oh, that's not a Tetris, though, but wow.
Not yet.
Well, I say it every time. Tetris players have better clock management skills than most NFL coaches. So Oscar with a, 629 at level 19. So he had a heck of a transition here. Looking for that second max. He's well on pace for it.
Yeah, about 3 levels ahead of where he should be for that max. So very comfortable. And I like the commitment to those burns. You have the pace advantage. It's okay to take some burns here and there just to have a better stack. Jeff has also reached transition, just hit 400K here at level 20.
And Scout with a 603 at level 22.
And about a Tetris under pace.
Jeff gives that up at 402.
Scout. Okay. Well is open. It's going to take the triple.
Yeah, you don't like that spire in the middle because it's basically a magnet for trash pieces, and that'll end your game instantly.
Now is in need of an eyepiece in column 3. And that's exactly what we're not going to get. We are not getting an eyepiece.
Ugh.
And there it was right at the top out.
All right, 748 for Oscar, looking for max number 2. Still well ahead. And again, when you know you're ahead, then you take those safety burns. Column 7 is ready, knocks it down.
It's going to transfer back over to the right side. Tetris is now worth 30,000 plus.
You can see him shaking his head. He's starting to not want to take these burns.
He's around that 7 Tetris mark.
Couldn't shift it over enough.
Okay, that's going to be
he
good.
does get it.
825.
Needs 7.
Now it's 6. So needs 6. Oh. Some high value burns could also help cut that down.
A square. No.
Okay, now this is starting.
Oh,
nice.
Nice recovery.
All right, this is now dangerous territory. Oscar needs Tetris's here, and all the jagged pieces, everything that he doesn't want just hit his board. And unfortunately, yeah, this game's dead in the water for in terms of a max. And that hang is going to seal the deal. Can squeeze out a couple more lines. But that just goes to show it's tough.
Yeah, like he was well in command at 18. And that Tetris rate number that, you know, we kind of overuse a bit here, it's deceitful because as soon as you lose a board health situation, that number just drops precipitously, and then you go from easy max out to mid 800s. But look at this, Ben Mullen now, 517. I'd try not to curse everybody, but I'll use the P word here for Ben Mullen.
Pretty good game.
Pretty good game.
Next Tetris will send him in the level 19, a 563.
Yep. And
I'd be pretty comfortable with that.
Other than that one gap that he's filling in, basically perfect board health. It's real tough. One of the toughest moves, even for rollers and high-end players, is that adjustment period when you jump into those from 18 to 19 and from 19 to 29. Like, you have to recalibrate everything you've been doing for the past 5 minutes.
Ooh,
so Ben scores a Tetris but sells out his board to get it.
He's going to want a couple of pieces to help him out here.
Needs an LRJ on the left side.
Oh, the early shift.
Ugh, 596.
Oh, man.
All right, Chad, blame it on me. I just won't mention Ben the rest of the time.
If only he would have mullened it properly. But, you know, in that case, you know, the final nail in the coffin for Ben Mullen is that early dash shift. And, you know, you're trying to hold pieces during that entry delay in order to, you know, have enough dash to get over. But if you press it too early, because, you know, he could just been a frame or two too early, and that caused that misdrop. So, like, the timing is incredibly precise.
Yeah, there's this term called skill stopping, where when you're holding in the D-pad and you're not going to the far left or far right, not only do you have to have the timing to make sure that you know the piece will get there, but also when to stop if you have to let it go early and stop in the middle of that stack. And that's another skill that's easy to lose if you're feeling a little extra pressure.
Yeah, especially when you start getting up higher and those windows become tighter and tighter. Because, yes, on level 18, it takes a piece roughly a second to fall from top to bottom, but that's assuming that you're all the way down at the bottom. When you get up higher, the pieces are hitting the stack faster, so it feels faster, even though to everyone that's watching, it looks the same.
Right. Jeff Moore transition 489, right under that 500,000 point par number.
Man, what a tough 19. Oh my gosh, great quick tap from Jeff and an overshift.
Yep. Like as you were saying, the skill stops when you're halfway up the board at level 19 speeds. You don't have a chance to fix it. You make it or you don't.
Yeah, so 41 minutes remaining. The pressure is on. Once again, a friendly reminder, there are more streams you can watch if you want to see other legends and newer players playing. You got Kingsman, Vandy, you know, King of the Restreams, and Vandy, the host of Classic Tetris Monthly over there on CT2, as well as you got Biggie and Burb. Burb, of course, the host of Monday Night Mayhem. So if you want to check out those players, go to CT2. And then on CT3, you have Abaro, who's been doing a fantastic job in the CTM Discord servers having like your Tetris recap in a day, because there is so much that happens on a daily basis, and Naubauer sits down and compiles it for anyone that might have missed it. Because we
create
have
a box score, which is so desperately needed in this game, because it's not just the final score. It's what did you get a transition, what did you get 29. Like that stuff is, those stats are so beneficial. It can describe a story of how a match went in just a few cells on a spreadsheet.
Exactly, because I remember during the Best of 99 series, you and Kingsman, you guys made sure to keep on reiterating that despite how the score line looks, the story of the matches themselves, the scores and everything, is not reflected in that score line. So having those box scores, like who did what at transition, kind of helps you visualize a picture if you didn't get a chance to, watch it live or, go back and watch the VOD. But you have Naubauer. You also have Jazz Thief over there on CT3, which that's a name that I haven't seen in a while. And so you're having, like, once again, you're having your OGs, making it out, because it's a Daz tournament. Then you have Kim and Packy over there as well in CT3. So if you want more Tetris action, CT1 or Classic Tetris 2, Classic Tetris 3, open up a tab and see the action everywhere. More Tetris than you can handle.
So 562 transition for Oscar here. Looking for that second max again. But the last couple games he's struggled at the 19, so let's see if he can overcome that. That first game was magic. And 90 minutes is an awfully long time, and I'm not a firm believer completely in biorhythms, but people do kind of like ebb and flow as they progress through a long time period like this. And I think that most players would prefer to start a little slower and peak later than peak early and then kind of struggle the rest of the way. And Oscar's session right now is kind of in that ladder, and he's looking to kind of start back into that max out scoring again.
Yeah, unfortunately there is this joke is about like Daz players. It's like a first game, best game, and then the rest of like a qualifier is like a struggle. It's a little bit of a joke. But it's happened to me personally so many times.
Oh, get over.
Yeah, that's another top out. It's happened to me personally so many times. It feels like, you know what they say, all jokes have a little bit of truth to them.
Yes. But still plenty of time here.
Oh, Scout can't get it over. Yeah, for a quick tap, you only have, a couple of frames, especially when you start talking about 19 and you're getting to like your 8 highs. You only have 2 frames to hit it. And in order to hit a quick tap, you have to release, and then you got to press back. And doing that in the span of
a 30th of a second. 2 frames is a 30th of a second. Like, think that's, you don't, except for video games, when else do you think of time in those tiny increments?
Yeah.
You don't, because you don't have to do things that quickly.
And it's whenever, I feel like, whenever you put like time to that stuff, especially, it really makes you appreciate, what both the players and then, you yourself are able to do, because it's like, wait, I'm making these decisions, because players are making multiple decisions within the span of a second. And especially you start talking about 19 in the case of, Daz tournament, and then you start talking about 29 for the rollers, you have to, be able to either play off of instinct, and even then you still have to think of some placements to be more efficient, because sometimes your intuition isn't always going to be correct.
I mean, you'll hear terms about frames with a lot of like NES and Super NES speedrunners, but they're memorizing a pattern. So yes, they have to get that timing, but they've done this same pattern over and over again that they can feel it, whereas a Tetris player, they have to improvise. It's a different pattern every time.
Yeah, it might. I know there's been, sometimes people will comment on YouTube, it's like, oh, they're just memorizing the pattern. Well, no, because you at the same time, you might be seen as like, oh, I remember doing this placement, a while ago, and there's obviously placements that are better, but sometimes you might change what you were going to do based on the next piece.
Yep. 557 transition for Jeff.
Very nice.
The glasses have helped. 1 max out already, looking for number 2.
Jeff with glasses is a scary person to go up against.
That might be an issue with column 1.
That is 7 high. So
and he's just getting droughted now. Sharky
Oh, the well is open. All right, that brings the stack down by 3 lines. Perfect L. Is he
short.
going to go for it? Yes, he is. Jeff set up for the left well.
Smartly doesn't take it. And you see the decision making.
Yeah, that was a beautiful setup.
You see him wince a bit because he's only going to get a triple there. So he hasn't been able to score a Tetris since that transition, but he's keeping his board health.
And that's why it's also important to transition rather high, because now, despite all that burning, he's only a Tetris underneath pace, which, you know, that can be made up if you have a level where you're scoring 2 Tetrises without burning.
Still looking for that first post-transition Tetris, though. You could see how these games spiral, and his game is under control. There's the Tetris finally, a virtually clean board at 646 at level 23.
He's going to want 2 Tetrises on 24 and I believe 2 on 25.
Well, right now he just needs to get clean. There it is. Nicely done. Great solve for Jeff Moore, 681. And there's that classic DAS style. Build up on the left with all your trash pieces.
Oh my gosh, what a quick tap over there from Jeff. That's ridiculous.
All right, Jeff's feeling it. It's
Ideally,
2016 vibes right now.
If he gets 2 here, he might have a little bit more leeway. Otherwise, he'll be forced to play perfect. He is going to be forced to play perfect now if he wants the max.
I don't know what his kicker is, so this might be an improvement.
I'm not sure if he improved on the 700K kicker from earlier. And that O piece just not great.
And you just see the difference from the 18 to the 19 speed for DAS players. They don't like to get above that halfway point. Dirty Tetris, Jeff Moore. And you can see that they have to take far fewer risks and end up taking your singles and doubles. And you lose all that scoring potential. Oh,
nice. I want to believe that that was an adjustment.
1 minute short picks the line to the left.
Yeah, look at that nice, healthy smile after he got that, too.
All right, so he has 3 burns to go.
Be able to get a 900K out of this. Oh, setting up the delay burn. Love a J piece.
Ooh.
Oh, wait, nice. 1 burn left.
One line to go.
Or,
Give him the line.
He needs this eyepiece.
Get it over.
There it is.
Nicely done. Nice.
And some 29 play to top it off. 913 for Jeff. I believe that is a kicker improvement.
We are approaching the 30-minute mark, players.
And in the case of the players that just started, they have about 4 games left if they were to take it all the way to 29. So 4 opportunities for a max.
5:33 transition, Oscar.
This is consistent from Oscar, though.
Yeah,
he's consistent.
Great 18s all day. And he's going to likely make the bracket with that 1 max out. So
yeah, I want to believe if you get a max, you're safe. And if Jonas Cup ends up having a cutoff above a max.
But if it does happen, I'm not be shocked. I would not be shocked.
That would be just insane. Absolutely wild. And yeah, Scout's just going to go ahead and top out. Don't want to, it's one of those things because now you're getting into the crunch time. You have to, your games start to weigh more and more.
Yes.
Great survival over there from Oscar. 652, about a Tetris ahead of where he wants to be.
Losing some board health here.
I guess another skill that kind of doesn't go really noticed because it's become so commonplace, but just the technicals behind maxing out is a skill of in itself. Like you have to know how to pace yourself in certain levels. Oh my gosh,
wow.
Oscar. Wow.
You could see the sparks fly off that Tetris piece as it was scraping against the wall.
Ridiculous. Trying to save this. Needs something over to the left. Oh,
Got
that's
it.
perfect.
You got it. 727. 43 lines to go before level 29, and this is definitely million-point territory.
Can we see a second max? But just, ooh, hold on a second. Oh, no.
Come on, game. There
nice,
you go.
Nice.
Now needs to build out the left.
It's going to set up the delay burn early. All right, so the 795, this is 6 Tetrises, maybe 7, depending on the burns. But it looks like 6 Tetrises is needed.
He has the Jonas classic alternating burn shelf situation, but he's got it cleaned up now.
So Oscar's really going to need to be efficient here. Okay, there's 1.
Okay. 18 lines to go.
There's 2.
So 34,000.
He has no more burns. He has no more burns. He has to play perfect if he's trying to max this, or get 3 and then set up for 1 and 29. He has to get all 3 of these Tetrises.
He needs 3 Tetrises. There's 1.
Waiting for the right piece. Oh, that's tough. Maybe if he gets a J piece.
Oh,
nice. There's the perfect piece.
There we go. We're set. We're set. We're set. There's a line.
There's another one. Now he needs an eyepiece to get set up. There's the eyepiece. Tetris ready.
He's ready. He's ready. He's ready. Come on,
Waiting
Gabe.
for it. Can't burn.
Come on,
so he
Gabe.
has to just
Come on, Gabe.
Pieces over.
Get it over. Let's go.
Second max out over there for Oscar. But that also leads to what I was talking about. Whenever you're getting these maxes, yeah, they might seem a bit trivialized with how players have gotten, but you have to know where to go for what, especially in those later parts of the game, how more aggressive you need to play.
He just, again, that was the classic Jonas style, just knowing when to turn up the aggression and take all the risks, and it perfectly paid off.
That's the second kind of max out over there from Oscar where some clutch play was involved. Because remember, his first max, he had that massive center wheel and got the long bar at the last second.
So good. So if our production staff wants to fix it, Oscar does have an American flag on the play field and on the Mexican flag on the leaderboard. So little confusion on that if you want to fix it. But you can see our leaderboard. So that's the 3rd max. All have happened on CT1 here. Oscar's our current #1 seed. Jeff, the current #2 seed, with no kicker on the board. So he did have that 900,000. So that's his kicker. In fact, his kicker might be better than Oscar's. But it's going to be 2-1 once that's updated.
Yeah, we got a 1-off over there from Bird because now we can see who's qualled where. Thank you, production and everyone else that helped fix that.
There's a lot of details to go, so we appreciate your patience. It's a live event. It's easy to miss things, so.
Yeah, Kim with an 812.
Let's go, Kim. Look at Wing Fryer calling with a 526.
Ooh. Yeah, less than 30 minutes remain. It's crunch time.
That's why we're missing our details, Sharky. Wing Fryers over there calling instead of like.
That is true.
Fixing all of our messes.
Yeah. Shout out to Wing Fryer, and for those of you that have that are interested in checking out like timestamps for prior events, I believe his website is Tetris Interest. It has everything that you would need for like prior CTWC prior events. I know it's been a great help for me whenever I'm scripting videos and such. So definitely go check out his website, Tetris Interest. Wingfire does so much, and want to make sure he gets his dues here.
I mean, we saw him live for the first time in Pasadena, and that was just a quick trip across town, and he's been hooked to the live scene now, and now he's getting on planes and traveling up to Portland and hopefully others in the years to come. And thanks to Pumpy in chat for helping fix the scoreboard. So it's a community effort. Thanks for everybody helping out.
Oh, Ben's not on the leaderboard.
Oh, see, there's a... Scout gets it over, but man, he's got a magnet in the middle. He's like steering. He's got the Sharky moves, trying to get all the pieces over. As we're down to 25 minutes remaining. Has Ben not submitted a score? Maybe not. No. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he probably needs. Well, we're getting into the last third. Yeah, last third.
I know he's had some 500,000s, but maybe just I can do better than that. I know a lot of players do that. They just I don't want that trash on my board. So we had a question in chat. Are there any rollers playing this tournament? This is a DAS only tournament. There is no rolling allowed. The cartridges will not allow it.
But we do have roller mains playing. Next qual session will feature two of them, Fractal and Meme. And then you also have Xeno, who I believe they roll main. I'm not sure if they swapped back to DAS. But then you also have those players that are coming up and a few more that are not DAS main. So definitely you want to stick around for that Fractal and Meme, two players that are phenomenal at DAS. I mean, Fractal has probably something that will be incredibly difficult to beat. Back in the first ever DAS Masters, Fractal in his round 1, and round 1 and round 2 got 6 maxes straight.
Whew. Unheard of.
It's just wild to think, because that's just the level of consistency and efficiency over a prolonged period of time.
Dirty Tetris for Jeff Moore.
Ben, nice.
Ben trying to get
good down stack so far. Oh, that's a bad S piece. Oh, that's a terrible Z piece. I'm not liking these pieces for Ben, but he's making them work. Oh, nice quick tap. Beautiful down stacking from Ben here.
Yeah, this is some hero cleanup here. Hero digging. He's back to clean. So.
Well done over there from Ben. Phenomenal survival.
If you want to do a super rough guesstimation, right now, basically half the players are going to make the bracket. So if you look at that 603,000 by Spirit Vet on the board, that's kind of your current big cutoff. 543, but take that down. Get a score on there for Ben Mullen, please. But obviously, as you said, more of the heavy hitters are coming later on in the day, but that's a rough starting point to go from here is that 603.
But you also never know. It's DAS, so.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. During the Kingsman's event, the tag team.
War Games, right?
War Games, yes. Yeah. Dog got a 50,000 in one of the games, and it just the roll of the dice in DAS style. Any of the best players can have a bad game like that.
There's another transition for Jeff up dangerously high, and nice, great quick tap from Jeff. Opens up the well. There it is, Tetris for Jeff.
Let's do it. 518 transition, well, slightly under that.
It's also fascinating to see how DAS players are able to handle those kind of perilous situations on what to do with the left, because you know that your movement is restricted on the left, and so you have to try and find an alternative way to try and solve it. Whereas, your rollers and tappers, they're just, well, I'm just going to throw the piece over to the left and just be fine.
Yeah. So if Jeff Moore can max out again, he would take that #1 seed for the moment with the higher kicker over Oscar. But long way before that happening here.
Minutes left in the first qual session here.
Yep, Jeff's back into the scoring groove. Low board, 597, level 23.
Nice adjustment over there from Oscar. Jeff, great quick taps. He's been on his quick taps today.
That's going to be critical in tournament play.
The glasses buff is real. Speaking from firsthand experience, fighting a glasses-wearing Jeff, it's scary.
Yeah, he's feeling it right now.
Nice.
Jeff
little
Moore
drought developing. Had to burn.
One Mino short, too.
Goes for the single.
Single to the triple. Oh, it doesn't pay off.
Man, this timing on the bars is just kind of rough.
Can he get something left here to fill it in? So it looks like the max opportunity is gone here for Jeff, but
yeah, and his kicker up there is a 9-13, so this might just be a game that you
hate to throw this away after putting so much time into it.
Fighting so much. But yeah, if depending on how fast he can start, he can grab 3 games. He might need to push down to save some time. A little bit of qual tech right there for you. Bill Mullen not too happy with that, so.
All right, well, I'm going to look at Oscar's board here because that's a that's pretty good rate.
Yeah, that's a pretty good rate. You can almost.
Look at this.
Oh, there's a bit.
Oh, you don't say. Vitz game respects Vitz game.
You know, that was funny because I'm sure you and Scout probably heard me and Fractal talking about, it's like, for our first match of the day, we were going to open with setting up a Vitz. And we actually ended up missing like 2 out of 3 of the Vitz opportunities because Fractal just didn't see them. But in case another player sets it up, for those that don't know, it's become just a wild phenomenon. A Vitz stands for vertical eye tuck setup. And essentially, it's a gap where the hole is 4 blocks high, and you would tuck an eyepiece underneath it. There's 2 variations. There's the delayed Vitz, which we saw Oscar do earlier, and then there's the adjustment Vitz, where you adjust into it. And normally, the adjustment Vitz is better than the delayed because it's safer. But also doing the delayed one is kind of cheeky, which is why I like doing it a lot because it gets the commentators to go like, okay, Sharky.
And it's generally frowned upon in the old school method because you're wasting a line piece and you try to want to save all your line pieces for scoring. But you guys have figured it out. But look at it, 624 through 119 lines, Sharky.
Wait, 2 more available.
This is 700 possible?
Not 700. Oh, look. So, for example, there's a Vitz right there. And, there's also a long bar dependency. Yeah. Oh, no.
This is what happens in super aggressive games.
And he didn't go for the triple. Oh, no.
This is not an ideal board state for 19 play. This has got to get burned down.
And the drought counter keeps ticking.
Give
36. Oh, he probably didn't have enough DAS.
He didn't have enough DAS to get it left, but okay.
He's trying to go for flat burns, bringing it down. Nice. Nice. Great quick tap. The board is, these pieces are bad.
It's 660 at transition I've ever seen, Sharky.
Okay, he's still bringing it down. Needs a J piece. That I piece will work. L or J now, another I piece, that will work. Needs 2 J pieces, S's.
Oh,
and
look
plenty.
At that trash pile on as well.
That was an S burst. Next, we need 4 Z's to Spire. Probably not, but if you get that reference, shout out to you. Look at that.
Oh, my
What a
goodness.
save from Oscar.
And this is still maxable at 70%.
It is very maxable.
What he pulled that out of the fire. It's not over yet. Plenty of work to do still.
Takes the triple. Yes.
Fills in the line dependency.
Skims, gets Tetris ready, and there it is.
Boom.
Tetris for Oscar. And there's another one. We could be looking at it. Won't say what it is because, you know, try not to commentate it first.
.782, knocks another 812. 50 lines to go.
Nice, good burn. Would love it, Jay. Goes, he went for it, but he missed it. Oh no!
His left, oh, he might. He got it over.
This is gonna be challenging. He needs L pieces and he needs to try and place them flat. Even then, trying to find.
Oh!
And can't do anything. But you got to give props for surviving that post transition. Imagine doing that in a competition game.
That's critical. Yeah.
That's going to do some major emotional damage to your opponent. You're like, bro, you're playing dash. You should be gone. You shouldn't have survived that.
Is that the new meme now? Emotional damage to your opponent? He hurt their feelings.
I mean, yeah.
I'm a fan. I like it.
My feelings would be hurt if I saw my opponent's like, all right, he's about to top out, and then he's just fine still going like, dude, what the heck? Kind of like how it feels to play up against Andy.
Yeah. You're emotionally damaged just turning on the console. Jeff Moore here with a 544 to 113 lines. So
Scout with a 503 at 129 lines.
We got some good games on the right side here as we are down to 13 minutes remaining.
Oscar with the Vits. Early game, doing it into a drought. There it is, gets the eyepiece. Now waiting on the second one. Transition for Scout, 534. And transition for Ben, 438. Can improve on the submitted score. Oh, wow, the aggressive placement over there from Ben. And you can see he's not liking that.
Oh, Jeff has a great game, but this is a bad spot to transition.
He wants an eyepiece.
Oh, this is so bad.
Oh. Wait,
Jeff,
that transition.
not like this.
Yeah.
Oh.
That'd even be tough for a roller to survive.
Board state is so important at the 120 line mark.
2 games left available for these players. And Oscar missing the spin there. Scout setting up for the column 7.
Yeah, Scout looking to top is 753 from earlier.
All right, bringing the stack down. Want it comfortable. Nice, well built. Very respectable triple.
Got it, yeah. If you have to burn, the triple is the best way to do that, obviously.
I'm honestly loving the way that Scout's playing this because these long bars have been pretty scarce.
Mm-hmm.
If you're in a match, this is the kind of play that you need.
And he's not going for the max out necessarily. He's going for that 750.
Yeah, he's just trying to improve. Nice, avoiding the misdrop, taking the triple. Give himself opportunities to recover dash. Set up now. Can we not run into another drought, please?
Oh,
nice!
Oh, goodness, got it
All right.
over.
Game can be saved. Oh, wow.
And you see the amount of effort it's taking to get those pieces to the left. It's just barely getting over there. That's perfect dash
Oh,
control.
beautiful delay burn on that T. Nice placement as well. Scout with some high accuracy placements here.
He's got to get back in a scoring position, though, if he needs to get that 750.
Man, wow, getting that O piece over. This has just been a suffer post from Scout. he hasn't been able to find any success with the pieces.
It is so difficult to play at that height at level 19, and you see why that's going to do it.
Still, well played from Scout.
Done. So how this works, when the clock reaches triple zeros, the game that you are currently playing, you are allowed to finish. And it takes about 12 seconds to restart if you want to restart beforehand. So you need like 20 seconds, you got to go or no go to finish out your game.
And you have to be able to soft reset. I've had, this is one of the most bizarre moments I personally witnessed, but a player, they were trying to, soft reset, which is, pressing A, B, and select and start at the same time to skip the rocket screen or whatever. And it's possible to mess up those inputs when you're in a high pressure situation.
Yeah.
So they tried to soft reset. They failed the first time, got on the second time, but by the time they got to the level select screen, the timer was up.
And a lot of these players don't use the select button very often. It's literally only for those soft reset situations. So if you don't have a controller that works with all 4 of those buttons, that can hose you. Potential for that.
Yeah, it's something, a little bit of a dough flip over there from Scout. It's something that you don't really think of because, it's just, we always like soft reset.
Yeah.
But it has happened before. All right, so this will likely be Scout's last game unless he can push down enough. But even then, same would be said for Oscar because it looks like he just soft resetted. Well, Jeff and Ben will have one more after this one. And when that timer hits 0, just once again, players can still play out that game. That's just the last time you can start a game.
Correct. And you talk about pressing down. Jeff is now pressing down every piece, trying to, not for the points necessarily, but for the precious seconds here.
Yeah, save enough seconds. That rocket screen, it's tedious. It's the reason why we have codes and quality of life improvements to skip it. But in a tournament, there is no skipping. You got to sit through.
We use vanilla carts for qualifying, and
you gotta watch that either that tiny rocket ship or the UFO.
Right.
This is a good game from Jeff though. 541 at 112. Good game from Ben too. 460 at 107.
I'd say Ben's improving through his session, so that's what you're after. Finish strong.
Looking at a 630 is if Jeff can find 2 Tetrises here. Well, there's one.
But what happened last time? He was nearly at 600,000 transition, and the board health deteriorated right before transition. So
that higher number, we're just aiming for maxes. No need to sell the board.
No, right now, you don't want to be higher than this at 19. So take
that left side's block out off.
Just
yeah,
like
he's
that.
going to have to burn. I respect that, and that's the good play to make. But now he needs the pieces to accommodate. Oh, that left side.
Got it.
Nice.
It's a quick tap clinic.
Oh, no. That left side might be inaccessible. And both Ben and Jeff are going to have simul top outs. So now this is their last game.
I blame that one on Renz.
I can concur.
Yep. Renz brought it up, not me. Producer's curse is real. 6 minutes remaining. So again, players will get a chance to finish one game basically. So they just have to pick which game is it going to be.
Yeah. And in this position, since they all started pretty comfortably, Oscar would probably need to start like now, but they can transition once and then decide based on that transition if they want to play that out or not. Because it takes, depending on if you're pushing down or not, it takes about 5 minutes to reach to transition. So, but they have to decide at transition if they want to make that their last game. Which is, this is like these niche decisions that are made in qualifiers that you don't really think about because it's not something that rises to the top of the mind. But, you know, those are game time choices. And you never know in the timeline, like, what if you did play out that game that you decide to reset? Maybe the RNG was favorable. Yeah. Oscar's soft resetting now, so if he wants to try and get a second reset in the late game, it's probably going to be around 100 lines.
All right, we're going to look at Scout here with a 440 at a 100-line turn. Scout getting that 19 PB right before the tournament started.
Yeah, that was phenomenal.
Pulling off a Terry Purcell here in Portland.
Yeah, because didn't in 2019, Terry Purcell got his max from a 19
From a
start?
19 start, yep.
Yeah, still wild.
Yeah.
2019 was a very special year because Dan QZ got his first 18 max there because his first max was actually on 19 start. And yeah. So he got his first 18 max at CTWC. Just more lore for you guys because the Tetris, if we had a Tetris lore book, that thing would be massive.
Yeah, 2019 would be the if it was a lore, that'd be the switch off between BC and AD. Lots of things change at that event. That's year 0, basically. So Scout with a 538, but this board isn't in great health. This needs to be burned down before transition.
That's a perfect J.
Yeah, the triple inoculates any issues here. It's still not in scoring position, but this is way easier to manage at 19.
Yeah, and he's at that 550 mark, so has a little bit of leeway. Just got to get back into scoring position. But again, that's a nasty drought developing. 33.
Is he going to play one off the bottom? He is not.
I respect that. Oh, my gosh. 42. 43
44.
piece.
Yeah. But he couldn't score with it. But he's in a good position now. He's aiming for that 750.
He's trying to avoid throwing things over to the left. Nice. Impressive recovery right there. Normally, after you have a misdrop like that, you don't have dazzle on the next piece because of trying to recover. And
get it.
He's going to try. Oh, that Z-Spire.
Line?
That Z-Spire is going to send him to sleep. He's done.
The glasses fell off the back of his head.
All right. One more game available for Scout. Not going to be able to try and reset that transition.
Ben Mullen, 412 through 94 lines. Jeff Moore, 453 through 97 lines.
Nice adjustment over there from Oscar. Or forever hold your pieces.
Or forever close your vendor sales.
True. You know, that is one thing. I don't think we really heard too many announcements. So
no, we're kind of off to this. We're in the kind of the free play arcade area now instead of in the vendor area. So haven't heard much DJ music. Really,
2022 in the DJ music then was kind of wild.
Yeah.
Like, you can't script that stuff.
Look at this.
Fire Through the Fire and the Flames was playing when Fractal and Eric were on that insanely long game.
491 for Jeff, going to top out here.
All right, this is probably going to be his last game. 491 for Ben.
90 seconds remain.
Ben has to make the decision to. He's probably going to play this out.
You got to. Because look at that Tetris rate number. If Kingsman over here, he'd be saying, hey now.
Yeah, but he's calling 2 on CT2. I approve. Good placements over here from Ben. All right,
Tetris
a 560 for Ben. This is it. He's going to be committed to this.
Jeff Moore probably want to give this up. We have 45 seconds, plenty of time to restart.
It's that last game scramble.
So I think Ben has surpassed.
Indeed. And we'll finalize it with this next Tetris. All right, Ben improves on this game. 30 seconds remaining.
Finish strong, Ben Mullen. Let's go.
$20 seconds remaining. If you want to reset, do it now or forever hold your pieces. See, it just flows so much better.
See, you got to workshop stuff sometimes.
Small misshot over there from Ben.
5 seconds remain. Last game.
All right, so this is it. These players are locked in. And more since than one.
So Oscar looking for max out number 3. Jeff Moore looking for max out number 2. Game Scout looking to surpass 750,000. And Ben, this is his personal best of the day. So everything is gravy for him on out.
Oscar 551 here, middle of 19. Good play from Ben Mullen, 697.
Come on, Ben.
Good. I respect that. I respect that.
Again, not going for max out.
Ooh.
That's Tetris ready, though. That's Tetris board. Give him the
Come on, give him the eye. Give him the eye. Give him the eye. Yes, he had enough DAS.
733.
We'll love another eye piece. And he actually goes for the double.
Can you get it? Can you got it? He got it over.
Needs an eye piece, 17-piece draw, and counting. Beautiful triple. Great burnout from Ben.
Get it back to the bottom. 751.
Nice. You want that T-piece. O-piece would be a godsend here. There's the O-piece and the eye.
Boom.
785 for Ben.
LJ, depending on the left, gets it in.
Well is now open. Tetris ready. Can we see another long bar? Small misdrop. He's just going to burn it down.
With 25 lines to go, there's still time.
Long bar dependency, column 5. Gets that long bar. Very crucial. Couple of O pieces. Now a long bar dependency in column 4. RNG, give him the long bar, please. There it. Oh, he does it. He's going dirty.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
And he knocks it down.
12 lines to go.
Oh, nice. Good burns. We can see 2 Tetrises here. He has 1 burn, and he can get 2 Tetrises. He's set up for 1. Come on, game. Give him the bar. Give him the bar. There it is. Now he just needs an L piece to get Tetris ready. No, he burns into 29, but at 879 for Ben Mullen.
Let's go.
Massive improvement. I think that could be in.
That puts him in 4th place. And that, you said 800,000 was probably the key number to go for to get in that bracket of 48.
Yeah, so a high 800. We might be seeing Ben Mullen play here. Oscar not be able to do anything. Can't even improve on the kicker at this point. But hey, 2 maxes and a 904 from Oscar.
I think he's safe.
He's safe. Great showing here in the first qual session. But now, Game Scout and Jeff, our last 2 players left over here on CT1.
Jeff playing slightly off the bottom. That's the new meme with the kids, is to play those dusty Tetrises.
Beautiful
nice
Tetrises and a single to transfer over the well.
Transfer, transition. I'll learn language one day. So 726 Jeff Moore at 104 lines, 349 for Game Scout at 106 lines. Game Scout really just looking to improve on that 750.
Yeah, this can be a mid to high 400 for Game Scout and transition-wise. Jeff looking at, I'm going to make a prediction here, a 530.
The classic 2-wide well for Jeff fills it in. Boom, Tetris for Jeff. Got to say it once at least.
Ooh. All right, 510.
That's right where you want to be with the board health especially.
And a Game Scout will transition 489.
All right. If he's looking at 750, this is the game to do it.
It's another Tetris for Jeff. Boom. Tetris
Jeff
for
is, yeah, Jeff is max or go. There's no point. That's all you need to go for at this point. So
he's probably going to see him play a little bit more aggressive, trying to remake some of the pace, and has to take that triple. There's not a good spot on that left side. Oh, great maneuverability over here from Jeff. Hits the quick tap. That was a make or break.
Down 525 for Scout.
Great delay burn over there from Jeff. Jeff knocks down another one, 598.
Scout's in cleanup mode, but he's at the bottom, so this is perfectly safe.
Beautiful. I love the double well that Jeff established, or double wide well.
As Jonas used to say, any piece can party in a double wide well.
There it is, nice, 630. And a Tetris for Jeff.
There, oh, this, okay.
Yeah, now he's back on ideal max.
Scout getting the line piece all the way left. Nice done.
Reminiscent of what JD used to do back in 2018. Just throw those eye pieces over when you couldn't use them for a Tetris.
The square for Scout. Oh, Scout hangs the tee. Gets it over.
All right, this can still be down stacked, but it's very difficult to find the solution.
He's giving it up, but heck of a run there for Game Scout. Give it up for him.
I mean, it's all a net positive because Scout got a level 19 PB today in warm-ups. So,
but Jeff Moore.
Nice. Tetris ready. Draw counter starts ticking. Goes for the burn.
Wow.
Disciplined. Small misrotation.
But still scored.
This is going to be a tricky one. These pieces.
Still on that right side, and he does. But
he might have to go. Yeah, he has to go for a row 2 at this point. He's got to go all for Tetrises.
He's dependent now.
He needs that eyepiece. Oh wait, he's going dirty. Skim, yes. Nice double flip, trying to keep it open. Long bar saying, I don't want to show up. And that's going to be it for Jeff, but a max in a 913 for Jeff. And with that, I believe that concludes our first session here. Oscar in the lead, or at the #1 seed with 2 maxes in a 904. Jeff with 1 max in a 913. They're the only 2 players that have maxed so far.
So we got another group of 12 players on stream and 18 behind us in the qual area coming up. Stay tuned. We're going to take a short break.
Yeah,
you are watching the first annual Jonas Memorial Cup here from the Portland Retro Gaming Expo. Stay tuned. A pleasure working with you again, Sharky. Good luck in your qual.
Yeah. Next up, you're going to be having Fractal, Meme, Quaid, NGC Man, as well as AV Geek, Xeno, Rose, and Trisky. I'm really looking forward to seeing Rose play.
Nice. I can't wait.
And then on CT3, oh, wait, you're going up next.
Oh, I'm going up next.
Where you're going to have Vince, Bidwell, Mega Retroman, and Robin. And that's Robin Mahara, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So it's going to be great. Dude, just seeing this, like the high definition.
I know. I shouldn't be in high def. Some people shouldn't be. You're looking fabulous, though, of course. So I'm not sure who's going to be on comms next, but what a great first start. Oscar,
yeah, it was
somebody
very
was joking
exciting.
in chat about how we called out the other 3 legends, and Oscar was a cool dude. Well, Oscar's now your #1 seed currently right now, so he's going to be making the bracket, making some noise on behalf of Mexico. Up here at the first Jonas Cup, so just good stuff all around, and especially that first game, that was a pretty hype opening to this tournament.
That was a great first game, and just showed the ability for him to find those maxes in those really difficult situations.
And Ben getting his top score at the very end, that was awesome.
Very Mullen-like.
Very Mullen-like, and of course. Oh, look at our producer saying that we have slides ready. So if we don't, we want to stop talking.
Well, you got to get to warming up.
I got to do my fingers.
You're about to PB and make the bracket.
I have hope. See, I got my little with my face on it. It's all about me. All right, Turkey, pleasure.
Pleasure.
Good luck. Handshake. I don't. Awkward. All right, man. Thanks for having us. I'm gonna drink some water and go play.
I got my water.
I feel like we must be live. I got to put this off my ears so I can hear you.
Right.
Well, we're coming at you live.
We're coming at you. Really? Is that what we're doing? We're coming at you?
We're coming at you live.
Oh, my God. Somebody's been listening to too much morning radio.
Yeah,
We're coming
that's
at
exactly
you.
right.
Ben Mullen coming at you.
This is the original Ben Mullen. I just got done qualifying myself.
Yeah.
And it was one of the worst suffer sessions I feel like I've ever had until that last game.
Yeah, I was miserable the entire time, Benjamin, as well.
How did you do?
Really bad. I did very, very poorly.
Okay.
Just a little closer to your mouth.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I did very badly. 557, currently 18th, and I think we have like 30 more waves of qualifying.
We have a lot of waves of qualifiers.
So
I think you might make it. You might not.
No, I will definitely not make it. I think you're going to make it. I think you're going to be, if I had to guess, you're going to come in at about 38th.
38th that's what I feel like. I feel like a 38th place right
Is that what you were targeting when
yeah,
you came in?
that's what I was targeting.
Yeah, if you get in 38th, you're in pole position.
Honestly, I wanted it to be on my last game, too. That was all planned.
Was it your last game?
Yeah, I'm way better than I appeared.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So how does it feel, Ben, by the way, as somebody who kind of, you were here through the early years of CTWC when pretty much everybody was playing DAS? And then a couple of years, like 5 years, like, oh, now it's all these tappy, rolly teenagers. And now there's a competition that's for you again, a top-tier championship caliber competition that's for you.
Well, it feels great. It's almost like it's for me, but it has become for them because they are so good at DAS. It's just incredible.
Yeah, they're about to put our Twitch handles on there so you can see who we are.
You can check out our Twitches.
Yeah, what is mine? Vandy Pants. Is that what it is?
You're a Vandy Pants kind
I'm
of
Vandy
guy.
Pants, and what's yours?
Ben Mullen 290 something?
297.
297.
Because that used to be the Lions
that used
world
to be the
record.
Lions world record, and that's another testament to how things have changed over the years. No one's impressed with that. Ben Mullen 297
Vandy Pants
is my Twitch handle. You'll see me twitching once in a while. It's pretty rare, but I'm out there in the world.
Yeah, I haven't seen you stream very much off. What's going on? You got life stuff going on? What's happening?
I got a busy life.
Yeah.
My child is a busy man.
Right.
And
that wife put you through the ringer?
I've been put through the ringer.
Yep.
A time or two.
Yeah.
Well, I'm excited. We're now just a little bit into qualifiers. Speaking of my son, his name is also Oscar.
Yes.
So.
I guess we are starting.
All right. So we're going to begin with the qualifiers in...
and I guess we're counting it down. From 10, from 9, 5?
From 4.
From 4.
4.
3, 2,
1. Tetris.
Oh, Tetris. That's what we're saying. Yes.
We'll see.
All right.
If they can Tetris.
Well.
So we got a few. We got Meme, I believe, is from Minnesota. So Minnesota is well represented.
I was wondering how many Minnesotans there were going to be.
Minnesota's a powerhouse in Tetris. It always has been, and it always will be.
So there's you.
That used to mean something. Doesn't anymore.
Right.
Yes, I am, in fact, from there.
Yeah, you. There's Meme.
There's Meme.
Rhubarb.
Rhubarb is
Batfoy.
Batfoy.
Batfoy, I don't think is here, but okay.
An oldie but a goodie, Bo Style. He's a Minnesotan.
Yeah, all right. So we got the Minnesotan whole thing.
Yeah.
Great. But on our screen, we've got Quaid representing Canada this time.
Quaid is one of the greatest Canadian Tetris players in the history of North America.
Yeah, he couldn't look more Canadian right now. He looks very Canadian right now. So there he is, Quaid.
And let's do a little call out to Fractal's DAS style. Look at how he holds that controller. It's like how a roller would play DAS.
Yeah, he normally, as his normal tapping grip is kind of a remote control grip, kind of holding it like the remote control.
Yeah.
And I think he's found that this is a variation of that that's a little bit more ergonomic. There's been some concerns raised recently in the Tetris community about, the health of the hands and arms and, pain and avoiding pain. So
yeah, we are all on our way to whatever that problem is medically.
Carpal tunnel.
Carpal tunnel.
Right.
You can see carpal tunnel already forming in Fractal's eyes.
That's not where the carpal tunnel is concentrated generally. It would be a non-standard case to have carpal tunnel of the eyes.
Yes.
But yeah, and then NGC Man, Meme, and Fractal round out.
NGC Man's one of my personal heroes
Yeah?
in Tetris. Most definitely.
Yeah.
And from the looks of it, they can hear us. Which is
They
kinda-
can. Oh,
yeah,
well, I wasn't counting on that.
Getting some feedback loops here that tells me I can be heard.
All right, excellent.
Of course, Quaid with a center well, as is Quaid's tradition. Just talking a little bit about the qualifiers that have already happened. Oscar with 2 max outs, Jeff with 1, and good kickers for both. I think we're going to see wild scores as some of the younger people start to play today.
Yeah, there's been a lot of uncertainty about like exactly what the cutoff is going to be. It's a 48-player tournament, so basically 32 with a round 0 kind of situation. And it's really hard to know exactly what the cutoff will be.
Do we know how many people signed up to qualify?
I think it's about, was it about 90?
Oh, okay.
About
So
half the
roughly
people-
half of the people are going to make it.
Right.
And I was about to not be one of those people right up till my last game, which is an exciting
Yeah, what was
fact.
your score going up into that last game?
It was, well, you'd think I would know better having come here year after year, but I forgot that I even had to say that I want it written down.
Oh.
So I was getting just trash games, 5 somethings the whole time. And finally they were like, hey, you should probably put something in. And I'm like, oh, crap, put this latest terrible 500 something in. So it was 530 until finally I got something that hopefully qualifies me. Yeah, we don't know what the final,
yeah,
what the 48th seed will be.
before this whole thing, my prediction was about 850 would be the cutoff, so you're like just
Oh.
above that?
I was thinking 722.
Okay.
Maybe
well,
I'm being, but only time will tell.
That's true. You might be closer to the truth. I might be a little optimistic here. Quaid working on that center well. He's going to get that center well Tetris, and that's going to be a lot of center well Tetris.
Yeah,
for Quaid.
he's got a screen that I would not envy, but that I would likely have. But he'll be fine with it. He's a first-rate player.
He is.
All 4 of the people we see on our screen are very likely to qualify. I think that could be said
Yeah,
with some certainty.
I would be surprised if any of these players did not make it in. It's a 90-minute qualifying session.
It's really just a matter of what they qualify with. Can they unseat Oscar? Can they force Ben Mullen further down? I think they can.
Yeah, so 90-minute qualifying session, and basically the number of maxes plus your kicker. So that part is the traditional CTWC format. 90 minutes, a little bit shorter than the championship, the World Championships. But, listen, we got to get this thing done.
Yeah.
You know.
And I like to believe that they lowered the time because the old people can't play for more.
Yeah, they can't stay
Honest to
sit up
God.
straight. It's like, oh, my back is starting to hurt.
Yeah, well, I was starting to get, I had back problems up there. I had, my vision was getting crossed.
The other question is, exactly what would be the top score? Like, how many maxes can someone get with DAS in 90 minutes?
Well, a game lasts, 9 minutes?
Right.
10 if they're perfect.
Okay.
I guess that would be my guess.
All right.
Maybe 11 because of the 0 minute whatever thing and the
Sure.
restart right at the end. But that, you just have to be perfect. And will we see somebody be perfect using DAS? That feels unlikely, but
Now,
I wouldn't put anything past these people.
what I've been trying to go back to is the first mostly DAS tournament that we had, which would be 2019.
Yeah.
Right now, of course, that was the year that Joseph won as a hyper tapper, and
Yeah.
Corian was the runner-up of that one. 2
Yeah.
tappers getting to the end.
Yeah.
But mostly everybody else in that tournament
most
was
people
the
were
DAS.
DAS.
I think maybe like Brodendamp was there. He might have been tapping. There might have been a few others who were tapping, but almost certainly everyone was DAS. And I think the highest DAS qualifier, actually the highest number of maxes for that was 4, and that was Joseph. And that was like, oh my God, 4 maxes, right? Now, of course, they're getting 17 million maxes in
And
2 hours.
if we only count, we should say something about Meme's board, which doesn't look great. But Meme is Meme, and I believe. Well, I no longer believe, but that's fine. Meme shall rise again.
All right, so 6:02 for meme. That will be the. Oh, there you go. We're getting
Oh, yeah,
toasted.
yeah.
There. Great. Fractal with the 687 through 22. That's pretty good pace. That already eclipses my qualifier. It's right there in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to even say what good pace is for a person like Fractal, but that certainly should be it. Like, this is a. I'm not going to say something's definitely a max out, but this looks very promising indeed.
Now, we've started sort of a companion to the tournament that I run, Classic Tetris Monthly Masters event. We started a DAS Masters event.
Yeah.
And Fractal did play and a lot of these players actually played in the first month of that. Fractal set a record for getting 6 back-to-back max outs in competition. 6 in a row.
In competition?
In competition.
So I'm going to admit to you that that is intimidating and pretty impressive, especially with the DAS play style, because it is more difficult.
Okay.
That's an interesting idea. Oh, so Fractal has a little bit of issues going on here. But, Fractal's also Fractal, so they become not issues pretty quickly.
So now we've become accustomed in the last few years now to level 29 not being a kill screen anymore, but we're back now to 29 being a kill screen.
It's exciting to see people die at 29 where they ought to, frankly. Yeah, the whole history of this tournament is so amazing to see the growth and to see it still growing just with DAS. We got 886. We also have 850 going on from NGC Man, so it's looking very strong on 2 screens at once.
Yeah, so Fractal held 921. Tetris is here worth about 35,000.
Yeah.
So he's gonna have to set up for 2. And he doesn't have the opportunity to burn here without getting into 29. So he's just.
Oh, and that little misshift is going to cost him.
Yeah, and that's going to be a 959. That could be the kicker for Fractal.
That's a fine kicker. That's an absolutely fine kicker. We might be looking at the same kind of situation here for NGC Man, looking for a good kicker, and he gets very similar at 976.
Yeah, so a good benchmark here on level 24. Tetris is worth 30,000. So as players start to, get into, that, 50, 40 to 50 lines away, you can start to see like, okay, is a max out possible?
Yeah. And you can really tell the difference between the people who have a real big shot of winning and who are here and who are good but might not. They always refer to any good score they get as, oh, that'll be their kicker.
Right.
For me, I was like, whatever good score I get, that's going to be my score.
Yeah.
And that was the case. In fact, that remains the case all the way to 3rd place. So.
Yeah, that's true. But I don't know. I think you'll be in, and you could be right. Could be scores in the 700s that make it.
Yeah, I think it's pretty aggressive to assume we'll need mid-8s. That's pretty high for 48th place.
To be fair, Ben, they had players like you and me qualifying early just to get that out
yeah,
of the way.
they got us out of the way.
And all the good players are coming later.
It does seem like now is the time that we begin with the very strong players. Yeah, I just anticipate 4 max outs from basically all 4 of these as almost like a floor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was talking to Fractal earlier. He anticipated that potentially 7 could be the highest, or that 7 somebody would get 7. I think that's a pretty bold prediction. We'll see. Fractal certainly in the mix as one of the people who could get that. He could have just been predicting himself. It's like,
he absolutely could have been, yeah. Quaid, one of the standalone, or not standalone, but one of the old, I like to call us the old DAS men. Or old DAS women, just old DAS players.
Yeah.
Which sounds a little bit like something else, but I'm always rooting for him just because he's one of us oldies.
Sorry, you made me laugh with that. The first time.
Oh, for the first time?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Amazing. You're doing well.
You finally got my old DAS man joke?
Yeah.
That's what I am.
An old DAS man. Yeah, what? That just sounds normal. It's a regular thing.
Sounds normal. All right, all the boards are fine. There's nothing. When they're doing fine, there's nothing to say about the Tetris. The closest to transition are Meme and Quaid. They both in the 4s. Quaid's a little higher up score-wise, but also not a great board, honestly, right now.
Yeah, no, it's getting pretty high. Once you get, up around where the old next box, where, you can't see the next box here, but once you start to get around where the next box is on the regular old Tetris screen, that is when you start to say, well, maybe my stack's getting a little bit too high.
Gets a little
time to work it down a bit.
Gets a little dangerous, yeah.
And Fractal's board a little bit of a mess as well, really dependent here, and he's going to need some pieces to work this out. That left side gets a bar over.
Ooh.
The other thing I was talking to Fractal about earlier is he was saying that this grip does make it easier for him, or at least facilitates doing quick taps. Now, quick taps are a part of the DAS play style. DAS
always have been, too. Always have been.
DAS is kind of a word that has kind of two meanings. One is the sort of the mechanic in the game for moving the piece, like the actual thing that it's called, but the other thing is it's also kind of the name of a play style, and that play style does include a small modicum of tapping here, and specifically quick taps, which is, you move the piece with DAS, and then at the end you throw in a tap at the end just to extend how far you can get that piece, and that is accepted in the quote DAS playstyle.
It's accepted, and it harkens back to Jonas himself. He was the first to really use it a lot, and because he was a DAS player, it is part of the DAS playstyle. Ooh, and Meme will top out with a Ben Mullen score of 579.
That's a Minnesota max out, 579.
That's a Minnesota score. Fractal with a not great board, but gonna clear this out pretty efficiently. Why did I even say it wasn't a great board? How dare I?
Now, did I hear some of the lore correctly that it was Trey who taught the quick tap to Jonas?
I would believe that, because Jonas is always a guy who was better than anybody, but who operated a lot on instinct. So he might not have known the mechanics of the game in the same way that Trey or a person like Alex would. And so Trey probably did pull him aside and say, hey, I noticed this thing. You should do this thing purposefully. And Jonas, I can imagine, said, oh, I do that anyway, not even knowing what it is.
Now, I'm not sure that I've ever actually intentionally done a quick tap ever in my life. Certainly, it does not feel, maybe accidentally, like panic. But I don't think I can say, okay, I will need to quick tap that over, so I will now do that.
It's hard. It's not only is it hard to pull off, but you lose your DAS charge when you do it. And Quaid will top out with a 773.
And he's going to put that on the board,
which I would have been begging for a 773 for most of my time up there. So that's nothing to sneeze at.
All right, Fractal transitions in at 472, pretty low transition. So if he's going to, eclipse that 959, he's going to have to put RNG or just be really aggressive.
Going to have to work a little hard at it, yeah.
You got 100 lines after 19 transition until 29, so approximately 100 lines to work with to get over 500,000 points. That would be an exceptional post transition score.
It would be an exceptional post. But at 533 now, I think it's possible. I don't have all the score rates memorized in the way Sharky does, but I just have a feeling like a person could take this to max.
Oh, it's certainly been done.
It's certainly been done, and it could be here right now.
722 up top here for NGC, man. So this is a good pace here through 21.
Oh, my goodness, yes. And, NGC, man, is just a machine. He's not just a man. He's an NGC.
NGC, Nintendo
what does that stand
GameCube.
For? Oh, is that what that stands for?
I think that's what it stands for.
Nodding
along.
Yeah, you can tell he's a little younger than me. The GameCube.
GameCube a little after my time. I had already moved on to, like, I don't know.
Well, GameCube was one of the first ones that had, like, reverse compatibility. So it was also essentially a 64, right? Or am I thinking of what it came?
Well, no, the GameCube wasn't that like a little disc?
Oh,
yeah, because you could get like a little cartridge adapter for like Game Boy Super. Yeah, Super Game Boy. and other stuff. It had these expansion ports on the bottom where you could put stuff into it.
Jeez. What a world. What a world. Okay. Okay.
That's right. We're getting a lot of information here from our producer that we're probably not going to use.
Well, but it's very good information indeed.
But what I do remember about it is if you wanted to play the Game Boy Advance games, you had to put a special disc in the thing and then a special thing, like a special adapter in the thing, and it was all very complicated. And I was like, you know what? I've already moved on to like girls and other things, you know, and I'm not playing video games anymore.
Complexity was a keystone of gaming at the time.
So 74 points up top here for NGC, man. How is he getting those 74? How do you get 74 points, Ben?
You push down.
Oh.
It's the only way to do it.
Oh.
So he must be pushing down.
So yeah, when you push down, of course, you do get a small number of points. Ultimately, usually inconsequential in competition. I think if you push down every piece from beginning to end, you'd get about 3,000 points.
Yeah, it's minor, but we've seen so many things be so close that it could make a difference now and again.
Now, are you a push-down player? Do you push down when you're playing?
It depends on the situation. Usually in a head-to-head, I don't, because I want to see like if a long bar's coming on the other person's screen.
So if you push down, you're going to get ahead in the piece sequence relative to your opponent, and then you give them an advantage. They get to see, like, they look over, they can kind of see trouble brewing, right?
When I'm qualifying, I do push down, and I push down more and more the angrier I get.
Yes, yeah. I'm angry push downer when I'm frustrated with myself.
Frustrated with myself is about right.
I think for me, there are times when I feel like I'm overthinking my placements, you know, because I have too much time. And so, I could go over here, go over there, and I end up messing up doing neither of the two options that I really was weighing. And so pushing down gives me less time to think and more time to just react with my default stack.
Yeah, get your reptile brain really working for you.
Yeah, exactly.
And it might be hard to know at home for a lot of you watching at home, but Tetris is in fact a hard game. And if you want proof of that, you can watch the VODs of myself or Vandy playing from earlier, where we made it look hard.
Yeah. These guys make it look easy.
These guys make it look easy.
We make it look as difficult, or even more so than it is.
If you play at home, I promise you this will feel difficult.
Yeah, 563 here for Meme. So that's a good transition. Certainly maxable, of course. Getting droughted, inspiring in the middle. It misses the spin, too.
Oh. Yeah, thrilling. It's thrilling to watch Meme dig.
Yeah, now
just really got very smart digging strategies.
Now you'll see on the screen that there's that little box there that says TRT65. That is their Tetris rate.
Tetris rate, yeah.
You'll see what percentage of their lines have been scored via the Tetris. And when there is a long bar drought, when long bars start to not come, you'll see basically, I think it's at 13, you'll see that switch to a red number that continues to climb. So that is how to keep track of the droughts. Fractal just getting done with the drought here.
Yeah, he had a very short drought, but it was one indeed. And your Tetris rate will go down during a drought because that's just how logic works.
Is it?
As far as I know.
Oh, all right. I'm learning here. 440 up top for Quaid, 380 for NGC Man Meme, 688, 411 for Fractal.
Other stories from back in the day, it used to be in even the World Championship that the first and to some extent even second round would be a player who's pretty well practiced against someone who was just here at the convention.
Right.
Cannon fodder, you would call them. And that hasn't been true at this point for years and years. But I always enjoyed those rounds. They were fun.
Yeah, I like going back to the to the old footage of that and just kind of seeing like random people, like you'll never see them again, and they look a little clueless, but it's good that they're there and they participated.
It'd be like someone's mom. Their kid made her play and she did all right.
Yeah, right. Or dad.
And you never know. They could come back. They could practice.
They never come back.
No, they never come back.
That literally never happened.
Oh, and Fractal will top out. Now, Fractal already has a 959 and doing great by my standards. I would say this is a bit of a suffer session, a little bit for Fractal so far. by fractal standards.
All right, so we got a little bit of a kind of a red zone alert here for Meme.
Yeah, Meme is getting close. It's still maxable.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Just gotta do the right things, and that's gonna help quite a bit.
Yeah, basically
very maxable
now
honestly.
2 maxes and change.
Yeah.
I mean, two Tetrises and change, not maxes. 2 Tetrises and change.
It wouldn't take long for someone to get into first place above Oscar. It's just two maxes and a kicker.
Now Meme has 6 lines to try and get 1 Tetris worth of points.
Yeah.
And they're worth 35,000 here. So
I'm a true believer. I feel like
there
the bell's coming.
There we go. I'm ringing the bell.
I believe that we have seen the first Minnesota Max of the tournament.
Now now if you were like an old-timey gambler, that would be your name, Minnesota Max.
I have to relinquish that name to Meme.
All right, so Meme on the board with a max out.
Yeah, and that will put her in second place immediately. Is that right? What's her kicker?
I think this is a low kicker, so 3rd place.
Oh, okay, 3rd place, just after Jeff for now.
So just in terms of kind of score milestones to look out for people who are newer, around 230 lines.
Yeah.
The Tetris is constructed almost as a happy accident that just around that 230 line mark where it transitions to level 29 and things get unplayable with this play style.
Yeah.
It also so happens that a max out 1,000,000 points or 99999 is like doable by the best players in the world and by an exceptional performance. So
doable, but not easy. It's the theory is it's a happy accident, or maybe someone did the math while they were making the game. It's a bit of lore. Who knows? Or maybe we do know.
I don't.
Did they contact someone?
I don't think we've been successful in tracking down anyone who made these kind of decisions.
I can imagine a game developer they wouldn't even have to be good at Tetris. They might just say to themselves, okay, if a person did get really good, they'd probably Tetris such and such a rate, blah, 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 kind of extrapolate it. And maybe they did that, or maybe it's a completely happy accident.
I'm in the happy accident camp. I think I think this is all just, it all just sort of happened.
All just happened.
And we're reaping the benefits today.
And there have been many great incarnations of Tetris throughout the years. And it is nice that one of the earliest ones happened to be one of the great ones. And here we are playing it this many years on.
All right, so one to watch here up top. Quaid with 3 lines to go and just 12,000 points. He's trying to, he was trying to set up for some kind of Tetris with a
he's so close. Give him something.
And he's going to get a 994. So a great score for Quaid.
That
you could see he was just a few lines away, and he was looking for a J to tuck in there and then to get a long bar. Never came. And so he was not able to get that Tetris.
It is simultaneously a great score and a very frustrating score when you're that close to a max out.
I would say almost certainly will be in the top 48, though.
Yeah, he's got no worries there. You can see frustration in his face. Just that, no frustration in his face.
Now, kind of a red zone alert.
You see snark in his face. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, who do we got in the red zone? Oh, NGC Man is
78. Very maxable from here. Like about 4 Tetrises away from a max, and there's one of them.
Yeah,
actually, 2 and change or 3 would do it. And
there's another one, so we are getting very close. We're going to need 1 and then some more points after that too. So, but very nice board. This looks very doable. I don't want to get a commentator's curse on me, so I should shut up. Oh, there. Please don't give me a commentator's curse.
No, that's all right.
That's fixable. He's got this.
He feels good. He's like, don't worry.
Signaling us that this is okay.
So he's got 3 burns to try and set something up here.
And I think just a triple would do it, or even a double.
Oh,
double will do it, and he gets the max. All right, and here comes
with the max out.
All right. That'll put NGC Man right up into 3rd.
So I guess I'm ringing the bell now.
Should I be the bell ringer?
I mean, I would love it if you would ring the bell.
Oh, I've never rung the bell before.
Well, it's too late now. You have to wait for the next match.
I should get a bell in my house, but then it would never get rung.
Yeah.
I could be wrong again.
As you know, there's certain things I don't do. I don't say boom because that's, Chris Tank's thing.
Oh,
I don't generally ring the bell because that's Bidwell's thing.
Yeah.
I don't want to steal anyone's thing.
Oh, sure. Okay.
But, other people, they can boom and they can bell.
This is like the Bidwell bell.
Yeah.
The bid bell.
The bid bell. The,
Yeah, I call it a bid bell.
the bid bell.
We should bring back, and I don't know, I don't even know if we should or not, but you remember Jonas, so this is named after him. He always had the pace horn. Remember the pace horn on his streams?
He did.
That was
oh my God, I forgot
when you
about
were
that.
500 at 100, you got the pace horn.
Yes.
So we should get a little.
That wouldn't be annoying at all.
We're here to be annoying. We are commentators, and we are here to be annoying, and we're here to play Tetris and to talk about its greatest players like Jonas. And
So just in terms of, again, more kind of milestones to look for if you're a newer player, like what do these scores mean relative to their lines?
Yeah.
There's 130 lines of that 18 speed.
Yep.
And when it transitions to 19, you'll be looking for, to probably have about 500,000 points plus.
Yeah.
To be on pace for a max out by 230 lines.
I hear people bandying about different numbers. I heard Sharky say 550 earlier, and that's about right too. I had always had in my head 520.
Yep.
And where I got that number was, I just calculated if you had a 520 and then you've got one of each type of clear, you max in each level. So Tetris is 4, then a 3, then a 2, then a 1.
That sounds like something that you would
I
work
think
out.
my math is right on that, and it's an elegant piece of math, I think. So
yeah. So at the very least, if you're below 500, it's going to be very challenging to try to max off of that. If you're over that, and then to the extent that you're over that, it is easier.
It gets a little easier with each bit over that, yeah. Everyone's got good clean boards except Fractal, and Fractal doesn't even need a good clean board. So.
And if you're about 800, once the pieces turn gray, you're still maxable.
Oh, gray being level
26?
Yeah. 800 at 26 is good.
You have to be efficient, but you can do it.
People will sometimes call it the Joey Parker turn at 100 lines, and that's where we're looking for about 400. The pace horn is 500, but a good is 400 at 100. Still good boards. Quaid doesn't even feel like he needs the bottom row, so he's like, screw this. I'm just Tetrising up here. Tetrising on the left as well, like a complete maniac.
So here's an example of all that kind of thing here. Fractal here at just getting it to 26 at around 800. No, and so this is maxable, but you'll have to be efficient.
Yeah, still has to work at it, but very maxable. So it's a good spot to be in. I'd take it over any spot I was in today.
Yeah, the worst can happen, of course. A drought around this time is just
that, because then it's just like it's not even exactly your fault that you can't max. You're just watching the game go by.
So Fractal here, if he can get three Tetrises, would be able to do it.
Yeah, that looks hard unless they give him good things. Oof! Oh, wow, what pole vaulting!
There's
and
one.
Beautiful.
And he's going.
He's just gonna have to be so lucky with the timings. Will they bail him?
And
no, they won't. But a nice.
He got droughted toward the end. There was really nothing he could do at that point.
It's so sad because it's such a great score, but it's completely irrelevant because it's beneath the kicker.
Yeah, that's right. So he already had that 959. So at that point, if you're below that, you just got to go for it.
Yeah.
You've got to sell your stack out, and
so that's why he was stacking a bit like a maniac at the end. Yeah, you have to. Quaid opens up that bottom well. The game decides that it doesn't like him though, and gives him some awkward things. But
to be fair, the game doesn't really like anybody.
No, me and this game are not even on speaking terms right now. I'll speak about it. Meme is it's just a tough stack, and it's 740, so I don't know if it's max, but you have to just really go for it at this point. But a good stack now.
Yeah, this might be a little too low to be maxable at this point.
Yeah.
And of course, Meme already has a max, but maybe looking for a kicker.
Yeah, it could be a good kicker, and it's not.
But it will be a kicker
is it the kicker though?
Yeah,
it's still a kicker improvement. Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
I think theoretically, if you're around 7:30 when you enter 26, you'd have to be perfect.
Yeah,
to
yeah.
max from
That
there.
sounds about right.
Now I only know that theoretically.
Yeah, it's all. It's
Having
all
never
theory.
maxed out,
It's
having
all theory.
my PB being 849,000.
I saw you playing yesterday though, and I was very impressed. I was actually transfixed on your game.
Wow.
While Blue Scooty was about to.
Yeah. Yeah, one thing to know is Blue Scooty early, I mean very early, just kind of sat down yesterday.
Yeah.
At one of our stations. Qualifying wasn't open. It was just kind of open free play.
Didn't even look hard. For
Yeah,
me either.
and he just throws down a game crash.
Game crash, yeah.
That game crash is still sitting over there.
They left it on.
Barrett and I think Bidwell came over
Yeah.
and brought over velvet ropes
Yeah.
and roped it off. And so that's been sitting there the whole time. So if you want to go see a live game crash, it's still sitting over there. Get down to the Portland Retro Gaming Expo.
And you can see it.
And you
It was
can see
done live, and it was amazing. Anytime you crash the game, the system itself is left on for eternity. It will be left here even when they're having like other events in the convention center, I believe.
It's actually, Biden came down and said, this must stay like this forever.
No, it's a proclamation.
Yeah, it is now. It's now a national monument.
All right, so Quaid is post-transition. NGC Man just topped out. Quaid is post-transition and looking good. He's
Yeah.
got that Quaid well.
Yeah, Quaid likes to work these middle wells. Traditionally, players just fight as hard as they can to transfer
Keep it
that
on the
well
right.
on the right
Yeah,
side.
yeah.
Quaid doesn't do that. He will live in the middle.
He thrives. He's been called the honey badger of Tetris for a reason, and
He has?
I think the only time he's been called that is right now.
Right. Yeah. Starting now.
But
he's called that.
I'm gonna do it. I'm putting it out there.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, he kind of more goes with the flow, goes where the pieces take him. Doesn't necessarily try to force the well over to column 10.
Yeah. Just let it be where it is.
And that comes with its own challenges, Ben. Though it's in terms of you really have to maintain two stacks, right?
Yeah.
Two separate stacks.
Two different slopes going on at the same time. So it's surprising to me that he makes it work as well as he does. But he does, and he has for years. So what can I say?
Now, someone will remind me because I don't remember the exact number or the year.
Yeah.
But it was at least a couple of years ago. Quaid was here in
Yep.
the actual World Championship.
Yeah, I remember.
And got the most maxes for a DAS player in qualifying.
Yeah. I think that was like 2019 or 20, whenever we were here live. And I think he got 4, right?
Was it?
I think so.
No, I think it was more than that.
Joe, more than that.
Or was it online? I don't know. Somebody knows.
Online, he got.
It was a good number.
It was a good number. It might have been the online year, and it might have been even 5.
I think it was like 5 or it was 5 or 8 or it was
Yeah.
a big number. So you'd think we would have come prepared with important information like this.
No, but me and Vandy, we don't come prepared. We show up. We're here to serve you in any way we can, other than preparation.
Yeah. But anyway, the point is, he's really good.
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty good at Tetris.
And so right now, he's at that 200 line mark. He's over 800. So this is kind of red zone moment for Quaid.
Yeah.
We'll need to be fairly efficient to get this, but really just needs kind of 5 Tetrises.
Oh, he's making me nervous. Oh, that's making me really nervous now.
Yeah, and this is kind of the danger of that middle well. Is
well.
You've got to maintain 2 reasonable stacks instead of 1. So 847 for Quaid. That will not be an improvement on his 994.
No, just
So all that effort.
a game that time will forget.
Yeah, irrelevant.
Unfortunately,
Wasted time. Really.
Wasted time,
Just
wasted
our time.
effort. I wish I could hear what they yell. That's almost unfortunate.
No, it's not. We don't. We can hear you perfectly. Do not
No,
yell
in fact,
any
you're
louder.
too loud. You
Yeah.
should whisper. It's really a shame that the likes of Quaid weren't here for the yesterday's side games, because I had a lot of fun with that.
Oh,
Did you have
yeah.
fun with that?
I did have fun with that. I was a drain on my team, but I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I don't know how much my teammates enjoyed it.
Yes, they did mention later at the bar that you were a drain on them.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. They didn't
No,
mention.
they didn't do that. They didn't do that.
I want me and Svavar to take on more people at the Mind Meld. I just enjoyed that so much. Oh, that S-Piece? S-Piece hated Quaid, but they'll make their peace. Oh, yeah, they won't make their peace.
Yeah, I figured you and Svavar would be ideal mind meld.
And we were really good. It's
No.
just Alex and, oh, God, who was it? Scotto? Who was with Alex? I think it was Alex and Scotto.
No, it was Alex and I don't know. You know what happened yesterday?
It happened
And I don't
yesterday.
remember.
It's too long ago for us old people to remember.
Now, Mind Meld, for those of you who don't know what that is, there is a special mode that you can, with Game Genie codes or hacking, kind of a patch
Yeah.
to the game, where you can set it up so one player controls the directional movement, the other player controls the rotation. And so that was one of the events we had last night.
Yeah.
You and Svavar were team members. I thought you'd be great team members because you guys kind of came up in the same era, the same wave.
We did.
So you would be playing kind of similarly. Have the same thoughts.
You're right. And especially while we were fixing complex problems, we were perfect. It's when we had low, nice stacks that we discovered that we just disagreed fundamentally on some things. So we were just constantly screwing up J and L. It's the weirdest thing.
Yeah.
And we still don't know what each other were thinking to this very day.
Another team I thought would be one of the better teams would be Kim and Jeff Moore.
Oh, yeah.
Who are married to one another who stack very similarly.
Well, maybe the marriage piece actually works against them here. It's like marital bickering about where to put
they're
a
just
piece.
so used to fighting.
I don't wanna
There's
do
another thing to fight about.
Meme is looking directly at the camera occasionally, which is kind of an
Yeah, I don't
See
know
that?
why that is. What did
I feel
I
like
do wrong?
I feel like I said something then, and Meme was like, "Shut your mouth, man."
I'm very intimidated.
It's very intimidating.
I'm not going to look at that. I'm going to block that part out right now. Fractal with a 633 on level 21. That's another score alert here. Do you want to watch?
Quaid's shirt allows him to mostly blend into the background. He's just a disembodied head, just playing the game.
Yep. All right, Fractal out of danger can start scoring again here. Gets a Tetris. There we go.
Yeah.
697. So
Fractal on pace. I think we would call this on pace.
I would call that on pace.
Not on huge pace, but on pace.
No, but really would love to just get that first max out under his belt.
Yeah.
Really solidify one of the, maybe top half spots.
Yeah. I was looking for a bottom half spot.
And you got it.
And I
Maybe.
might have gone, well, we'll see.
See.
We don't know.
I think you may be right. I think I was a little optimistic thinking about 850 would be the cutoff. And if that's true, then my performance was even more disappointing because I had a first chance to get in.
Well, and all but for the grace of the Tetris gods, your performance and my performance would be about the same, actually. That last game was just so out of nowhere.
But no, there is that last game aura that happens where, that's like it's your last game finally. Like, why can't I access that part of my brain the rest of the time?
It's do or die.
Yeah.
And it's usually either the last game or the first game.
Yes. Yeah, in fact, that's kind of my thing. Like if I wake up, and sometimes I wake up and I just go play a little bit.
Yeah.
It's kind of almost like a meditation in the morning, right? 20 minutes, play a few games. My first game is great.
Yeah.
And I play and I get a great score. And then later I come back in the day and I can't beat even my early first score.
So, Fractal has a good game going, but just that wasn't fun.
This is burnable, though, but you'll see how many lines he has to burn to burn this down. That's the real problem.
Yeah. He might have to try to
build like he's
Tetris
doing
there.
right now.
Yeah. Oh, he didn't. He went for the
he's
burn.
going to take it down.
Probably wise, but doesn't have many lines to play with here, is it?
Yeah, it's going to have to just
I'm not good at the math if it's still possible, but he needs to really be efficient.
No, he's going to need 2 Tetrises and one.
That's going to ice it, I am afraid. Could get one more, and does.
And does 960.
But I don't know
that is
where
an
he gets
improvement
it
of his
from
score,
here.
so he does improve his score.
Oh, well, there you go.
But you can see that right there, he was trying to set up for the 2 Tetrises. It wouldn't quite have been enough because Tetrises, that was 35,800? No, 34,800. 34,800 would have 2 wouldn't have gotten him quite to the max out, and then he would have to grind some lines on 29, which you can sort of do if your stack is low and you got enough material left and right. All right, so Fractal back to work.
Speaking of lack of preparation, I came in so unprepared that I didn't read the rules well, and I didn't even know we had to put in a score. You know what I mean? Like, say, please write this down.
Please take my score.
So I was getting all these 5s, and I got like a 595 early, and I didn't say write it down. So I managed on some 530 at some point.
So you would have been in real trouble. You would have been like, what? You know.
It would have been funny if I wouldn't have qualified because I forgot to tell them to write a score down. So please remember that up there. Don't be like Ben Mullen.
Yeah, that's generally bad advice. I don't know. I think you're a good role model.
Oh, well, thanks. Don't be like Ben Mullen. And the Fractal with some placements. Oh, it's gonna just. God, my goodness, were they on purpose now? I don't even know.
Yeah, so he did set up the vertical eye tuck setup.
Oh, yeah, that's the thing.
That's the thing now. They weren't really doing that back in your day.
I don't want to call it the meme of the current era because we have meme playing and it would be confusing, but
yeah, that is something that is in fashion right now.
It is in vogue, yeah.
It is every once in a while they come up with some new little thing and it's useful and it's good and it gets a name, and we have it. The VITS, the vertical eye tuck setup.
I'm trying to popularize the unnecessary error.
Yeah, I mean, you've certainly been exhibiting that for a long time.
The unforced misdrop.
Yeah, now you're just trying to make it popular.
We see everybody at home sees the qualifying scores, right?
Yes.
Oh, so I can at least kind of reference other players that are playing. So they exist. Everyone you see in green is currently playing, whether they're on this stream or not.
Right.
And so you can see some other players rising in the ranks as
That's
well.
a good thing to mention, Ben, is we got action, I believe, on Classic Tetris 2, if you're on Twitch, twitch.tv/Classic Tetris 2, and also Classic Tetris 3. And there's more qualifying going on those. Now, as far as like what's on YouTube, I don't actually know. Personally, no one's told me. But maybe there's something's going on YouTube.
We discussed it and we said don't tell Vandy any of this.
The other thing to know is that there is a prize pool for this tournament, and part of the purpose of the prize pool is to send a winner to Europe to play in a DAS championship, the CTWC DAS championship, which is in Germany.
I can't wait to go.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for sending me.
And the other thing to know about that prize pool, it is fan funded. So if you are a fan, this applies to you, and you're a fan.
Yeah.
So get on over to matcherino. So the way to access that is if you're in chat right now, use the matcherino command, ! Matcherino, MATCHERINO. That'll bring up the link that you can click on. You go there, and then you can log in. You don't even have to make an account because you already have an account. You have a Twitch account, a YouTube account, a Battle.net account will work, with your Battle.net account.
Never even heard of that.
Yeah, so that'll
work.
And then you can go there and you can contribute to the prize pool. We've already had one huge contribution from a great fan of the scene, Scott Gray, who contributed $3,000 to the prize pool.
My goodness.
Now, if you're watching right now, you don't have to. I mean, you can, but you don't have to.
I don't know where you are. If you're here live, I will buy you a beer. If you don't drink, I'll buy you a lemonade.
Yeah.
For doing such a thing, that's pretty awesome.
So you don't have to contribute that amount, but any amount you can contribute. 1, 5, 10, 20, whatever you're comfortable with. If you want to see events like this, especially for DAS, these kind of events that we're sort of bringing back, bringing kind of players from the past back into the fold, giving them an opportunity. It's a great way to show your support is to contribute to that prize pool. So do that. Matcherino command, click on the link, and do it.
Yeah. Now, Tetris is nothing if not a series of stories. And so I might as well tell a story. The first time I ever met Meme, since we're both from Minnesota, there was some Tetris thing at some place. And I sat down to play, and I sat down to play next to someone I didn't know. And it just happened to be Meme. And so I was playing like I play, blah, blah, blah. And this person next to me is like, max out, like every game. I'm like, what the heck is going on? And it turned out to be Meme.
And you're like, I thought I was the best player in Minnesota.
By then I already knew I was definitely not.
Yeah, were you ever? Because that Bo, right?
No,
Bo was from
Bo was worse than me for a time. So there was a time I was the best. But yeah, so Bo overtook me pretty quick, and then Batboy came in.
Right. But you were never on a trading card like Bo Steele was.
Oh, okay. He was on an official trading card.
Yeah, Topps, Allen, and Ginter trading card. I have it.
And I'm not going to... No, I shouldn't even tell this story. Maybe I should tell this story.
You should. He's not
Okay.
listening.
Oh, he's not. Yeah, that's
He
true.
doesn't
He's
care
definitely
anymore.
not listening. Now, he got on a trading card. Why did he get on a trading card? He happens to have an in. He knows a guy.
Oh.
I don't even want to say any more than that.
You don't know any
for fear of harming the
trading
innocent.
card community.
Nah.
So we got a red zone alert here up top for NGC Man, 833 on 25. Excellent, very maxable
Yeah.
score.
And just as a side note, I am now the ringer of the bell. I haven't gotten the opportunity yet, so please help me out. Oh, nice, dirty Tetris. You got to crack out the ivory soap for that one.
Because it's so dirty.
It's so dirty. You got
Need to clean up after.
Yeah.
Okay. It's good.
I'm already holding the bell.
Yeah,
That's how much I've sensed that this is going to go in a good direction. And I don't want to give commentators curse, but there's another Tetris.
Now, the thing that's important to know is that really only max outs count as a max out. So, a lot of times players go for 1.1 million, 1.2 million. That has no value in
No
the
value
qualifying
here.
at all.
We don't care. We will boo you if you get a 1.1.
Yeah. So this might be something that might apply to someone like Fractal right now. Who's got a
who's also got
924.
on level 24. I got the bell ready twice if I need to have it ready twice.
One bell, but twice ready.
Yeah.
So, all right,
Cool.
NGC Man has NGC Man
very
one line
close.
to go. So really, a triple will do it, and he's going in. He's going for the Tetris.
He's going
though.
for the Tetris.
He didn't use that bar.
Oh no.
Oh, and he does it for the Tetris and the max. for
NGC Man with the clutch.
Wow, that was he spun that. It was an L piece. He spun in.
Oh no! And then Fractal tops out.
Oh
My
no!
second belling has been denied.
Well, you can see there is a drought there going 28. And that is a kind of a squander for Fractal. 941 on that level.
That's tough.
That's a
That's
chip in
tough.
from there. So that drought really did him in.
I've long likened Tetris to bowling. Like getting a Tetris is like a strike. Getting a max out's like a 300 game. I just learned one of my good Tetris friends has gotten several 300-point games in bowling.
All right, let me think. Who's your Tetris friends?
Who are some people that I hang
Who
with?
are some Tetris friends? Who do you know? I don't know. You know everybody. You've been around a long time. All right, who is it?
It's Terry. Terry Purcell.
That does not surprise me in the least.
Yeah. The man can throw a ball.
So NGC Man, that's a second max for him, right?
It is?
Yeah,
Oh, they just
they're
haven't
updating
updated
the
it
thing.
yet.
And
So
that will put him in the lead in our qualifying.
In the lead. It puts Oscar in second. Oscar I kind of root for as well, just kind of because of the name.
Because the name Oscar, your son.
My son is named Oscar.
Is named Oscar. You didn't know that.
No.
What there were
and
Tetris
and
players
Oscar is also a nice guy.
Yeah.
So I root for him for that. But I'm a big NGC man fan, and he's in the lead, and I'm loving it.
It's kind of a throwback name, that Oscar, by the way. It's not a name that a lot of kids are being called nowadays.
Yeah, we got a lot of Norwegian in the family, and it's an old Norwegian name. And you see, our Oscar here is from Mexico. It's also common there.
Oh.
Actually, I was asked, do you have like a Spanish heritage in your family? I'm like, no. And I was like, it's common in two societies.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a great name.
I think
it's coming back.
I think of two famous Grouches.
Oh, yes.
Oscar the Grouch.
Oscar the Grouch and
then Oscar Madison from The Odd Couple.
Oh.
You know that movie?
I do.
That's right. That's a character.
Jeez. And Oscar, my Oscar, is occasionally quite grouchy in the morning. So.
All right, so 674 is the score to watch right now for Quay through 20, so very maxable here. Of course, still a long way to go.
Meme has moved into 4th place, which is the place I was in for a second. Of course, I qualified early. Yeah, I'm moving down quick. I'm at 11th. Part of what I do here is I just watch my name go down.
Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna be hanging on, clawing to the list here.
Yeah. And I don't know, like I see some names here of people who are great at tap, or not tap, like rolling, like Rhubarb is on another stream playing. I know, and I don't know if he's having a good qualifier or a bad qualifier because I don't know how he is with DAS, but
it's hard to know. So that's one of the things I think is interesting about this competition, where we're getting a lot of the kind of new school players, the players who've entered the scene in the last 5 years, as opposed to when you were during your Floruit. And so we know them as maybe they started as hyper tappers, they went into rolling, and we don't know them as DAS players. And so we don't know what they've got.
We don't know what they got. So this is our opportunity to find out. Now, Fractal, you had mentioned, got 6 in a row.
Yeah.
And so just judging off that, I don't want to say a person's having a suffer session, but from that perspective, he's got to be playing with a little rage in him.
Yeah, a little bit. Still,
and
37 minutes to go.
Rage for Fractal always comes off as smiling, because
yeah. See, if Fractal's smiling, look out.
Yeah, you're in real trouble.
So Quaid here, we're at red zone here, 909 through 202. Very maxable, 28 lines to go. There's a Tetris. 2 more Tetrises would do it.
Yep.
Does not need 2 Tetrises. You could get 1 and then just a lot of lines.
I'm glad to have the bell ready for an old man. Well, he pisses him off. We call him an old man. I don't know. But yeah, getting real close. He's got a good stack. He's slamming down a Tetris. Just needs 1 more.
Yep, just 14.
Could just be an amalgam of triples at this point.
Yeah, 2 triples, I believe, would do it. But we'll let him decide.
He's yelling. I always like to make him yell. I can't hear what he says.
And there's the Tetris for Quaid and a max out.
And I don't care. And I don't care. You get the bell. What did he say?
I don't know.
It doesn't even matter.
We're typical.
All right, so now it said earlier that Quaid was representing Canada, but here on the other side, Quaid has a different. I think is that India?
I don't know where that.
He's a dual citizenship.
Well, 1 year it was Antarctica.
Yeah. Oh, is that Ryan?
Oh.
He is an actual full citizen. Okay.
All right, we're learning.
He represents places of great cold.
Yeah.
Some of the northern parts of Canada known for being a little chilly.
Yeah. I mean, in contrast to his fiery demeanor,
there's. Oh, I'm not going to tell this.
See, the problem. Here's the problem. You know too much. You know too many things, and you have not the best filter.
Yeah,
this is the problem.
Actually, it's part of the solution. This is what the people want.
So I believe we have had additional contributions to the prize pool, because since the time I mentioned it, the number is higher. Now, you would think that I would have the list in front of me of people who've contributed so I can thank them.
Yeah.
I forgot it. I was supposed to bring it. I forgot it.
Well, there's this producer who sometimes talks in our ears. He's been very silent. I think you hurt his feelings.
I was subtly trying not to blame anyone except myself, but you ruined it.
Oh, I see.
I was trying to let someone say face, but you've ruined it.
I do know too much, and I have no filter.
So to whoever contributed to the prize pool since, or even before I mentioned it, thank you very much.
Yes. Quaid tops out. I don't know. Okay.
All right, Fractal, has got a game going here, 746 through 24.
Yeah, once again, Maxable, and I feel like this is the time it's going to happen. He's dialed in.
Now he's smiling at you, so look out, Ben. He's going to get you later.
He wants to smile with the happy smile, not the rage smile, and this is what's going to bring it out.
All right, there's a Tetris now over the 800. Yeah, I look at that 800 as like, okay, now we're kind of in the red zone. Yeah. We're waiting.
I've always felt like level 25 colors have a certain metallic-y aftertaste. Like
pennies.
Like a metal green. Yeah. Like the way copper is when it
kind of crusts over. Yeah. You see a crusty penny, it's green.
And then, of course, this is like level 26 is like iron ore.
Yeah.
Very much so.
Or like our great Statue of Liberty used to be the color of copper.
Yeah.
And it's not, that green patina is not how it was shipped to us originally.
And then level 27, I just dislike. I don't like these colors. They're really dark on the
No,
screen.
yeah, here they look great.
They do look great
on a
on
television.
screen.
These are extremely dark.
We're very close to Bell territory here for Fractal. Great board. I have no complaints.
Good.
Listen,
All right. Fractal with 5 lines to work with and about 11,000 points to get.
yeah, just needs the game to not be cruel.
No, that's asking a lot.
Yeah, that's a kind of a.
That
Oh, and
triple is
there we
gonna do
got there we got it. A beautiful game from Fractal.
The 1 million points finally for Fractal, and he's got 33 minutes left to try and get another one.
And I believe that will happen. I anticipate one more out of each of these folks.
Yeah, so I feel like getting the 1 max will get you probably into the top half at least of that bracket. That's what I think. And we've got a lot of players still left to qualify. Again, it's hard to know exactly what they've got, but I know I believe Dog and Andy are in town.
I suspect they will max out.
Yes.
This is a suspicion of mine.
In the DAS tournament that I started online, which just as a plug, you can go to twitch.tv/monthlytetris. It's called DAS Masters.
A great place to go.
Andy was the first winner of was the winner of the first one.
Yeah.
And think, oh, Andy, well, he's this rolling tapping kit. No, he won the DAS competition.
Yeah.
And the second month, the winner was
Dog
playing Tetris. You don't know these people as DAS players.
Amazing.
You think Ben Mullen would say, well, now it's my time.
I do
There's
now.
a competition for me. I'm coming in and I'm going to win.
I know them as DAS players now. And in fact, the moment I knew that I was screwed in this competition was I don't always comment on Twitch or do much in Tetris, but I just happened on Twitch one day and I said, well, what's Dog doing? And he was playing DAS, and I watched for about 30 minutes, and I said, well, that's the end of me.
Yeah. Yeah, I do think that there is some, there are probably some, embittered Tetris player who, kind of last played in 2015 and says, if it were for these rolling kids,
so
I'd still be at the top of the game. But what we're learning,
you have a new reason to give up.
is that the current best players are the best Tetris players. Right? So that's. And it's not. See, I think there was some in some people's minds. There was like, oh well, if I could move the pieces that high, I would be unstoppable, just like these kids. But what we're learning is that they are better stackers than you guys were 10 years ago.
Yeah, they simply are. Because to some extent, they stand on the shoulders of giants, of people like. Not me so much. I don't know if I was ever going to. But of Jonas, of course, they learned a lot from him, and they learned a lot from each other. And all these, I've heard it mentioned on stream that sometimes people would say that they don't stack as well, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
that used to be thought. And I actually never thought that. I thought that their stacking has always been good. It's slightly different when it's used for that, but I knew that when they turned their attention to DAS that we would be destroyed.
Yeah, back in the early days when hyper tapping was sort of on the rise, there was this phrase called "all tap, no stack."
Oh, really? Yeah.
And there were players that were thought to be all tap, no stack.
Well,
and that is just not true.
And maybe there were a few people who successfully got a max out or something with that kind of idea, but there's no one who's really, really good in winning things all the time. For whom that is true.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. And really, I think it's a misunderstanding of if you have new abilities, then your stacking is going to look different. So it's going to look bad to a DAS player what you do, but it looks good for what your abilities are.
It's sour grapes, graping is all it is. And I have no time for stuff like that.
You don't, and you're still here. Even though you've been utterly surpassed, completely obviated.
Let's lean into it more. Yeah, I've been demoralized. I have been trodden upon.
Yeah, but I'm
still here. I'm glad to be a part of the show at all.
You're glad they just let you into the building.
Yeah, I wouldn't let me in the building. I'm glad this guy. So speaking as a person who was up there playing, we don't get to see this up there. So I
No.
never knew how much I had to play. So it's nice when they yell it out. Yeah.
Yeah, there was no timer for me. So yeah, these players up here, they have a bit less than 29 minutes. So
Yeah. And so as it gets closer, we should be good at calling out like how much time is left, so that they know if they need.
yeah. Now I
scrub a
thought
game.
someone was gonna take care of that, like whatever. But I guess we have to do it.
Well, we're in a good position to do it. We can see the time. We can see the players.
And
They
we've
can
gotta
hear
be-
us. I can trash talk Quaid, and he can't even say anything back. It's really an ideal position for me.
Oh no, I don't think you're gonna stop him from saying anything back.
Well, he can say whatever he wants. I just can't hear it, and I don't
Yeah.
care.
And he's really gonna stay there. He's got to stay in that chair for a while.
Quaid, I'm kidding. I really can't hear you. But I love you. You're great. I'm still gonna trash talk you. All right, what's interesting here? The most Meme and NGC Man are the furthest along, both with great scores. So we could be ringing the bell. It's still a little early to be saying that, but good scores.
Yeah, you're just trying to ruin paces early. As well. But yeah, active players with max outs: NGC Man 2, Quaid 1, Fractal 1, Meme 1, and then AV Geek, who I think is on Classic Tetris 2, also.
Oh, with one and yeah. NGC Man with a board that leaves a bit to be desired, but burning it down and should get it down in time enough to still be on pace for Max.
Yeah, so
And
these next few pieces and lines would be critical in determining whether this is max.
Yeah, those last few pieces were friendly. If he can get a long bar, yes, good. Okay.
Okay, so yeah, this is maxable. We'll have to have some
Oh,
efficiency.
a
Nailed
very
that
nice spin. Very nice spin. It's good to see someone can time those. If you review the tape of my gameplay today, ooh, that's well, you could work with it.
I mean, look
This
at
man,
this kid.
this man. What can I say? My goodness.
Wow, amazing
What a
survival.
save.
But still work to be done. Sets up the fence and gets it. And
Oh
wow,
my God.
And he's pumped.
Personally, I would have taken that stack situation and just topped out
Right,
and
you
given
said,
up.
well, let me try to get another game
Yeah.
in.
Incredible.
Okay.
And sets up a, what is that?
So there's one he needs.
Oh, yeah,
he needs one and change.
And change, just a tiny bit of change. And he's got
He's
just
very-
enough space to do it.
Yep, he's got very flat
That's
stack
the
here.
change.
That's the change. Here
And
it is.
was that
and
going to
he
be it?
gets
That's going to be it. We got a bell. NGC Man, rock.
Oh, and there's one for Meme as
And
well.
one for Meme as well. Oh my, I wasn't even looking.
We're gonna have to get a new bell.
NGC Man and Meme both forces of nature.
So that's gonna be, as soon as the leaderboard's updated, that's gonna be 3 for NGC, 2 for Meme. We got Fractal working on one here.
Yeah, that'll put Meme in third currently. And I don't know what Meme's hand signaling there is. I'm curious. I can never hear it.
Said something.
These headphones are
Yeah.
a disaster.
Oh, your capture broke? Oh.
Just play.
Just play Tetris.
Just play Tetris.
You're fine.
It really is an audio.
All right, red zone here alert for Fractal here on 27.
Oh, other stories about Tetris. I almost didn't make it here on time.
You did.
It was actually Blue Scooty's mom who helped me get in.
Oh.
Because she was like, you got to cut the line. He'll let you in if you're playing.
Oh, you didn't get a red band.
No, I had the thing, but I didn't know that there would be a queue line about 7,000
yeah, you gotta
miles
get the
long.
red band. That's what gets you in. And there it is, the max out for Fractal. So he's got 2 on the day.
Woo!
It's got to feel good. Frustrating first hour for Fractal, but
Yeah, now Fractal is
Now
really
they're
doing
coming.
it. And I feel bad as a commentator because I didn't even see that coming.
Yeah,
I wasn't watching his screen.
I
at
tried to
all.
warn you like 6 times.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, yep, I did. But I mean, this has got to be the most max outs
Yeah.
with this grip.
So you can really see the difference in commentating strategies. Like
Yeah.
when Sharky's here, he knows everything that's going on and is giving great updates. And with me, Sometimes I know a max out happened only after the fact. Thanks for having me here.
Yeah, and usually after some long story about, well, back in 2016,
Oh, back in my day.
Frank Westfall,
Frank
one time, you know.
I just wanted to. You want to hear a story about Frank Westfall? Don't get in an automobile with that man. He drives like a crazy person. He never hits anything. I was so afraid for my life.
Oh no!
I gotta clip that and send it to him.
Don't get into an automobile with,
with Frank Westfall.
with Frank Westfall. Yeah, see, you got a story for everyone.
Oh yeah, you.
Let's see. That should be a game.
Do you want to just name a person?
Just name a person and see if
I might have to lie to tell.
Yeah,
the
make
story.
one up.
And I'm willing. To.
Mike Winseneck.
Oh, me and Mike go way back because we went to the MGC every year.
Okay.
And he, in the movie, remember the original movie? I won that competition. I did so bad in that. I was second from last, and they would kick out the last place every time. So I was second from last every round, and he got second place. He deserved first place.
So yeah, so Ben has a story about everyone.
We got 22 minutes and 45 seconds left right now. Just like to give you guys updates on that.
22 minutes.
And everyone on the stream we're looking at has already well qualified. So it's all icing on the cake from here.
Yeah, it's all seeding. See, the players
all
will be
seeding.
seeded according to how they end up in qualifiers.
And you know, it's its own competition in and of itself. Who can qualify the highest? So that's
Yeah, this is one of the things that, especially for the World Championship, the players do go back and talk about. They all remember.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
But they all remember, like, oh, yeah, remember when Dog got, 13 maxes in 2020? Like, oh, no, but he got 12 that other year. They all know.
They know everything. And they have no filter.
They don't. They don't.
They have a filter.
Yeah. This is something that they do remember. They are sort of benchmarks that they refer to very often. So.
Quaid has a top out, but no fear, he has free health care. As a Canadian
Yes,
citizen,
as a Canadian, Quaid will be fine.
He can go get a checkup after this, free of charge.
Well, yeah, I mean, it'll take him 8 months to get it, but
Oh, yeah.
he'll get it. It's free.
He's got to walk all the way to Canada.
All right, so we're early in the games for these players. All of them have maxed.
Fractal holds that controller like he's about to play a pan flute.
Yeah, somebody was calling it the recorder grip.
Oh, the recorder grip, yeah.
But I think Fractal does have a name for it, and don't tell us now. You can tell us later.
Yeah, we genuinely
Can't hear you.
can't hear you guys.
Yeah.
So if you keep,
He's gonna
if it's the pan flute hold, it kind of makes him the Yanni of Das in a different way than our Yanni.
the Yanni,
the other
different
Yanni.
yeah, different Yanni.
Which is a guy I miss. I should just say things about people who aren't here so I can clip them later and send them to them. Yanni, I miss you. Come back.
So now that we've started these online DAS competitions,
Yeah.
I think Yanni's going to come back because I believe that a cartridge has been shipped out to him. The competition cartridge.
And I know I am a bad member of the community in terms of doing things online. You get me against Yanni, and I will be there losing to him.
Oh, wait.
With bells on. This specific bell will be on me.
I think this is like more Kingsman territory. He wants like a best of 99 between Mullen and Yanni.
Oh, that would be so much fun.
Yeah, Kingsman, get it.
The
that.
passion.
Do you have the
Did he-
competition cartridge?
I have a what is it called?
It's like a gymnasium for
I have a
Tetris?
gym.
Okay.
I have a Tetris gym.
Okay.
That's the.
That is the competition cartridge
Okay.
of which I speak.
Okay.
All right, that's what you need.
This is how little I know. All right, who's it looks like Fractal has a 570 at 116.
116.
That's all right.
This is when, for me,
Take it.
I personally start to get like, oh my God, this could be the game that I wax
Yeah.
out finally.
And that's why, and that's exactly then the nerves come in.
Yeah. All right, and
NGC Man's transition with a 530, which is right on pace.
Yeah,
So,
Meme with a healthy score here on level 21.
And Quaid also has a good score. It's early, so we'll just let it become later for that.
I think the only problem with that Yanni match would be getting him on stencil.
Well, I am proud to announce that I am stencil perfect always.
Good.
The
You're
one thing I can do.
Yeah, you've always been excellent at stencil. Stencil Olympics, you're getting a gold
Yeah,
medal.
yeah. The gameplay. Yeah. And you'll notice here today, all of the stencils are already perfect because we had great staff here to make them perfect ahead of time.
Yes, using Nestris Champs.
Oh.
Nestris Champs made by Yobi, right? So it's sort of in the old days we had what they called Tray Vision, but we now have something called Nestris Champs.
What a community we have.
I know.
Of
People just making
geniuses.
stuff for free.
And people, there are so many people in this community who do and maintain so much
Yeah.
to make it awesome. Fractal is yelling something. He has a great score rate. Oh, maybe it's about how great his score rate is. And I got the bell ready. I got the bell ready for all of you because I see a lot of good things happening, frankly, right now. It would be cool to see 4 maxes at once.
the same time.
Yeah. Or at least from the same game. And, you know, he just throws in a misdrop as swag, I think,
Yeah,
just to
uh-oh.
mess with me.
Early shift there for
That
Mike.
actually might be a bit of a challenge.
All right, we'll let him work that out.
Yeah.
8:55 red zone here for Meme.
Also some troubles for NGC, man. Meme is in the zone with a good board. Ooh, NGC man gets that over.
Yeah, that seemed like a quick tap.
Yeah. And Fractal will top out. Oh, and NGC man will top out, leaving only Meme and Quaid remaining in this
All right,
game.
so Meme 1 away.
1 away. Almost exactly 1 away. And here is
There's
that
the
one.
bar in the Tetris for Meme and another max out.
Minnesota Meme doing it right by the state.
Are these bells muted, by the way? They seem like they don't seem very loud, these bells.
I'm ringing them with all I've got.
Yeah. Are you sure it's, no, there's something not loud about them.
I hate to ring it out of order.
Oh, it's
We'll have
still,
to wait
it's still
until the
the
next
meme
time.
one. It's
Oh,
still
we're-
worse.
No, I'm not
All right, don't
gonna.
do it. And AV Geek on
AV Geek.
CT2 on Classic Tetris 2 with another.
Oh, wait, yeah, that's really.
Now you get to do it.
I get to do it.
All right, players, 16 minutes, if that means anything to you. 16 minutes. 1-6.
It should mean something to everybody. It means 16 minutes remain.
It means you could start right now and get 2 full
Max out.
max outs and
Yeah.
maybe
Maybe a
you're
third,
quick.
if you're
maybe
quick,
start
yeah.
a game real quick.
So push down, guys.
And you can see Fractal with the 19 start.
Yeah, what an interesting strategy. Let's see if it pays off, Cotton. And it doesn't.
It does not. But we'll see if he's.
But it probably, certainly a swag move. The most interesting board right now is probably Quaid because he's further along in that same game everyone else had already finished. Doing well. Got a good score. Would it be Quaid's second max out?
He's had multiple max outs in qualifying before.
Yeah. This is
Oh, this
getting
drought.
scary.
Oh, wow.
He could come out of it though with the right pieces. Man, it's hard to commentate because it's so exciting to watch this dig.
I'm
I
mesmerized.
would really like to see this work out. You can tell he drives a manual car because he's so clutch.
I knew where you were going with that.
You knew the whole time?
Right when you said, before he even said clutch. I'm like, oh, it's amazing. All right, setting up that center well.
Center well up high, not that high, but a little high, and boom. Oh, wow.
Oh, no, you can say whatever you want.
I can say whatever I want.
You can say it. You're from the boom
It does
era.
feel right. Is Chris here, by the way? Have I seen him?
Chris is or will be here. At
Oh, no, I did see him. I did actually see him once already. There's just so many people in the community now. I sometimes.
And
Harry Hong has
Say hello to the
joined
folks,
the
Harry
chat.
Hong.
Say things.
Hello, hello.
All right, Harry Hong is here to wish us whatever. I don't know. What are you here to do?
Are you here to win? Are you here to... What are you here to do?
He's here to touch us uncomfortably on the shoulders.
Oh, no, it's comfortably.
Oh, my
It's
goodness.
comfortable. I'm comfortable.
One uncomfortable, here's uncomfortable.
I'm very comfortable. I don't know about you.
And here we are on a G-rated chat.
That's it. So Harry Hong is in the house. I've seen so many legends in the house. I've seen him. I believe I've seen Robin. Did I see Robin?
Mahara's around.
Mahara's around.
Yeah.
Okay. Those are the two legends.
I'm still so mesmerized by Quaid. It's still doable. It
Yeah,
remains
it's
doable. He's
still
been
very
fighting
doable.
very hard. Needs the right stuff right now, and that's part of it. That's the other part
wow.
of it.
Wow.
I wouldn't have gotten that over, frankly. Just give him a long bar. Bail the guy. Oh my God.
Oh, this game.
Stupid game.
Stupid.
Sometimes the game is dumb and it should be called out for its intransience or whatever that word is.
Intransigence?
Intransigence, yes.
Yeah. It's obstinate.
That was a heartbreaker.
Yeah, that should have been a max.
Ben Mullen now down to 12th place, and I think that we have to thank AV Geeks max out. AV Geek now up to 3 max out.
3 max.
I didn't even see that happen. Of course, it's not on our stream, but that's a healthy number.
Yeah, you got 0 max outs.
Yeah, it's a nice round number. The roundest number there is.
Yeah. It's a very round number. Oh, Fractal fighting up near the top of the stack here.
We've yet to see a perfect clear today, which doesn't matter.
Yeah, you get nothing for it.
No points for
But
it.
it looks cool.
Yeah, give us some swag over there. Come on. Now someone's going to try to do it and top out. Please don't do anything.
Yeah, don't
do anything because I say things.
Right.
I'm just a idiot commentator.
And there were some who would tell you that if you get a perfect clear, you're doing something wrong because the stack that you're left with, an empty stack, is not. It's a suboptimal stack.
It's an annoying stack to
Yeah.
deal with, honestly.
So if you even have the opportunity, you should not take
A
it.
little bumpiness is good
Yep.
in a game. Not as much as Meme currently has, but a little is good.
I can't resist. If I can get the
Yeah.
perfect clear, I'm getting it.
Oh, I'm getting that perfect clear, baby. One of my favorite YouTube or videos in Tetris is of Yanni. You know the Super Saiyan video?
Mhm.
And he gets a perfect clear in it.
And he
The
just-
commentator in that is so inspiring. He inspired me to be a better commentator. I haven't been a better commentator.
No,
But
but
that
you
was some of
feel
the
inspired.
best commentary I've ever seen. I was so excited.
So 11 minutes are remaining for our players.
Yep.
Just so they know where they are at.
So time yourselves appropriately, gentlemen.
I don't want to give
Ladies.
too many, I don't want to be like, all right, now there's 10, now there's 9. That can
Oh, yeah, we
rattle
don't
you
want
a
to,
bit.
yeah.
That can
Give
rattle.
every couple of minutes, maybe.
Yeah.
Like in between when someone ends a game.
That's a good time to do it.
Yeah. What do we got here? So NGC Man's on a good pace, got a good stack.
And
So that's kind of the one to watch at the moment. Fractal is nearing a good transition. Because I always call 520 a good transition, and he's still got a ways to go.
all right.
NGC Man, you can tell, he's pumped up, excited, ready to go. Still in the lead overall, even though Meme and AV Geek both have 3 as well. Still got the best kicker. And people like me only have a kicker.
Yeah, kicker only.
Oh, I should get a T-shirt made to that effect.
Kicker only.
Kicker only.
Yeah, so you and no one else around you when you would wear that shirt. What
Yeah, a
does that
bit
mean?
too deep a cut for anything. I go to a football game and be like, "Are you a kicker?" No, it means I only get kickers in Tetris competitions.
Oh, what
What?
is that? Well, what it is, you got to
First, you got to explain what Tetris is.
Yeah.
And they're gonna be like, "What?" No. What when I say what Tetris is, then they'll be like, "Oh, do you know Blue Scooty?"
We were at the pizza place last night, and there's a big line of people. Were you there?
No.
We didn't invite you.
Yeah.
So I don't know. There's a line at a pizza place. There's a bunch of people there.
Yeah.
And somehow, we were talking and something. Some guy behind us got the sense that is there something about gaming? Are you guys gaming related? Like,
Yeah.
Tetris. He's like, oh, like rolling? Just a
Yeah.
random guy on the
This
pizza
is
line.
people know rolling.
People
because of
know
this guy.
rolling. And they know nothing else, by the way. because-
Legitimately, I'll be like, oh, I've been to like every world championship. They have world championships for Tetris, and they'll be like, have you met Blue Scooty? That's the only thing they'll say.
Yeah. And this guy,
That's what.
they don't even know where they learned it. Like, they're like, oh, some guy was like, oh, if you learned about rolling, you probably learned it from this guy
Which-
that's over here, Game
it's-
Scout. They're like, I don't know who that is.
It's always great, and it gets a lot of notoriety to be the first to do something. But I always point out, yes, I know Blue Scooty. He's one of the greatest in the world. You should look into these other guys too.
Oh,
and
another
NBC
max out
man!
for
I wasn't
NBC
even
man.
looking. Solidifying that first place situation.
Yeah, that is a fourth max out for NGC man. He's got time, 8 minutes.
His kicker alone would put him in this tournament, and yet he persists.
All right, we've got so NGC man here knows he has 8 minutes left. Going to try to max off of a 19 start because that would give him enough time to start another one. If he doesn't get it here, he can safely go back to 18 starts.
That's a really bold play, but I mean,
It's kind of free.
It's
because
kind of awesome.
Because it's free because this is like really his only chance to get 2 off of this. And,
Yeah.
And if he doesn't get it,
Yeah.
then he's basically can just go back to 18.
you know what that tells you? The man can math.
He can.
He can math.
He can.
He's
And-
probably a math major. I wonder what these guys, all these folks are majoring in. Most of these folks are in college, I assume.
Yeah, NGC man, actuarial science.
Oh, actuarial science.
He's an actuary.
Actuarially, huh?
So risk management.
Yeah. This is what he does very well here.
Yeah, this
he
is
manages
he's
risk.
well suited for
The
this.
whole thing is about.
But a lot of players, they do this math.
Oh,
They-
missed that T-spin.
They do this math about like how they can squeeze in exactly, use the time that they have to get as much as they can.
Yeah.
You'll see Fractal looking up at the
Yeah.
time a lot.
Oh,
trying to-
speaking of Fractal, we got a close one here.
we're in the red zone here.
We're in the red zone. Meme was running into trouble, topped out.
All right, looks like
But
Fractal's going to be forced into a left well situation here. Ends up taking it down.
Had to take it down a bit. Give Fractal a long bar, please. Just do it, game.
Gets it over.
Gets it.
And
a little
triple
more,
for the
and we
max
got
out for Fractal.
a Fractal Max. And that'll put Fractal right into second place. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, it is. It is second place.
Yeah, 3 maxes, and then the 965 kicker is second place for Fractal.
It is.
Oh, look at this! Look at this drought! Look at this drought! NGC man
Ooh,
drought.
NGC man.
58.
Fighting hard. 61. My
He's right.
goodness.
Finally, a couple of bars here.
Incredible that he's survived it.
Yeah, but you can see 128 through 61 lines. This is almost certainly not going to be maxable.
Yeah. Is it the right idea to just restart now? We need an actuarial scientist to figure this one out. I have no idea. And none of that was his fault. He just got droughted so bad. 5 minutes and 30 seconds left at the tone.
The tone. Yeah, it's nobody knows what that
Nobody
is.
knows. You got to be old. Before we had accurate clocks, we would listen to a specific radio station, and it would be like, it is 9 p.m. at the tone.
Or you would call. There was if you remember the phone.
Oh, yeah.
You would call on the phone, and you could get the time, and set your watch to or clock to the time on the phone.
One of my favorite websites in the early days of the internet was the Atomic Clock website. I'd be like, I know exactly what time it is.
I know it's exactly. Through the power of cesium atoms.
It's actually one of my favorite things about modernity is that nobody gets to disagree on what time it is. Remember back in the day, there'd be meetings or school would start and be like, you'd be like, oh, you're late. My watch says blah, blah, blah. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Enough.
Now everyone's got the same time.
Yeah, we all agree on what time it is.
I know. One by one, technology has been taking away all my excuses for being a slacker.
That's true. That was honestly really annoying in the 80s and 90s.
Oh no, I used it to my advantage.
You were the one. You were the one pissing me off, probably.
I was the one.
All right, NGC Man's lead is almost looking, I don't want to say comfortable, but it would take another person both to max and get a higher kicker. So at least his lead will persist
At least for the players.
until the next round of play.
Yeah. Now, of course, we only see these 4 players on our screen here on
Well, I'm looking
TV
at the
Classic Tetris.
Oh,
But we don't know what these other games in progress. Well, yeah. Okay,
well, even
you're
the
right.
ones in progress. Yeah.
You're right. Well, too, maybe. Yeah, none of them. Yeah, so it looks like NGC Man probably going to exit this qualifying session as the
current
leader.
And will it last? It's possible, but I mean, we got huge heavy hitters coming. We got the brothers.
Artiaga.
Yeah. Yeah, the brothers Artiaga. And we got the Sharkies.
Yeah, Sharky is not
we
qualified.
We got a lot coming, yeah. You're going to get time updates a little more often from me as time comes close. It's going to be 3:05 right now.
All right, so
left.
3 minutes, players. 3 minutes.
See, I said 3:05 because I like to be very specific.
Yeah.
Very specific.
Yeah. I don't know if they need that level of specificity.
They don't, but they're going to get it from me. I don't want to produce a skill stop error, a time stop error. Fractal with some what might have been misdrops or just things smarter than I can understand because they worked out perfectly.
Yeah, that is always the challenge as someone who is not anywhere near this player's level. It's like, I think it's a misdrop. Is that on purpose?
It's certainly
Okay.
Additionally, GameScout has asked me to remind you that you have not had your headshot taken. Please, after you have finished, go over to the headshot area. Thank you.
the headshot's not important for you at home because you can't get here quick enough. But I will tell you this: I got my headshot taken, and it's beautiful.
I bet it is. I mean, do they need a new one for you? Haven't aged.
No, I don't age. I age quickly while I'm here in Portland.
You only age in Portland.
Yeah.
All right, get all your aging done, and this weekend, the rest of the year, no aging.
I'm a pretty healthy guy outside of here. Just get a run in every day.
All right, players, we're coming up on 90 seconds left.
Yeah, so you would basically need to top out. If you don't like the game you're in, you need to top out pretty soon and start your last game.
I think all these players are have reasonable scores, but it's also a function of the board.
Some of their stats are no fun, though. So it's like, I don't know.
That's up to them.
That's up to them.
All we can do is give them the information.
We give information. We give times. Oh, very nice. Very nice stack management from Quaid with the spin he had there.
All right, so it's 1 minute, and then we'll give one more at 30 seconds, I think is reasonable.
Yeah, because that's like either do it or don't.
Right.
It's 30 seconds. Yeah. A lot of good stacks. I can't see them doing it because they all got pretty good stuff going on. But 30 seconds is coming up right now.
30 seconds, players.
Either restart a game or stick with it. And it looks like you're probably going to stick with it because I'd be almost sketchy to do at this point.
Yeah, I think everybody's games here are worth sticking with.
Yeah.
Possibly with section of, well, I'm not going to say no. But
Yeah.
Because now they can't do anything about it.
Yeah, now you can't do anything. You are, this is it.
You are locked
This
in.
is it. One, and that is time.
Yeah.
So no more games.
Yeah, time has expired. Players up there on our stream. So this is your game.
And I'd love to see 4 max outs. It's possible. Quaid just transitioned with 5.16. Very maxable.
Yeah, on that center well, as usual.
Meme is the furthest along and a great score, a great stack.
If she can max this, she'd be in second.
And I'm a believer. I would love to see a Minnesota second.
A Minnesota second.
Yeah.
How does that relate to our regular Imperial seconds?
It's a little. I have no idea. I have no comeback to that.
Yeah. Well, that was faster than a Minnesota second.
One of Minnesota's claims to fame.
Right.
No water flows into our state.
Oh.
It all flows out.
Out.
Yeah.
Where does it come from?
Rain, I guess, because nothing comes in, so it's just whatever falls on us we have.
Wow. The source of the Mississippi.
Yeah.
Is that in Minnesota?
It is.
Sort of.
I don't like that they use the Mississippi. That's a whole other discussion.
There's a bunch of tributaries.
Well, I feel like the Missouri is the actual river that should be named the main one because it's actually longer.
Oh.
I think its flow rate is slightly lower at the point they converge.
Right.
So it's actually a really close call on why it would be Mississippi and not
Mississippi is just very flashy because it's like
it's
right down the middle.
It's got like a. But if we were to say it was the Missouri and Quaid is going to top out, that ends his run. But it's a great run. He got a max out in a 994 kicker. I would kill for that. I mean, I wouldn't kill a human.
Yeah,
I'd like
please.
maybe a fly.
Yeah, if you're listening, law enforcement, do not send it.
I would that.
So meme red zone here. 2 Tetrises would do it. Has some work to do to clear this away.
Yeah, this is a little bit of work. So this is an interesting one. That's a fortunate bit.
Now really,
that's good.
We're just about one would do it with these burns now. So now one would
give her a long bar. Yes.
There's a Tetris,
yes.
and there it is, the max
meme.
for meme.
Can you hear me now? This time?
So there it is, another max out for meme. That's going to be 4 max outs.
Incredible. With an 842 kicker, that's second place.
And NGC man though still working. Oh, Fractal is topped out.
Yeah.
With a 644, so that's going to do it for Fractal. 3 max outs, that's enough. That's plenty.
Yeah.
You don't need any more.
Plenty.
Than that.
You're
just
fine.
piling. Right now, NGC man just piling on.
Piling on.
Yeah.
But I would love to see, because this is how we fight for the future. Because he's got to fight against who's going to qualify next, and if he can get 5 with the 976 kicker, that's a big difference from 4.
Yeah, the higher you can qualify, the lower the seed that you'll end up having to play ultimately, and just the easier chance, better chance of getting easier matchups.
Itself almost barely matters, but it's like bragging rights. That's the biggest thing is bragging rights. This is tough. This is honestly tough, but.
Yeah, if you come in first, everyone's going to remember who came in first. I mean, we're not going to remember.
I won't.
I don't remember
too old to remember that.
Year,
we're too old to remember this.
Yeah, but
all the kids will
remember. Oh, and he's got
what a great Tetris that was.
And
that was really something.
See, he knows the situation. He knows where his score is relative to his max chances, and he knows he has to be aggressive to get this one.
This is actuarial gameplay right here.
Oh my goodness. Down the middle, and he's
and
he's going to top out.
What a performance by NGC man. And by Meme, and by Fractal, and by Quaid.
And we still have players over on who are active on Classic Tetris 2 if you're watching on Twitch. So you can watch over there. Make sure you're watching there all day to see other qualifiers. AV Geek with 3 max outs over on CT2. So there are other players maxing out over there. And now players are getting their congratulations. They're standing up. They're done. It's over.
See, this is though why I think something like a 720 might be 48. All the good players filling up the top. But we got 2 more rounds, or
is it 2 more?
Yeah, I don't think we have enough players to fill out the top for it to be such that you'd have like 850. I don't think it would get all the way to red shirt.
Right. All right.
Oh, look at us.
We have to look at ourselves.
We can see ourselves?
That's awkward.
Man, I had forgotten.
Yeah.
How good looking we are.
You look good.
You look good.
I look amazing. Yes.
That's right. That's right.
But anyway, an excellent, exciting qualifying time. We had NGC Man took first place. Fractal, Meme in there with multiple max outs. So overall, a very productive session for top players.
Very productive session. And now, who's coming in next? Do we continue to commentate? Are we signing off?
I don't know. I want to leave, but I mean.
Oh yeah, I part of me wants to leave too at some point. But I also love being here. I love you guys at home. I wish we could reach. I should have had chat up. Oh, we're switching it.
Okay.
Sign up.
All right. Yes. So anyway, thank you. We're going to set up our next round of qualifiers.
Yeah.
That'll be coming to you momentarily. And the one thing you want to make sure to do is head over to if you're watching right now, use the matcherino command. That'll bring up the link and allow you to contribute to the prize pool.
Yeah.
We will send our winner to Germany.
Germany.
Play in the CTWC DAS Championship.
Yeah.
Ben
All right.
Mullen, it's awkward to have yourself looking at yourself while you're talking.
It is. It actually, I kind of like it.
Yeah,
it's been a pleasure commentating with you.
Has it?
Maybe we'll do it more later. I don't know. I haven't even looked at the schedule. I'm totally unprepared.
I don't know. All right, great. Well, thank you, Ben. And stick around for more qualifying action.
All right. Goodbye, Tetris community.
Well, Chris, here we are.
Here we are.
It's the Jonas Cup. We're getting the rules from our on-stream referee, Ren, who's going over the rules for our qualifiers. We've got 12 fantastic players that are going to go in our final qualifying block. We're going to see 4 of the best on our channel here.
Oh, yeah. The stars have come out for the Jonas Cup.
And the stars can align for all of them today. On our channel here, CT1, you're going to get Pixel Andy, Dog playing Tetris, It's Sharky, and the mayor himself is here, Chris.
Harry Hogg
Harry Hogg.
has returned.
What does it mean here for us as a community that the mayor is here to celebrate the inaugural Jonas Cup?
Well, the reason why the Jonas Cup is so iconic is because of Jonas, but the rivalry between Harry and Jonas is how the story was told, getting to become a 7-time world champion. You don't have the Jonas story without the Harry story. So it's really amazing to have Harry come back for the Jonas Cup in its inaugural year, and to see that the old guards still can cut it against the new generation of players that Jonas Neubauer himself ushered in.
And absolutely, we're gonna see today, the final batch of qualifiers, and then we're gonna get into bracket play today. But the most important thing that we get out of this today, Chris, is that we're gonna see the new and the old kind of collaborate really under the same house rules, right?
Right.
Usually in the past few years, we've been seeing a little bit of that, but with the open play, you've got rolling, tapping, and so on. That kind of make it feel like a DAS player has a certain limitation, right? But today, we're all in the same field. So
Yeah, it loves the playing field, and it really, it'll be a masterclass in stacking and strategy and working with the limitations that the DAS playstyle has to deal with. It'll be exciting to see the new generation of players, what they can do with that, as well as the old guard fighting the best fight they can and show these young players that they've still got it.
Absolutely. So, folks, the time has come. We are getting set for the final batch of qualifiers. As mentioned on our channel, you're going to get Andy, Dog, Sharky, and Harry. They will be playing here on CT2. You're going to get Alex Kerr, Matt Martin, Svabar, and the Blue Scooty. So again, another interesting generations that we're seeing there. And on CT3, you'll get a plethora over there. No, DMJ is over there. He's got the Jonas jacket on, so maybe looking for that inspiration that helped him get to top 8 this year at the Open. So we're getting set. Judges will let us know when players are ready so we can kick off the final group of qualifiers.
It's going to be a banger. Banger Tetris.
I think we have a thumbs up,
right.
I believe. So, folks, it's time. The final group of qualifiers to go for the Jonas Cup. Chris, let's count them down.
We'll go from 3, 2, 1, Tetris! Tetris.
And the Buko chant is being heard all around the world. We're started here, Chris. Let's go!
As with tradition, the Buko chant. Yes, and we have started. These players have 90 minutes to get the max outs, as many as they can, in the allotted time.
Now, Chris, you recently were hosting together the Best of 99 finale with Sharky and Jeff playing
the final episode.
And we saw Jeff get a max out.
Jeff's on the board.
He's on the board. He's up, top 8 right now. He's sitting. That may change later today. We'll see how it goes because we got quite a group that's going right now. On our screen.
We've got heavy hitters here, and Pixel Andy and Dog on opposite sides. Even though they're not playing against each other head to head, they are on the stage together, and we have noticed they play better when you put both of them up there.
Oh, absolutely. Maybe a little friendly rivalry right there. Like, hey, I'm going to max out first. No, I'm going to max out first, right?
Right. That legendary run that they've had where they were just trading back and forth maxes, making that record a few years ago.
Absolutely.
So Harry had a restart there. Sometimes when you just don't feel it in the game, it might be better to save that time and reset the game.
Yeah, certainly. He's been working, this week to get the grip going. It's a Harry staple that he needs to make sure that is at its maximum peak in order for him to compete at the highest level. So we'll see. Meanwhile, Sharky's coming in with a very hot hand. We got to see him finish out the Best of 99, break records all over the place.
Oh yeah,
max outs galore. So his goal today. He was telling everybody 6 max outs.
Wow. Oh wow. Okay. Well, that would knock NGC Man down to number 2 if that took place. So you shoot for the moon, and we'll see where that lands you. But yeah, Sharky definitely on a hot streak, coming off the Best of 99, really raising the bar in terms of DAS performance.
Well, hopefully I'm not raising the bar too much because you can see there, Chris, I'm sitting at number 29 right now. So, I don't know. I got a lucky 714. We'll see if that holds to make it.
Yeah, if you're on the brink there, who will be the one to knock off the king?
I don't think I will be too disappointed in that, Chris.
That's a good score, though. That's
After
that would have got you in the brackets, just a few years ago.
True, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
like in the real CTWC main event, right?
I could have been, up
Yeah.
there.
It's funny how that works. We have new generations of players taking up the game and learning the game so fast, performing so well. When some of us dinosaurs could have learned, or gone for it back when it was easy, and well, now we've got, tougher opponents to fight.
Most certainly, like the two youngsters that we're looking at the bottom, two-time world champion Dog.
Oh yeah.
And his brother, a finalist back in 2020, perennial, top 4, top 8.
Yeah, two of the most consistent players, always performing well.
And early days here, Chris. Good score for Andy. Look at that through 86 lines, 445.
Yeah, Andy's doing great here. Both Andy and Dog are in the first game. So is Sharky. Harry on the second attempt after resetting.
And you can see the Tetris rates here for our players. 75% for Sharky, 87% for Andy, and 79% for
Oh, yeah,
Dog.
88 now for Andy. It's going up, so he's got very few burns in the sequence here. Could see a very impressive transition score for Das at that.
And that's the thing most people may have forgotten here, Chris, that Andy was originally a DAS player
That's
when
right.
it first started. So this is not something new for him, and he's,
Probably
talked about that
right
back in
out of the
June.
field here, having the most versatility, having played all three play styles.
Yes.
Having to know the limitations of all the play styles and being able to leverage it coming back to DAS.
Correct. And the thing is, he's been kind of nursing an injury that has precluded him from getting rolling back into his arsenal, but he's found
so
DAS again.
Right,
He's
as
found DAS
far
as
as
his play.
younger players are concerned, his DAS game might be more practiced and stronger at this point.
So we're looking at 600 coming in for Andy.
612 for Andy on DAS, 85% Tetris rate, 6 lines to transition. Monster score, boom, Tetris for Andy, 636.
And this is his first game, Chris. So
Yeah.
we're going to see how efficient he can play. 19 speed as a dasser, no matter how good you are, can catch you off guard at any moment, but so far, off to a good
660.
start.
Getting that awesome transition score. Dog doing great with 564 pre-transition, and Sharky at 528, 119 lines. So a few lines to give before transition for both of them. You know what happens when Dog hits level 19. Dog gets unleashed, scoring even higher than usual. So we'll see if that plays a factor here.
He's getting set to transition in about 5 lines. Sharky will join in one more burn. The mayor himself, Harry Hong.
Harry up high, needs some good pieces to get that down. Really use a long bar, gets it, and boom, Tetris for Harry. Nice dirty setup there. Gonna want to burn that down before transition. It's coming in 8 lines. Sharky just hit level 19 himself, 604. And 622 for Dog into the 19 as well. Set up for a Tetris.
Off and running we go. Everyone's in the transition. Harry in a second game. Everybody else still playing their first one. So this will be the key that we watch along for efficiency, because you're having a good game. You don't want to throw it away. Get a good score in. At least get a kicker in, right?
Yeah. Well, if the score was taken down. I think they still have to take a little bit of time to choose whether or not it's worth waiting for the judge to take the kicker score.
Well, yeah, I would think that this first game for our players here, not too bad. I would say if you're definitely Andy, I would take a 790 off the bat. 820.
Yeah. At this point,
if he tops out, I'm raising my hand definitely.
821 for Andy, continuing the aggression, and Dog Tetrising there. 741. Sharky 743. Sharky and Dog are neck and neck here in their first game in quals.
And Sharky had mentioned that he and Dog and Andy have been kind of sparring with each other, so it's nice to see the continued battle between these two.
That sounds like a really great training regimen. Some of the best players in the world playing with each other to, just to become even better than their world-class play is now.
And this is a treat that we're going to watch right now here, Chris, that we're going to see Sharky, those quick taps he was just putting on display moments ago.
Sharky just, so consistent with the quick tap. I remember when quick tap was such a special thing. We'd see Green Tea do it once and then twice, and it would just blow our minds. But Sharky just bussing them out at will.
It's crazy how much he can do it. There's another there with a long bar to the left.
Playing with fire, but just extinguishing it with that quick tap. Boom, Tetris for Dog, 879. That Tetris rate increasing 70. And getting hit by a drought, 33 pieces. Oh man, Andy is going to need a long bar soon. Gets it finally, 37 drought.
And there's the max for Andy. He's on the board there.
Yep. Andy with the first max in this group.
Great way to start his qual.
Dog and Sharky also in great shape. Just a few Tetrises to go.
Yeah, like you say,
2 or 3 ought to do it.
They're about neck and neck with each other.
Yeah, they're neck and neck there. 924, 957 for Sharky. Okay, Dog now set up for a Tetris. A couple more will do it. And boom, Tetris or Dog, 970. Boom, Tetris, Sharky, 995 on the cusp. 986. He's going to wait out for the Tetris. And boom, Tetris for Sharky and Dog. Wow. Maxes for 3 of our players here. Harry on his way to a max as well. 27, he's going to need pretty high Tetris rate here to pull this off with Das. And 4 could do it. Be right on the line. It's at 27, so there's might be just enough space to do that with. Okay, 28. 2 Tetrises will hit 230 lines though, so it's going to be tight. It might just be a great kicker though.
Yeah, no, I think this will be a great start for Harry, at least to get a score on the board.
Yeah, I mean, this kicker is going to be as good as the max practically. He may as well Tetris this out here. Not the best fit and just needs that long bar. And boom, Tetris for Harry, 975, 978. Ooh, still getting lines. And the mayor gets 979. Good kicker score.
There you go, just on the outskirts of Max Out City there for the mayor, but that's okay. Good warm up for him.
Closing in on that Max Out City.
He will be definitely high up on the at least top 12.
Already, he's already on the board. Top 12. So
in fact, he's gonna bring Burb down. Burb is sitting at number 10 and 970. That 979 will get Harry into the 9th spot. It looks like just behind Nima, which is a good friend of Harry's.
So Harry starting his second game, and the other players quite along into it. About depending on well, Andy definitely getting more lines in at 43 now. So Andy's getting that first max on the board, giving him kind of like a faster pace. If he burns through his games faster, then you can make more maxes.
Right. Let's talk about Sharky here for a moment, Chris. We got to see him in the best of 99. We've talked about that in the past, me and Chris Bidwell and yourself, that the 99 series is a great training regimen. Before, we had used it to kind of get players ready for the main event of CTWC. Now, things have kind of changed where we're moving it towards the Jonas Cup, and you can see really the practice with that has paid off really well for Sharky. I'm sure he still would have had great.
Yeah, I mean, it takes discipline and commitment, and when you commit to that many weeks of play and just the consistency, being able to stream and to interact with the fans, it's invigorating, and it's good for both the community and the viewers, and it helps set a standard for what you do when you play.
Certainly, yeah, and I think he's reaping the benefits of that hard work for playing 99 games on a 11-week period. It's crazy to think.
Yeah. So Harry going to reset there.
Yeah, a little drought for him at 16 lines. You can see that column 8 was looking for a bar.
Yeah, it didn't get it.
But again, look at this score from Andy. Another strong start for him.
I think we have another
is that really happening?
Alarm incident.
Is that
here.
really happening again?
Wow.
Oh my word. What a shock, Chris. What a shock that would be happening, right? At these expos. It's ridiculous. So players, we're going to top out.
Yeah,
we
looks
are
like
asked
we're going to have to reset
exit.
this.
So
I
time will
don't
be
stop
stopped.
smoke or fire, but we're going to have to sign off. We will be back shortly, hopefully.
I know, right?
So some of us are back. They are filling the building back in, and hopefully we'll get ready to start. I believe the maxers are going to keep their maxes, and they're going to put some more time on the clock, and we will be underway shortly. I'm not even sure if we're live, but just in case we are.
We are live.
Oh, excellent.
Yes, there's going to be a long time till people get back into the building because our red Tetris staff wristbands they're not letting those people in. They're only letting vendors with the vendor, what do you call it, the placard or whatever?
Yeah, I got the exhibitor.
Yeah, the exhibitor badge. They're only letting those people in. So me and Kyle had went out another exit, and we just kind of walked in like we knew what we were doing, and we got in way before everyone else, and it's going to be a while.
You know, that's thinking on your feet and getting the show back on the road.
Okay, we're starting to see some people come in now.
People are coming back. We've got Scooty in the building.
Sharky.
Yep, yeah, Sharky's here. So yeah, production.
All right, we're starting to get people coming in now.
We apologize for the delay in the show, but yeah, it was a fire alarm, and you probably heard the PA just repeating it over and over again. But that's what happens at these shows sometimes, and you just got to roll with the punches. And just like Tetris, you got to deal with the pieces they give you. Hope you don't top out. I don't believe there was actually a fire, but.
It was they said it was contained. It may have been nothing. It may have been something very small. In Pasadena, it was a popcorn machine.
That's right.
And it could have been something very small like that. But yeah, we are getting people in, but we need to get basically everyone in before we can resume.
That's true. Yeah.
Out the main entrance, there are a lot
judges
of people.
And a lot of moving parts that makes this production work. So hopefully we'll all get back in and in an orderly fashion and be back. Making those maxes, getting this last qualifying session.
Yeah, thousands of people had to leave out the main entrance, and thousands of people have to re-enter, and we have to wait till everyone gets back in before we can resume qualifying. And the timer is running. That will obviously be moved back to a certain amount.
It wasn't there in the first place, right?
And yeah, this is the Jonas Cup.
I heard it got contained.
DAS. Focus tournament. It is in honor of Jonas Neubauer, our 7-time champion, and really the most popular player in our scene. He was back in 2018-19. His stream and community were really the center of the classic Tetris community on Twitch. It really is what made Twitch as big as it is now, having your star player kind of be as visible as he is. And we have a lot of well-known players now that are streaming all the time, and they have these huge Twitch streams. Back in 2017, 18, 19, there were very few people streaming on Twitch, very few people kind of promoting the community. Jonas was streaming regularly, and so many people found the community around that time. The players today that have been around since around that era, the TAP era, most of them started, playing by watching Jonas's streams. And of course, the newer players now are taking it to the next level, where the Blue Scooties and the Alex T's didn't necessarily start by watching Jonas, but they watched the players who watched Jonas themselves. And
right when I think the history was made when Jonas passed the torch to the new generation, which was Joseph Saley in 2019.
Yeah, absolutely, the passing the torch, and the new players have run with it, and we're kind of in this new era now with this DAS resurgence and. Some of the other big streamers on Twitch playing Tetris and exposing it to thousands, tens of thousands of people. And Summoning Salt video just came out, and some of Game Scouts videos are blowing up. And it's really, Tetris is really exploding right now. It's a really exciting time to be part of it. And the future's looking very bright.
Yeah, Jonas was our first Tetris ambassador. He would go to events around the world, spread the word and the love of classic Tetris far and wide before we had such a huge audience. And I definitely recognize that. I talked about it some at the Game Developers Conference, and everybody recognizes the class and the sportsmanship and the spirit that Jonas brought to our community. And that's what we have here at the Jonas Cup, and his DAS play style that he was really the first to sort of perfect the technique and show other players the way to stack. And so many players learned from him that all of that passes on to the new generations even today.
Yeah, he really did set a very good example of sportsmanship and just being like playing the game for just to have a good time, like just to enjoy the game. Not it wasn't just about winning, it was just about having fun, doing your best. And it's something that the whole Tetris community really kind of is built upon.
Yeah,
it's
we've
not,
really embraced it, and we realize that that's the reason why a lot of people consider us to be the least toxic esport there is. You know, we all cheer each other on whether we win or we lose. It's all just we all win when we're all having fun and enjoying each other's company and cheering for each other's victories, and everybody wants to see everybody do their best, and that spirit's permeated our community since the very beginning.
Yeah, Jonas didn't judge players based on their PBs. It was just, do you love the game? You know, you could have a 200K, a 300K, and he didn't care as long as you were just a good, positive member of the community. He treated, you know, everyone equal, and that's really what the Tetris community kind of is, and that's what it's been built around. Is people just come out to these events just to meet other people, just to have fun. They participate knowing they aren't going to make the bracket, knowing they aren't going to win a round, but they just want to have fun. They just want to meet people, and they have great times. And a lot of people leave weekends like this or CTWC or one of the other regionals saying, like, that was the greatest weekend of my life. And it's because the spirit of the whole community. People come out and they just want to meet people that are also interested in what they're interested in, and it's not super serious. It's not I want to win. If I don't win, then I'm salty. It's just people are out here supporting each other, and Jonas really established that kind of mentality for the whole community. Okay,
so that stands for delayed auto shift, and that's the action that happens when you hold down the pad. It moves one cell at first, and then as you continue to hold it, it will rapidly move the next few cells as you hold the pad down. Now you actually have to kind of charge up that action because there's a certain amount of frames that you have to hold it down before it starts doing the rapid presses automatically after the initial press. So mastering the technique of being able to hold the pad when the piece enters, there's like an entry delay and then the DAS kicks in. You want to keep that charge as much as possible. So that's one of the basic techniques of DAS, where you're trying to master holding the D-pad left and right to be able to get the auto shift delay to kick in. And if you play up to a certain height, mastery of that technique will allow you to survive level 19.
Yes, just to kind of go over what Ting was just saying, the real mastery of DAS is getting rid of the delay in the auto shift. And you basically just want to make it just auto shift technique. And
sometimes
eliminating that delay is what the best players do.
Yeah. Sometimes we'll say that a player loses their DAS charge, and that's why they made a misdrop. And that's what happens if you don't hold the pad for the amount of time to maintain the charge to keep the automatic rapid presses. And there's other techniques in the DAS playstyle, such as quick tapping, where you have a DAS charge and it's moving rapidly, and you do one tap that cuts the amount of frames you have to wait for the next tap to come. Hey, Sharky.
Yeah, so the DAS playstyle is very limiting on its mechanics. There are basically hard limits as to how high you can play on certain speeds. Not quite the same as like how or rolling and tapping are, where you can play much higher.
Right.
And that's what people like about DAS, is that there's this kind of constrained rule set that everyone has to follow. Everyone has to stack as well as they can within those certain height limits. And we're seeing that the great players, they're still great, like the great tappers and rollers, they're still great DAS players because they just have great fundamental Tetris.
Yeah, the fundamentals
stacking.
really shine in the DAS play style. Stacking efficiently, as Jonas would teach people, you want to make the playfield accommodating for every type of piece as much as possible, and that allows you to survive better if you have more possibilities for solutions. And nowadays we're seeing a lot of the younger players come up with new techniques, new ways to stack things, delayed burns, setups where if you know what piece is coming next, you can make adjustments to accommodate the next piece. So that's like the next level of play, and you can incorporate that into the DAS playstyle as well. So even more skill on top of skill is what we'll be seeing here in high-level play, especially in match play coming up. But we're in quals right now, the last qualifying block. In terms of what we're going to do because of the fire alarm situation, we're going to resume the clock. A little bit less than hour 20 will be left from what I've been told. And players will, if they have their game paused, they can resume their game or they can start a new one. So hopefully that won't affect anything too greatly, but if you've made a max, you get to keep your max. So I think that's a fair thing. You know, maxes are special and deserve to be respected. So hopefully we'll be back underway soon.
Yeah, looking around, you can see the crowd right now. Maybe a quarter of the players are back, but we do have to kind of wait till everyone who is in the qualifying session is back before we can start.
Yeah, we want to start the clock again simultaneously.
Fortunately, I think every single station was full.
Stage,
so
our stage for CT1, I believe everybody is back. I see Harry, Sharky, Dog, and Andy are all up there. And the other side, Scooty is there. So
yeah, I think every single station was full. So we should know as soon as everyone is back, though. Because every single station, as soon as every station fills up, we will be ready to resume.
Yeah. And yeah, these players are itching to get their maxes and know the fate of their qualifier. It can't be, it's got to be stressful for everybody, you know, in production and the players themselves. And
yeah, when this happened in Pasadena, it was just 5 minutes, and we all went out one door, and then we all came right back in the next door, and it was very brief interruption.
At least things are starting to happen again. I mean, there's a lot going on at this event. You know, vendors are trying to sell stuff, and you know, they have to worry about people, you know, ripping off their booths and things like that. And you have arcade games on the floor, and certain things need attendance. I know there's other tournaments going on in the building at the same time besides ours. I was just in the Mortal Kombat tournament and I won. Oh, boom, fatality for you.
Look at me, I just won the Mortal Kombat tournament.
Mortal Kombat. Yeah, that was, I usually don't have time to enter tournaments at these things.
Oh, I know, you're very busy, yeah. Well, not just with commentary, but you just have other game commitments.
Oh yeah,
as well.
All sorts of stuff. I got the auction tonight, and of course I like doing retro game shopping and things of that nature. But I mean, I come here for the Tetris, and being able to contribute as a commentator is one of the most fulfilling things I've ever done in my life. But if I can rip off spines and win a Mortal Kombat tournament at the same time, why not? Boom, fatality for you.
That's good.
Players are still coming in.
I think we may be doing some interviews with Kingsman right now.
Yeah, we're going to do some interviews with Kingsman, so take it away.
All right, thanks everyone. Welcome on back. We're going to get settled in. If you are qualifying during the 12:30 to 2:15 spot that we had originally, get to your stations. What we're going to do is the following. If you have topped out, then you can just get set for the next game that we're going to call when we do the countdown. If you have paused your game in anticipation of coming back, you can remain paused and we'll continue your game. It will be valid and it will count. So again, if you have a paused game, it will be valid and it will count. If you have paused and you don't want to play that game, then unpause, top out, and then wait for the countdown to begin. So that's everyone that's qualifying currently on the off stream. Those that are on stream, we will validate those games that are paused. Thank you.
Okay, so I guess I'm going to wait for a thumbs up from the judges, and every station will start with a new countdown. So everybody who wants to determine whether they want to keep their paused game or not, make that choice now and get ready to start. And I'll be looking at tech to give me the thumbs up. So if they give me the thumbs up, I'll do the countdown.
What a day, Chris.
What a day.
What a day.
Didn't this happen like at CTWC? It's like yesterday.
All right, so we're gonna wait for our final players to get back into space. We'll wait for judges to confirm that everybody's ready. So again, for those that did not hear the announcement, games that were paused due to the fire alarm will be valid to continue should the player choose to do that. If they choose not to, they are free to top out and restart a new game. Timer's been paused, Chris, so we still got a lot of time left to go for players to kind of get themselves
about
back.
an hour and 20.
Yeah,
what I've heard.
About that. So there's still plenty of time to get back in the groove, and hopefully we'll get that going.
And it's good that it happened early on so that players can keep their momentum as they progress through this last qualifying.
So again, just waiting. Gotcha.
DMJ and Nia, please report to your qualifying station. DMJ and Nia, you are the last two qualifiers needed at your station for us to begin. Okay, waiting on DMJ. We have found Nia. We are looking for a DMJ. The Jonas Cup awaits your qualifier.
And what awaits for us, Chris, is that we are, looking at something special. This is something that happens, unfortunately, with fire drills and fire. Second time this year.
The second time this year. So we're getting experience here. We know what to do. We're starting to know the drill, fire drill, I suppose.
Just waiting for DMJ.
So
again, we're waiting on just DMJ. So DMJ, please, if you can make your way back to your qualifying station. We are waiting for you, please. DMJ. We'll give him a couple of minutes here, Chris. We'll give him a couple more minutes.
Yeah.
He's apparently in the bathroom.
Okay, so he will be here shortly. So he will be here in a few moments.
So
we'll
yeah, he's been located and just needs to make his way back to the station. And players can either wait for their paused game. I see Matt Martin over on CT2 with a paused game.
Oh, yeah.
He wants to keep that one, level 24.
Oh, he's definitely keeping that one.
That's a good one.
He's definitely keeping that one.
Alex has a frozen score at 425. It's at 127 lines, though. I'm not sure he wants to keep that one. We'll see.
Yeah, that looks like that's a top-out game. I think he called it quits there. So the majority of players I've seen kind of topped out during that break. Some of the off streams have pauses on, so they'll continue their games. We're gonna keep them as valid.
Yeah, players are gonna have to start making fire drill stats, just in case this happens in the future.
Yeah,
but,
have to come up with a guidebook for things like that, right? You don't expect
protocol,
those things to
happen. Right? But we've been doing this, 15 plus years, so crazy stuff is bound to happen, and
I was gonna ask,
part of the story.
Did you recall any moments maybe back, in the early days that something would have disrupted the tournament? And
nothing like this at all. This year is just nuts. We had the whole pandemic happen, which threw our entire tournament online, and that was, a learning experience as well. That was kind of like rolling with the punches and doing something unexpected, where every year we would do something consistent, and then we'd have to learn something completely new to be able to continue doing what we're doing. And this is similar in spirit. We're our schedule's a little whacked, but we'll have to roll with the punches and hopefully get it all done. And Jonas Cup will have our, brackets underway soon and into tomorrow's finals.
Absolutely. So we will work it out. We're going to make sure we run through as best we can. We work with the situations that are at hand, and we make it all work. And at the end of the day, it's still going to be a fantastic tournament. We got a great crowd here.
And we'll see how the resilience of the players, and we'll see maybe some players will have. Make their maxes now if they hadn't been doing it before.
Absolutely. So again, we'll be starting momentarily, just waiting on one last player to get seated.
Yeah, we're definitely getting there.
We will have action back on. We'll get a simul countdown for everyone, so we'll be on the same page again.
Yep.
Players that are paused will continue their game should they choose that. Those that have topped out will continue on.
All right. You can see everybody in the background fuddling in here at the Portland Retro Gaming Expo, the home of the Jonas Cup, our inaugural year. Already very memorable for a variety of reasons.
So we'll just start a stopwatch with the countdown, and then.
All right. So.
decibels. Like if you don't want to hear yourself, you just turn it down. This is just for what you hear. It doesn't affect the host. It doesn't affect the stream. Just what you hear.
Okay.
This players here 1, 2. There's the mics over there. Only you can hear them. The stream doesn't hear them. The
Yeah, yeah.
host
Gotcha.
Yeah, we know.
you can also just adjust it.
Okay. I think we'll be fine.
Yep.
Thank you. All right. Looks like we've got the thumbs up from Tech. So all you qualifiers on your stations, get ready to play. We're going to count it down from 3, 2, 1. Tris.
All right.
1 hour and 19 seconds on the clock now. We have a lot of players restarting. So here on CT1, all 4 players, Harry, Sharky, Pixel, Andy, and Dog, starting fresh. And we've got maxes on the board from our field here. Sharky, Dog, and Andy.
Yeah, again, Sharky looking for his goal is 6 max outs today. I'm sure the video game bros, both Pixel, Andy, and Dog, maybe trying to match that if they can. You know, realistically, Chris, you got to kind of think like, how many max outs can you really push in an hour and a half? And Sharky has said he can get upwards of 8. I think he had said in a previous stream. So.
Okay,
maybe we'll see some kind of history today.
Sharky doing a reset, so wisely, if you suspect your game might not be a great one, then go ahead and start over. Now's the time to do it before any momentum or any kind of big game builds. It's better to bail early than later.
Yeah, certainly. And you got to think like a disruption like this does kind of get players off their game.
Yeah,
they want to definitely see it right now.
Yeah, you want to get your momentum back, get back into the rhythm. Andy and Dog are sticking with it for now. Boom, Tetris for Andy, 162. Then early lead among these this set of games.
Yeah, we saw Harry kind of go with the reset. He didn't feel good with that first game that's coming back. So again, rhythm gets thrown off a little bit, but once you get back in the groove, these are our heroes, Chris. They'll find a way.
Yeah. Every one of the players here, definitely on CT1, storied veterans at this point. They know what they need to do, and they're going to execute the plan to do the best they can, get those maxes on the board. With an hour and 17 minutes now, so most of the time is still remaining. And I'm sure Sharky, Andy, and Dog are happy with getting that max on the board already. Our current leader on the entire leaderboard is NGC Man with 4 and a high kicker of 976K, so that's the score to beat to get top place. Meme and Fractal not far behind with 4 and 3 maxes respectively and high kickers.
Yeah, he especially had a great qualifier. Meme as well. Fractal 3 max outs. Geek with 3 max outs.
Yeah.
So, really stellar performance from that last session that we saw, and we're going to see if we can trump that here in the third and final session. A reminder to you viewers out there and the fans here at Retro Gaming Expo there, Chris, the matcherino is open. We got $3,500 in there already.
That's awesome. We want to get these players, or the player that wins this will get to go to the DAS World Championships.
Quite a trip that would be, Chris. That's all the way out in Germany.
Germany, yep.
Maybe for some of these players, that's the first time they may be going out to that country.
It would be for me if I went, but
same here.
Yeah, I'm years away from being that good at DAS. But yeah, Mark's been running a great show over there. I've been watching it every year. It's been a great example of how great and how exciting a DAS competition can be, and part of why we want to have Jonas commemorated here in Portland for the foreseeable future here at the Portland Retro Gaming Expo. Even though we moved our main event to Pasadena, this event looks to be just as iconic and just as important and definitely just as community building, if not more so than our main event in Pasadena now.
Oh, totally agree. We consider ourselves having 2 major tournaments right now. We've got our main event here in the States with the World Championship, and then you got the Germany DAS World Championships. Now you got a third one in our arsenal that brings the big guns out, and the opportunity to represent in many cases here. We got a majority of heavily U.S.-centric players. We got a few internationals that have come out to try their hand here, but certainly we want to be able to have a good representation. Not to say that we
Harry with
had one in the past.
Wow, that stack. That Z stack from Harry, he really needs to burn that down.
Yeah, but look at that beautiful dash control from Harry.
This is going to be an epic dig if Harry can pull this off.
And the drought meter moving.
Gets it over. Wow, just barely gets it over. Boom, Tetris for Harry. Surviving that. 330,000 points. Meanwhile, on the bottom, Dog and Sharky and Andy are in a dead heat. Dog ahead. 511,000 points pre-transition. 15 lines to go.
And you can see on the bottom there, you see Dog's hands there, Chris. You can see he's holding it with the dash play style. He's holding it like the good old way Nintendo had told you. This is the way you hold a controller.
I don't know if they ever told anybody to hold it a certain way, but there is, I guess, just an obvious natural way to hold it. And, well, players found a way to be weird about it in the future.
Wasn't that like a Nintendo Power issue, like 61? I don't remember, Chris.
I don't know. I don't remember them telling me how to play my game. Actually, I held my pad a little bit differently. I used my index and forefinger to press the buttons for a lot of games so I could fire faster, like Contra. Yeah. So that was a little unusual for some players, but nothing like the rolling grips that we've seen nowadays. I've started to practice rolling myself, and well, my feet are involved, and my back hurts after a while because I have to kind of bend over. I think I need to find a better grip.
Okay. Well, certainly you got a number of players here that have that ability to teach you. So
yeah, actually, I talked to Matt Martin about this, and he said he went through that too. So shout outs to Matt Martin for being a pioneer for rolling old guys.
Yeah, he's currently on CT2 for those that would like to check out how he's doing.
Matt Martin was continuing. I didn't see the outcome of his continued game, but looks like he's got a good game going now.
He did get a good
4K pre-transition. So, but here on CT1, Sharky, Dog, and Andy continuing this dead heat now in the 600K points range. Dog Unleashed now in the lead in this set of games, whereas Andy was had a little bit of a pace advantage before. He was deeper into his games than everybody else. Harry set up on column 3 here, waiting for that long bar. He's getting droughted. 13, 14-piece drought.
Pretty tough board here for Harry.
Yeah, Harry really needing to... Oh, no, hanging the bar. And that's going to be a throwaway there, but he will be off to a new game start very shortly. Meanwhile, Andy, Dog, and Sharky in the 700,000 point range. Dog Unleashed. 63% Tetris rate. Boom, Tetris for Dog. Andy catching up at 800,000 points. Sharky not far behind at 759. All these players are in max range here comfortably. Sharky with a triple. Bangs down to Tetris, 796. These players looking to get their second maxes on the board. Sharky with some traffic here. Let's see how he digs this down. Oh, there's a hang there. It's still survivable if you get something over to the left.
Yeah, he's gonna need that quick tap.
Oh,
he got a spin.
Wow, look at that spin. But yeah, it's just gonna be possibly a high kicker there for Sharky if he turns in the score.
Yeah, we'll see. And I believe
thanks to K9 watching Tetris for gifting 20 subs.
Wow. Good old K9. We love you, brother. Thank you so much for doing that, supporting us.
Yeah, supporting us. Oh, Andy's going to top out at 860. But Dog on the way to the max out. 975K here. And he just needs another Tetris. Just waiting on that long bar. He's on level 28. No lines to give. Boom, Tetris for Dog. Max out, number 2 for Dog. The only one to get the 2 consecutives in a row after our fire drill or fire emergency situation. So definitely keeping the momentum there. Dog now on his 3rd game.
Maybe Dog was fired up hearing those 20 subs from K9. I wonder.
That's right.
Did K9 give me one? K9, did you give me a sub? Dog's probably asking.
But yeah, that definitely helps us every little bit. You know, the subs help, the support helps, and also getting more players, more eyes tuned into Classic Tetris.
So a little over an hour left to go, Chris, for this third and final qualifying session. So people are on pins and needles to see who's going to be in, who's going to be out. We can see right there on our screen about the top 30 right now, and the ones in the green are the current players that are.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Right
the name tag on the scoreboard is the mayor.
Yes.
For Harry, even though it's Harry on the screen here, but the mayor.
The mayor. You know, I mean, we have that title.
Yeah,
Chris. You might as well flaunt it.
About that. Yeah.
You might as well flaunt it.
But yeah, Harry with a good game here. 75% Tetris rate early on. 69 Lions. Hey now.
Ooh, yeah. Oh, no, look at Sharky just.
Yeah, Sharky with the hyper jolt. Getting those quick taps in. He's trying to be efficient here. Not burning it. Really trying not to.
Oh,
wow, look at those tucks from Sharky. Boom, Tetris for Sharky. 261K. Just a mastery of DAS control there. A showcase. Spin. Keeping that playfield clean. You know, all those moves, I mean, they look fancy, but they serve a purpose. And Sharky definitely using those moves for optimal playfield.
No, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's beautiful to see that.
Yeah.
The movement that he has with that,
beautiful.
and just the amazing placements that he can put. The foresight too, right? We can who and awe about the maneuvers that he's making, but I think you also have to look at the stacking mind that he's put together.
That's right. Yeah, being able to pull those moves off for optimizing, developing a center well here, bags down to Tetris, and that perfect well transfer from that. Exactly what you want to do. If you're going to burn, you know, do it with the Tetris and open up your well for more Tetrises.
And that's basically what, you know, we're alluding to here. The spin of the J for Sharky. He's got the head nod going, yes, exactly what he was anticipating. So it's so wonderful to see what he can do.
Yeah, nice T-roof burn there from Sharky.
And he went with an interesting delayed burn for the spin. And look at this again, Chris, the mind of Sharky.
Yeah, he's setting up that T-tuck there. Yeah, really good foresight there. Not the best pieces. Let's see how he deals with this. Dog, in the meantime, 95% Tetris rate.
Wow.
Just tearing it up here in the 18 speeds. Usually we see Dog with a high Tetris rate later on, but he's going for the kill here. Want to get that max out early, 96%. It's even going up because his proportion is so high. Minimal burns. Right now he's just had to burn, you know, due to lack of long bars, but other than that, really just super efficient here.
And no shock, you know, I mean, no shock that you're going to see Dog play so efficient. I mean, you have to be at this.
Sharky, man, with dealing with some bad pieces here. Manages to stay alive. Still in a bit of danger. Can survive this. It's going to take some work. Oh, nice. The maneuverability. And just in time, too. Transition coming. Gets that dirty Tetris. Boom! Tetris for Sharky. 475. Closing in on transition. 124 lines. Burning that down just so effortlessly.
You see, look at his face there, Chris. Not happy, really, with the situation he's found himself in. You know, he's looking for a better transition. We're about to cut on over to 19. He'll take the safety triple and leads into a split double, and he's back to the bottom.
Harry with a great game on the way here. Level 22, 711,000 points. Looking to take us to Max Out City for the first time today is Harry. The mayor, boom, Tetris for Harry. 743.
How good does it feel, Chris, to say boom, Tetris for Harry?
Feels great. It's just like home. Max Out City is a place I would like to live.
Oh, many of us do.
Harry needing a long bar. Opts to take the burn. He needs another now. But wisely, boom, Tetris for Harry, 787. We'd love to see it. Level 24, plenty of time. Masterful stacking. Just years of experience here. Boom, Tetris for Harry again, 822. Meanwhile, Dog and Andy still in the 18 speeds. Okay, Harry needing to burn down a little bit. It is manageable.
I like these placements from Harry. Oh, the Z though.
Ooh, a little misdrop for the Z. If we get the right kind of LJ to clear that, barely getting it, surviving.
Oh, wow, the vault.
Wow, that maneuverability. And just to survive, but time is starting to tick. Level 27, there's only another level to give. Okay, he's clean again, Tetris ready. It's gonna be tight, he's gonna have to maximize. Boom, Tetris for Harry, 881. Depending on what comes, he's gonna have to really maximize this. Needs the long bars, gets one, boom, Tetris for Harry, 916. Can get 3 Tetrises if the long bars come, but they're not coming. There's one, and that's not enough. 916. Harry topping out there. That was such a great game, great fight with some great digs in there.
Absolutely.
But some good consistency from Harry. His games have been strong.
Certainly, he's putting on a clinic right now, kind of showing you if someone's going to match up with him in one of the rounds, round 1 perhaps, if he can get a bye to go, I think they're in trouble. I think if he can put on display like he's doing right now in the quals, Chris, he's looking good to play for Sunday.
Yeah, no, these are strong games from Harry. And Dog and Andy still playing that game, finally into the 19 speeds here. Dog pulling ahead, 735K at level 22, doing great here, looking to get a 3rd max, possibly a consecutive one here. Boom, Tetris for Dog, 764K. Andy at 706. Andy looking to get the 2nd, and Dog looking to get the 3rd.
Tetris there for Andy to go to 738, 824 for Dog. So they're off and running, looking to.
Yeah, Dog really efficient here. Might get the max on the early side if this keeps up. Building so clean. Boom, Tetris or Dog. 864. Set up for another Tetris. Backs down another one. 895. Well on his way. Clean play field. Great stacking. It's what you want to see. Those adjustments, too.
I mean, look at this beautiful play from Dog.
Yeah. This is exactly how you want your board to look.
You know, Chris, we marvel at what happens with the players when they play with rolling, but the DAS playstyle that they use kind of gives you the poetry of motion of why they're the best players in the world.
Yeah, there's a different vibe to even just watching DAS because the pieces have to move at a consistent speed. Okay, Dog has some holds in stack. Does an adjustment to open up the well, gets the max.
Wow.
So 69% Tetris rate. Hey now.
Level 27 on top of that.
So yeah, Dog getting the 3 consecutive. So we've got a streak here, reminiscent of the quals a couple of years ago when Andy and Dog were just maxing after maxing. Andy looking to get another one on the board too here at 846. Level 27, 881. It'll be tight, but it's on the border of possibility if you can turn these into Tetrises here. Has to dispose of the long bar there, but is built for a Tetris now. Oh, takes a double. Boom, Tetris for Andy, 922. 2 and change will do it. And at 220 lines, that you pretty much have 2 and change, so it's got to be perfect here on out. Boom, Tetris for Andy, 956 at 224 lines. Really wanting to get these last 2 Tetrises in and seal the deal.
Yeah, he set up for it.
Needs long bars. Okay, he takes a skim. So this is going to be the end of the edge. Maybe if he gets some burns, he'll be able to get it. 4,000 points. Can he burn anything? Oh. Doesn't. But it's going to be a nice high kicker there at 996K.
That was so close to it. We were probably looking at maybe seeing Andy kind of pull off. He's done the level 30. He's done level 31 with Daz. So
wow.
It was maybe a chance that we could have seen that happen.
Yeah, I think a couple burn lines might have been worth it. But that's a good kicker. I don't think anyone's going to get a kicker that high unless it's like a missed max.
So there you go. Well done for Andy. Looking sharp there.
Sharky at 520, bangs down to Tetris, level 20. So on pace. Still wants to do the best that's possible here with this game. And Harry about to hit the turn of 100 lines at 471K. So a good game here from Harry. Developing. Boom, Tetris for Harry. Well transfer, column 9 to 10 there. And is back in scoring position.
Yeah, there is potential for a 600K game for Harry here. Just kind of depends on how he plays these last 25 lines to come.
Yeah, 524K already at 109 lines. One of Harry's best transition scores possible here.
You can see Shark moving along again. Another Tetris for him to go to 666, Chris. Oh, ooh, doubler score.
Sharky giving him hell here. Level 23. Nice. Getting those quick taps in there. Oh, dealing with rough pieces, but
wow,
keeping it clean. Get the boom Tetris for Sharky. 705 at level 24 is looking like a strong game from Sharky here. Really strong game from Harry coming here. He's got possibly gets too long bar. No, he's going to opt to take the triple into transition. That might have been the smart move.
Yeah, that was the smart move there. Well, going to hurt Sharky. He's mic'd up a little bit, kind of saying that only 54 bars in his game at the moment that he said it. So he's probably got about 3 or 4 more that just rolled in, but kind of a low lumbar count when you're cutting on.
Yeah, it's going to be tight. 834K at level 26. Depending on how this plays out. Okay, set up for another.
Yeah, I like that he set up for the...
Tetris for Sharky, 900K, level 27, so there's a little bit of... There's not much breathing room, but 3 could do it.
No, it's one thing I've learned about watching Sharky for 99 games in the summer is that if you question him, Chris, he will prove you wrong.
There's a second.
And he's doing it
the
right
third
now.
ought to do it. He's got a couple burns to give. It gets the Tetris. There it is, a max out for Sharky.
Terrific job.
That'll be a second on the board for him.
Shark. And sub 500 transition.
Yeah, he actually had to work for that in the 19 speeds.
Meanwhile, the mayor is at work. 679 through level 23 here, Chris.
Yeah. Harry looking strong here. That excellent transition score. Boom, Tetris for Harry, 713. Looking good here. So yeah, Harry being really consistent. Getting it might not be back-to-back maxes, but they're pretty close. Yeah. That's what you want to see going into match play. Later on today and tomorrow, of course.
Yeah, no, I saw some chatters in the Twitch chat were saying that Harry looks like he's primed more for competitive gaming than the qual setting. So I think
that might be a strat, actually.
Yeah, because Harry knows he's going to play. He's in the bracket. We already know that. He's got a great score to get in there. Now it's a question of can he get enough to get a bye in the first round.
That's right. This continues.
Yeah, he's currently sitting 16, so if he can max this, he will jump up.
Right. And yeah, his kicker is already really good.
Yeah, he would pass Jeff, it looks like, so he would be just outside the top 8.
Okay, man, that drought, 32-piece drought. Harry's really having to deal with droughts. 35 before the long bar came. And I mean, that was burns that might not have had to do, but 922, it's still possible. He's got a little bit of runway. Will the game deliver the bars he needs to build the max out city? Oh, come on, game.
Another drought for
What is up with that? Double droughted, 922K. That should have happened, but game said no.
It won't be enough for a kicker either.
But hey, with that level of play, in match play, when both players have to deal with droughts and pieces like that, that's a strong training game for Harry to take on players in match play.
Oh, definitely. No, you got to think that if you get matched up with Harry in the first round, it will not be an easy match.
Yeah,
you're gonna.
Harry is a threat. Harry's always been a strong player, but after all these years, seeing him this strong is inspiring.
And that's a perfect segue here because we've talked about ad nauseum, but always a great thing is the best of 5 series that our friend Chris Higgins,
oh, that's right,
here with us this weekend. But shout out to him. We miss you, buddy. He kind of put forth the 2014 World Championship that you got a chance to call not only live, but then redo it and kind of redub it in a new way for the modern audience to kind of check it out. And it's pretty impressive when you watch that film versus what we're seeing today and the comparison of what it took to compete in the World Championship at that time. And maybe, Harry kind of used to just playing only like 500, 600K games in a setting. Now you're going to have to get 800, 900 maybe.
Yeah, basically almost max every time. But he's doing it here. It's a showcase of that. To see a player improve that much over time is amazing. And yeah, best of 5 is a great way to see the story of Jonas and Harry evolve to its sort of like its ultimate form. Something. Don't want to give any spoilers, but it's something definitely worth watching if you're a fan of classic Tetris.
Yeah.
Now, Dog actually topped out there at, I don't know if he took the kicker or not, but it was around 630K and with a Vitz. So his streak, Dog's max streak is over, but he got 3 on the board and possibly a kicker now.
All right, with less than an hour to go, certainly can target another 3 if he can in that time frame.
Definitely in striking distance of being first place, and this is the last qualifying round, so no more after this. This is going to determine what the brackets look like.
Can't wait to see. And again, shout out to our best of 5 friends. We actually have a merch table for them here, Chris.
Right.
Live in the Portland Retro Gaming Expo. You can see our friends over at that booth. They have plenty of merch, and the best of 5, I believe the Blu-ray is there for sale. So if you'd like to get that series, it's available here, and it's also available online. If you go to best5movie.com, you can get all that merch. It's an award-winning film. Did you know that, Chris?
That's right. And between the time of our main event in Pasadena and now, Chris Higgins submitted it to a film festival, and it won an award. And it's like, I'm looking forward to seeing it make the stickers to stick on there that says it's won an award.
Do you get a cut of that, Chris? Like, is there royalties that you get?
Probably not royalties, but I've done my part and have been paid fairly for the work. So
that's all.
Can't get any better than that.
Exactly.
Plus the satisfaction of making a show, making a production like that the best it can be.
Andy on a good game here, Chris. 749 for him, level 23.
Yeah, strong game from Andy here. 70% Tetris rate, deep into the 19 speeds, level 23 here. So could get another max on the board here. Definitely want to see that momentum. Sharky now into the level 19 speeds, 625. So good potential here too for Sharky. All players with strong games all around. So see how this continues.
See the shark vibing over there on level 20. You can get mesmerized by watching that, Chris. I can tell you, just like you can kind of forget about everything that's out there and just you watch Shark and just the movement he has and the insight.
It's a lot of fun, and you want to see a player, giving it their all and then succeeding at it. Pulling off those quick taps, pulling off those adjustments, maneuvers, just like that. Look at that. Ooh.
He's got an issue here to reopen.
Yeah, the pieces are not cooperating, but this will be an epic dig if Sharky can pull this off.
See what he can do.
Wow.
The over. Oh, my word. Look at him smiling.
Look at that. Yeah.
He opens
and
the well.
Open.
Oh, my word.
And boom, Tetris or Sharky. What a dig.
And another one for Shark, 756. Chris, 9 times out of 10, that game is over.
Yeah. And under any hands but a true DAS Masters, would that ever be survivable? But Sharky pulling it off, making it, I would say making it look easy, but there is nothing easy about that situation there.
Oh, certainly.
Nice spin.
Oh.
Yeah, Sharky just going to work here.
He does it with ease, Chris. That's the thing. Is like, you know, we're watching and we're mesmerized. So he's going to be short of a max.
Yeah, Andy topped out there at 9:57.
All eyes on the Shark here, Chris.
Yeah, this is a good game for Sharky here, especially after that dig, maintaining a score like that. Okay, left side needs something. He's waiting for that. Gets it over. That's exactly the one move that would have survived that. Oh, no. And Sharky topping out. Yeah, that was a rough game, but what survival skills. And those survival skills are going to serve him well in match play.
And he's going to put that in as his kicker there, 860.
There you go,
That's a good idea for him.
So well-deserved high kicker there. Hard fought through those digs.
Yeah, he'll still sit behind Oscar. Oscar has 2 max outs with a 904, so Sharky going to be under that. So Shark remain at the 7th seed, and you know, maybe at this point, Chris, the thought process going in, if you're a Shark, you know, where do you want to land in the bracket, right? Because you want to have a good, decent matchup somewhere along the way. You don't want to try to end up, you know, maybe in the quarterfinals or round 16 at some point that you got to face like an Andy or a Dog.
That's right. Yeah, these guys are all kind of like in the 2 or 3 max range right now. And I'm not sure if there's a strat to avoid an unfavorable matchup at this point. But if it's one point in the qualifying rounds that you could strategize, the last round is the best one to do it in.
We could always try to get in touch with Trey Harrison. Maybe he's in the chat here. He has a cheeky strat to meet up with players there. That's a feature there of the best of 5.
Oh, that's right.
There's a whole episode dedicated to Trey's interesting strat there, Chris.
Yeah,
you got to call that match, Trey and Jonas. Any fond memories about that one?
I don't recall specifically because it was so long ago, but yeah, I heard about the I wouldn't call it really manipulation of the bracket, but Trey's what he did with that to get that matchup, and it was interesting. So, ooh, Harry with a couple of missed drops. This was a strong game, but might not be salvageable. It's really rough, and yeah, Harry just got to throw that one away.
Still great games from Harry.
Yeah, I know they're all like
consistent, like
very
7,
consistent.
8, 9.
Yeah,
I mean, that's competitive Tetris wise. Like if he's playing a match against someone, that's top notch right there.
Yeah, especially just knowing that he's going to be in the bracket and be a threat, an active threat, with all those years of competition experience.
I'm just going to give another shout out here. K9 watching Tetris again. 10 more subs to this channel. So again, thank you so much, K9, for your continued patronage, and hoping you're enjoying what you're seeing. The Shark, Andy, Dog, and Harry put on a show here in the quals.
Yeah, Dog with a really strong game here. 818, 849 now. Looking to get that 4th max on the board here. This could be the one to start another streak, hopefully. Yeah, back when Andy and Dog were on their hot streaks during quals, it wasn't with Das. So the complexion of the techniques have changed slightly. So you might not see a super consistent max after max after max. But with Das, that is super impressive, even to get 3 in a row like that.
Oh,
Dog.
No, certainly these guys are trying to push to see if they can get a record of Das max.
Das max out. Yeah, they pretty much. This is the stage to do it on, with all eyes on you. Okay, 936 for Dog. Not the best play field. He's only got a little less than a level to play with, but 2 ought to do it. Let's see if he. Okay, he burned back down to the bottom.
Yeah, he might be looking to set up for 2 here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's 1. Boom, Tetris for Dog, 979. And if you can make this last one a Tetris, one way or another. Okay, he set up. He just needs a long bar delivery.
Oh,
betting on that bar.
Dog.
And it does not come. 979, 860. And I think he's going to submit that as a kicker.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was betting on that long bar, and it just didn't deliver.
Yeah, and the players talking amongst each other there, Chris, you know, saying, oh, I got 3 970s, and Andy over there. So they're kind of comparing notes as to maybe the timing of the bar is not in their favor as they're getting close to each of the end of the games.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that you have to consider more when you're playing with DAS, because, you know, the kill screen, the old kill screen is still a kill screen, and you got to make you get your lines in there and throttle your aggression and try to make your score possible. And if you bet wrong on the long bar coming, then, you know, you don't get that max.
So Sharky, transition in moment.
Yeah, 6-17, extremely strong there.
Wow. It's one of those games here, Chris, that Sharky's got to maybe be a little patient too, not try to be too aggressive. You know, he only has to get another less than 400K.
Yeah.
From 19 to 29, basically.
This one, yeah, at his option, throttle the aggression. You either try to get an early max or ride it out. And okay, he's going to build dirty there. It's a little risky because you're betting on the low bar. Gets it. Boom, dirty Tetris for Sharky. 693. He's got a little bit of cleanup to do now.
It's a really nice T-burn from Shark.
Might go dirty again. He's set up. Will it come? Oh, he takes a triple back into safety.
Yeah.
He did get droughted. That could have been the right choice. So
absolutely.
Yeah.
Still
21.
going here, Chris.
Still going.
Still going.
But yeah, I mean, if you're going to burn some lines, triples are the way to go. He gets a couple of them there. 716, still a good score at level 22.
Yeah, that great transition score from him gave him the affordability to be able to just burn away as much as needed.
Can take some burns, so that's a good place to be. Increase your survivability. Andy doing excellent here. Level 24, 850K. Striking distance of the max again. Nice spin there from Andy. And boom, Tetris for Andy, 883. 3 and change, or 4 will do it. Level 25, so good position to be in. Nice clean board set up. Another drought. I mean, the droughts have been crazy. Oh, geez, look at that disposal of the long bars flat on the left. Andy just trashing them. Boom, Tetris for Andy, 925K. Level 26, still some runway to go. Looking good. Boom, Tetris for Andy, 957. This could be the next max for Andy here.
Wait with bated breath to Andy can do it.
Tetris for Andy, 992 on the cusp. Some burns or another Tetris that doesn't take the triple and goes for boom, Tetris for Andy. There's another max for Andy. Second on the board, so 2 and a high kicker for Andy.
Yeah, meanwhile, Sharky's trying to eclipse that.
Oh yeah, Sharky well on the way to the max out. Harry topping out at 508. Gonna have to restart. Boom, Tetris.
Sharky not happy.
Yeah, the droughts have been hitting everybody really hard here. You really feel it in DAS too. 961.
Do the right thing here. Just burn this away. He's got 14 lines left to go. About 40 minutes
Definitely
left.
doable. Okay, there it is. Boom, Tetris for Sharky. Another max out for Sharky. So 3 on the board for Sharky.
Absolutely. Tremendous job by the Shark, and tremendous
Maybe he'll
job
make that
by
6.
Tremendous job by K9 again, Chris. This time 50 subs.
Whoa.
Into the Twitch channel there. K9 watching Tetris. Oh my word. You're the best. Thank you.
Thanks so much for the support.
Maybe I will see you in Montreal next year.
So yeah, we got fresh games from Andy, Dog, and Sharky. Sharky just coming off that last max out, max off. It is kind of like a max off. You know, they're
it is, right?
Dueling maxes here.
Absolutely. And I guess that's a great thing to have happen, of course, right? Competition breeds the best out of all of us, right? So I think when you have a player of a similar skill level, or maybe even just a little bit better than you want to rise to the top and prove that I can keep up with this person. And You know, you want to best your rival at all points. So
Yeah.
you know, the little bit of rivalry between A and
Yeah, I got to feel a little bit of that earlier today, actually. I won the Mortal Kombat competition.
Yes,
and,
that's right.
I thought my chances were pretty good, but the top 3 were really good players.
Wow.
Like, one of them was a Wolf brother, you know, Graham Wolf's brother. I think it's Alex Wolf. I don't know. The other Wolf brother was also in top 3.
Oh, wow.
Legendary fighting game player that also played at the same arcade I grew up by, which is Sunnyvale Golfland, the site of the first Evo. So
Really?
professional level players here in Portland playing old games like Mortal Kombat was excellent.
Oh, wow.
And I don't usually have time to play competitively here, but I was able to fit it in the schedule. And, you know, whatever it does for Classic Tetris, I actually got to say, boom, fatality for you.
Sharky like that one. Who's your character, Chris?
Sub-Zero
Well,
in
wow.
MK1, yeah, definitely. Freeze you, you know, punch, jump, kick, slide, combo.
So, folks, if you're here in the Partner Retro Gaming Expo, legendary Chris Tang can show you some moves real quick. Cost you $5 each challenge. So. Got to make you some money here, Chris.
That tournament was money. It was pretty good money. It's probably higher than some of the bracket players are going to be getting here. So
well,
definitely worth my time. I'll have to do it more often.
And that's why we got to keep raising the matcherino, indeed,
Yep.
Shark. So continue to contribute. We're at 35.75 there, so thank you for contribution. We'll shout some of you out there. But, yeah, we want to continue to get to that prize pool growing. We definitely have the funds that we will be sending the one player out there. The winner of the Jonas Cup will get funding to go to the World Championship in Cologne, Germany next year in 2025. But the more money that goes into the prize pool, you know what, Chris? Maybe we can afford to send 2.
More than 1,
maybe
right?
3, maybe more than that. You never know.
And, yeah, make it more competitive and more interesting. You know, see more of your favorite players come out to that.
Absolutely.
I am so happy the superstars of Tetris came out to this event, the first Jonas Cup, really putting an exclamation mark on all of our efforts, you know, in this past year. Like, I never thought we would have, you know, the equivalent of 2 CTWCs a year, but here we are.
Yeah. Right here in the States, you're getting that, and then outside in good old Germany, you're getting the CTWC DAS, which is what we're leading up to. So 3 majors all around the world, Chris, a year. I mean, that's a lot of good Tetris. That's a lot of great
and
Tetris.
different flavors of it too. You know, DAS really becoming, you know, a spotlight shining on it here at this event. But just having those flavors of Tetris, having more ways to enjoy watching and playing it, and more skills being respected. I love to see it. It was something I always wanted to see happen. I was talking about it in interviews for the last few years, and now we're finally here in 2024.
Indeed. I mean, I would love to get a chance to see like Harry match up with some of the European best in the world over there if the cards are working out for him to make it.
Yeah, Harry really consistent. Even the games that look like throwaways, you know, the scores are high enough to be a massive threat.
Yeah.
Once in bracket play.
So we'll see how that goes. Right now, the mayor is sitting at 17. So certainly, if he can get a max out, he jumps up significantly here, Chris. He can get up to, with that nice high kicker of the 979, he would be sitting at like 10th if he can get the 1.
And this could be the game. 542, transition 566. Well on pace if this keeps up.
A reminder to folks, there is plenty of Tetris action going on. We've got CT2 happening with some major stars there as well. It's a bit of a reaction going on in the crowd during one of the games over there.
Yeah.
Check it out if you'd like. But you got Blue Scooty, Matt Martin, Alex Curran, Svavar qualifying over on the CT2 stage. Over on CT3, I believe we have Scotto, DMJ, Hana, and Knight, I believe, are over there. So that's some good players as well that can, you know, we talk about the bracket play here, Chris. There certainly can be some upsets that might happen. Certainly there can be some dark horses that make their way through that could shock the world. And that's what we're going to see later today.
Yeah, and, you know, some new players that might not have a huge title, you know, under their belt. And this is a great place to start that, to start a legend, you know. I saw a meme just tearing it up earlier. She was doing great in DAS.
Yeah, it said on the preview show we did last week that
that's right.
The meme could be a dark horse to
performing so well and you know, bursting onto the scene with such achievements. the Mini D event in Minneapolis.
Yeah.
Extremely strong. So could
Recent
get a
game-
massive title here.
Recent game crasher as well, too.
That's right. Yeah, Meme and Dog, like, basically one day after the other, getting their game crashes.
Yeah. And we got some good transitions going on right now. Players are fighting through Harry. A 726.
Yeah, Harry's looking really good here. This could be the one. 729. Boom, Tetris for Harry. 759. Level 24. Oh. He's going to have to clear that off. It's not...
Oh, what an aggressive tuck by Andy.
It's a bit of a mess, but there's...
Oh, Andy. It's a really dirty Tetris from Andy there.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, Andy with a sigh of relief there. Yeah, some of these players are fighting for survival here.
And Harry did a great job there, Chris.
Yeah, he's got a couple 100,000 points to go on level 26, so it's going to be tight, but it's still possible. Okay, there's a Tetris for Harry. 821.
Oh, the SZ right there. That was hurtful.
So yeah, level 27, time running out.
Yeah, Harry knows.
Yeah.
He's trying to build a little aggressive and try to get some dirties, but game is not feeding him the right pieces.
Yeah, somebody's just got to play it out, see if the game, gives it to you or not, and it's not looking great here. Gets a Tetris, 867. But you know what? That consistency, that multiple games in a row with strong scores, when you're playing against someone else that have to deal with the same droughts, then being able to stick it out like that and still get a 900K plus score, that's still something. Wow, building a really dirty triple there, and it's going to go out with another single there, and 917 for Harry.
Well, Andy's going to get another max out on the board there. I think it's just
Another one
third
for Andy.
one. And he's playing. Look at that.
Mullining. Mullining.
Oh, my word.
Wow, just to flex some on 30. Wow, look at those line clears.
Wow.
Why not?
245 lines for Pixel Andy, level 30.
Yeah, I mean, we could be going for just some extra world records here
And the
there.
Shark just got a max out there, Chris. Add another one. That's 4 for him.
Yep. Well, maybe might make that 6 after all. There's time for it. 32 minutes left, so 6 is within range if...
Absolutely.
Go, 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 Sharky. This is...
Yeah, you see...
yeah, he's
letting Andy know the math
calculating what he needs.
Exactly.
He's on a mission.
He's a very determined young man. We know that, certainly, from all the things that he's done in Classic Tetris, what he's brought to the community as a whole. So
yeah,
certainly,
I love seeing that motivation in Sharky, that fire that burns within. Having the plan and then executing on it. That's what you need to do, to be a to be a competitive success.
Sharky awing a dog score right now, 8-10 on 23. My
yeah, monster pace there. Dog's making a statement. But it's going to have to do some cleanup. Oh, no.
76% Tetris rate at that level.
Co-competitor's curse there.
That. Oh, maybe it was planned by Sharky, trying to take out the competition.
I guess that's one way to do it.
All right, so players are all back in their gamings here. Oh, look at that. Andy. I don't know if there was a misdrop or it was an intentional setup to do that T-spin up that high, but that was kind of crazy.
Yeah, but that's the sort of thing, try to regain your momentum, regain your composure. Dog's doing excellent right now. In third place, 3 maxes, easily increase that position there in the bracket. With right now, we're just about 30 minutes remaining here in the final session of qualifying. It is kind of cool, though. We have some certain sets of... I didn't get to see all of them, but there are certain sets of matchups that were interesting. Having some players here that, they're interacting with each other as they're qualifying. I remember seeing, it was like Scooty and Alex T were having a lot of fun during quals, cheering each other on.
Yeah.
Over at in Pasadena. Very memorable year of Tetris. And the surprises aren't over yet, believe me.
No, most definitely not. Yeah, we got plenty more to come.
All players are getting their groove in on 18. About halfway to transition for most of them. Dog starting again new. Trying to get that momentum back. Yeah, Dog with a very comfortable 3 maxes and a very high kicker here, so in position to increase his standing. Sharky getting the 4 here with the goal of 6. So will Sharky complete the mission?
Harry's Tetris rate. Harry has a 97% Tetris rate.
Yeah, monster Tetris rate from Harry there, 96%. Just past the halfway mark to transition. This could be one of Harry's best games, if not best paces here. 95%. Set up for the Tetris. And boom, Tetris for Harry, 4G83K at 89 lines.
Yeah, that's incredible to see. You know, Harry's not one to think about Tetris rates. He's just thinking about,
yeah,
you know, what
the
kind of
mayor
maximize.
getting all the votes here. 95%.
He'll be
Love
up for
to see
re-election
it.
easy, yeah.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, while the players are getting into the groove, getting ready for transitions again. Matcherino shout-outs again. We're at $3,600 here, Chris.
Wow.
3605.34 to be exact. So continue to contribute if you can for you folks out there. We appreciate it. You know, thanks to people like Raspberry with $30 contribution, Amber Adami with 15, Nuanda with 10, Mimsy with 40, Dr. Knockers, a Tetris player, $20, and mine with 10, and many others that have been contributing throughout. So thank you so much. Continue to do that if you can. We appreciate all you can give.
Harry now over the 600,000 point line at 112 lines. Boom, Tetris for Harry, 623. The economy is booming in Max Out City. 627. How high will this go? 89%. Almost set up for Tetris. 1 Mino short. Fills it in, has to burn. All right, 129 lines, 654K. But yeah, definitely an incredibly strong game from Harry here. Looking to turn that into a Tetris. And gets it.
Wow.
678 from Harry. And I've said it before that this could be the one, but really this is an incredibly strong game from Harry. And such consistency too in being able to get over, get close to the max out every game.
Right.
Okay, Sharky and Andy also well on their way, level 21, 662 and 649 respectively. Yeah, eyes on Harry now. Tetris ready. Boom, Tetris for Harry, 719, 720.
Quick task from Shark to get long bars over to the left, and another score for him. 720 for him. He's kind of caught up on Harry in regards to, you know, they're going one-on-one to each.
Yeah, if this were a match, this would be a very epic match. They're neck and neck.
Edge of your seat Tetris, Chris.
Yeah. But hey, it's good prep for tomorrow.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, wow. That quick tap from Sharky all the way over to the left for that long bar. You don't usually see a long bar stacked that high at this level using DAS. Sharky with that maneuverability. Just getting the job done. Boom, Tetris for Sharky, 788. Feeling it there. 790 at level 23. Harry's great game continuing. 822. Closing in on Max Out City here.
And this is the luxury that he has with that great transition score that he can kind of take his
He's
time.
still playing a little aggro, not letting up. He's got to take some high burns here. Gets the long bar, isn't able to use it. Opens up the well again. Could use the long bar now. Okay, has to close it off. Okay, he gets it. Boom, Tetris for Harry. 862. So yeah, just surviving here to get that max.
Right.
He's got 4 levels to go. Good position. Boom, Tetris for Harry. 898.
Fans here at the Partner Retro Gaming Expo on pins and needles here to see if he can do it.
The veteran Harry on the verge of maxing out here. 909. Set up. Oh, had to do a skim there. Really needs a long bar. Nice flat burn. That's what you need to do. Boom, Tetris for Harry. 948. 2 will do it. He's set up for one here. Good skim there, level 27.
Wow.
Okay.
Beautiful dash from Harry.
Oh no, hangs the bar. And Sharky with the max.
Wow. 2 different reactions right there, Chris. You saw Harry, just the frustration, couldn't believe.
Man.
You know, he had to endure a little bit of a drought, and it fails there. Sharky the max out at the same time it happened. Sharky gets his fixed max out. I think that's a personal best in a qual setting for him.
Yeah, Sharky looking to break records here. Is now in the driver's seat. Number 1 seed Sharky.
You know, that was goal there.
Yeah. So number 1 seed Sharky. Unless Dog probably being in the best position to be on the heels of that. But with 23 minutes remaining, I'm not so sure if it's possible. Looks like Sharky's really in the driver's seat now. But yeah, what a strong game from Harry. Just a little short at the end, hanging the bar. But at least a little reassuring that even with the high kicker there, should still be involved in the bracket play tomorrow. So looking to get at least 1 max, and I really think that is possible here with even 22 minutes remaining. Okay, Dog looking to get a 4th one on the board here. In great position, 776K, building high.
Wow, get that over to the left. That's
Yeah, boom, Tetris for Dog. 8-12, looking like a good game here.
You see that nice flip that he did, you know, kind of place the L in a better spot than what he originally was intending.
Okay, left side's in trouble there, but he is able to burn it down. Okay, he's got a left well going. Das is a little more dangerous with the left well, but manages to keep that alive. Opting to go for it. Betting on the long bar, and barely gets it in there.
Wow.
But yeah, there's going to have to be some dig here to get the board back into a scoreable state. Skims off a double there, but time's running out. 889. Oh, nice dirty triple there. But it's going to take more than that here on level 27 to get a max out. And the board state is just rough as you could ever see. Let's see what Dog can do with this. Ooh, and just 903. So not any improvement on the kicker, but still a strong game. You know, just like Harry, what you want to see is consistent 900, you know, potentially max games in a DAS championship.
Yeah, I was going to say, at least, you know, something to write home about that, hey, I can get 900 Ks in a game. That means I can translate that to a competitive match as well, too. So
Right. Especially in quals where, you know, not everybody's getting great pieces all the time. So if you roll with the punches and survive to get the best score you can, that
yeah,
that's a skill and that's perseverance.
absolutely. And Dog will throw this
Dog
game
gonna opt
away.
to reset that one.
Yeah, just
Dog trying to get some momentum back, but yeah, Sharky just in command here, looking to get that 6 max and achieve his mission here, achieve the goal. Man on the mission. And I think that's really important to set goals, realistic goals. And when you're able to pull that off, then the next goals you set become even more in focus, and you improve as a player.
Reasonable time too. Less than 20 minutes to go for players. 20 minutes. Less than that remaining for all our final qualifiers here, Chris. And,
yeah.
You know, we're getting to that point where it's clutch up time. This is the last of the qualifiers. So if you're on the edge of your seat and you're qualifying at this time, let's go, right? There's no more tomorrows. Got to do it today.
Yeah. And yeah, as the clock ticks down, when you get to around like the 1 or about 3 minute mark, you have to decide whether you want to keep your game or not. Then there's decisions to be made, some strats to be had. I mean, with Sharky's current pace right now, you know, his goal was 6. What if he exceeds that? It's a good feeling to not only accomplish your mission, but to do even better than you had hoped.
Nice dirty
Boom,
touches
dirty
from Hare.
touches for Harry, yeah.
Yeah, it's nice.
So Harry with another strong game here, 561K going into transition here. Bang down another Tetris and turn that into almost 600. But the long bar didn't come. He's gonna get his 588 right after transition.
Give another shout out before we get hot and heavy here is River Plate, $100 contribution to the matcherino gets us at 37.05, folks. We are closing in on $4,000, so we're looking for your assistance here. We want to get, well, one player definitely will be getting funding to go to Germany to represent the United States in the DAS World Championship, excuse me. But more matcherino means
Andy in
more
trouble.
opportunity.
Needs a long bar, does not get one. And it's gonna top out at 652. So yeah, Andy and Dog just neck and neck in terms of max points here in the quals. Very similar performance. Nipping on the heels of the top 3. NGC Man at 4, Meme at 4, and Sharky dominating at first #1 seed, 5 maxes. Looking to run away with it here.
You know, there's some chat going on that Andy might have 4. We have to double check that. So stats team, if you're listening, we can just double check on that, confirm if Andy has 3 or 4. We'd like to get that clarified before the end of the stream, the end of quals, please.
Yeah, I remember there was one year I was writing down the maxes because there wasn't a good current leaderboard, and I was manually doing them by hand.
I feel like we're still almost doing it that way.
Yeah.
Anyway, some things haven't changed.
Boom, nice dirty Tetris for Sharky there. 695. Could get that 6th one here, keeping up the pace. High build, nice. Gets that Tetris, 728. The hyper jolt in effect, but the board getting a little messy. But with Sharky's maneuverability here, might be able to tuck his way into a clean board. Opts to take the L burn to clean it up. Beautiful cleanup there by Sharky. Look at that. Really could use some long bars to clean that up.
No,
Finally gets one.
Wow.
And he's clean. Boom, Tetris for Sharky. 773. What a nice cleanup.
Wow.
So stats team says 83 O pieces for Sharky on this run here. So really rolling with the punches with that. And Harry topping out at 845. So another strong game. Like, you know, Harry's game's consistently getting up there in the 800s and 900s. Threat and match play.
Absolutely.
Man, Sharky looking to smash the records. You know, King, that best of 99 series with Jeff, really, you're gonna have top players are gonna sign up for best of 99 now next season. Because look at what that training regimen has done.
Yeah, no, Sharky is certainly a phenomenal athlete in the realm of classic Tetris and continues to prove why putting in the time and the effort and the grind are paying off. He is closing in, Chris,
Yeah,
on history.
he needs 2 Tetrises here. Gets 1. 1 more will do it. Could get that mission completed. Okay.
He has a burn to give. There
Okay,
it is.
there it is. Boom! Tetris for Sharky. Let's go. Sharky just ecstatic, completing the mission, and with time to spare.
Wow.
14 minutes and 30 seconds left now. Sharky dominating qualifiers with 6 maxes on the board and a high kicker.
My God. And I think he said that was B3B, back 3 back. 4, thank you, Sharky.
B4B, wow.
B4B.
Back for back.
back.
So Sharky even making record on top of record here for DAS qualifiers.
Let's do it one more time. let's do it one more time.
So we have records for quals, but this is a DAS qual. It's got the handicap of not being able to use rolling to survive as much. So your consistency and your stacking have to be that much better to make a record here in the DAS qualifier.
Dog meanwhile, level 22, 757. He's looking to try to increase his scores here. People asking what is the DAS back-to-back record out there. I know Fractal has I believe 6.
Oh, wow.
I believe Giovanni from Italy is somewhere up there as well, too. Don't have it in front of me at the moment.
But yeah, we have a chance to see if Sharky can actually exceed his goal here with so much time left on the clock. About 12 minutes remaining now. Should be enough for a couple of complete runs. But yeah, that pretty much all but solidifies Sharky as being #1 seed here. NGC Man and Meme at 2 and 3. And Andy and Dog, depending on how many maxes Andy's actual count is, could actually be 2nd seed, but we'll have to see how that filters down. Maybe it is 3, but
yeah, we'll have the staff team check on that in between
another
the break.
one for Dog.
Make sure
Dog on the board with 4 now, so Dog moving up into the 2nd seed position.
Yeah, that good kicker for him that will trump NGC Man by less than 3,000 points.
Yeah, that's a close kicker. Really counts to really squeeze everything you can, even if it doesn't look like you're in the max. It can count.
And chat is very, very helpful here, Chris. They're letting us know that Fractal's B6B was involved with a competitive game, but also he had taken a break in between, and was it really back-to-back? It's disputable, but Giovanni, as mentioned, has a B5B, so Sharky going to look to try to match that.
Well, Sharky just topped out, so the streak is over.
That's not happening.
Yeah. But hey, 5 maxes is nothing to sneeze at, so Sharky can still got some time to get a good record here in our inaugural Jonas Cup.
Yeah. He has his 6-1 a little while ago, so stats team.
And what's good about this is, I mean, Jeff can watch this and be like, well, what can you do when you got a DAS player that consistent, right? Like,
absolutely. Oh, interesting tucking there from the Shark.
Yeah, it's just these very consistent adjustment shifts that Sharky does that makes that stack just, even when it's not the best pieces, Sharky finds a way to make it clean. And yeah, using the quick taps to get stuff over to the left. just to keep things neat. You know, it's a tool. It's something that you can use in your move set to have a stronger game overall.
And 10 minutes left on the clock here, Chris. This is it, the final 10 minutes of our final
countdown. Yep.
qualifier.
And you got to throw that one away and start anew. Dog looking to give back some momentum after that last max. Try to get some more in there. And Sharky looking to improve upon the admission.
And some good stuff happening over on CT2 there, Chris.
Yeah. Some super. Yep.
So for those that are not checking it out, Blue Scooty is over on CT2. Max out for him. He's on the board with 1 now, Chris. He's been kind of getting a couple of 800s along the way. So now that'll jump him up significantly. He was sitting at 20 with a 971.
Yeah, no, it's great seeing Scooty up on the board. The stars came out, and you know, you have players who specialize in DAS like Sharky, like leading the way, but you know, players like Scooty who might not have mained DAS still performing and still amazing to watch here as they grow their play.
Yeah. And right now, Chris, to give people an update, 48th seed is a Game Scout.
Wow.
His score, 753, 478, is what whoever's left here qualifying needs to break. If they can break 753 and get to 754, they will get the 48th spot.
Wow. I mean, even if you put this performance, this Jonas Cup qualifier in a time capsule and sent it back to like 2018 or 2019, people would just like freak at people's performance, and it's just DAS. Like it's crazy. Like even without the hyper tapping, like the level of performance here.
And something magical might be happening, as mentioned. Over on CT2, there's an opportunity for a major star to try to sneak in. So if you're watching over there, you're watching with bated breath, and I think it's going to happen.
Oh.
No spoilers here, Chris, but... I was watching over there. It was going to be a really amazing Tetris at the end, but that might be good enough for someone over there to make it. Final 7 minutes, Chris.
Yeah, get down to the wire. Decision time will be coming soon, whether you want to keep your game or not.
And again, thanks to fans here at the Portland Retro Gaming Expo, you viewers at home. You know, it's been a little bit of a long day today. We had a delay with a fire alarm going off, so this pushed us back a bit, but you will get all the action as promised. We will make it work. 48 players will play shortly. After quals have ended, round 0 will take place. Best of 5s, Chris.
Really?
All the way.
Okay. It's gonna be a long day.
we're gonna cram it in as best we can.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it goes.
But I guess it is a little bit shorter than, say, standard CTWC rules, because the kill screen can't really be survived too far beyond. You're not going to get to level 40 with DAS.
Well, Andy's going to let you know here. Hold my root beer. I'll be right back.
Okay, Sharky here with 564 transition here, so looking to improve upon the mission. Dog with 648, really strong score here. Dog looking to get more on the board. So yeah, it looks like our leaderboard did update, and Dog is officially in second seed position. Dog at 7-12 now. Looking like a strong game here. Boom, Tetris or Dog, 7:41.
Sharky trying to keep up with him on his own game. They're both on level 22, 692.
Yeah.
And again, seeding can play quite a factor here, Chris, in that Sharky #1 seed obviously going to look to try to avoid having to match up with
Dog
likes of
will be
Dog
on the other
and
side of
Andy.
the world there. If you can it's going to be the other players that determine that. But yeah, there's like a log jam of 4 maxes: Dog, NGC Man, and Meme. The kickers deciding the fate of the seeding in those situations.
Yeah,
So
quick time.
Andy also, trying to in contention here for improving position in the seeding.
Sharky wants his bar, dude.
Where's my bar, dude? Say the players. And boom, Tetris or Sharky, 8:04. Hungry for those Tetrises. Having to deal with not ideal setups here due to the droughts. Doing the best he can. But man, the game is not making it easy. And yeah, Sharky having to throw that one away due to lack of long bar.
He's got time for one more, 3 minutes to go.
Yep,
in the
this is going to
qualifier
be
here.
the game where you have to decide whether you keep it or not.
That's kind
Hey,
of
Harry now at 5:51.
Yeah, I was about to say, this kind of situation Harry's in. Oh, he tried to double tuck for the J. Not going to go. So
Not a great build here. It's going to be a struggle to dig that back down.
Yeah. That left side, so tough.
Left side needs
the L.
Flat burn. Okay, keeps it alive, but yeah, not ideal pieces. So Harry's going to reset here and then have to decide whether this next start is going to be the one to keep or not.
Meanwhile, Andy, 900. Is coasting to the finish line.
Yeah, Andy, a lot of runway.
Yeah, he's going to want to try to get this quickly so he can get one more, sneak in the game.
I mean, if it happens, it's going to be in the next 20 seconds or so. Man, the droughts. So many droughts. Oof. Boom, Tetris for Andy, 974. One more will do it. Okay, got one long bar. Just needs another. Dude, where's my bars? Oh my gosh, another drought. Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
Come on.
Oh no.
The game. 28 drought at the end. And Andy not even able to improve the kicker because, geez, betting all of that on. The thing is, he had some lines to give too. So it wasn't really a situation where he had to Tetris or die there. It was probably salvageable if some burns were made. So now we're at 1 minute and 20 seconds left. Decisions will have to be made. Sharky does a reset.
Yeah, that Andy game definitely was kind of a telling form of qualifiers there. Sometimes you're trying to go for the big score, but when you have the lines to give, maybe just take those burns, just get a little closer, and wait till the end.
Even if they were like triples, like you could coast, possibly get it, with some doubles at the end, maybe a couple of burns after level 29, if need be. It's certainly better than destroying your stack and then not having the long bar come like that, especially when the droughts are such a factor.
So you didn't want to burn with an L earlier. So
30 seconds left on the clock. 30-second warning. 25 now, but yeah, this will be your decision to keep the game or to reset would come around now.
And I guess we'll start counting it down from 10 here, Chris.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6,
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's the buzzer.
Done. No more game.
Is
I remember when the timer ran out in the last round, it just said no more game on the screen. You have no game.
Well, the tech team is like, no, we're done. We're way behind, so you're done.
But yeah, at 30 seconds, you gotta decide because you still gotta wait for the game to reset and get to your selection screen. And we've seen situations where people reset too late and they trash their game, they throw it out, and then they don't get to start the next one. But here we are. These are committed. These are going to be the last games.
Andy has 4 max outs, not 3. Andy has 4 max outs,
yeah.
not 3.
All right. So
Okay, we got word that Andy has 4 max outs. So that would actually put him in second seed position.
Yeah. So we'll,
depending on what happens here with Dog, of course.
Of course, right. Yeah. So we'll make sure we check with the table over at the end to confirm.
Yeah.
The judge, Zeno, came over, confirmed that Andy does have 4. So we'll get that fixed up for you folks before the bracket is completed. Meanwhile, shout out to a good friend of ours here, Chris, the organizer for the Rumble in the Prairie event for Classic Tetris in Champaign, Illinois. Yeehaw! $200 contribution to the matcherino, getting us to 39.05.
Awesome.
So we're
right on
close
the brink
to-
of free 4,000.
Yeah, getting close to that $4,000. So folks, continue to contribute. We're here all weekend, Chris. It doesn't stop at the qualifiers. We got bracket play coming up very shortly.
Yeah, that's going to be super interesting.
So help contribute wherever you can. We want to get, as many as we can to get that money, but certainly want to fund our champion to go over to the World Championship in Cologne, Germany next year in 2025 for the DAS Championship.
So yeah, this is the last game for all the players up on the stage and on stream on all the other channels too. We're all synced. Could this be the one for Harry? 476 at 111 lines. It's on pace. $500,000 points, 69% Tetris rate. Hey now.
Hey now.
Oh, Andy needing to burn down desperately. The right pieces, needs that long bar. This is not the time to get it. Gets a long bar and boom! Tetris for Andy. Surviving in there with a bit of a mess on the left.
He still has lines left to give to solve this, but it obviously will eat away at his pace.
Nice last second adjustment tuck there from Andy and gets the long bar to fill on the left side and start cleaning this up.
Oh, the mayor's in a situation here.
Yeah, Harry, topped out. He actually survives a little bit longer, but has a mess in the middle. But yeah, I had to hang right on transition, and it's going to top out at 580. That's going to be his last game to turn in. Currently sitting down in the high non-max section.
Yeah, he'll be at 18th for now. We'll see what the rest of the field looks like.
Yeah, the dust will settle. And over on CT2, Scooty with another max.
That'll put him at 2, so that will give him a bye in the first round, Chris.
Is that the bar? Like 2 maxes?
We're looking at 1 so far. It looks like right now Svavar's holding at 16 with 992, no max. Would get you a bye in the first.
Dog with trouble. Looks like he's going to throw this one out. And that's going to top out at 669. So Dog's position will stay 1 below Andy, depending on how. I mean, the best Andy can do is get closer to Sharky's 6, but that's not going to change the seeding position. And Sharky at 486 now. Not a great transition score, but still looking to possibly have a shot. Sometimes Sharky plays an amazing 19, makes up a lot of points here.
And look at this camera shot that we're watching here, Chris. Sharky, the future of DAS here with these quick taps. Look who's watching him in the moment.
Yeah.
The legend himself in the background.
Boom, Tetris for Sharky, 542.
What a camera shot here, Chris.
Yeah, it's amazing. Left well Tetris for Andy, 651. He's got Andy and Sharky on their last games, looking to... See, the thing is, the seeds here are pretty much determined. Now they are challenging themselves.
Right.
Andy needing to fill in that left. Not ideal pieces. Ooh, barely gets it over to the left there. 667. Boom, Tetris for Sharky, 656. Yeah, if Sharky can maximize the efficiency here, can bring this back, scoring higher points, post 19 level.
Fans are watching with bated breath here, Chris, as they want.
And Andy's gonna top out there at 674, standing with, for what we've heard, the 4 max outs and 996.
4, so that would move him up to 3rd if that's the case. So Dog and Andy, potential semifinal right there.
I think that would put Andy in 2nd if our intel is correct.
Oh, yes,
because of the
correct.
996 kicker.
Yes, thank
so
you.
it would be Shark, Andy, Dog,
right,
being our top 3. And even if Sharky gets a max here, it won't change the seeding, but it will definitely... Division, yeah.
He can't do nothing, he said.
Denied the long bar, but what a performance.
Tremendous.
Sharky dominating qualifiers. 6 max outs, 860K kicker. And yeah, there's the man, Sharky, your favorite underwater host.
What a sensational qual for him. He's made history. 6 max outs for a DAS player in a qualification. That's tremendous to look at. This is the future of the game here. He has stuck with it, you know, throughout all this time where his peers have moved on and gone to rolling. He has continued to stay with DAS. He has stayed tried and true, and what a great representation he is.
Exactly. That's dedication to it, and there was a reward for it here. I mean, you don't know where our scene is gonna lead, but who knew that DAS would have such a huge prominence now, and Sharky sticking with it and doing things like the Best 99 series, and even he'll do commentary and stuff too, as that being his main thing. But then he kept playing DAS, and now he's got all this. He's going to be joining me here in the booth when you take your break, and we'll get to hear from him on the journey,
absolutely,
and the completion of this mission. It's an amazing story, and a story that's going to continue. Just one of the most amazing stories for a rising superstar here in Classic Tetris.
Absolutely. So, folks, quals are done. It's time to get the bracket assembled.
The bracket's gonna get made, and we're gonna figure out how this is all going to fit together as the pieces fall for the Jonas Cup.
Absolutely.
Our inaugural edition here in 2024.
Indeed. So, folks, stick around. We're gonna take a short break, shorter than what we would have liked, but
yeah, we're gonna try to catch up on the
try to catch up a little bit on time. So stick around. We'll get announcements going. Folks, the bracket will be set and finalized shortly. We'll get action back. And one last shout out, Talvot142 on the matcherino, another $100. Chris, we're over 4,000 now. We haven't even.
All right, yeah, we're over 4,000, so that should be enough to get one player and then some to Germany.
Absolutely.
For the DAS Championships. But stay tuned, because joining me in the booth will be our new record-breaking champion, Sharky, with the 6 max outs. We get to hear his thoughts on the whole thing. I don't think he's playing in round 0, so he's probably going to still
definitely not playing in round 0.
Yeah.
So, folks, stick around.
Yeah.
Chris, sign us off, and we'll be back after this.
Drum Tetris for you. 4,534.
Yeah, what time do you have to go? I think it starts at 5:30 and 6. I don't know how far. So yeah, so we'll play it around I think 5:15. If we're still going, I'll get it something for you. Okay. And then we'll be good. All right, let's try to take like a 15-20 minutes, and then
I don't know what that is.
Just gotta make sure they got the brackets set properly.
Hey, Kingsman. What's the deal with tonight? We signed up for extra.
12 shapes, it's too much to remember. I decided that I should downsize it. So if I introduce flipping, then I have just 5 pieces. That's how Tetris was born.
I didn't have the rights. I said, I'm going to go to the Soviet Union and get those rights.
I believe that Tetris will be here forever.
I think I have one of the greatest games in the history of computer games.
Alexei really created the perfect game.
Folks, if I can get a Arthur, there's Arthur still here. If you can meet me over by the check-in booth. We're looking for Arthur. Please come check me out by the check-in booth.
Tetris is inclusive and it appeals to everyone.
Every place was sold out, and every place was clamoring for more.
We're always trying to figure out what is the best way to keep the core game of Tetris.
Nobody thought this game was going to last forever.
Oh, hey everybody. Check, chickadee check. You guys can all hear me? Thank you all for coming, all the players that made it out, all the staff. We couldn't do it without the staff. Let's give a big round to the staff, the volunteers. We all put a lot of time into this, and we're all passionate about it. Going forward to the future, we're really excited to bring this DAS tournament, the Jonas Neubauer Cup, here. It's going to be an event that we're going to be holding every year, so I'm glad a lot of the old players came out and the young players came out. It's going to be something that I think we can all, everyone has a chance. There's an even playing field, right? Jonas meant a lot to all of us. He passed away 3 years ago now, which is shocking still. But we're all here to celebrate him and the play style that he loved. And we're going to put on a show for him. What he did was, he shared his technique with all of us, which is, he held it back for the first couple of years, which was, not pressing down and some of his tucks and things like that. And then, it was kind of a time when we were in the Tetris era where, there wasn't a lot of video and a lot of play out there to be seen or watched. So we all kind of independently grew up with the game and, created our own habits. And Jonas, had the habits that were really good at our tournament or, worked well with our format. And he was just an elite player. But then he decided that he was going to, give his techniques to the world by making, his Jonas 101, 102 videos and share his technique. Kind of like a lot of other sports out there, like basketball, you can go watch Kevin McHale's moves and learn from him, right? So it just took us all forward, and it gave a lot of the new players a quick head start where you didn't get bad tendencies, right? So, which is what our community is about, is just accepting everyone, helping us all grow together, and supporting one another. Something I didn't totally fact check this, but I'm pretty sure, so Scooty, broke the game last year, which kind of then on January 5th, kind of went viral with all the videos and things like that. And that just so it turns out, I think, to be the day that Jonas passed away, or right around then. So the ambassador that he is, wherever he is still doing stuff for us, whatever you might believe. So we have a video, a memorial video that we're going to play now. Thank you all for coming. Let's put on a show.
My name is Jonas Neubauer. I am the 7-time world champion of Tetris.
Jonas is such a big part.
My name is Jonas Neubauer. I am the 7-time world champion of Tetris.
Jonas is such a big part of what we do.
It has to be said, win or lose, Jonas
My name is Jonas Neubauer. I am the 7-time world champion of Tetris.
Jonas is such a big part of what we do.
has to be said, win or lose, Jonas Neubauer absolutely is the greatest ambassador for the Tetris community that has ever lived. Let's give him a huge round of applause.
Full Tetris for Jonas! Jonas will advance! He has made it back to grand finals! There is Tetris for Jonas! And we have a new Tetris world champion!
If you're a high visibility player, it's on you to move the community in a positive direction.
Truly an honor to pass the torch to the new generation of Tetris players.
Palito, dame un palito para la derecha, dame un palito para la derecha.
My name is Jonas.
All right, welcome back to the Jonas Cup, and we are in round 0 brackets.
Yes, we are. And what a qual that has been. I think it's generational qual, as we like to say.
I would like to say that, yes, it sets the standard for all time. Someone had a mission, and they completed that mission.
I wonder who that is.
Yeah, I wonder.
Yeah, I mean, I've been the few times I have been practicing outside of doing editing for CTWC, I was like, 6 seems reasonable because my goal was always 8 in 2 hours. And it's like, oh, if I can get 2 maxes in 30 minutes, then I extrapolate that, I should be able to get 6.
Yeah.
And it's funny because the way that my the 6 max qual happened, it's the exact same way whenever I did my 1 practice qual. I got 2 maxes at the beginning, didn't max for a bit, and then got back 4 back. And that's how I got 6 in my practice.
Yeah, I mean, understanding yourself as a player, knowing your limits, knowing your potential, making a goal, and then aiming for it, and then achieving it's got to be a great feeling. How do you feel about this, Sharky?
I feel good because I think it's the second time I hit my goal. Because it's, sometimes you miss out on your goals, and it sucks. But I think it's always important that you always bounce back and it's like, all right, we messed up this time. What can we do better next time?
Yeah, you can
just
learn
keep
from
moving
it.
forward.
Right, learn from it, move forward, and then create new goals. And that's awesome. It's really inspirational. Reminds me of me when I was a kid. Well, it's funny because I think I'm still in it. I won a Mortal Kombat competition today, so it's all good.
Yeah,
we're a table of winners here.
Yeah,
yeah. And speaking of winners, round 0 is nothing to scoff at. You actually had to get, I think, at least almost like a 900K to make bracket at all.
I think it was like a 800.
It was like high, I thought it was high 800.
It was like high 700, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, high 7, which kind of, I did predict it earlier. I said like 800 is going to be somewhere around the cutoff.
Okay.
So it's good to be right for a prediction once, because every time I predicted something, I was always lower. People, surprised me.
Yeah. Some people come out, and we don't know how many. I mean, the Superstars came out for this. Next year, I can't imagine how crazy it's going to be. Like, more people might take up DAS. People who have been practicing DAS are going to see that, there's actually a really revered place in Classic Tetris for that play style, and we're going to be pushing it for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, I mean, next year it's kind of crazy to think because a year is like an eternity in classic Tetris. Like just in 2024 alone, we've had so much that has
So much
happened,
has gone on. This
and
is
it's still not.
year.
The year's not over.
Yeah, it keeps on going, and you know, there's rebirth attempts that are going to be happening.
Yeah.
We had our first live event max out with a crowd watching Blue Scooty doing it here at the Portland Retro Gaming Expo.
You know, crashing the game live in person, like that's just unbelievable.
Yeah, that's not an AI doing it. That's a real intelligence doing it. And it's just awesome to see that and have that kind of atmosphere at a live event because you don't really expect those things to happen, but surprises happen. And we're so thankful for the opportunity to create an event like this and dedicate it to Jonas Neubauer, you know, a pillar of our community, the Tetris ambassador that the bedrock and foundation of our community has been built on.
Yeah, I wish I got a chance to meet him more because, you know, I'm still rather new to the scene. I only came in 2019 just on a whim. You know, once again, shout out to my parents for that. And that was the chance I got to meet him, take a picture, and it was very welcoming. And
Yeah.
I think that kind of welcoming environment is what has been embodied in our scene to this day.
Yeah, everybody across the boards, anybody who knew Jonas, you know, whether it be close or far or even just watching, you know, on his streams, everybody wanted to spend more time with a person like that. People like that make the world a better place. And I have learned so much from Jonas, and I wanted to make myself a better person, being inspired from what he's done for our community.
Yeah. And that's why having this tournament to honor him and the play style that, you know, he was the GOAT at.
Yeah.
Is, you know, phenomenal.
You can earn respect for a play style through the players that practice it. And, you know, you see it in Jonas, and, you know, you'll be inspiring future generations yourself, I can see. So it's a gift that just keeps on giving, and it all starts from having our first ambassador, Jonas.
Yeah. So we got our bracket here.
Yeah, the bracket.
This is a crazy bracket.
I've not seen it yet, but wow. At least we've got a lot of variety here. We've got Ben Mullen over there in 30th. So
Yeah.
it's good to see him back. The mayor at 18, Harry Hong returns. We've got Scooty with a bye. Meme just tearing up the scene lately, you know, with the game crash lately.
All right, well, I believe Kingsman is ready to announce who's going to be coming up first. So, Kingsman, take it away.
Thank you, Sharky and Chris, so much. We are ready to get set, folks. So the Jonas Cup bracket play begins. We're going to bring up our first 8 players from the A0 bracket. So if your name is being called, please come up immediately. For CT1, I need Hannah versus Alex. Hannah versus Alex Kerr. And Mari versus Peter L. So please come up. That'll be the stage on my right over here. On CT2, we need Miller versus Kirby. And Nima versus Arthur. That'll be on my left here for CT2. So once again, I need Hannah, Alex, Mari, and Peter to my right. Miller, Kirby, Nima, and Arthur to my left. Sharky, Chris, let's get it going, baby.
Wow, what a first 8 that we have.
Yeah, you've got legends in there like Alex Kerr. You've got new players on the scene. I can't wait. This is going to be really epic.
Yeah, I think that's going to be one of the dynamics that is going to be interesting because of it being DAS, we get to see a lot of those players that, you know, came before my generation started coming in and playing this game.
And they're still playing, yeah.
Yeah, and they're still playing, and, you know, they're making the bracket because even though it was just DAS, the cutoff was insanely high. If you think about to, like, 2019, because that was the last time that I want to say that there was a lot of DAS players that made a bracket in a live event.
Before
the cutoff for
tapping and
then
pulling.
was like 680, if I'm remembering correctly. The cutoff for this was almost 200,000 points higher.
Yeah,
like
so
150.
The overall global skill level for DAS has improved like dramatically. Like that kind of percentage, squeezing that much more points out of a finite game is not easy to do.
Out of a finite game and a restricted play style.
Yeah,
and it's going to be exciting because there was a lot of, you know, crazy paces that were put on by people that were on stream, and then, you know, some of the people that we didn't get to see on the stations.
Yeah.
And I mean, Harry, I was, you know, watching while playing. What an insane transition. It was just unfortunate that, you know, the pieces didn't work out for him. But he's going to really be a threat, like you and Kingsman have been saying, because to consistently get 900 Ks or these high transitions, not only is that going to force your opponent to try and play up to your skill level. That's going to put a lot of mental pressure on your opponent. It's like, man, this guy can just 900 on me at any point. I got to play more aggressive.
And if the only reason he didn't max was the pieces didn't fall, well, that situation is going to affect the opponent as well. So match play is going to be a great equalizer here for that.
Yeah, both players are going to get bad pieces.
Well, the droughts shall continue here in Portland, Oregon.
Yeah, there was a lot of droughts and quals too.
Oh yeah,
I felt the pain.
Oh yeah, yeah. I felt the salt. I felt the despair. It was raining droughts in Portland.
Yeah. So it looks like our players are still getting situated. Of course, on the main stage, we're going to have Alex Kerr. You know, I believe he's our kind of veteran player that is on that stage.
One of from the very beginning. You know, maybe came in officially 9th, I guess, in the original Ecstasy of Order in 2010, the first CTWC.
Yeah, and the qualifying for that was B-type. You had to play
B-type, right.
Since where a lot of players playing perfect, and it was just a matter of push-down points.
That was pretty much it, yeah. I actually tried it myself. I was able to get a qual score after the fact within the allotted time.
Well, then for those of you that are, you know, watching, you have like, maybe you don't have anything better to do outside of, you know, watching Tetris. Something you could do is do like the Ecstasy of Order B-type 18 challenge and see where you would get.
Yep, you just make all Tetrises and you would have qualified for CTWC1.
Yeah, and you got to push down to try and maximize your points. Definitely it'll be a little interesting challenge for, you know, any.
That might be a nice side thing to do at some point if we could make the rules interesting.
But with that being said, players are still warming up. We have Mari versus, I believe that is Peter. And Peter was a player, I'll remember, he came back in 2019. And he was, I believe, either the only or one of 2 people that started at level 15 that year.
Oh.
And for some people around that, like back in the 2019 days, if you wanted to throw your opponent off their rhythm, level 15 was what to do.
We still see it to this day.
I hate level 15. I hate it with a passion. Like, I could rant for 30 minutes on why level 15 is just bad.
Yeah. When I was commentating Tetris Effect Connected, we've got on CT2, Kirby 703 was using the strat of switching to 15 to throw off the opponent, and it actually worked really well.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
That. Yeah.
And then also the times where, you know, we commentate the Tetris Effect Connected events.
Yeah.
How there's occasionally, you know, level 15 starts that, you know, throw them off because
it does.
You know, your timing is a certain way.
Or sometimes people forget about the transition, like the successive transition that happens. Like you play 18 for a level, and then you're on 19, and it's like, whoa, you're not used to it.
Or there's also the deceiving how it's slowed down a bit slower than level 18, and so then players will play more aggressive and then just end up topping out because pieces don't go where they need to go.
Yeah, and they want to play aggressive because they know their opponent is going to be maximizing. So it's an interesting strat. I don't know if we're going to see that. I'm not sure if there's a rule for our DAS gameplay.
I'm pretty confident it's all 18 stars.
Okay.
Everyone that made the bracket's a pro here.
Yeah.
You know, they've been able to play on 19 to, you know, get to the scores that they had to make the bracket.
Yeah. This is top level DAS all the way.
That's going to be the real interesting part, is because same piece sets when you're looking at a CCWC, yes, it's to make sure that, you know, the fairness of the players. But I think when you're talking about same piece sets in the DAS match, the differences become much more pronounced. And really, it's going to be how you handle those long bar timings.
That's right.
Because DAS, you have to balance. It's like, oh, do I go aggressive while waiting for this drought, or do I burn down?
Right, because if you go too aggressive, then you're going to top out. There's only a certain amount of height you can build to safely.
Yeah, and if you go too passive and you cover up the well, you miss out on a Tetris, and then your opponent can score.
Yep.
It's an intricate balancing act that me personally, as like a person that likes analyzing this stuff, is always fascinating for me to look at.
Yeah.
But
still doing their thing.
Still warming up.
So yeah, round 0 is if you didn't seed high enough, then you don't get the bye. You actually have to fight more matches if you're stuck in round 0. So getting out of it is definitely something you want to do. And I guess we're going to be doing 3 of 5, right?
Yeah, best of 5, which, yes.
Yeah, threw me off a little bit because I see like 2 hearts there rather than like 3, but
just something that needs to be tweaked with Nestor Shams.
Yeah.
Which, you know, shout out to Yobi for getting the Nestor Shams, you know, our HD
I'm pretty
blocks.
sure they have that capability.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So just
we
a
haven't
minor.
seen what our cast on CT1 looks like, but on CT2 they have 2 hearts there.
But yeah, so round 0 is going to.
All right. Looks like we're gonna.
Looks like I
head
think
into
we're
it.
about. I think they're still trying to finalize their warm-ups.
Okay.
Yeah, we just heard from production. They're finalizing things. So players are, finishing up their warm-ups. And, it's interesting because a lot of people have different warm-ups. I know while we're waiting on them to get set up, I went through a couple warm-up schemes in the past. Now my warm-up is pretty bizarre, but for example, I used to start warm-up with 19-2, clear it 3 times, then go to 19-3, clear it once, and then play 1 game of 19 until I got 100K, and then I'll actually start playing. And that was like a warm-up that I did for 2 years. And then now you see me, I play floor 4, and it's just all ways for me to kind of evaluate how I feel with my skills. Like, am I hitting my quick taps?
Right, hitting your
How
quick
is my
taps.
timing?
I've noticed that, you've been really focusing on that. It's paid off. So.
Yeah, this weekend for me has been kind of insane in regards to quick taps. I've been practicing a lot, and I just now realized with the 6 maxes I got up there on stage, I'm at 13 maxes for the weekend.
Wow. That's a lot of maxes on DAS especially. Yeah.
It's kind of scary, not gonna lie.
Well, the weekend's not done yet, so
yeah, it's not done yet.
Some in your pocket. Yeah, we'll see you in match play soon enough.
All right, they're getting their seeds. Let's hope we get some good ones.
Yeah, no big droughts. We had enough of that in qual.
Yeah, we didn't want to see terrible droughts. Make it balanced. Don't make it too easy on them.
All right, we got the thumbs up. So we're count them down. This is the first match of round 0. Jonas Cup 2024. Let's go.
Ready?
In 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Tetris. All right, so on the left you have Alex Kerr up top and Mario down at the bottom. On the right you have Hana and Peter. As you can see, we do in fact have same piece sets. It is a best of 5, so you have to win 3 to advance to the next round.
Yeah, and like always, you want to at least get on the board, take it to the decider if you can. And DAS, depending on how risky you play it.
And of course, it's a lot of, Tetris. It's not necessarily like sprints. It's like a bunch of mini marathons. Because if you're taking the game to the distance on from a level 18 start, they're talking about like 9 to 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And if you were going to a decider and both of you are pushing each other to that limit, you're talking about 50-minute matches where you're having to maintain a certain level of focus.
If you go the whole way, that's a long time to be playing Tetris. But we were able to do that because, with the DAS play style, 29 is pretty much still a kill screen. I mean, you could do some flexing singles and line clears, try to break a record or something. But part of the appeal of competitive Tetris has always been the match length being just about right. So we're back to that now. I remember there was that one year.
Ooh, Peter in trouble.
That is mess.
That hang is going to do it. Peter is going to have an early top out at 98,000. So Mari is good for game number 1 down there.
And yeah, just like that, we're already knocking down matches.
That's an example of how, volatile it can be. Because if you have that misdrop, there's the essence of the misdrop of, all right, now I got to figure out how to fix this. But now there's also, can you recover DAS fast enough to get pieces to fix it?
Because when you watch rollers and maybe even tappers, they could fix things and be stacked up high. But with DAS, you really have to recover. It's very difficult to recover, and you have to maintain charge and adjust within those limits.
Yeah, up top, though, incredibly close game. 194 to 199. And Alex Kerr's going to take the lead with that Tetris, bring him up to 217.
Yeah, so still early days, but yeah, both players are in line with each other a little bit before the halfway to transition here. Okay, Hana set up for a Tetris. Boom, Tetris for Hana. And Alex is going to need to dig down a little, so it's going to allow Hana to take the lead and run with it for a bit.
And we do have our starts at the bottom. So now that is game 2 at the bottom and game 1 up top. And Alex Curry's kind of been stuck in this board state for a little bit. It's not terribly dangerous, but we're getting to the point to where the skill level is, yes, you'll be able to survive this. It's just how efficient you can survive it. Because if it takes you 20 lines to burn and Hana is able to score 3 Tetrises out of those 20 lines, now all of a sudden you're down by 60,000 points, in addition to what the difference could have already been.
Yeah, Alex did get out of that fairly quickly and is now back into a good board state. Tetris ready. Boom Tetris for Hana, 285, and boom Tetris for Alex, 265. So Alex is a little bit behind now. And on the bottom, yeah, we had another top out there. So Mari taking another round. Although they are talking to the judge, I don't know if there's anything happened there, but we'll find out.
But yeah, 291. Hana, that was a rough S piece. Ooh. Ideally, an L would be helpful here. Also, an I piece. But a drought is forming.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of droughts up top. That's not been a kind piece set so far. So the tradition from Quals is continuing. So many droughts. Boom, Tetris for Alex, 319.
All right, got our start down at the bottom. Maybe there was a incorrect seed.
Yeah, there could have been something there. I saw some interaction with the judge, and I only see one heart on Mari's screen, so that looks like a replay. So second round has restarted.
We are...
Oh, okay.
Okay. It was a confirmation. Mari did win 2. Once again, shout out to our production, talking in our ears and helping us get that information, because there's a lot of moving parts to this. So
yeah, we're watching one match, and sometimes things happen so fast, miss something on the bottom.
Yeah, just a reminder, this is round 0. It says qualifying on the bottom. That will be changed shortly. So yeah, there it is. Instant customer service there, I guess you can say. Up top, we are closing in on the transition, and Hana has built up a little over a 2 Tetris lead.
Yeah.
So 442 to now 417.
Alex will catch up big time with that Tetris. So we're neck and neck up on top. Both players at 121 lines.
3 Tetrises possible with perfect play, but you don't want to go for that on level 18. Mm-hmm. If it happens, it happens.
But that close to transition, you want to be getting your board state in good shape, especially, in the DAS play style. That speed change could make the difference. Boom, Tetris for Alex into transition, 486. Hana with Tetris, 517. Yeah, on bottom.
There it is.
Peter set up for a Tetris.
It's getting up a bit high. Going to have to take the triple, and you got to be disciplined.
Yeah.
Because now, that's, even though qualifying serves as a way to kind of gauge where a player, the strength of the players, in match play, there is no soft resetting. There is no, I can throw this game out.
You have to keep what you got, and in Peter's case, you have to stay safe, stay alive to, you want to go the distance if you're on the ropes and this is the last, you can't take another round, so.
Yeah, speaking about being on the ropes, Mari was on the ropes there for a second, was able to bring the board down a little bit lower, but still not safe. Up top, Alex Kerr. Well is open, nice maneuverability, beautiful L right there.
Tetris ready. Covered it up though. Another drought.
Yeah, 23 pieces, 24. Couldn't use it for an eyepiece, but the board is safe, is steady.
Yeah, much more manageable. Hana in the lead, 619 now.
Oh, a misdrop from Alex Kerr. Does find the Tetris though, so that's important. Brings the stack down by 4 crucial lines. And on level 19, when you're playing DAS, each line your board is down matters.
Yeah. There's a difference between being able to get that piece over or not.
These rough pieces for Alex Kerr. He's trailing by just over 2 Tetrises, but he's got to survive this. An L piece, that's perfect. Z piece makes it all the way over to the left, and Alex Kerr is back down at the bottom.
Clean.
And now Hana's in trouble.
Got some holes in the stack.
Alex Kerr with a misdrop as well. Looks like 24 was the dangerous level. Alex Kerr doing the best that he can, but he's not going to be able to find anything over to the left, and is going to top out at 624. Hana at 691 is good for game number 1 up top.
Yeah, it did look like the P sequence there affected both players, and there are droughts throughout that entire seed. So
down the bottom at 290 for Mari, 245 for Peter.
Peter with the Tetris, again, reducing that deficit, now at 268.
And Peter's tournament life is on the line. This is 48-player single elimination. No, in the past we did have, when we were in the online years, we did have double elimination to kind of help mitigate some of the randomness from RNG, since we were unable to do same piece sets since everyone lived, you know, all over the world. And that was, I believe, the only instances of a double elimination at like a CTWC event, with the exception of this most recent year at CTWC DAS. So Peter could be trying to set up for the reverse sweep here, has to win this game though, and Mari could advance to the next round if he's able to take this next game. Now we do have our start for the players up top.
Yep.
A little bit of tricky pieces. Seems like there's been a lot of S's in this sequence.
Yeah, and one of the strategies is to make your topography most accommodating to everything that's there, and you can only do so much when you can build so high with DAS. So we'll see a lot of rollers move things all the way over to the left, like just so easily, but they'll have to do something like a quick tap like you do, Sharky, in order to
Speaking about a quick tap down there, Mari at the bottom. Oh my gosh, barely gets it over. A little shush to the commentators over there. Hanging there could have been fatal, and then Peter could have been on the way to a reverse sweep, winning that game.
Yeah.
But still, 423 down at the bottom for Mari.
Yeah, Mari with the dirty Tetris there.
Make that 401 for Peter. So just only separated by this kind of Tetris moniker.
Yeah, it's been that way the whole way through. Peter having a much better game, better than early topping out, and on the way to transition here. Gets a Tetris and can get one more, but takes the single burn into level 19 at 429,000 points.
Yeah, we have reached the transition. So there's another Tetris for Mari. And Hana with a lot of issues.
Rough board. He's going to have to burn that down, take some triples and doubles there.
Yeah, the board is low enough. It wasn't in danger, but Alex Kerr with the center wheel now set up.
Yep.
Could start to build up an even greater lead because it's already up by 2 Tetrises roughly.
And another drought finally ends. Boom, Tetris for Alex. Nice center well there. 201,000 points.
Down at the bottom, Mari at 495. Going to knock down Tetris, take the lead back from Peter, who actually took the lead over, I want to say, level 20, and now has taken the lead again on level 21. So it's back and forth.
Yeah, Peter performing much better this round, getting the rhythm in, getting acclimated, and looking to possibly turn this around. Tournament life on the line.
Couple of burns being forced for both of our players at the bottom. Beautiful delay burn over there from Peter, and it's just going to take the triple. And when you're in a game this close and you have the opportunity to look at your opponent as like, oh well, he's not scoring any Tetrises, so I can play it safe.
Yeah.
It's just kind of like a game of chicken, so to speak.
Yeah,
who's going to be the first to take that risk, go for that Tetris, and will they get punished or not?
Yeah, in this situation, you definitely want to go the distance if you can. And
oh, Mari, early shift right there.
Another, some loss of DAS. Grace of holes, that's a bad
and the hang. And with that, Peter takes game 3.
Peter staying alive, taking it to around 4.
But yeah, as you were saying, survival was key there.
Yeah. Well, for both players, yeah, you just want to see what happens. It's a game that close. Topping out is really not the way you want to go out. Up on top, Alex with a commanding lead now, 92,000 points. 4 Tetris lead.
And that one dig from Hana was just so costly. And, with rolling, you see a 100,000 point lead, and you're like, oh, that could be made up on post 29. There really isn't that unless your name is Pixel Andy. So these players, Hana's going to have to try and be more efficient than Alex Kerr on level 19. And that's the kind of pressure that you're going to see a lot of players put on each other when they're just having that better 18.
Yeah.
Because with DAS, 18 is going to be more impactful.
Absolutely, yeah. Because you can't, on 19, you can't build as high as other play styles. So getting that score back, it's possible, but you really have to pay the price in the risks that you take. I think in the best 99 series that we saw you against Jeff would take these massive risks, play a really stellar 18, and then he would continue playing YOLO 119 and end up topping out. And I think that made a big difference. So when you make your risks on 18 and do well with it, then that keeps you safer on 19.
Speaking of 19, we're about to head into that. And Alex Kerr with a 150,000 point lead there for a moment. Hana was able to knock down a Tetris, so it's going to cut that down a little bit, but this is a tremendous lead for Alex Kerr.
This was, I mean, we've only just started brackets, but yeah, this is a pretty big lead any way you slice it. And boom, Tetris for Alex, 481,000 points. I mean, this is actually a really strong game.
I like the burn that Alex took right there. Get the right side ready for level 19 so you can bring the board under control, because you have a massive advantage. You want to force Hana to play up to your game.
Right.
$492 now for Alex Kerr. Loving the way that he's managing that.
Yeah, he's playing safe and only taking risks that he needs to. With this kind of lead, that's exactly the position that warrants that strategy.
Now Hana is starting to bring it back down by just under 4 Tetrises, 396 to now 502. There's another one for Hana.
Yeah, Hana with a great
miss drops from
right
Alex
now.
Kerr. It's going to once again kind of prevent him from scoring the way he probably would like.
But
beautiful.
Nice and clean again.
Another Tetris for Hana. Now down by a little over 2 Tetrises.
Yeah, Hana actually playing really efficient now.
Yeah, Hana put on the jets and has not been stopping since.
Yeah, just really clean play here. Boom, Tetris for Hana. 488, reducing the deficit to just a Tetris for a moment there. Alex firing back. Still ahead at 551K. Meanwhile, on the bottom, Peter in the lead. So looking to reverse the situation here after being down 2 games.
Yeah, 210 for Mari, 246 for Peter. Board is back under control, so Peter should be able, both Peter and Mari should be able to score whenever the next eyepiece comes.
Looks
and
like
speaking about that,
route.
eyepiece came for Hana. Still, now 2 Tetrises is what separates these two. There's a Tetris for Hana. This is a comeback, but Alex Kerr going to try and keep Hana at bay. There's another Tetris.
Yeah, so that was Alex taking less risks there while Hana stepping on the gas is how that changed around after level 19.
Yeah, but now we're at the last 3 levels. This is very crucial. Roughly 250,000 points can be afforded here, and Hana is still down by 81,000 points. And the board is not in the best of position to consistently score Tetrises.
Yeah,
so
now Alex's board is in much better shape. And boom, Tetris for Alex. 696K, 100,000 point lead. So that is gonna...
nice. And another one.
Yeah, another one. So yeah, Alex trying to seal the deal here and getting the job done.
And Hana is also ahead in lines too, so doesn't have like a benefit of like playing from behind.
Yeah, the runway is too short probably to catch up. 100,000 points, that's 3.5 Tetrises.
If Alex Kerr gets one more Tetris, then Hana's going to have to get one.
Have to play.
Hana's going to have to play. No, now Hana has to get 1 in 29.
Right.
And have to play perfect.
That's not going to be survivable.
What a textbook way to play the game over there from Alex Kerr. Hana trying to find just some extra lines anywhere.
Yeah, going out good. 700K, nothing to scoff at, but Alex is going to take that one at 798. And we are 1-1.
Had a 150,000 point lead at transition and have a 97,000 point lead. Looking for one last Tetris. Oh, couldn't get it, but still 798 for Alex Kerr. We are now tied up top, but down at the bottom, 426 to now 448.
Yeah, it's been a close game for a while now. They've been trading back and forth. Boom, Tetris for Mari, 449. We are neck and neck.
Tetris over there for Mari.
Still game point on the bottom. Peter fighting to stay alive, stay in the tournament.
And Peter trying to get the board under control before 19.
Yeah, it's coming.
Because, you know, that the game that has made the difference for Peter to win was that 19 play.
Yeah.
Not going too overly aggressive. Mari kind of disgusted with that missed drop.
Yeah, a bit of a mess there for Mari to clean up there. But yeah, Peter really getting the rhythm now. No early top outs. That's been behind him. So yeah, both players level 19 speeds now. Mari with a slight lead, but Peter can get the board in good shape in a couple of moves.
Ooh, there it is.
Had to use
Tetris
triple.
ready for Mari. And boom, Tetris for Mari. 534 to now 498. Peter in trouble.
Yeah, Peter having to...
Both players actually kind of, oh no, nice. A split double over there for Peter, trying to keep things alive. T-piece doesn't throw it over. Probably didn't have enough dazzle,
Yeah,
but had enough dazzle on that one. And that's a great, you know, example of what you're going to have. Oh, nice quick tap over there from Peter.
This is dicey. He needs good, better pieces. Get some of them.
Another nice quick tap. And that eyepiece is going to help Arik. Peter is in a much more survivable position. But you'll see players do these kind of placements that is like, well, why didn't they place it there? And the answer to that may be because they didn't have that dash charge.
Yeah, dash charge. If you see pieces piling up in the middle, that means that they're...
Oh, Peter setting up dirty.
Oh,
and
lost dash and was not able to get it down there. So Mari's going to take the round and the match. But a good comeback by Peter in those rounds.
Yeah, and you can tell by Mari's reaction. That was definitely a stressful game because Peter had, you know, the advantage up until transition. And then even then, you know, there's a lot of that level 20 was very scary for both players. But now that means our attention focuses to the top. Hana versus Alex Kerr. 131 for Alex Kerr, 152 for Hana.
Yeah, both players with one win on the board. So good even match here. Nice spin by Alex. And a Tetris for Alex getting closer. Could even it up with the next one.
Yeah, so this is kind of like a calm before the star moment. We're on level 18.
Yeah, we'll see.
And we kind of got an example of, you know, how important level 18 was because the game that Alex Kerr just won, it was a 150,000 point lead.
All those Tetrises scored early on shifted the complexion of the match, putting the pressure on Hana to score higher in 19, and actually did well for a while. But the time ran out, and you can only make so many points on 19, even in light of that higher scoring that you get.
234 now for Alex Kerr, 250 for Hana. Beautiful S-flat, and S-flat is one of those placements that is kind of something that you see a lot of newer players do. I remember in Best of 99, Kingsman and Bidwell, and I believe you brought it up on last night, how the S-flat was kind of like a game changer in terms of efficiency. And you'll start to see as we feature more of these younger players, they're doing moves that differ from the older generation of players. I want to say like the stacking from newer players is a bit more flexible, while the older generation is more rigid. Both have their approaches, and they can work out in certain situations. It's just a matter of finding that balance.
Yeah, if you're used to using certain pieces a certain way, and you are, as you said, rigid in it, whereas a newer player might see something that's useful, add it to their tool set early on, and make use of it, then that could be the difference. All right, we're going to start our match on the bottom.
Yeah, once we get our next two players, once we get it hear from production who those two players will be.
Looks like might be Mega Retro Man and Jacobo.
Yes, Mega Retro Man and Jacobo will be playing up next here on the bottom. So Mega Retro Man and Jacobo, if you guys can come up to stage 1 so you guys can get your match underway.
Yeah, it's a good way to make up some lost time from that fire alarm earlier.
Yeah, we had Firegate Part 2.
Yeah.
Oh, Alex Kerr. All right. It was a little scary there, you know, having to burn it down.
Drought. I mean, what can you do? Look at that. 27, 28.
Still going. Hana actually in trouble. Long bar. Oh, hey. No. And that triple is going to be good enough for Alex Kerr. Alex Kerr takes game number 3.
And right after getting the long bar into Tetris. So Alex up now by 1. We are a match point up top. Hana needs to win this round to stay in the match.
Yeah, but, you know, on the topic of Firegate, I know me, Dog, and Andy were, like, absolutely livid because we were, you know, all 3 of us got our first max in qual. And we were on pace for, like, all of us were on pace for another max, and then we had to stop.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's tough.
That is not Mega Retro Man and Jacobo.
That looks like Matt Martin and Ninja.
Yes, so eventually we'll hear from production what's going on.
Yeah.
I might have been fed misinformation.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So yeah, Matt Martin will be playing Ninja first because we have Dr. Mario also going on.
Yeah, that's crazy. So much.
There's players playing in both.
Going on, yeah, at the same time.
But Ninja, before going into this tournament, he has done a lot of practice. And he said that his goal was just to make the bracket because making the bracket, I know that a lot of people, you know, they see the scores is like, oh, yeah, you know, making the bracket, great. There were almost 90 people that qualified. And so just over half of that were going to make the bracket, which that's not great odds for, you know, people that might not be practicing DAS because Ninja, he's typically a hyper tapper.
Right.
So, you know, getting a PB in his quals to, you know, make it into the DAS bracket, I know for a fact that this is, you know, a huge moment for him.
Awesome. Yeah, I love to hear stories like that. And, you know, a great man once said, I came here just to qualify. So that's the attitude you got to have going in, you know. Shoot for what makes you accomplished and happy, and you never know where that might take you.
Yeah, but up top, we do got game number 4 underway. Alex Kerr on match point. Some 2 good games. Just really tough drought that both players had to handle, and Hana hanging right there.
Yeah.
After that, it was nothing you could do.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of examples of losing DAS and what can happen. Stacks get messy real fast. All right. Matt and Ninja with a fist bump there. Looks like they're getting ready to go.
So, honestly, Matt, nice little photo from Ninja. Honestly, Matt Martin is kind of in a unique position because he is one of the older players, but he also joined the scene the same year I did, so 2019.
That was a year where we started seeing new faces that got inspired by the things that had happened. You know, Jonas versus Joseph especially brought in a lot of attention to our scene.
Yeah, so I can say, you know, new generation claim Matt Martin.
Yeah, no, Matt Martin is definitely an interesting story within our community. It was so cool to see him recognized in that group photo with all the young players as being the only old guard player left standing, you know, in recent years. So seeing Matt Martin shine with DAS here, you know, he actually did learn rolling for a while, and I think he ends up sticking with DAS. So you get to see the strength of that play style here.
Yeah, and soon we're going to have to be seeing the strength of Alex Kerr's digging prowess because this is not the board that is able to score Tetrises consecutively.
But yeah, Hana's going to be able to take full advantage of this. Is Tetris ready? And boom, Tetris for Hana. 207, catching up a bit, and Alex Kerr is going to be needing to do some digging. So we will see how this plans out. Hana with the clean board here.
Yeah, great down stacking over there from Alex Kerr.
Yeah, kept it as clean as possible. Didn't go for the dirty. It looks like it's gonna just.
Ooh, he's not too happy with that.
Yeah, might end up turning it into something more, but he's gonna have to burn that down first.
With this being a DAS tournament, now we're seeing the return of DAS players shaking their heads.
I don't know. Shaking your head might not be limited to just DAS players. It's universal sign.
Oh, both players in trouble. Hana, this could be deadly. Tournament life on the line. Gets an eyepiece over there to the right.
Flat to burn on the left.
Oh no, the rotation. Hana's going to top it at 236. Alex Kerr advances to the next round.
What a match to start with. Gee. But yeah.
It was a tough situation, and what I think Hana wanted to do there was to go L flat to just be able to get a burn.
Yeah,
bring
but
the stack down just one.
Yeah.
And that rotation just was unable to make it over.
Yeah, but yeah, Hana starting off strong, ends up Alex taking 3 in a row there.
So that is one of the old guard that has advanced.
Yeah, so we will see some, more of our classic players that, we hope to see here are going to advance. And the story developing on the bottom.
Still warming up, it seems, at the bottom.
Matt and Ninja getting ready to go there. So it turns out we might end up having, well, I guess we'll call up the next matchup on top whenever it comes, but we'll try to be as time efficient as possible. Like these players are trying to be efficient with their pieces, scoring as many Tetris as possible. We'll try to get as many matches stuffed in here with the time that we've got.
Yeah, speaking of the old guard, there's a couple of old guard that had already got a top 16 bye. Those players being Jeff Moore with, a max out and quals.
Yeah.
So that's a huge one. Another one, Quaid also got a max. And, I had a chance, talk with Quaid after his max, congratulate him. He's like, man, I haven't been playing this game at all. And, typical
He's just
Quaid.
that good. Doesn't need to practice. Just, shows up and goes
I'm like, well,
down.
it's kind of like riding a bike. And he's like, yeah, it's exactly like that.
No, I love players that throw down just when they need to throw down. I'm like that. Like, I'll not practice something, and then the tournament will come up. Mortal Kombat, all right, take that today.
Yeah, and then you had Spalvar that got 15th seed as well.
Yeah, that's good to see. Just all these new players, but then the classics are here too. They're here. They're here, and they're bringing it.
Yeah, you get a nice mesh of players from all walks of life.
Yeah, and what I love about it is people who are just getting into our scene now are seeing these players, and maybe they'll watch our older videos and they'll see this progression. They'll see evolution of players. Players who, maybe they didn't take the whole CTWC, but they made their mark and they improved year after year. I always say that, like, Corian had the Corian of the year succeeding the one that he didn't become champion would have won.
Yeah.
And that you see that story happen a lot where players are constantly improving, but
all right, looks like we are good to start at the bottom. So let's go ahead and get them counted down, shall we?
All right.
We go in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Stress.
And we'll wait to see who we got playing in the top shortly.
Okay, I see Mega Retro Man filtering in there. So it looks like the match that was going to be on the bottom is moving up top.
That is a cool shirt.
So yeah, it's Mega Retro Man Jokobo up on top and Matt Martin Ninja on the bottom. Boom, Tetris for Matt. First on the board. Ninja set up for one.
And Matt already trying to with some mind games. As you can see, Matt has already pushed down for 1 point. So even if they are tied, Matt will still be in the lead.
Drought early on too, but Ninja being able to take advantage of that, evening up the score.
Yeah, it seems like both Mega Retro Man and Jacobo were playing Dr. Mario.
So yeah, we'll see if that affects anyone's performance, having to play 2 different puzzle games back to back like that.
Yeah, because switching between games definitely can be a challenge. But with that being said, players up top are finalizing their warm-ups. Down at the bottom, 101 to 118.
Yeah, Matt Martin with an early lead, not too far apart. More droughts. I'm always just looking at that drought counter, and it's been a rough day for everyone.
Yeah, it's looking like last year's Texas weather with all these droughts.
3-2-1 Texas.
I think there's like a very rare chance with the classic Tetris bot that we have where I can't remember what the odds. Maybe it was like 1 in 100, but occasionally it will say 3, 2, 1 Texas.
That's pretty cool. It's like an Easter egg.
We had a couple Easter eggs. There was another one where sometimes you'll do a countdown and it's like, we'd like to contact you about your car's extended warranty. And right now, both of these players down at the bottom just real clean. Matt Martin has been a bit more efficient, so just under a 60,000 point lead.
Yeah, Matt Martin banged down another Tetris there. 75% Tetris rate, so strong game here. Not yet halfway to transition, but getting there.
And of course, got a lot of action today. Later on, we're going to see Harry Hong, which we haven't seen Harry Hong play in an event since.
That's true.
I want to say 2021. No, I know he qualified in 2020 online, but an in-person event.
Yeah, it would be 2019.
Yeah, it'd be 2019 since the last time we see Harry Hong play in one. So there's a real treat for everyone that's watching. And I know from his streams, he's been grinding level 19. He's been throwing up maxes. I mean, he is the mayor of Max South City. So
I've seen strong Harry today. And stronger than ever Harry, I would say, with the consistency and just his performance today.
He knows the competition he's going to have to go up against this year, and I would like to believe that he's playing up to that competition, which is to be expected of a player of Harry's caliber.
Mm-hmm. He has eyes on you too when you're playing your game to get your last maxes in. So that was inspiring to see. So 312, 313 now for Matt Martin, 285 for Ninja. Tetris separating them as they cross the halfway point to transition here. More droughts.
Ooh, great burns over there from Matt Martin. Oh, wait. This drought actually could get scary for Matt.
Matt going
dirty. Dirty Tetris over there for Matt Martin. Shakes his head because he didn't want to have to set that up.
Well, it's still a reward. I think if you're going to make a dirty Tetris, then it's better than taking a dirty triple or double.
And it's certainly better than topping out. But 365 for Matt Martin, 321 for Ninja.
Just past the 100 lines mark.
Oh, Ninja going for the skip.
Oh, no.
Accidental. Yeah. He tried to adjust with the eyepiece and did the wrong placement, but the board is still salvageable.
Yeah, that was the players trying to maintain their DAS. So, having the entry, holding the D-pad when the long bar comes in.
Nice. Great survival over there from Ninja.
Yeah, keeping it clean too. Although transition's coming, so now it's time you want to get that board back down. Ninja with another Tetris. Scores are actually getting closer. Ninja making up some ground here. And Matt having to take a triple there. So a little bit of cleanup. This is when you want to get your boards. Okay, we're going to start our match up on top. Mega Retro Man versus Jacobo. Ready to count down with me.
3, 2, 1, Tetris.
Tetris.
Stop.
He's out here.
But he is watching.
That's good. That's good. Did you see him in chat?
I mean, it's Jonas Cup. A lot of people are watching.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm assuming. Giving them benefit of doubt. Innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah.
437 transition for Matt Martin. 428 for Ninja. So it is a close game here in game number 1.
Yeah. Yeah. Only 9,000 point difference. Neck and neck. Up on top, Jacobo with a lot of holes in the stack. Gonna have to do a little bit of digging. But yeah, no one scored a Tetris yet.
Ooh, an early shift over there for Ninja. So Matt Martin's going to take a 1 Tetris lead. Nice down stacking.
Yeah, trying to down stack this. Almost out of it.
Up top, Jacobo has burned the first 17 lines.
Yeah.
And that's a fresh game up top there.
0% Tetris rate.
Yeah, there it is, the hard scout remove. Man, production is on it today. Ooh, Matt Martin, a couple of tough pieces. Oh no, that doesn't burn anything. Matt Martin's now all of a sudden in trouble.
Oh, the left side. Yeah, that's not survivable. And there's a chase down. Ninja has to make 512,000 points to chase down Matt.
Ninja also had a kind of tricky board because we were running into a developing drought. 29 pieces.
Yeah.
Oh, the hang.
Okay.
Ninja,
Double long bar dependent.
Nice. Just one long bar, but the long bar to the left.
Nothing flat bottom for the right.
Ninja gets the long bar over.
Just barely, but yeah, death-defying there.
It was 6 high, so Ninja needed full dash. Otherwise, it wouldn't have gotten over. Now, just under a Tetris is needed for Ninja, but he can line this out. He does have time.
Yeah.
It's just up to him what he decides to do. 512,000.
Look, another drought, just like back-to-back droughts all over. Set up for a triple here.
It's just going to take the burns. Don't want to try and maintain the center. All right, stack is down to the bottom. 512 is the score to get.
Yeah, all he has to do is play safe. Get that triple. They're almost there.
And oh, nice flat burn.
Whoa, adjustments there. A little scary.
And that double is going to be good enough. Ninja takes game 1 up against Matt Martin, and he's ecstatic.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Ninja fully aware Matt Martin is a strong competitor.
I mean, you know, like I mentioned earlier, Ninja PB'd to make it into the bracket, and now he's taking a game off of
what
Matt
a story.
Martin.
You got to feel good about that.
I mean, that means we've seen, I know for a fact we've seen two PBs today because Game Scout got his level 19 PB right before quals.
That's inspiring. You know, running an event like this and just seeing people do their best and achieve new things.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff that happened today.
Yeah, it's been incredible so far. We're just getting started. This is round 0.
Yeah. Matt Martin this time pushing down for 2 points. Doubled the power. Up top, 264 for Jacobo, 294 for Mega Retro Man. This is Mega Retro Man's, I believe, second event recently. But before then, you know, he also had a break, which that's what I love to see about Jonas Cup. You get to see all these veteran players that they decided to stop coming out to these CTWCs because of all these rollers putting the bar like astronomically high. But in a DAS match, in a DAS tournament, anyone can take it. If the playing field is level, it matters on how you stack, how you control DAS, and how you can keep your nerves under control.
And the thing that maybe not a lot of people talk about is a lot of these players play DAS because they've been playing it for years and years, like, you know, decades, right? They grew up playing this style. And even if you have a new style like tapping or rolling that becomes dominant after it, it's like these players aren't going to change their style because this is the way they learned the game, the way they played it. And that's a skill to be respected still. So I'm glad that running an event like this can bring it back into prominence, bring it back for fans of Tetris that even just like to watch it and have respect for that style.
Yeah, Ninja, amazing down stack right now. I'm assuming that the pieces have been a little bit on the rougher side.
Oh, yeah.
Because despite, well, yeah, we're running into a drought. But despite all this, Matt Martin's only going to have a small advantage, and Ninja's been in quite the dangerous dig.
Yeah, needs LJ dependencies forming, but should be able to drill that back down with the right.
Nice, gets that over.
Yep.
These burns from Ninja are phenomenal. Great way to stay alive. Well is open. We have reached transition up top, though. 479 for Mega Retro Man. Jacobo at 396.
Yeah, Jacobo had a really rough start that round. Had a 0% Tetris rate for a while, but has managed to turn this into a 400K transition nonetheless. Is behind by 100,000 points, but we will see how level 19 factors into this.
Yeah, Jacobo with a player with a 1.1 million PB and has been able to play or have some very strong online showings in various events.
Yeah, was set up for a dirty center well there for a while, but opts to take the triple.
It's another Tetris for Mega Retro Man. 548. That's a 126,000 point lead over Jacobo here.
Yeah, but Jacobo with a nice clean board now. Needs that long bar. Nice spin there.
Nice rotations to get pieces to make sure they don't hang on the left.
Yeah.
And Jacobo is now scoring Tetrises once again. Set up for another.
Yeah, Jacobo finally turning it on now here in the post-19 speed.
Oh, now that I'm actually looking at the game closer, nice quick tap there from Jacobo. Jacobo is behind in lines by a full level.
That's right. That's a lot of line. Like, I don't know how that happened by playing up high by Mega Retro Man. Could have caused that, but
if I remember correctly, Mega Retro Man is one of the veteran players that did push down.
I see. Yeah, and there's a nod.
See, I know things sometimes. Oh, beautiful overhang over there from Jacobo. Mega Retro Man, great survival, loving the down stacking efforts. Saw the drought, beautiful split double. Nicely done over there from Mega Retro Man. He's going to survive that situation. Tricky pieces, but he handled it with extreme finesse.
Now, Mega Retro Man playing amazingly today.
These droughts are brutal. Ooh, oh, gets it over to the left and knocks down a Tetris.
Holy cow.
Nice.
Wow, that movement from Mega Retro Man.
Phenomenal dash control. Jacobo's still down by 122,000. Make that 150,000. This is 709 for Mega Retro Man. But however, the board is now starting to get in a disarray.
Needs
That's
a long
only going to burn a single. And Mega Retro Man trying to get a couple more lines. Can't do it. 711 is the score that Jacobo needs. And he's going to have to hit on the gas in order to get there.
Yeah, this is Mega Retro Man built a nice big lead there. So there's a chase down. But can Jacobo turn it off, continue this?
That's one Tetris, two more, and change is needed. And oh, these pieces, that was a terrible Z piece.
Yeah, oh man. Starting to become dependent and getting into a situation where building over the existing holes is going to be tough to dig down.
Oh, that eyepiece is going to be perfect.
Oh, perfect.
Nice.
Okay, but time's running out.
Oh, beautiful setup over there from... Oh, no, he accidentally shifted over one too many, and the rotation was misaligned because of that.
He double long yard dependent, but still in it.
Two Tetris, now under two Tetrises, but he's going to... Oh, no. That's a double.
Last level.
He needs to find some way to bring this down. He might have to go for it here.
Might have to get dirties.
Oh, up for the dirty. There's the dirty Tetris.
Jacobo.
He needs one more. He can skim. He's almost set up. Oh, the J piece. He needs it now. No, that's not going to be enough. And Jacobo's going to miss the chase down by 13,000 points. Mega Retro Man takes game number one. Down at the bottom, we had just reached transition, though. 439 for Matt Martin and 353 for Ninja.
Yeah, Matt Martin with a huge lead now. So Ninja playing it safe. He's going to have to turn on the gas here in the post-19 speeds.
What a game. And at the end, it was almost there.
Yeah.
But there was no J piece for Jacobo. So he was unable to get the pieces that he needed in order to score that last Tetris. And setting up that high and almost being able to pull it off is hella impressive with Das.
That's what you have to do. I mean, there was
Ninja.
a window of opportunity. Yeah, Ninja needing to...
nice quick taps, getting pieces over to the left, but this is tough because recovering
that's not
is
going to be
difficult.
survivable.
Ninja tops out. Matt Martin ties things up down at the bottom, 1-1.
Wow, rough droughts just all over.
This is kind of feeling familiar, looking like a little bit like a CTWC.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't know if it's anything to do with the cards that they're using or the systems that they're using, but it has not been generous.
Speaking of the carts that's using, we talk about Jonas Cup. It is a DAS play style, but thanks to Alex Kerr,
right?
A question that player or people might just ask is, how do you ensure that someone uses DAS?
There is actually a limiter built into the cartridge that we use for the DAS tournament, and it makes it so you can't, hyper tap or roll beyond like a 6-frame window.
Yeah, you can't exceed what would be possible with DAS.
Yeah,
so trying to keep the spirit of DAS there. So, shout out to Alex Kerr for helping whip that up. He also whipped up a couple of special things in the card, like being able to have mind meld with St. P sets. So Alex Kerr, Lifetime Achievement Award winner and continues to provide for the community. But right now, Mega Retro Man needs to provide us with a way to get out of this.
Another drought. Needs that long bar now.
Oh, no.
Out, not burnable.
Dude,
and that's going to be an early
drought.
top out.
So,
very
106
slight,
is what Jacobo needs.
Yeah, just a couple of doubles ought to do it.
A double and a single. If
Although
my
the
math is
drought
correctly.
is starting to hit Jacobo now, too.
One more single and he'll be good.
And that triple ought to do it.
And we are tied up top, 1-1.
Yeah, on the bottom, Ninja having to do a little bit of digging, opens it back up. And is Tetris ready? And the next game is starting up top. 1-1. Tetris for Ninja, evening it up.
So yeah, we got relatively beginning starts here, but
yeah,
it just goes to show, you know, how volatile Daz can be. You can have a great game, you know, you're doing well until RNG, you know, causes you to top out, and then you still win, and then the next game, things just don't fall your way.
Yeah, that was some of the best movement I've seen out of Mega Retro Man in that round, and then the very.
Oh yeah, it was definitely impressive. The Daz control was what really impressed me. Because a lot of those moves, you know, especially as you stack higher, you don't have the amount of time that you would if you're stacking lower.
Right.
And so the timing gets tighter and tighter, which means that executing skill stops, spins, maneuvers, you have shorter time in between what you normally would.
Yeah, it limits your options, and some things become unviable. That's why sometimes you'll see a dead drop because you're trying to regain dash for the next piece that you can get over to where you need it to be to survive.
But really close game down at the bottom, 203 to 207.
Yeah, it's a really even matchup. And even though we started at slightly different times, every player here has a win on the board.
Yeah. No sweeps here.
Put away the broom.
But not the dustpan.
I don't know, with all the things that have been going on, we were going to need some fire extinguishers.
Yeah. These players got to make sure not to play too hot. We don't need another Firegate.
Firegate.
Matt Martin right now is going to have to start burning here soon. It's a very tricky way to solve it. Nice.
That's how you want to do it. And perfect. Just needs that long bar. Gets it. Boom, Tetris for Matt. 266. Ninja ahead by half a Tetris.
Nice spin over there for Jacobo. Mega Retroman, once again, Jacobo with the slow start. Mega Retroman just explosion of pace right now. Up by over 100,000 points, now 150,000.
Yeah, Mega Retroman having a really strong round here after that early top out last round.
And Ninja, oh, nice adjustments over there. Definitely not an obvious solve. It's going to help Ninja out a bit.
Yeah.
Great creative down stacking. Should be in a much safer position. Jacobo also up top, just hasn't been able to score.
Yeah, it's been a rough round. Oh, just not the right piece.
Nice, gets the O piece over.
Nice triple.
A 200,000 point lead for Mega Retroman.
Boom, Tetris for Mega Retroman, 410. I mean, this is going to be an impressive transition score, regardless of...
Oh, misdrop over there from Jacobo. O piece would be a godsend. Oh, wait. Oh, he couldn't get it over. Missed the quick tap. Jacobo will be topping out at 186,000. Mega Retroman with a convincing over 250,000 point lead. Takes game number 3.
Yeah, that was going to be a monster transition score for him, too. So, but we'll take the win there. On the bottom, Ninja needs to do some digging in the middle of a drought, too. Might go dirty. Goes dirty with the adjustment.
Nice adjustment for the dirty Tetris over there.
Yeah, I was like, he's thinking about it. He's thinking about it. He could do it. And then the last second adjustment.
Yeah, and he's got the sack down right before transition. Down by 100,000 points. But this board is manageable.
Yeah. He's got to take that burn into level 19.
Got our start up top. Ninja has transition around the 350 range. Matt Martin at 466 here at level 20. So it seems like there were some rougher pieces down at the bottom.
Yeah.
Players not able to really pace, so to speak.
Yeah, bunch of digs, but staying alive is of prime importance, and you can live to achieve the chase down, then you can still win.
Ninja not going to go for the left wood, just going to burn it out.
Yeah, so this is a case of safe versus risky here. Matt Martin running away on the left here. 152,000 point lead. Not quite as big as a Mega Retro Man lead, but still something that Ninja's going to have to contend with.
Yeah, that lead was quite criminal, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, Jacobo.
Oh, Ninja trying to survive.
No.
Unable to do anything. Ninja tops out at 372. Matt Martin is good for game number 3.
Yeah, up on top, Jacobo needing to win this round, stay in the match, and in the tournament. Much closer game, though. Both players having to do some burns. And nice dirty Tetris from Jacobo there. So yeah, if Jacobo can have this lead, avoiding letting Mega Retro Man get away with it like he did the last round,
yeah,
then to play a little safer going on in.
I wish I paid attention to the push down points on Matt Martin's board last game, because it seems like he's been pushing down to the number of games that we're on. So now, since this is game number 4, he's pushed down 4 points.
Interesting.
You got to love those little cheeky things that just make things just a little bit more special.
Yeah.
And oh no, Mega Retro Man in danger. Oh, I'm not entirely. Nice double rotation. Needs this eyepiece. Can't find it. So now he's in down stacking mode. If he gets good pieces, this can be survivable. Opens up the well. Gets the long bar. Burns it. Crucial double. Kings the piece on the left. And that's another top out for Mega Retro Man. So we now have a decider.
Yeah, on the bottom, Ninja needing to catch up here and needing to win this match or win this game to stay in the match and in the tournament.
Yeah, he's had a strong showing so far. And these players are being tested. And this is just round 0. We still got another round that we're going to try and get played today.
Yeah, the fire alarm threw our schedule off quite a bit, but we're doing the best we can. We'll see if there's enough time to get everything done that was originally planned.
We got our decider up top started. And Jacobo with this time a good start here as well.
Ninja still needing to catch up. Matt Martin's starting to run away with it with a 100,000 point lead now.
Small adjustment over there from Matt. Holding out.
Yeah, he's playing up high. Taking that triple off the top. Both players trying to play efficiently, but yeah, those droughts just keep happening.
Nice tuck over there for Ninja into the Tetris.
Another Tetris for Ninja. Matt with some nice adjustments there. Boom, Tetris for Matt. Maintaining the 100,000 point lead. And Ninja having to take a triple there due to the hole in the stack.
Might opt to go for row 2 here.
Yeah, looks like it. That's what you want to do, though.
You don't want the lead, or Matt Martin's lead, to grow too big, because we've already seen it today with Alex Kerr versus Hana. where the lead was just so big. Even Hana playing the level of aggression that was needed was unable to take that game.
Yeah. Alex did really well that round.
195 for Mega Metroman up top, 167 for Jacobo.
Close game up on top, neck and neck. Mega Metroman with another Tetris there. Yeah, there's some really good maneuverability. And Jacobo almost set up, and boom, Tetris for Jacobo. Staying within a Tetris of Mega Retroman.
Yeah, so really tight game up top. Ninja, at this point, has just been scoring Tetrises around the same frequency as Matt Martin, so the lead hasn't changed, which is good if you're Matt, not necessarily so good if you're Ninja. You want to hear that you're closing the gap. Yeah, Matt Martin's just been clean.
Yeah, Matt Martin playing really strong here. Very consistent games. And I'm noticing just...
Ooh, the 5 below adjustment over there from Ninja.
Yeah, the adjustments. I was just going to talk about adjustments. DAS adjustments, I mean, we see them with rollers a lot because of, you know, the added speed that they could do. But, yeah, with DAS, the time that you have to do the adjustments and make the decision to lose your DAS or, you know, to make a tuck or something like that, it's a lot more challenging.
Oh, Jacobo's going to top it at 289.
Oh, man, that came out of nowhere.
That means Mega Retroman is good for game number 5 and advances to round 1. Can we get Rose and Biggie to the stage? And me personally, I'm really excited about that matchup.
Tell me about it.
Well, hold on. Ninja might be in a little bit of danger.
Yeah, it's playing up high. Okay. Starts bringing it down, but yeah, that Swiss cheese effect there is going to be hard to burn down.
All right, able to get it over. Nice. Good pieces. Except for that Z. Wait, transition is... Matt Martin just hit transition. That means Ninja's going to be there too.
2 lines away, yeah. Ninja's needs to get this board back under control. Better pieces. Okay, transition up high.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
Slide underneath. Hold on, there's still a chance he can survive. Give him an eyepiece. He needs it. He wants it. He finds the eyepiece, burns a triple, but hangs the S. And an S burst in 19 is what's going to kill Ninja. But Matt Martin's going to advance to round number 1, winning the set 3-1.
Great match and awesome seeing Ninja's growth as a player.
I mean, being one of the many people that, you know, PB'd here, you know, Ninja has said on stream many times, he just wanted to make the bracket. And the PB, in order to make the bracket and, you know, get to play Matt Martin and take a game off of him, I mean, you got to be proud of that.
Yeah, that's great performance. Ninja's got to feel great about that. I see Ninja come out to my regional in Phoenix, Arizona every year. Good to see him there. Can't wait to see his next performance.
So I'm not sure if we're getting another set of players going, but, you know, you asked me to talk about this Rose versus Biggie match. Biggie, a player that's been in the community for a while. They have dabbled in rolling. They've also done a bit of DAS. And so that's going to be interesting from that part. But Rose is actually a player that had her debut at CTWC this year. Had a debut at CTWC this year. Went into silver. She has a 1.1 PB with DAS and is very well with her quick taps. I got a chance to watch her qualifying, and the stacking style is so unique. It was like a blend of, I want to say, circa 2018 stacking, but also had some modern elements, you know, accentuated by the ability to quick tap.
Yeah, I remember on the Discord, people were talking about Rose. It's like, who's been sleeping on this? And it just is a new player storming onto the scene. Love to see it. Okay, we need Arctic and Ben as our next match. So Arctic and Ben, please approach the stage. Your match is up.
Yeah, but so far, a lot of drama we've had in our matches so far. You know, Alex Kerr advancing, Mega Retroman advancing. Those are 2 veterans that are advancing out of their match.
Is making their mark here in the inaugural Jonas Cup.
Yeah, as you can see, we do have our bracket on screen. We're done with, or almost done with the left side of the bracket. So it looks like for your round 1 matches, you're going to have Trisky versus Nima, Oscar versus Alex Kerr, Scooty versus Mari. Memes matchup still needs to be decided. DMJ versus Scotto, Timmy versus Matt, NGC Man versus Mega Retro Man, and myself versus Kirby.
Wow.
That's weird how that plays out because I'm wearing Kirby socks right now.
NGC Man versus Mega Retro Man.
The battle of the mans.
Yeah, that should be fun. I don't know if I don't think I'm doing the first. That's top 16.
Yeah, we will see. Oh, wow. We got the cams facing out to the crowd. Look at that. Look at the crowd we have watching the Jonas Cup here today. Got a lot of waving.
It's like a CTWC.
See, we're actually in a different corner of the expo this year. You know, normally we would be at the corner that is on like the other side. And so this is like a new location. This is a first for me. I've never been to this side of the expo hall.
Relative to the expo hall, they've moved everything around. So this is uncharted territory for everyone. But I like it. It's, you know, they say we had less space, but it doesn't feel like it. It feels like this event is every bit as big as, if not more than, what you'd expect at a CTWC here in Portland. So you love to see it. We get to have 2 of these big ones a year. Who knows where it's going to go? You know, I think maybe more than this, I might not even be able to handle it. But, you know, more Tetris than you can handle. I guess for some people, it's a good thing.
It will always be more Tetris than we can handle.
Yeah.
Ooh, we get like the commentary area gated off now. So this is the VIP seat.
Yeah, I'm completely oblivious to. Yeah, we're roped off. And
yeah. We get the high definition screen. You guys don't see it, but we can. We get a HD screen, so we get to see the players and all their details, glorify their good decisions, point out their mistakes occasionally.
Yeah, we're getting our next matches set up.
But we want to give, while we're waiting, we want to give a huge shout out to the Tetris Company because they have sponsored all 15 CTWCs and they are supporting, you know, regional events as well. Congratulations to 40 years of Tetris. You know, if you want to follow them, make sure to go to @TetrisOfficial on Instagram, and you get to see all the cool Tetris stuff. They've been posting like these really cool quotes lately. You know,
that's right.
So we want to get some more Tetris-related content. You can always go to, you know, @TetrisOfficial.
Yeah, like how life is like, you know, Tetris. The pieces falling, you just got to deal with it.
Kind of makes me feel weird that Tetris is almost 20 years older than me.
Oh, jeez. But, you know, Tetris is forever, and, you know, they got that new game, Tetris Forever, coming out. So
yeah, I'm excited for. Speaking of Tetris Forever, I think we got a video about that.
Got a video to show. Check out, you know, all these Tetris games over the course of the history of the game are now going to be released, you know, in a compilation. My favorite game, Super Tetris 2 Plus Bombless. Never thought I'd see it released ever, you know, on this side of the world, but it's here. You know, it's a part of Tetris Forever.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and play that video so people can see what's coming up soon.
Boom, Tetris Forever.
My name is Jonas Neubauer.
12 shapes. It's too much to remember.
I am the 7-time world champion.
I decided that I should downsize it. So if I introduce flipping, then I have just 5 pieces. That's how Tetris was born.
I didn't have the rights. I said, I'm going to go to the Soviet Union and get those rights.
I believe that Tetris will be here forever.
I think I have one of the greatest games in the history of computer games.
Alexei really created the perfect game.
2 weeks in a row, I did nothing but play.
Play Tetris, my friends.
Tetris is inclusive and it appeals to everyone.
Every place was sold out, and every place was clamoring for more.
we're always trying to figure out what is the best way to keep the core game of Tetris.
Nobody thought this game was going to last forever.
Great seeing all those Tetris games from the history of the franchise coming out in a new compilation, along with the history, the stories, the interviews. Get to see Henk and Alexei, and we even got to see, I think what's really special to us is Jonas actually appears in that product, a real Tetris product being made in the modern day, 2024, so no one will ever forget him and will endure forever.
Yeah, I think it's also real cool because of all the different edition of games. Because I'm not like Alex Kerr. I don't know all the in-depth there is to Tetris, but I do know there were games that didn't make their way to the Americas.
Yeah.
Japan exclusives.
Yep.
And now, thanks to Tetris Forever, people like me, people like you, we're able to experience them on newer hardware.
Yeah, and players have easier access to them, and you might start new competitive communities. Like, we latched on to Classic NES Tetris, but there are all these other games out there that could possibly become side events and other games that people enjoy going on into the future. It might not be started by us, but it's possible,
Yeah, I mean, it's the sky is the limit, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of Tetris out there, and and like we always say, more Tetris than you can handle, and Tetris Forever is going to give us a lot on our plates.
Yeah, in addition to Tetris Forever, that thing in the most recent Nintendo Direct, having classic Tetris come to the Nintendo Switch, finally, like now, if you have a Switch, because there's probably a lot of people that own one, you get a chance to experience it. So it looks like our players are ready to go.
Ready
so
to go.
we can get them counted down. Here we go in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. So up top, we're going to have Rose versus Biggie. Down at the bottom, we're going to have Ben Mullen versus Arctic. Now, Ben Mullen, I'm going to tell you a little bit about his qual because he was having a rough time. Things weren't going for him. He hadn't submitted a score until like 20 minutes left, and it was a 500K. And when you think that all hope is lost, Ben Mullen, in classic Mullen fashion, on his very last game, dropped an 800 to make it into this bracket.
Nice. Yeah, it's good to see Ben Mullen here. I mean, he's an icon in our game. We even have, the term, the Mullen is, based on Ben Mullen playing the game after defeating his opponent, and that's ingrained into the fabric of our history now.
Yeah, it's like, when you think about it, what else would you call it? I can't think of anything else to call, playing a game after you won. Anything else but a Mullen.
I know.
Like that's a legacy that will be forever enduring.
It's part of our culture. I love it. Okay, up on top, both players dealing with traffic on the board, having to dig back down. Rose with a slight lead.
And a little bit tricky pieces over here down at the bottom. Mullen found a way to dig out of it quite efficiently.
Arctic is clean, waiting for the long bar. Low Tetris rates all around, and boom, Tetris for Arctic.
Rose looking for some way to solve that. I love the flat burn there. It's going to open up the well. Biggie hanging a piece to the left.
But luckily able to burn down the right to make it accessible. Should be fine to get that over. Fills it in.
Yeah, and we are tied up top, 90,820.
Wow. As neck and neck as it gets.
There it is, Biggie finally going to generate some separation by scoring a Tetris. And Rose is going to get cleaned up and his Tetris ready.
Ben Mullen with the Tetris there. Arctic answering back to maintain that one Tetris lead.
So a little bit of a tricky start, it seems, for all four players.
Getting their bearings here.
Corian also in the chat watching. I always love it when Corian comes in and watches these.
Nice, yeah, I can't wait for Corian to come back. I mean, he is a hyper tapper, but maybe he'll find another play style, either DAS or rolling at some point. Because, like I said, every year that he's done so well, the Corian would have won the year before.
Yeah, Corian also has one of the best emotes on the classic Tetris channel, the Corian that legendary moment from 2019 when him and Joseph were in a little bit of a push down war.
Yep.
And Corian was telling the crowd, shh.
Yeah, that's an iconic moment just because you could tell that the players were having the time of their lives, and we would hope to have many more moments like that.
Yeah, but right now these players up top not quite having the time of their
Yeah,
lives.
that's the traffic on the board. Rough starts for both Biggie and Rose. Big digs all around. Low Tetris rates, 27 and 38. At the bottom, they're faring slightly better at 50 and 44. Arctic with the lead, about a Tetris. Bangs down another one. And Mullen is set up. Boom! Tetris for Ben Mullen, 239.
Yeah, so separated by just under a Tetris down at the bottom. Up top, 193 for Biggie. Rose has taken the lead at 224.
Finally getting back under control. Both players clean.
And yeah, you can see this kind of like the stylistic choices of Rose, really trying to emphasize building out that left, because how high your left kind of gauges how high you're going to be able to burn. That LP's not what was wanted, so this is an opportunity for Biggie to close the gap.
Yeah,
and Tetris going to do so.
So yeah, back into neck and neck territory for Biggie versus Rose up top. Rose needing to dig back down. And Biggie clean can capitalize on this and get back into the lead.
Nice flat burns over here for Rose.
Boom, Tetris for Biggie, 266 into the lead.
I like the flat T placement. Rose just not getting great pieces right now. So
ooh, barely getting that over.
Eyepiece makes its way over. That's going to be a little bit of a breather. And that's going to be another double. So Rose should be in a position to survive this. Biggie opportunity has presented itself to continue to increase the lead. Down at the bottom, 343 to 339. 4,000 points now, 18,000 points to what separates them. Ben Mullen in the lead.
Yeah, close games all around. This is going to be an interesting matchup on both screens here. Ben having to do a little bit of digging. This is going to be Arctic's chance to even it up.
Arctic hits the S-spin, but the IP had nowhere to go.
Yeah, maybe expected a line clear, didn't get it.
So a little bit dangerous. 2 eyepieces. Can we get a third?
Game says
we
yes.
get a third, and he gets one over. What a quick tap over there.
Arctic, yes. Clutch there. That's exactly the kind of movement mastery that you need to survive situations like that.
Speaking of surviving situations like that, now it's Ben's turn.
Yeah. Built up real high, could use some piece help.
Oh, wait, transition is coming close, and Ben, doesn't matter. Ben tops out 371,
yeah,
so Arctic is good for game number 1. Up top, we just hit transition. Rose with a 480-point lead temporarily. 372 to now 370.
Neck and neck. And how is Biggie going to handle this going into transition? Gets a Tetris. Just in time.
And it's going to take the option to just burn this all the way down. Another Tetris for Rose, so 399 to 397.
And judges are going to start off round 2 on the bottom pretty soon.
Rose looking for ideal pieces.
Yeah, this has been such a equal match up on top. Neck and neck mostly all the way. You know, digs going both ways. Could be having something to do with the piece distribution. Rough sets that are hard to solve. Boom! Simul Tetris. For
yeah, I was right to anticipate this match.
Yeah. No,
these players are playing well with the pieces to get in. They're given. And, oh, that doesn't burn for Rose. Looks like she might have been shocked by that as well.
Oh, mischief.
That hang, that might be fatal. Trying to get something over to the left. It's going to be a challenge.
Oh, that's going to spiral out of control. And Rose tops out. Biggie takes the first round.
And Biggie was going to top out around the same point, but not before getting a dirty Tetris. You know, icing on the cake.
On bottom, a 16-point difference early on.
With the push down.
Yeah, push down points. That is, yeah, now we're going to see more push down, which is very interesting because for a while there, no one was doing it anymore. But now we're back on DAS.
I mean, I was still doing it.
Yeah. You know, it's players, depending on their style, you know, can express themselves differently.
Ooh, Arctic not too happy with these pieces, so Ben Mullen's going to be able to take the advantage.
Yeah, Ben set up here. Arctic opting to cover up the well and drill from the top. Takes the Tetris finally.
And Tetris over there for Ben.
So Arctic having to do a little bit of more digging. It's going to allow Ben to extend the lead. Okay,
Ooh,
Ben
a couple
set up.
of issues over here for Biggie.
Yeah, that is some crazy secret grade going on there.
Yeah, and that's trying to find efficient ways to dig out of that is tricky. Well, it looks like the pieces are rather accommodating. Rose is going to slow down slightly, but good find on the burns. Arctic, 29-piece drought, finds the long bar. It's just going to take the burns. Still open for this column 8.
Nice clean board for Rose. In the lead by a Tetris. Looking for another long bar. Another drought hitting. Yeah, having to take a triple off the top there. Piece is just not cooperating. Oh, it just takes a triple right before the long bar game.
Yeah, so our players on the right in the lead. 231 for Ben Mullen, 152 for Arctic, 137 for Rose, and 67,000 for Biggie. Got off to a bit of a slow start, but it looks like things have recovered for the most part and should be in a score. Nice, finds the adjustment on the eye. And is going to knock down a Tetris, gets rewarded.
Simul Tetris up top. Rose commanding a lead. 2, now 3 Tetrises.
Ooh, Arctic going to have to build up the left center in order to kind of burn this out. Needs the J piece. Nice. I piece would be a godsend. Can Arctic find it? Not like this. Another drought seems to be developing. And Arctic hangs. Oh. And just like that, Ben Mullen has tied up the match 1-1.
Okay, Rose growing a lead now. Biggie having to dig back down in order to get in scoring position again.
Nice Z-spin over there for Rose.
Yeah, Rose is playing pretty clean this entire round. Tetris ready again. Another boom Tetris for Rose. 124,000 points, growing that lead.
Biggie having to do a couple of burns here. Oh, that S piece is going to be ideal. And Biggie's back into a scoring position, and Rose is not. So this is ideal situation. Biggie's now Tetris ready.
Looking to turn the tables here. And boom, Tetris for Biggie.
Rose not going to commit to the dirty. You kind of saw like the hesitation there. It's like, if the eyepiece is next, then I go for it. If not, then I burn. Well is open. Good thing she didn't commit to the dirty either, because we had a drought. Tetris over there for Rose, 313 to now 202.
Yeah, and with a good lead like that, you know, why take the risk? And Rose, nice and clean again. Biggie still having to do some skims, but is back into a scoring position.
Rose just having to burn down, nails the T-spin. Got a nice little drought counter ticking again over here for Biggie. And, oh, actually, Biggie is about, I want to say, almost 10 lines behind Rose. So you'll see that a lot today, just a discrepancy between the lines between the players because of, you know, push down preference.
We're starting to see that again. We were a little complacent, you know, as commentators, you know, with the rollers dominating, not seeing the push down, you know, changing the pace of the game. But now that's going to be a factor again.
Yeah, because I've definitely been caught off guard a couple of times. It's like, oh, wait, Mega Retroman is ahead by like a level and a half.
Push down, yeah.
Because, you know, we're just so used to seeing minimal push down because rollers, they need, you know, they want every single frame.
Yeah.
And,
Rose with some
little bit
survivable.
Definitely survivable.
Hoping for a long bar to.
Oh, I see what she's trying to do. Maybe if the pieces were a little bit kinder, could have been as efficient as she wanted. Goes for the flat eye burn.
That worked out.
Great find.
Yeah, almost out of it. Looking for the right pieces. A little dependent, but we'll see what it gives.
The T to the left, that might be rough. Oh, not another drought, not here. Goes for the J-spin, but that might have been the wrong choice. Rose tops out at 403. Biggie needs 404. No errors, please. $253 for Arctic, 177 for Mullen.
Yeah, Ben having to have an awkward situation here. Manages to skim double off the top. doesn't want to build any more on top of that. Column 2 starts to burn it off and is open. And boom, Tetris for Ben Mullen. 210. Arctic commanding a massive lead now of
Biggie
5
closing on the
Tetrises.
transition. Oh no. Oh, this is a dangerous board. It's still possible to dig if the right pieces come. 340. Oh no, that delay burn is a risky one. Needs a. Oh, this is. Oh,
piece
those bishops are going to do it, and Rose is going to tie up. 403 to 347. Game 2 goes to Rose. Down at the bottom. Arctic with a massive lead.
Yeah, still 100,000 points ahead. Ben's got some catching up to do. Has a Tetris ready. But yeah, there's some rough pieces up there, and I think both Biggie and
Ooh, Ben Mullen. Yeah, I felt that too, Ben.
Okay, Ben, that's going to help a lot. Cashing in another Tetris there. But Arctic's been playing super clean, banging down another Tetris. 89% Tetris rate. This is going to be a monster transition score for Arctic here.
Arctic is only at 89 lines with this kind of score.
Yeah, this is really clean. 90% Tetris rate. We haven't seen that much today.
Yeah, the timing of the long bars haven't been allowing these players to build up those kind of paces.
But yeah, maybe for once a kind seed, enabling that for match play. Boom, Tetris for Arctic, 508 at 97 lines. So amazing performance here by Arctic, maximizing the pace here. And it's like there are droughts that are happening, but Arctic dealing with them really well. Good build.
Yeah, 500K before 100 lines. This is scary pace.
90% maintaining it with DAS. This is amazing.
And Ben's not playing bad either.
Yeah, it's a good game for Ben, really. 447 on pace, where you want to be. Oh my goodness, 90% just maintained after Tetris after Tetris.
Ooh, Rose with a spin tuck, and the Z spin tuck is hit. Phenomenal maneuvering.
Both these games are like amazing right now. Boom, Tetris or Arctic, 91%. Percentage going up, just pouring down on the Tetrises here.
Ben gets the Tetris to survive. Biggie also had a T-spin earlier, so a lot of spins being cranked out up top. Ben makes it to transition, 526. Arctic,
627. 7 lines to give before transition, playing super aggressive.
There's a Tetris.
Boom, Tetris.
Oh my gosh, a 676 transition from Arctic.
Getting 2 Tetrises going into transition, 87% Tetris rate. You're gonna see an amazing score here if this continues.
Oh, beautiful burns over there from Arctic. Way to mitigate those pieces. Mullen holding out for the long bar. Tetris for Mullen.
Ben, there's a simul Tetris.
Arctic just trying to get back into scoring position. Mullen trying to just keep the well open. And oh, looks like now we're starting to run into a lot of droughts because Mullen's been Tetris ready for a while. There it is, another Tetris for Mullen. 619 now for him. And he's catching back up.
Wow. So yeah, Ben, a monster game of his own here in light of Arctic's amazing transition score. Ben making it back up at the 19 speed. Boom, Tetris for Ben. 648. Closing
Arctic.
the gap.
Yeah, Arctic now in danger. I don't think we've seen a Tetris from Arctic this entire post-transition. And Ben knocks down another Tetris, only 14,000 points away.
What a race.
Oh,
okay, Arctic
misdrops though.
Again.
So now Arctic back under control, and Ben is now out of control.
Boom, Tetris for Arctic. Back into scoring position, although following it up.
Oh, beautiful delay burn set up there from Ben. Now Arctic back up to a 2 Tetris lead, a little bit over. And Ben, great survival.
Okay, both players having to drill back a little bit down. Arctic now mostly under control. Gets another Tetris.
Real quick score update for up top. That is 384 for Rose, 339 for Biggie. Rose still slightly head in line, so about a Tetris lead in terms of pace. There's a Tetris for Mullen, 738 to now 807. This is a fire game right here, Chris Tang.
Oh, yes. Arctic now scoring again, widening that lead back to 100,000 points. Max out's on the table.
Another Tetris for Mullen.
Oh, mischief from Arctic.
Oh, no! Brings it back. He needs another eyepiece to hopefully save something. The eyepiece come. No, that's only going to burn one more line. So, Mullen, you need 2 Tetrises. 844,000 is the score to get. There's one.
This is wild.
Mullen set up for the second. If he gets this Tetris, he takes game number 3 and does. Mullen with an 847 is good for game number 3.
What a showdown. Arctic playing so good in the beginning part of that round, but Mullen never giving up, playing his very best, some of the best Ben Mullen play I've ever seen in my life there, bringing it back at the end. You never know what's going to happen.
He might have been down, but he certainly wasn't out. And at the end, he's the one that came out on top.
Yeah, just no matter how good your opponent's playing, just never give up and keep on trying. That's the lesson to be learned here. So up on top, the battle continues. Rose up to a 2 Tetris lead. Has some digging to do. Yeah, this is going to have to.
Yeah, oh, this close to transition too.
Yeah.
We are tied 1-1, so this is going to be essentially your tiebreaker down at the bottom. A 540 transition just about for Rose, and a misdrop early on too.
Oh,
Several misdrops in a row.
The right pieces come. Could he survive?
He's also in trouble too. Biggie has to survive because Rose tops out at 541. Biggie running. Both players are going to end up topping out at transition. So Rose is good for game number 3.
Both games just a wild ride. You never know who's going to win until the pieces are done falling. So early on the bottom, both players banging out Tetrises. Very even game.
Yeah, what? It had to have been, a tough sequence going into it because both players wound up in trouble. And they both topped out at the same line count too, 132.
Yeah, it had to be something to do with the piece set there that threw both players for a loop. But if you're ahead and you can't survive at the end and make the chase down, then your opponent will take the win. So yeah, players on the right with the advantage here. Biggie has to win this round, stay in the match, and so does Arctic. But
Mullen, oh,
playing up high.
Oh, the early tip. Wait, Mullen can still survive if the eyepiece comes right now. There it is. Clutch survival over there from Mullen after it seemed like a devastating game-ending misdrop. And you can see he's kind of, trying to relax, get back in the zone, because that's something that gets your adrenaline pumping when you almost top out like that. Oh, great adjustment from Ben there too.
Yeah, and able to get Tetris ready again. Cleaned it up really nicely. And yeah, after all that, Arctic only up to a 1 Tetris lead. Up on top, Rose with an early lead now. But Tetris and a half, but boom, Tetris for Biggie.
Arctic, it seems like he missed the spin there. So he's going to have to do some burning. So this is Ben Mullen's opportunity to catch back up. And he's done so perfectly. And now Ben is in the lead. 231 for Mullen, 228 for Arctic up top, 128 for Rose, 104 for Biggie.
Yeah, Ben's board in much better state. Arc's going to have to do some cleanup here.
Good burn right there. LRJ wanted. There's the L.
Yeah, this will allow Ben to come back a bit and take a lead. Wasn't Tetris ready for that long bar?
Yeah, definitely a little bit painful, especially with how sparse some of these long bars have been coming today. Just not being able to use it when you like could have. You can just feel, or you can see the player's grimace like, I should have had that.
Yeah, or even worse, like, you know, if you know you could have made the adjustment, then you don't. But yeah, Das has a limitation there. You actually have to plan ahead a little bit earlier than any other play style.
308 now for Mullen, 291 for Arctic. Up top, 233 for Rose, 164 for Biggie. Rose with a very overhang heavy board and gets all the pieces necessary to burn it out.
Yeah, Rose doing a great job of keeping everything clean.
Wow, look at all these tucks over here from Rose. Biggie was able to score Tetrasos down by just over 3. And a bad J piece over there for Rose is going to slow her down. So Biggie's going to have an opportunity to catch back up.
Yeah, Rose, Biggie with a clean board now. And Arctic having to do a little bit of cleanup. Ben with a 1 Tetris lead. Ben might go column 4 here. And gets it. Boom, Tetris for Ben. And Arctic almost out of this. Just not really getting the right pieces to do it cleanly. And finally gets clean.
There's going to be a Tetris for Ben. Rose still trying to find a way to downstack out of this. So Biggie, a prime opportunity presents itself.
Yeah. Starting to catch up. And just needs the long bar, and there it is. Boom, Tetris for Biggie. Rose now having to dig back down, so still even up real quick.
She's finding good placements. There it is. Well is open now for Rose, but Biggie has taken the lead with that Tetris. Phenomenal comeback. And oh, Rose, nice. Hits the S-spin. Needs this eyepiece. Finds it. Knocks down the Tetris. Great maneuverability. And those pieces are going to burn out perfectly.
Yep. Back into safety. Neck and neck.
Transition from down at the bottom, 387 to now. Oh, Ben with the hangs. If he gets it, no, doesn't even find the burn. So Arctic needs 424.
Yeah,
that's the score that Arctic needs.
And boom, Tetris or Arctic. Just a bit more. Another couple of doubles or 6,000 points will do it.
Tetris over there for Biggie.
63 points. Do it with pushdown. And there it is. Arctic taking that round, staying in it. We are
got yet again another decider.
Yeah, decider. Decider heavy day here in round 0. Neck and neck up on top. Rose digging back down. Biggie is Tetris ready, and boom, Tetris for Biggie.
Rose transitions at 410. Biggie with 2 Tetrises to go. So we could have a 2 Tetris lead at transition. But the pressure is on Biggie in this game. Biggie has to win this to force a decider.
Ooh, Arctic with a not getting that long bar over to the left. Gets the next one over. But yeah, if that hung, that would have been deadly.
Biggie does finally reach transition, 443, so about a Tetris lead over Rose at this moment. And Rose just trying to find a way to get Tetris ready. Pieces haven't been too cooperative. He's just going to take the triple.
Yeah. It's probably just keeping it clean when you're in a situation like that where your board's so uneven.
Yeah, long bar dependency was set up. Burned out now.
Yeah, just holding on. Biggie kind of going through that too, but is clean. Might go dirty, or center well. Center well Tetris for Biggie.
A little bit of a hangover there for Rose. Going to knock down the Tetris, so left side becomes much more accessible.
Ooh, Ben. Barely getting the right pieces for that. Playing
Decides
up so
not
high.
to burn down with the L.
Yeah. So risky. This is a decider, dude.
No more chances. He's trying to burn it down.
Getting dependent, LJ there.
Oh, no. Nice flat bar burn over there from Ben.
Oh, that has
good
to cover
find.
up.
Oh, no. Mullins in trouble. Oh, these S
Better
pieces.
pieces.
Rose,
Oh.
nice ability to slide underneath.
Really
But
needs
Ben,
the long bar.
Can he get the OPs over?
Oh,
Wait,
no.
Ben tops out at 74,000. Arctic fighting through, advances to the next round.
That was a slugfest.
Speaking about a slugfest, this is about to be a slugfest for Biggie, trying to find the right pieces. Gets it open. That eyepiece
nice.
is lovely.
Triple. Good stuff. Get it back down. A little jagged.
Harry versus Zach will be up next here on the main stage. Biggie still trying to fight for survival here. Trying to go for flat placements. Nice double rotation on the L. It's open yet again. Needs something to burn. Biggie just stacking up higher and higher. Nothing's burning. More holes are being generated. And Biggie's going to top it at 530. Rose advances to round 1 after taking game number 4.
Wow, these.
And can we get Rhubarb and Red Shirt up as well?
But yeah, both those matches, we were at the edges of our seat because they could have gone either way. Just great players playing their best, and a few decisions turned the tide. And a lot of times the player had an advantage, and you'd think it would turn out one way, and then it would just turn out complete opposite at the end. So many surprises today. And we've just gotten started. Yeah, our bracket's looking, that's a really big bracket. So yeah, Harry Hong versus Zach and Rhubarb versus Red Shirt. I don't know if these are the last matches of this part of the day, round 0. Okay, cool. So hopefully, depending on how it goes, I won't have to leave early, but at 6:30 I turn into a pumpkin and must be at the auction. So yeah, players getting their practice on. Saw some of these players yesterday playing the Mind Meld. Zach and Rhubarb in particular. And I believe, I wasn't around here for that, but I believe Shark and Fractal really had it keyed in and took the thing. I did get to see them play, and man, it seemed like they had been playing forever, like well practiced and well versed in it. So yeah, Harry's consistency earlier in the day in quals could serve him well in this match. But Zach's no slouch either. Zach was playing in Mind Meld as well. So I'll do some more shout outs to our sponsors here. One of them being Hyperkin. And part of the reason why we've got so much great hardware to run all these on, Hyperkin making a lot of the consoles, like NES console clones and controllers that help power our event here. They've supported us in the CTWC since the beginning. And they help Tetris communities around the world, sending them NES consoles, controllers, leading the way in retro and modern entertainment with unique, fun, and innovative items, including the Retro N console, as seen in our competition or qualification stations. Check them out at hyperkin.com. Let's game. And some more shout outs. Some ones we don't usually get to shout out. Moto Glass. I like to see Moto's booths at various conventions and sometimes shows up in Arizona, which is my home convention at Game On Expo. He's got a booth here with all the amazing glassware. And we have a new CTWC marketplace under development that will, players will be able to sell or offer various items that they may have historical significance. People have talked about controllers and gloves, rolling gloves. Hopefully the lotion isn't used. I'm planning to put some things up there, or at least consider them. I played in exhibitions for CTWC 2020 and 2021, and I made Fisher-Price controllers that actually work with.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. The Play and Learn and the Little Gamer. Yeah, the Little Gamer is especially awesome because it's like a little Game Boy thing with a pad and 2 buttons, and I wired it up for the NES. But there's a switch on it. It's not a typical mod. You have to mod every input to swap with a throw of a switch, and it'll switch back and forth between the toy mode and the controller mode. So I might have that on offer. So check it out. Yeah, CTWC Marketplace. I know we have a Discord discussion about it, but it's on another, I'm trying to remember the name of the site, but there's another hosting site that's helping us with that. So stay tuned for more news from the CTWC Marketplace coming soon.
Yeah. Yeah, and of course we want to, support all the players that come out, because I don't know about you guys, but I've been thoroughly entertained even as the commentator. So if you want to help reward these players for their good efforts, exclamation matcherino, donate to that prize pool. We are trying to get that winner out to Germany, but we also want to help reward more players.
Yeah,
too.
The bigger our pool is, the more players get to come out, possibly to Germany, and make it more competitive. If you have a favorite player to on the cusp, now might be the time to give them that extra push that they need to get more places in for the travel expenses.
Yeah. So exclamation matcherino. Want to thank you everyone earlier, because we had sponsor codes done during the first qual session. So thank y'all for being on top of the sponsor codes. But yeah, 1 penny, $1, $20, whatever you feel like, helps. Every bit helps.
Yeah. And it feels good supporting your fellow players. Sometimes, we'll give you a shout out from what we see on the Twitch chat or the Matcherino. So every little bit helps. All right.
But I think we're getting to our last bit of round
this
zero.
Is the last bit of round 0.
So
I'm happy to witness it. It's the Mayor versus Zach and Rhubarb versus Redshirt.
The Mayor versus Zach. Zach, also known as Z-Wing Online, has also been to, I'm pretty sure I saw Zach at 2019. So he's been to, CTWC's Redshirt, another player that's local to the area. And Redshirt, if I'm not mistaken, PB twice today.
Wow.
With Das. I mean, everyone's just getting PBs. I mean, I got my first back-for-back in person today as well. So everyone's getting PBs today.
Yeah, everybody's been pushing themselves at the Jonas Cup. It's amazing to see.
Yeah, and then we'll be playing up against Rhubarb as well. And then, man, just look at this round 1 that we have. It's a pretty good mix of your veteran players and your new gen players too.
Yeah, no kidding. So, of course, a big shout out to the Portland Retro Gaming Expo, the former home of the CTWC main event, now the home of the Jonas Neubauer Cup, an event that we hope to have here, and we will be having here as planned every year, starting with this one. So we hope you all will still come out here and hang out with us Tetris Pros and check out our streams and check out the broadcast. All right, it looks like we're ready to go. So If you're ready to count it down.
Yeah. Here we go in
3, 2, 1. Tetris. Stress. So yeah, we're getting ready to wrap up round 0. Hopefully there'll be enough for us to do everything else that we planned today for our matches. But that depends on, if we haven't had sweeps yet, so time to get the brooms out and hope.
Ooh, Zach already off to a bad start. These pieces just not ideal. Oh, that S piece was terrible.
Oh, man.
I like the solution that he was attempting here, but nothing's just falling in Zach's way. Hits the quick tap, trying to survive.
Impressive. Oh, that left side.
Yeah, there's not much Zach's going to be able to do. Zach tops out at 5,700, so Harry's already good for game number 1. Saw, a little bit of shock there, too.
Yeah, that's the earliest top up we've seen all day today, like in an actual match. So, but it happens. But players come back for that, so we'll get the next round going. Up on top, Rhubarb up to an early lead, 115,000 points. Red shirt behind by just a little. Is Tetris ready to even it up?
Ooh, red shirt with a hang over there on the left. Missed a quick tap.
Yeah. Ooh, starting to build up high, but gets the Tetris.
Finds that J piece. That's going to be perfect. Another S or T, either or would have been ideal.
Ooh, nice skim there.
Yeah, not just going to be waiting on the I piece, which is a dangerous sentence to kind of say given today's circumstances.
Yeah, drought's all over. Boom, Tetris for Harry. First on the board. Zach not far behind. Gets another one, too. And you can see the push down points of Harry. See? I said someday it's going to matter. For a while, after the rollers caught on, I thought I was wrong, but Das is back and Harry is back.
I mean, it has mattered in some instances. I know that I think it was my second ever 1.2. If I didn't push down, I would have missed it. I got a 1.2 by 100 points.
Wow, okay.
So, yeah, definitely see.
The mayor has spoken.
185 for red shirt, 240 for Rhubarb, 117 for Harry, and 51,000 for Zach. Up high again.
Up high, yeah. Betting on some pieces there.
He's getting pieces over. Decided not to go for the burn. The aggression, and it's not going to pay off. Zach tops out again at 53,000.
It's like, yeah, 2 early top outs in a row. Zach's going to have to bring this back. I mean, dude, I need to go to the auction, but come on, man. Let's get a good match going. Well, I saw it turn into a pumpkin in 5 minutes, but but I don't know. Maybe I'll stick it out. Maybe they'll not miss me too much. Up on top, 291. Rhubarb up to a 1.5 Tetris lead, building up high in the middle, shaking the head. Gets that Tetris.
And not going to try and get set up for a dirty. Rhubarb.
Red shirt with a hang there.
Yeah, Rhubarb.
This is
just going to have to try and find ways to burn down. And another early shift.
Red shirt needing to clean this up. Oh no, fatal hang by red shirt, and Rhubarb's going to take that one fast.
Harry waiting, trying to find pieces to get his first Tetris.
0% Tetris rate. You don't see that too often.
Sometimes the pieces just don't fall in your favor in the opener.
But yeah, finally.
Now on the board.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, game 2 started up on top. And Zach has to win this game to stay in the match and the tournament after those 2 early top outs.
Yeah, and the last early top out definitely was a situation where he wanted that Tetris, didn't want to take the triple, but in not taking the triple, it was just way too aggressive.
Yeah, super aggressive there. And probably, early on, you don't really need to take that many risks if you don't know you're super far behind. So we'll see if Zach can adjust here. But both players now, good scores on the board. And despite Harry's push down, you know, it's pretty much neck and neck. And up on top, same story. Identical scores, 0-point differential. No push down points there yet.
And another missed drop over there for red shirt.
Yeah, red shirt having some control issues here. Sometimes we see that happen. But manages to survive, gets the right pieces to clear that down. Almost has a well back open. There it is. And boom, Tetris for red shirt, getting out of that. Rhubarb still up to a Tetris lead there. And Zach behind by exactly a Tetris, bangs it down. 65-point differential. So close game down there.
Yeah, 188 up top to 170. Red shirt has gotten things under control and is still in a very close game. Down at the bottom, still separated by about a little bit over a Tetris.
Zach's board getting a little messy here. Accentuated by a drought, which finally ends, but...
Oh, that S piece was rough. Finds a way to solve it, though.
Getting a little dependent. LJ's, okay, gets both of what he needed.
And it needs another J piece.
That'll do. There you go. And that will get him back at scoring position. Waiting for that long bar. It's just the timing. So Harry running away with this. 3.79. Tetris is ahead, extending the lead. Boom, Tetris for Harry, and boom, Tetris for Zach.
251 and now 331. Dirty Tetris over there for red shirt. Goes up to 249. Rhubarb at 288. Harry, long bar dependent now. Finds the eyepiece though.
Yep.
No, he's definitely pushing down a little bit ferociously.
It's all about that rhythm. Yeah, Harry just playing out of his mind today, like keeping that momentum from the qualifier, you know, despite not maxing.
He had a lot of games that could have maxed.
Yeah, yeah. And then we're seeing these droughts continue here in bracket play.
And he's been handling them well. 394 now for Harry, 313 for Zach.
Yeah, definitely a new breed of consistency from Harry here. Boom, Tetris for Harry, 417, 120 lines, so on pace here.
5 more lines till transition for Harry. Ooh,
For some
not
tucks
quite
there.
too happy with
yeah, it's
those
gonna play it
placements.
safe, get ready for transition.
Oh, that J piece is going to work out perfectly. Can we see another one? Yes, we can. There's a triple, a 451 transition for Harry. Zach still with 13 lines to go.
Yeah. So yeah, Harry with the push down. Kind of differing the place that they are. Yeah, Zach's still not hitting transition yet. Oh, having to cover up the well.
Not 5 lines away. Now T piece dependent to hit the T spin. T spin is hit. Now needs another L. Goes for the flat J instead.
And that's about the best you can get in that situation before transition.
413 transition. Great quick tap over there from Zach.
Okay.
Harry at 513. Knocks down a Tetris.
Ooh,
nice quick tap and the keeping dash afterwards. Great recovery.
Yeah, that was clutch. But yeah, Harry playing super clean now.
Zach is behind 2 levels, so in terms of pace, they can be really close. If Zach is especially to start knocking down Tetrises at a extreme Tetris rate here.
There's a 450, level of pass transition. Harry had a pretty good transition score. Is now at 603. So
yeah, they were separated by 40,000 points if I'm remembering their transition scores correctly. Speaking of transition score, Rhubarb is going to transition with a 485. Redshirt transitions with a 462, so close score up top as well.
Okay, Redshirt with a little bit of burning. Gets the right pieces for it.
Harry still with a 130,000 point lead. He's going to knock down another one. He's trying to put this away.
Yeah, Harry really on fire here. Really pushing it.
Small misdrop over here from Zach.
Oh, Redshirt tops out.
Zach with another misdrop.
Uh-oh, that right side's deadly for Zach. And that's going to do it.
517. So Harry Hong is good and advances with a sweep to round 1.
And yeah, Harry with a nice score there, 710, like we saw in quals. Consistency.
Now we have our last match of round 0 up top.
Also might end in a sweep. But Redshirt can win this.
He's shaking his head.
Yeah, Redshirt wants to win. Redshirt wants to stay in it. Have I turned into
in the words of Martz, warm-up is done.
Yeah, sometimes all it takes is determination to turn everything around. I think Alex T made some great statements at CTWC. He was just so confident, I'm going to be world champion. And, it became a self-fulfilling prophecy. So I like to see that. Redshirt can keep this from becoming a sweep, then I'll be a believer.
All right, got to get the cameras just a little bit. Bear with us. That's not Redshirt. There we go. There's Rhubarb on the left. And trying to find Redshirt. It's like finding Waldo right here. And there we go. We found Redshirt.
But yeah, for the first time today, we have the one-on-one, 1v1 camera setup. It's nice to see sometimes. Yeah. So when Best of 5 Part 2 comes out, we won't have to re-edit it. Boom, Tetris for Redshirt. 166, fulfilling the prophecy. He's out to an early lead.
Ooh, potentially, yeah, he's setting up the delayed Vits. Unfortunately, there is a drought, so he's just going to burn it out. Wait, yeah, this drought was... See, that you got to... If you're going to set up a delayed Vits, you got to know when to burn out of it, because 27 pieces... Oh, that's a misdrop.
Burns required.
Makes the adjustment, but didn't have enough dash to accommodate for where that L wanted to go. Able to get it over. Redshirt down stacking mode now.
Swiss cheese forming.
Nice, able to get that eyepiece all the way over to the left. That was crucial.
Yeah. Okay. That's what you need to do. Keys it open.
Great down stacking.
That's what you need to do. Nice down stack. Yeah, just building smart.
Head nods of approval.
There you go.
And he's bringing it all the way down. And Rhubarb has also been burning this entire time, too. So originally what you would think would convert into a lead of some sorts, Rhubarb has been unable to capitalize.
Yeah, we're still neck and neck here.
That's a bit of an annoying setup over here for Redshirt to deal with. Going to go for the S-spin and burn out. Rhubarb finally knocks down a Tetris, so breaking our little Tetris drought, if you will. 197 and now 220.
And both players finally clean. Neither... Okay, Rhubarb with the Tetris there. And we are back into scoring position for the most part. Another Tetris for Rhubarb. So yeah, Redshirt just building back up now. Finally Tetris ready. And yeah, now it's neutral boards ready to score. Another drought, but Tetris for Rhubarb and Tetris for Redshirt. So this is a lot more where the players want to be in terms of board state after all that.
Nice, good recognition over there. The water adjustment from Red Shirt. And yeah, this is a close game. 340 for Rhubarb, 336 for Red Shirt.
Yeah, just they're starting to mirror each other in a lot of ways now.
Yeah, had a little bit of turbulence early on.
But yeah, sometimes just the piece sets throw you for a loop.
Yeah, but now the contours are ideal. Elevation is not too high for either player.
Topography a little more favorable. Don't need the hiking equipment.
Pretty close to ground level here.
Tetris ready on both sides.
Waiting on the long bar.
Drought hitting.
Triple forced.
Okay, simul Tetris.
Yeah, just really clean play.
Yeah, cruising along.
No speed bumps hit quite yet. Oh.
Although transition is right around the corner. Redshirt opting to go for that.
Nice. Perfect well transfer. Tuck is scored, or not scored, but Tuck is hit.
Yeah, and we're going to hit level 19 in the next clear. Rhubarb opting to take that triple there, and Redshirt is going to do it with a Tetris.
486 to 492. So a small advantage for Rhubarb at the transition, but it's still close.
Yeah, it's a close one. That's the way you want to see it. Neck and neck. Oh, Rhubarb. Not quite what he wanted, but not
Red Shirt.
quite fatal.
Oh, this is scary. He needs this eyepiece.
Oh, no, the left side. And, oh, man.
Rhubarb is going to be good for game number 3. Advances to the next round.
So, yeah, get out the brooms. The sweeps are back. And I have not turned into a pumpkin and will make it to the auction on time.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Well, we still have one more game being played. So if you're watching here, pull up another tab. Go watch CT2.
Yeah, CT2
not getting any
still
spoilers from
going.
us. But I will tell you that Kim and Zeno are currently playing. So definitely pull up an extra tab. Go watch what's going on there. And we'll be getting things.
Yeah, they're going to start round 1 right here in the next.
Yeah,
well,
I believe so.
I guess we'll have to check
time
in.
for me to
we'll have
warm
to,
up.
Yeah, we'll have to check in to High Command to find out, what the scheduling is going to be like. I'm going to be off mic. I'm going to go head to the auction now. I'm actually like more than an hour like where I thought it would be, but
yeah,
luckily it was a little later than I thought it would be.
Yeah.
But today's been a very impactful day in the world of Tetris. So much going on.
Indeed.
Congratulations again on your performance.
Thank you.
Blowing it wide open. The DAS qualifier, an hour and a half, 6 maxes. That was your goal. You hit it.
Hit it, did it in person, got a back 4 back in person, which I don't think has been done yet. So
yeah,
first.
So hopefully, that momentum will help carry you into the brackets as well. So I think it's going to be. Actually, who is commentating next block? I think Fractal got moved to the next block. It might be.
I guess it depends on when he plays, because he's probably based on our bracket that we have here. He's playing in the second half.
Okay.
So.
Okay. But I'll hand it over to whoever it is, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah. Can you rent that by me? Okay, Scooty and Mari and Sharky and Kirby are on CT1. So it looks like they're going to get that round 1 started now. And whoever's in the next commentary block, I guess I can check my phone and figure out who that is to find out who's replacing me. I actually did my full shift. So let's see. Okay, Vandy and Fractal to the commentary booth will be my relievers. So yeah, Vandy and Fractal. You're on the booth, and I am signing off. Boom, Tetris for you. All right.
Yeah.
Do we need to worry about this?
All right.
Hey, what's good?
We are on. Welcome to the round 1 of the, Classic Tetris World Championship Jonas Neubauer Cup, a DAS tournament that we are running this year for the first time ever. And I am Van Dweller, and with me is Fractal.
Hello.
Who are you, Fractal? Are you the reigning?
I don't know.
You were the world champion.
I was, and I am no longer. I lost.
He lost.
I, as the kids say, I fell off.
Is that what they say? That's a new thing? Fell off?
I don't know if it's a new thing. I think they just like it.
Yeah. Well, anyway, round 0 is done. We are down to our final or whatever, 32 players, and we will be getting that ready for you shortly. Fractal, what have you been noticing today in the action so far?
What have I been noticing? I've been noticing a lot of really stellar DAS play, and we've seen it's been a pretty interesting mix. There's of course a lot of the veterans that we know and appreciate.
Yeah.
There's other players we know and appreciate, but mainly for being tappers or rollers, who are extending their talents, broadening their scope of their involvement in the game, trying out DAS, excelling with it as they have already with Tetris in general. And I've also seen a couple of new names that I haven't recognized before, who have managed to get into the bracket. Maybe it's people who aren't as tightly involved with the community.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's good. One of the most interesting things to me is to see kind of who emerges. You know, we don't run DAS tournaments at this kind of this excitement, this size. I mean, this is the first real biggest one that we've done live, and just seeing who kind of emerges, both from just kind of coming up from just from the public, but also from the population of people who are known primarily as rollers and tappers, right? So it's interesting to me to see, like, who's got what. We know that, people like Pixel Andy, like Dog, like you, like these are some of the top players in the game in their chosen play style, which is rolling, which is the dominant play style in competition. And now we're seeing them in a new context, playing a play style that we're just not used to them seeing. So it'll be really interesting for us and for the fans to discover, what do these players have when they're not playing their main play style?
Exactly. And Tetris is Tetris at the end of the day. There are many skills that transfer. But the interesting thing, at least from my perspective, is how they are the same and how they're different. Stacking, of course, is a skill that all top players have. And that obviously does carry over to DAS, but they also have to change it. They have to adapt. They have to improvise to a different set of restrictions, learn a different set of risks, and they're calibrating themselves in real time. It's an endless process. And when they do it, I think we've seen scores that even in the glory days of DAS, the golden age of DAS, hadn't been really reached.
Yeah, and with more consistency, our #1 qualifier in our qualifying today is Sharky, who got, was it six?
Six max outs. I think a really high kicker, too.
And in a 90-minute qualifier. So, that is the qualifying format. A little bit shorter than the standard championship format.
Right.
But that is amazing because DAS, the one thing that, you can't access the higher parts of the board. And so your scoring potential is not there. And to get 6 max outs in 90 minutes, remarkable.
And what's really impressive about that to me is that this is not Sharky's first qualifier, will not be his last. And in all his previous ones, he has not, I believe, reached a number this high. And that's especially incredible when you realize that there are 30 minutes less in this compared to CTWCs of the past.
Right.
So he's improved. So either he's improved so much or he's realizing the skill that he already had. And we're gonna be able to see that when we get to this first set of matches.
Yeah. Now, going into this tournament, which is really the biggest DAS tournament that's ever been played, that is exclusively DAS.
It's up there, yeah. We have a great many wonderful DAS events now.
Yeah. Now, who would you say, besides yourself, of course, excluding yourself, who would you say were maybe the favorites coming into this, and who are some players to watch?
Andy. I think Andy is the easy choice. He is the popular choice, and the reason is because at the top level, you'll find a lot of parity, a lot of equality within the levels of stacking, within the levels of aggression. But there is one region of the game that only Andy has a complete monopoly over. That is level 29. And it's not worth a lot of points, even with somebody of his skill works his magic on it. but it could be the difference when people are as close as they are right now. And we've seen that. I got completely styled upon in a recent match that we had where he got the first several DAS, level 32, in competition. And I think he could do it again. I think
it's quite possible. It's not worth a lot of points. But it's spectacular when you see it, and it is possible you could see it. You know, there's how is it possible? People asking, how do you even play past 29 when you're played to DAS? I mean, that is sort of to get on. There is some level of tapping that's sort of allowed within the DAS playstyle. So what's a good way to sort of explain what DAS is as a play style? We know what the DAS, you click it and the thing, but what is DAS as a play style?
DAS, if we go very technical, stands for delayed auto shift, and delayed auto shift is this auto repeat mechanic. It's like when you hold a key down and you hold the X key on your keyboard. The first X will appear, there'll be a bit of a pause, and then the rest of the X's will start going out at constant rates. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the core, the bread and butter of the DAS playstyle is actually getting rid of that initial pause. So it's really more of like, the more accurate name would be like as, which of course just stands for auto shift because that's all we're doing. There's no real delay for the most skilled. But it becomes really interesting when you start considering how to selectively break DAS. It's taught, it's drilled into every starting player's, every new player's head when they're starting out, that you want to be keeping dash charge at all times. But the people at the top are the masters. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, production.
There it was.
Yeah. Okay. Going back. Is knowing when to keep it, when to break it, and it introduces a completely new level of subtlety that you don't get by sticking with the most pure, the most abstract definition. All right. If you've heard of the quick tap before, this was a technique, I believe, coined by Trey Harrison, popularized by Jonas Neubauer, the tournament's namesake, and that's maybe the epitome of this entire principle. Deliberately letting go of DAS to get a slightly faster motion while keeping it the main mechanic.
Yep.
That's interesting. Wow, those are really not aligned well at all.
That's okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's fine. We're working on it.
Oh my gosh, it's moving as we speak.
Wow, it's creepy.
Truly.
So all this to say is that some measure of what we might call tapping the piece is sort of allowed within the DAS playstyle.
Yeah.
But only
only
like
a little bit.
A quick tap, and then maybe one or two piece movements to the left, and it's not like you have to hold down the whole time.
Right, because no human plays like this. Every person starting out is going to tap the piece. They're just going to press in the middle. They're going to break DAS.
Yeah.
And it's a very strange question to try and balance what is and what isn't, because there is a metaphorical line somewhere. And everyone will always argue about exactly where it should be positioned, like a few inches to the left, few inches to the right.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I know this community. I know all the people who are here at the top. And I know that we all really wants to pay respect to this cool play style, to this genuinely interesting challenge.
Yeah.
And we're going to get some really awesome gameplay as a result. So I hope you're excited for that.
Yeah, ultimately, this is the play style that was played in all the classic CTWCs, really up until kind of Joseph broke the game in 2018. Almost all of your the top players were playing with the DAS players, except for Corian, who was sort of the person who came in and kind of punched it through, and then Joseph,
the early pioneer.
Yeah, the early pioneers. So.
And then the floodgates opened.
Yeah, so I'm pretty excited to see that. And what I think has been great about these, this tournament, and also some of the tournaments that have emerged over the past year, is it's brought back some familiar faces. Players that maybe felt like, well, they didn't really have a way to compete at the highest level in these open tournaments with the tapping and rolling play styles. Now they're back, so we're seeing players like Ben Mullen, Harry Hong, Mega Retro Man, other players from the sort of classic era who are now able to sort of compete, and some of those have made it into our top 32.
Yeah, and I want to take this moment to emphasize that it can be seen that DAS is a worse play style because it gets less scores, because it's less consistent, because you have to try so much more for so much less compared to other ways to play the game. But I think this is, to be blunt, a bad way of looking at it, and I like to think of it as a different rule set, a completely different game. and a completely different challenge to try and optimize.
Yeah, I look at it as akin to competitive swimming, and there's different strokes.
I like that analogy a lot.
There's, I don't know all the strokes. I can't swim. No, I mean, I can swim a little, but not in a great way. But there are different strokes, and they compete, and you can say, well, one's better than the other. But no, they're just different rule sets and different ways to play the game that different people can excel in different ways at.
Exactly.
So.
All right. I do not.
Oh, there we are.
I believe we've been kicked off.
No, we're here. We're here.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're supposed to talk about the bracket. Thank you for introduction.
Yeah.
Okay. So on the right side, so we're going to be focusing on the top 2 matches over there in the round of 16, and the top 2 on the left. So, or actually, no, I am completely wrong about that.
No, we've got Sharky and
We've got Sharky
Kirby.
and Kirby, but there's a bit of a skip.
And then there's Mari and
Scooty.
And
Blue Scooty. Blue Scooty.
Where are they in the bracket?
One of the many impossible children within our community.
Yeah. So Sharky coming in at our number 1 seed. Kirby coming in at number 33 seed, taking out the number 32 seed. So what you're going to see here in this bracket is all the players who won the round 0, their round 0 matches against those players who were, didn't have to play a round 0 match.
And I'd also like to bring your attention to some fantastic matches happening on the other half, our sister channel, Classic Tetris 2.
Classic Tetris 2,
So first we got Trisky versus Nima 74. Trisky has a rather absurd list of achievements, almost all with DAS. She has great no-row scores. She has, I think, the first ever 700,000 point transition from a level 19 starts.
Oh, wow.
That's impossibly efficient. Nobody else could do it. Playing against Nima. Nima has been coming to these for ages and ages, and he is a longtime fan of Harry Hong, maybe arguably the person who got him into the scene in the first place, and can now boast that he has beat his inspiration score in the seeding. So he's going to be looking to really push that further.
Yeah.
On the other side, we got Oscar Granitas. Oscar was the highest scoring person of the first wave of qualifiers, 2 max outs. I hadn't even realized that he was playing DAS at all.
Didn't either.
And he put up some insane games. He had it all, like a 660,000 point transition that didn't make it to the end as well. And he's going to need it against Alex Kerr. Alex Kerr needs no introduction.
Yeah, so
fantastic individual. I feel blessed to call him a friend of mine.
Yeah, and a real pioneer of the game in terms of working out some of the early, doing the very earliest technical work on figuring out what are the mechanics of the game, what are some of the parameters with which you have to work when you're playing the game, and just figuring all this stuff out.
Exactly.
And owning the or being a big contributor to one of the earliest Tetris forums, right? Tetris concepts.
And I think that work is a direct reason why I was able to understand and improve at this game so quickly, because I was consuming a lot of his content, a lot of the things that were derived from what he's done, and we've continued to work together on some pretty excellent projects.
Well, with no further delay,
let's get to the brackets. All right, let's get
started.
Let's see our people. Earlier, we saw her many skills within this game. I like to think of her as the most creative Tetris player.
So I think we're actually ready for Fractal. Are they ready to go? All right, well, don't wait on us. If you're ready, you can go. So we.
All right, so we're gonna move over. Let's do it.
All right.
I want to see this.
Are we gonna count? We're gonna give them a good countdown or what?
Do we do the countdown while we're watching ourselves?
Let's do the countdown.
Okay. All right.
Get them started in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. And there's always one.
There's always
It's usually Barrett.
I wish Buka was here.
But wait,
I would have liked to meet him.
No Buko. Would have been great to have Buko.
No, Buko. I don't think he's gone to any of the events recently. I feel like I've been able to meet like almost all of the veterans. Aside from him, pretty much.
Yeah, it's been. I think he was here a couple of years ago. But
okay.
Who we have for you right now? Kirby, top left. Sharky, top right. Mari, bottom left, and Scooty, bottom right. Blue Scooty, you know, of course, as the boy who broke Tetris, made worldwide headlines earlier this year for being
interesting situation from Mari
already.
Oh, that's not talkable. And he realizes it. He knows, but he can also get out of this. That is going to be the big help. That is going to be really bad help. This is precarious, not impossible by any means. Is a little bit more impossible now. But yeah, that's gonna steal it. And we have an early top out from Mari and Scooty. Almost perfect, 95% Tetris rates.
I didn't even get to introduce Scooty, so we're talking about Scooty's major accomplishment. Mari already topping out.
But we'll have plenty of time. The thing with DAS is that it takes a while to calibrate.
Yes.
And if you don't do it right, just the slightest thing can set it off. But once people get into the zone, they really go far. And I believe that we're going to see that with Mari. All right, looking at the top, we got some pretty good scores from both sides. You're going to want to, of course, see the storied 60% Tetris rates. Both players far surpassing that. And it looks like it's Kirby with just a smidgen of a lead, just one double, and she gains it. But with that triple, she also has very slight advantage. Both players having scored the same number of Tetrises, both players with a clean stack, but only Kirby will be able to use that bar. And that was because her stack was more uniform, her stack was more developed. This is one of the things that you want to be looking at with DAS. A lot of your points have to be coming from getting as few burns as possible.
This is your first time watching us. Some of the things to look at on the screen, just in terms of our display, the Tetris rate, as you mentioned, is that TRT with the percent there. That gives you the number of, or the percentage of lines that the player has scored that were the result of a Tetris. You also see their the scorers and their differential in scores flashing through in the green and red numbers. So that is the difference in their scores. And then it flashes through, rotates through, and shows you that in terms of how much of a Tetris does that result.
And as you just saw, sometimes the Tetris rate disappears when there is an absence of a particular piece. The long
bar.
The long one.
It's an important one.
Yeah. And because these pieces are so important for getting really high scores, people will wait and wait and wait for them. And as they do, the boards may climb higher and higher. But with this game, there is no theoretical limit to how long you can wait. And that is part of its fundamental challenge.
Yeah, in other Tetris games, they've sort of almost, newer Tetris games in this one, they sort of patch that out by fixing the RNG so you're guaranteed by getting a certain number of long bars every so often.
And I do want to emphasize that this leads to like some really spectacular stuff. This is what makes T-spin setups possible, and that is not easy by any means.
Yes.
But our game is also not easy, and we can see that on the top. This is a high board for Kirby. And with the bar, she will be able to get out of this, but the bar might not come.
Yeah,
and we are waiting. This is a 14, 15, 16,
and
18-piece drought. That is, on any given moment, that's not likely to happen. And for Kirby, it just happened at the wrong time. Sharky was able to weather that with the skill and grace that he is known for. He's our first seed.
Yes, our first seed taking the first game in the first match of the first round. So a lot of ones there.
And looking towards the second game that has already started on the bottom, this is pretty even. Mari down, a bit behind the Tetris. You'll see that he's stacking up. There's a bit of a messy parts on the bottom of his board, but he doesn't care. It's not enough to really cause any concern for him.
All right, so
and he'll continue to, like that, build on top of it. If there is an especially nice moment, then he will choose to just go for the burn, just get clean. And that's going to really matter when we get to level 19. We haven't seen that so far, but we certainly will.
All right, another dirty Tetris for Mari, building on top of that one row of garbage.
But let's not forget that cleaner boards are maybe slightly better in the long run. Scooty's demonstrating this. 272,000, 2 Tetris lead, just about 70% Tetris rates.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, Fractal, Scooty was the first player earlier this year, made national headlines, actually late last year, made headlines this year as being the first player to break Tetris.
Oh, he was? I had no idea.
Did you know that?
No. That's
know
crazy.
That.
Congratulations.
Well, Fractal may have known that, but a lot in our crowd may have not known that, right? But yeah, Scooty being the first player ever to get to the level in Tetris, the level 100, and actually he got to 157, where the game was no longer really able to keep up with counting his score and lines, and so therefore it creates a situation where the game just breaks and freezes.
Yeah.
And this is not the freeze that you get when you're at home playing your NES and
you
just kind of
smash it on accident.
Smash it on. No, this is something that is unique to Tetris and is a result of really, literally breaking the game.
Yeah, you have to survive for a really long time.
And of course, there have been other players who have since crashed the game. Do you know any of those players?
I have no clue.
Yeah, Fractal was one of those players who
sorry.
let the game crash among, what are we up to now, 10?
8, I think 8, but it'll be 10 soon enough.
That's right.
But we won't be seeing any of those here. We have a different kind of survival that we are rewarding, and it is the survival of limited movesets against very fast falling speeds. Up at the top, I saw that Kirby started off 4 Tetrises in a row, but has since had to pay that efficiency back to the game with these burns, and is now below the 60% threshold that every player looks out for. In some sense, it's not like they're actually like computing like, oh, I have scored 5 Tetrises and like 23 lions.
Yeah.
I divide 5 by 23 and get a number.
Yeah, that Tetris rate is something that we have here on our display just as something to show you, the viewer. They don't have access to that. They don't have access to the score differential or anything like that. In fact, you'll see players looking over to each other's screens to kind of see where they are relative to the other player and listening for commentator clues to give them an
Right, so for example, if I was to say that Mari has 700,000 points right now,
that would be...
Scooty would not care because he knows that's impossible, but...
but no, but for real though, Mari 416 and Scooty 451, Sharky 205, Kirby 189.
You're all about to be treated to the level 19 speed. Scooty will make it with 500 transition. You want 500 in the first half of the game, as we call it, the pre-transition, and you want 500 in the second half. That is the formula for what is known as the max out, 1 million points. All right. One more Tetris from Mari ought to do it. He could also choose to burn to it if he feels so inclined. That choice will not be made. He takes the Tetris. And yeah, this is, what is it like? If it's like a 48.6 miles per hour for level 18, it's now 72.9 miles per hour for level 19. Is that your analogy?
That is to say that the speed has increased now by 50%, so it's as if you were going 50 miles an hour, now you're going 75 miles
Oh,
an
those were
hour.
the numbers. That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. It looks like at the top, we're a bit away from the transition, but we are also in the middle of a rather close game. 1 Tetris of difference, that can be changed in an instant. And it looks like there will be the means for that change. Sharky will not be able to get a Tetris. Kirby will, provided she can stay Tetris ready in the face of this drought. 19 pieces, gets the bar. Unfortunately, not able to use that second one, and I know from experience that that is an agonizing feeling, because they feel like such a valuable commodity. The bars don't matter if you're high up. Kirby had a tease of a threatening situation. He is going to be able to get out of it. Fills in left, and 1 more burn, 2 more burns. All right. And she'll be fine. Looks like it'll take a bit longer, and during this time, Sharky's taking the lead. 1.75 Tetrises, 2, make that 2. One of the tricky things about gauging how these games go is that you have to also account for the lines. Each player has a very specific amount of lines, and speed does not give you any extra points in this format.
Speed does not give you any extra points in this format?
Yeah, like you finish faster, you push down, like you get like pennies.
Right.
Maybe, but we're dealing in pounds.
Right. Now, of course, the value of line clears does go up for each successive level that you do reach. So,
of course,
a Tetris on 24 is worth less than one on 25.
But your opponent will still have access to those same levels eventually.
That's right.
Speaking of those levels, we are almost to level 25. Mari has reached it first. This is fantastic survival, but will it end here? He gets the bar. The board is low, but the middle is high. He makes some early shifts.
Yeah, this is going to be really difficult to survive for Mari.
And the really punishing thing about Das, 1 misshift can easily cascade into many more. We saw that here. It is a consequence of how the playstyle is.
And Scooty is good, and will take game number 2.
Game number 2. Yeah. We got transitions at the top. Sharky with the lead of basically a Tetris and a half. Kirby keeping up. Both boards are clean. Anything could happen.
I'm hearing a little bit of talk over there.
Oh.
Like, I think there are open mics over by Scooty and Mari.
I don't think.
Yes. Oh, what's up? How's it going, guys?
I don't think Twitch chat can hear them. So that is. Their conversation will forever remain a secret between the 4 of us. And Arbaro, who is, of course, the wonderful person responsible for making sure these matches go smoothly. Shout-outs to Arbaro. Yeah! And shout-outs to Kirby, who for navigating this dig, and Sharky in the midst of navigating his own, too. the score differential has remained mostly consistent. But if this keeps up, that lead is going to actually decrease paradoxically, and that's because Tetrises are more valuable. So Kirby will have the chance to catch all the way back up in fewer lines to clear if Sharky is able to, if Sharky makes a mistake. And you'll see Sharky just did not one, but two techniques. Two instances of a very advanced form of a technique called a quick tap. And he's going to need it because the board is high. He nails the third one. Will he need another? We watch with bated breath before we actually explain what the dang thing is. I think that was another. I don't know.
Yeah, you'll see when Sharky kind of moves his entire body.
There we go. He's really dialing in. He's really dialing in. That is definitely a quick tap. And he needs all of them. It's a technique to get you just a little bit of extra mobility. And when DAS is as limited as it is, you really want that. Kirby has used this time that Sharky has been digging. She's in the lead, but Sharky does have more lines to work with. So we'll have to see how efficiently he gets out. He's very close. Just two more lines. A T-piece will do it nicely. A bar also works. Gets a second bar. And man, this is not free. He's getting so close, and that's just one piece. Not fatal, but prolonging the situation a little bit longer. Kirby has another Tetris in hand against Sharky. Takes a bit of an interesting burn with the T. That's a drought.
Yeah, we'll see a little drought here. Okay, that's gonna.
Oh, Sharky with like a great number of quick taps in a row, and he needs them. Kirby has expressed disbelief that Sharky is still alive, but we will see whether it is enough. There is a one Tetris difference. Each player has 3 of them left before we reach level 29.
Yeah, Tetris is on level 28 worth 34,800.
And, oh, here's the thing. Sharky might be able to come back. Kirby going for this crazy setup, choosing not to burn to get the right column open. But it's not paying off.
All right, there's a Tetris.
And that's a Tetris. He ends with 836. That's a great dash score. And Sharky is barely not going to be able to. Oh,
Sharky,
that
what can he do? No. And Sharky's going to top out at 832.
He almost brought it back. That is incredible. But Kirby also deserves an equal amount of credit for taking the win, for staying cool in the midst of that. She would not have been able to take that win if she did not fight all the way until the very end, if she did not stay clean, if she did not pick her battles, if she did not score her Tetrises. Well, that was game 2. Let's see how game 3 is. And let's also see how the game 3 down below is. We were so caught up in the top. Mari is informing me that nothing. I don't know what Mari is saying, but it's probably his fault somehow. Oh shit! Oh my God! I'm sorry. No! No! I wasn't watching. I didn't know. I'm so sorry, Ben. Well, Blue Scooty takes the bottom game in a sweep, and we'll be moving on to the round of 16. He is opting to play this out. So we might choose to move to the top scene only, or we might watch this game. He wants the max out, so he's going to keep going. And I hope production will be so kind as to let us view his attempts as we view the attempts of both players at the top.
Yeah, I think we're running up against a little bit of a time crunch here.
Oh,
we
okay.
have to run people through, so
yeah,
probably not too many Mullins happen.
Understandable. So, do you remember why we started so late in the first place?
We started so late. Now, I wasn't there in Pasadena this year, but there was kind of an interesting event that happened, which you remember, a fire alarm.
Yeah.
And we had another fire alarm today happen. 2 consecutive big CTWC events in a row.
Interesting scene. Yeah.
And that took up about an hour.
Was it an hour? Was it actually that long?
I don't know. I went back to my hotel. I was like, I wasn't waiting around. Okay.
I want to say it was closer to 30 minutes, but it was really frustrating. And the most infuriating part is that it was in the middle of quals. People had games, and
yeah,
Some people knew to pause them. Other people just topped out because we didn't know what was going on, and the judges did their best to make the best out of a bad situation.
Right.
What would making the worst out of a bad situation be like?
Yeah, well, that's something that I do all the time.
Ah, ruining Tetris?
Yeah, exactly. So we're pretty close here in this game 3 between Kirby and Sharky. 190 for Kirby, 172 for Sharky.
I think Sharky just a little bit more efficient. Right there. This kind of half Tetris difference is the only, you can really only get it by scoring triples. And triples tend to be kind of a rarer burn. At least from what I've observed. I don't know. I think you've watched a lot more Tetris than I have.
Well, I don't know if that's true, but players tend to avoid triples if they can take it. If they can avoid
and why
them.
is that?
Well, because if you've got 3 set up, then you're really very close to having 4 set up. And having 4 set up for a Tetris is just so much better in terms of score.
So why do they take them at all? What's the point?
In
fact, why does anybody why does anybody not take a Tetris?
You seem to have an answer in mind, so you go ahead and enlighten us.
It's just this game is hard. You can get really high up on the board, and when you're high up and you get an L piece for the triple, and you bring your board much slower, you feel a lot better. And really, the secret to this game is good vibes. Your mind is clear, and your hands are steady. There is nothing that can stand in the way between you and getting a slightly higher number than your opponents if you're playing against somebody. I don't know. Maybe yourself. Sharky with a T-spin. Nice T-spin, Sharky. You're welcome.
Interesting setup here from Kirby. Had an opportunity to sort of take this down and instead decided to go for a 7
Oh, and she looks like she is really enjoying this decision.
Yeah, no, regretting the decision, but getting the Tetris and maintaining the lead by 54,000.
Maintaining the lead. Oh, she got the lead. But I don't think this is a permanent lead.
No, not with this.
Sharky, not Tetris ready, but Tetris ready now. Kirby has a hole at the very bottom, but is otherwise fairly clean. Sharky with that Tetris, almost caught up. One more, and he will take the lead for real. Kirby also clean, where Vandy can see my quotation marks and nobody else.
Yeah, no, I'm the only one who can see the quotation marks.
Yes.
Oh, we should get like a little thing on the screen where when you want to talk in quotation marks, you just hit a button and quotation marks come up.
CDWC 2028.
Yeah. I'm going to steal that. I'm going to use that beforehand.
Oh, okay. I've helped ruin Tetris.
Well, you've been doing it for years. 374 for Kirby, 356 for Sharky. And
last couple of times I've looked at Sharky's screen, I've seen that his rightmost 2 columns, columns 9 and 10, have been completely empty. I don't know if he's been forced into that or not, but that's a bit frustrating to encounter as a player because it's not dangerous in any sense, but it is almost a guaranteed burn. And you really want to be pushing your efficiency as much as possible. Kirby with that center roll Tetris, emphasizing that. Sharky with that line dependency, emphasizing that in a slightly different way.
Yeah, I think for maybe some of these round 1 matches, it is possible some of these top seeds might be taking their foot off the accelerator a little bit just because of the matchup. So they think they can afford to be a little more conservative, take a little more burns. Anyway, that could be what's going through some of these players' minds.
Yeah, exactly.
But
it looks like I think he's going to want to turn on the gas when it comes to transition. I don't think he knows how not to. He's Sharky.
All right, there's a skim and a Tetris for Sharky. 478. Yeah. Kirby.
Almost a 500 transition. I believe by the time he reads transition, it will indeed be a true 500. Kirby set up for what's known as an adjustments, where you actually wait to see the next piece before making your final decision. And adjustments are a weird thing because you only get to use them like a small percentage of the time. Or when they work. There's one. There's one. And because of that, she got out of her dig slightly quicker, gets the spar. And what might be a bit of an uncomfortable right side is now filled in nicely. She's looking to get Tetris ready soon. Sharky already Tetris ready in spite of that hole. And he is now forced to reckon with it. He is now forced to clean it up. That is a high left side. There's no quick tap that can save him there. And it is Kirby with a 2-run lead against the #1 seed.
Wow. That's a kind of a shocker here. I mean, obviously Kirby no slouch, but you'd expect the #1
Kirby no
seed.
slouch. She has not been to a live Tetris event in 5 years. I did not expect to ever see her again. I was very surprised. I ran into her in front of like a Burgerville or something, and like It had been like so long, I just didn't recognize her. She said hi, and I was like, hi, who are you? And then she said Kirby, and I felt so bad because it should have been obvious.
Well, maybe she's been in a secret underground training layer for 5 years.
Oh, that's where
preparing
she went.
As soon as they launch CTW.
Actually,
Jonas
I think
Cup.
I know what this training layer is. I think it's called Hydra Dude's Any Tourney. Have you? Are you familiar with the tournament?
I'm familiar with it. I'm not sure anybody else here is.
Hydra Dude. Very, very cool guy. He is maybe most popularly known now as being the person who created the sheets, the Google spreadsheets that contains every single probability for every single game crash situation, which I kind of want to brag a little. I can take part of the credit for that existing because I've helped to research the game crash. I don't know where we're talking about game crash in a DAS tournament, but we are. But he's a wonderful man, and I think nothing really emphasizes his mad genius more than the Any Tourney series. Every week, a completely new formats, and for a player like Kirby who lives with the unorthodox formats, that is paradise. No other word to describe it. And it is because of this that she is able to exercise her already impressive creative muscles and try out all kinds of stacking. And that's maybe the advantage. That is giving her the advantage over Sharky. Did I just say advantage twice in a row? Wow.
Well, going up 2-1 against the top seed in the tournament, definitely already a huge accomplishment, no matter how this turns out.
It's the kind of volatility I feel that we come to expect from DAS. But on the other hand, when it comes to the Final Four and the Final Two, I think nobody will have a doubt in their minds that these people deserve to be here because you had to play so many games with this harsh, with this unforgiving play style.
Yeah, I think it goes underappreciated just how punishing and unforgiving the DAS play style is. You know, you play primarily now as a roller, and you do have a lot of opportunities to fix mistakes. And at DAS, you just do not have a chance to fix mistakes.
Right, it's a completely different paradigm of thinking. All right, if you could cover for a little bit, I am going to take a mental break because I don't want to fry my brain before my match later. So
okay, yeah.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
Yeah, you bet. No problem. Yeah, so Fractal's still an active participant in this tournament, doing double duty. Of course, we've had multiple players doing double duty. Blue Scooty, also a judge, a commentator, a player, and just a cool guy walking around. But anyway, Kirby 265, 184 here for Sharky. There's a Tetris for Sharky and one for Kirby as well. And you'll see Kirby up by 3.5 Tetrises. With Sharky trying to fix this stack. This stack very vertical. You'd like a nice, flat, gently sloping left to right board. And Sharky right now with kind of a vertical, spiry board and wants to get out of it as quickly as possible. But unfortunately, that's not always up to you. And so you have to do what you can with the pieces that you are given. And the RNG and the pieces that you're given in this game, very unforgiving. Sharky going to take a triple here, try to keep that well exposed. Gets a long bar down for a Tetris. 242 for Sharky, 334 for Kirby. Oh, nice long bar for Kirby to take that triple and uncover that right side well. And a long bar down for a Tetris. And she's up by 118,000 points. That's about 5 Tetrises through 78 lines.
All right. I've taken a moment to properly reflect on myself, and I would like to publicly once again apologize to Mari. I'm sorry, man. I wasn't looking at your board. Love you too, man. I really hope the mic caught that. That was a wonderful scream. Mari's great. I actually met him at his very first tournaments in Lone Star 2022. I don't think he was involved at all on the scene. He's really made a name for himself here. He's a great guy. He does charity events every quarter. Oh my God, I actually feel so bad.
Oh yeah. And Mari, of course, the winner of the taco bracket at the Lone Star Championship in Austin, Texas this year. Tetris for Sharky, 345. Kirby at 441.
All right, man. Oh, wow, this is a lead.
Yeah, this is a good lead right now for Kirby as we head into transition.
Yeah. But I think the true test of the DAS player and any Tetris player is level 19. And I do think Sharky has the edge in raw skill against Kirby on level 19 from what we've seen, from what we saw in the qualifiers. 6 max outs means at least 600 lines of exemplary level 19 gameplay. The fastest speed that any DAS player is, like any human DAS player, I mean, is expected to play through.
All right, we are approaching the level 19 transition.
Yeah.
Sharky trying to get a good stack going into there. You need to have a good, low,
Be
workable
hoping
board.
for clean boards, plentiful long bars, and I think the unfortunate truth is that you do want your opponents to... I'm not going to say anything.
All right, so Sharky is in at about 446. Kirby still... Okay, now
Oh, she's
into
fine, thank
19
God.
at 514.
Yeah. Oh, that's so tough for Sharky. Gets a bar. Gets a bar. Kirby with some misdrops. That's going to take some time. This is what Sharky needs to cover back up. Oh my gosh, he got out of it? What? Okay.
Yeah, that was very fast. I thought that was going to be an extended
And she gets the Tetris. She extends her
Wow.
lead yet again.
So that's a 3.5 Tetris lead right now for
Oh,
Kirby.
Sharky, a T-spin setup. That's awkward. That's so frustrating. He might build over. I don't know what he's doing. Okay, that was worth it.
Yeah, dirty Tetris for Sharky. Trying to even this up. You know, it's so punishing. The other punishing aspect of this is that there's basically 29 is a kill screen in this game, unless
Yeah.
you're Andy, and you've only got 100 lines of that level 19 speed to try to make up any deficit that you bring into that transition.
Oh, quick tap for Sharky. That was not strictly necessary, but because he needs this aggression, he had to get that left up. That was the only reasonable place, and he did. Bit more burning at the bottom. Misship from Kirby. In this, we'll see if she pulls off another black magic trickery dig. I don't think I should say the word that I want to say. Sharky gets another quick tap.
Sharky going to uncover that right side. He needs to establish it. Well, he does, and he gets another Tetris here, so he's back now by only 2
He's
Tetris.
getting these quick taps as often as a Shark quick taps.
Nice spin for Sharky. Trying to get set up on that right.
Yeah, still 2 Tetrises behind. But he gets this now. And he's in position. This is where the momentum can swing.
So we've just got 45 lines to go.
45 lines to go. Yeah, that's honestly, that's so much. And with a lead this low, Sharky's cut it all the way down. This is not a guaranteed win for either side. It never has been.
Yes.
And it will continue to not be. This is a drought, though. This is a drought. And it does. It feels like both players have been missing out on these droughts.
Oh, no. So
Missed the bar.
Needs a tap, and he gets it over.
Gets that. That was a 9. He did that with pure DAS. Might have quick tapped for the extra safety. Quick tap that for the aggression, but that forced him to drop the bar. And that is the punishment
just
for using this technique. Extra mobility, 4 seconds, but you are wounded. There is probably some D&D analogy that I could make, or some RPG analogy that I can make that I don't know.
15 lines to go for Sharky. He's back by less than a Tetris. Both players with clean boards.
Weird.
Kirby going to get a Tetris here.
We might be seeing an upset, but we might be seeing a great comeback as well. That's another misship. Kirby's not going to be getting Tetrises.
So Sharky in the lead now, and I don't know what Kirby can do.
And
Kirby can't get it over, and Sharky will survive. Sharky
doesn't go for last Tetris. Doesn't need it. What a performance.
Oh, my word.
He fought tooth and nail that entire game.
He was behind that entire game up until the last, 1 second.
Dude, this is a round of 16 match.
Yeah, how is this a round of 16 match? This is amazing. So Sharky wins game number 4 to force a deciding game number 5.
Deciding game number 5. We got one more in this set. I hope everyone here is ready. I think, Sharky, it looks like Sharky's not ready. It looks like he's taking a break. That is perfectly fine. I understand that feeling all too well.
Oh yeah, I mean, when you're in this kind of situation and you've just played an amazingly exciting game and a game that really you have to give your all, you need a moment.
Okay. I think we should try and get a countdown for this. So we'll wait for thumbs up from both sides, and then we're gonna get started. This is a great match, Andy. Now, I've always wanted to commentate with you, and I can't think of anything better.
Oh, there's a lot of things that are better than that, believe me. But also, while we're waiting for these players, I want to make sure if you're watching on Twitch,
that is
check
a
out
large bottle of water.
It is.
Oh my God.
Check out twitch.tv/ClassicTetris2. This event is happening over there as well, because we're definitely not going to get through this entire event on one stream.
Yeah.
So as soon as our players are
Especially
ready,
with all the delays, I don't think any of them are really our fault.
No.
Maybe the one at the start. I don't know. I wasn't there.
but yeah, as soon as these players are ready, we will try to do a
waiting for thumbs up from both of them, or thumbs up from Arbaro. Believe that is Arbaro. That is wonderful man. Arbaro has a blog. Have you ever read his blog?
Yes. Yeah. This Week in Tetris.
This Week in Tetris.
It used to be the name of a baseball show back in the 70s and 80s, This Week in Baseball, which I grew up on that show.
There was a baseball show called This Week in Tetris?
No, it was called This Week in Baseball. All right, players still. All right.
We got thumbs up. Let's count them down. I hope the crowd will join me on this. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Game 5. Not a situation that Sharky would have wanted to get into. This is not a situation I think that Kirby expected to be in, but we're here now, and we have stacks. That's all I can say. One of them is Tetris ready. The other one looks like we'll need a bird.
Yeah, our number 33 seed, bringing our number 1 seed to a decider.
And these are like tough games.
Yeah, the RNG has not been kind. You've seen the pieces peppered with droughts. But that is one of the big skills in Tetris is drought management. I mean, it's really ultimately never an excuse to lose to a drought because as a top player, you should be able to weather a drought.
As a top player, you should be able to. On the other hand, it is a constant gamble of like whether you want to be taking it a bit riskier because you need those extra points. You can't gain on an opponent if there's a drought.
Right.
Not meaningfully, at least. So it's a really hard dynamic, and
that's just going to
top players have made this decision thousands of times, maybe tens of thousands of times over, and we still really don't know an answer. This is the kind of thing that I think even artificial intelligence, as incredible as it is and as impactful as it has been for our game, it's not as equipped to answer because it's a more human. It's a more human, like, constrained condition, in a sense, and that's really difficult to encode. Even
I'm going to go ask ChatGPT right now.
Okay.
No, I'm not going to ask right now. But no, I mean, clearly, in a lot of sports, there's this balance between aggression and survival, and it's definitely that is the essence of the game. The game in competitive Tetris.
Yeah.
So 146 here for Sharky, 95,000 for Kirby, but Sharky, gonna use the bar for the Tetris instead of cleaning up the stack, but gets another bar anyway. So ultimately, it doesn't matter. Players differ on what to do in that kind of situation. Do I use the bar for the Tetris? Do I use the bar to get a good stack? Either can be right, although some of the AI tools for Tetris might tell you otherwise. But there's a lot to be said for I have a good stack, and I've got a clean stack, and I know exactly what to do with it.
And yeah, neither of these stacks have been perfect. It kind of seems like 28-piece drought. That explains some of it. I think that actually explains all of it.
Yeah, in the modern versions of Tetrises, you won't go past 13 pieces without getting another long bar. In NES Tetris, it is basically unlimited. You could go forever.
Yeah.
And that's why the drought counter starts at around 13.
Right. I think the 13 is a reference to modern Tetris, right?
Yeah, because that's the length of time that in between Tetris pieces, the maximal time. Between line pieces. All right, there's or every piece, actually.
Yeah. And if you'll permit me to be distracted from the game, I saw Noah Dangler say in response to our talks about the AI that there's only one right answer. And I want to challenge him on that, because I think Tetris is, at the highest level, a very complex game of rock, paper, scissors.
Mm-hmm.
Can you always win at rock, paper, scissors, Vandy?
Can I always? I can't always win, but I can ensure that I won't lose. Right? By being truly random.
Right. But what I mean by this is that by varying your levels of aggression, you can influence your probabilities of winning against an opponent in ways that are complex. in ways that act like rock, paper, scissors. And I believe Adrian Wu, I think the developer of the current strongest artificial intelligence that we have, has run the numbers and found that there is a pretty likely situation where this does happen with bots. And this is something that the players have to be thinking about too. They have to be judging their aggression constantly. They have to be choosing to take these risks, and sometimes they can play in a way that's better, sometimes they can play in a way that's worse.
Well, and they also have to realize, these players, that they know that they are not a perfect AI Tetris bot, that they have strengths and weaknesses, and so they have to create situations that play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses.
Yeah. And they're changing this every single piece throughout this entire game. Some changes are subtle, some changes are drastic. All right, let's get some score updates. We've been yapping for a while.
So yeah,
Kirby taking the lead once again in the pre-transition.
Yeah, about a 1 Tetris lead.
52 O pieces, 32 line bars, we are being told from production. Did I just say line bars?
Line bars, you did.
Oh my god, okay.
What a noob.
But that's also like horrendous. That is maybe the second worst competitive seed I have ever heard of.
But that will explain, why these low scores as we approach transition. Generally speaking, in a competitive game, a good benchmark is 500, 550 for a transition score at 19. And if one player is significantly below that, then it's probably them. But if both players are, then it's probably the RNG.
They can be lower and they can be higher, but ultimately doesn't matter as much as the one true metric. Is your score higher than your opponent's? Right now, it is Kirby who's winning that, but this is only half the game. We are about to reach the final transition of this match.
Yeah, still about a 1 Tetris lead for Kirby going into 19th. She's going to transition with a single at about 445 or so. Sharky transitions in at about 426.
Yeah, wait, this is close.
Yeah, and this is
one Tetris difference.
This is essentially a best of one. The winner continues in the tournament. The loser is out of the tournament based on this one game.
Yeah. Oh, this is a high board for Kirby. Oh, that's so hard.
Oh, this is not survivable by Kirby, and Sharky's already ahead, and Sharky will continue. But what a match!
What a match! That was crazy. I really do feel so blessed to be talking about this with you.
You feel all kinds of ways.
Yeah. Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at those two. What a match between these two great competitors. All right, Matt, Timothy, NGC, and Mega Retro Man.
Mega Retro Man. We are going to do our next tier of 4 people, 4 competitors.
So yeah, Matt, I say that's Timmy Kim, right?
That's Timmy Kim.
That's Timmy Kim. Matt, Timmy Kim, NGC Man, and Mega Retro Man.
Yeah. Timmy has been, he played a lot in like 2021. I feel like he kind of disappeared for a while.
Yes.
Then came back, has been really making a name for himself as a roller. Formerly DAS Tap, were you DAS or Tap? DAS, formerly a DAS player, has returned to his roots and crushed it in quals. I think 2 max outs, was it?
Yes.
One max out, and presumably a high kicker, because you needed that to get in the top 16.
Yeah, and he's not been doing rolling very long, but already has a 1.6. So
1.6.
Yeah, so that's he's making great progress. And another fun fact about Timmy, of course, on Twitch, I'm Vandweller. His name, I think, on Discord used to be Teenage Vandweller.
I did not know this. So that must be the only person who has ever based their username after yours.
The only one. That's right. I really wish it were the only one.
Shoutouts to Dan V, by the way. Thank you for defending my commentary. But on the other side, we got a great legend, a great friend of the community, a man who has truly embraced the newer generation, and we are all the better for it. We got Matt Martin.
Yes, Matt Martin. Although arguably, I would say Matt Martin is kind of part of the newer generation because he really didn't get his start until 2019, and yet people lump him in with the only old people like Ben Mullen and Buko, but he started in 2019, and actually I was present for his first ever live Tetris tournament. It was in Irving, Texas.
I remember that. I remember being so surprised.
It was September 2019, and I was asked to run that qualifier. I had no idea how to do it, and it was my first time
Your
ever
first live event?
at a live event or running a live event. And in walks this mailman from Oklahoma.
Mailman.
And, there's top players in there. So there's Josh Tolles there at the time, and then there's Jake Stein was in there, and then just this guy from Oklahoma comes walking in and put the fear of God into these guys because of how he
I remember he played Josh in the finals, and he had and like Josh had like the awesome like Tetris cosplay with like the S and Z blocks off the shoulders. I love that.
Yeah, he beat
cool.
Jake and Josh. And that was really the start. And then, from that tournament, he won his way into CTWC. He won the money to go, and he ended up taking out Buko and Harry on
made it to the top 8s.
And made it to the top 8 as a brand new player and really what was a transitional year, right? Where the dominance, Joseph had won 2018 as a tapper, but then 2019 you really see a lot of tappers get into the scene.
Yeah.
And for him to get into the top 8 as a complete unknown, I will never forget that. What a time that was.
We also know that Matt Martin is one of the older rollers in the scene. I think one of the first, and for good reasons, only people to try out teeth rolling.
Teeth rolling.
This was the thing, right? Yeah. He's giving me a thumbs up.
But he also does like this knuckle rolling, which we're on camera now, and he doesn't do this. He's tried out doing this.
Oh, he was I think when the tolling technique was first unveiled to the world, I think Matt Martin was an early adopter of that. But it is DAS where he has really found his home, and it is DAS where he has excelled.
Yeah, so we got Matt.
With honors, with distinction.
Yeah, so Matt versus Timmy. NGC Man, an interesting player.
NGC Man. I'm rooming with this guy. I am not the best Tetris player in my hotel room.
Oh, you're sharing a room with NGC.
Yeah.
So now are you going to be able to be unbiased during this?
Exactly. No, we have discovered we share a lot of common opinions about how to think about this game, about how to play this game. I think maybe the most surprising one to people concerns arrogance.
Oh.
I think we are both heavy believers of controlled arrogance.
Yeah, I would love to shout out our sponsors to our producers, but I don't have the copy because the laptop is locked.
Yeah. On the other side, we have Mega Retroven, connoisseur of many games of the classic variety, and also a longtime member of the tournaments. Bottom of the screen rotating.
Gotcha. Yeah, Mega Retro Man, of course, probably his most iconic moment was being the player that knocked Jonas Neubauer out of the 2019 Classic Tetris World Championship in a moment that I will never forget.
Yeah. And he is here again.
He's
here to prove himself.
All right, looks like players taking their last kind of their warm-ups here. While they're doing that, I want to give a big shout out to the Tetris Company for sponsoring all 15 CTWCs and supporting other regional events. Congratulations on 40 years of Tetris. And don't forget, Fractal, to follow at Tetris_official on Instagram.
Tetris_ at Instagram?
At Tetris.
Do I need to get an Instagram for this?
_official. Sign up for Instagram so you can follow them and keep up on all things Tetris.
Maybe I should.
All right.
There have been a lot of exciting things they've been announcing recently. The new TGM game, I think, is the big one. I hope people are excited for that, and I know.
Yes. While they're getting them set up, I also want to give a huge thank you to the Portland Retro Gaming Expo. They've hosted us for 11 years now, Fractal, and PRGE will be the home for the Jonas Neubauer Cup from now on.
Yeah.
PRGE is one of the largest retro game expos around, and you should all get down here. If you're watching right now and you're within driving distance, get down here.
Right.
We are ready.
We're going to count down. We got some more Tetris for you. I hope you are ready for it.
Let us all count down together as a room. Ready? In 3, 2, 1, Tetris.
All right, and we'll see how they start. It's identical openers on both. Oh, no, never mind. Matt's. Or Timmy is choosing to be creative. I don't actually know which one is more likely. But it looks like Timmy's choice paid off. He is more flat. He is Tetris ready. But he can't even take advantage of it because the bar didn't come for too late. So both are tied. There are a lot of these like really, really subtle things. Just the slightest edge in becoming Tetris ready slightly earlier.
Now Matt
Make the
with
difference.
one.
We got a big drought at the bottom.
Oh yeah, 27 drought.
NGZ. Mega Retroman already went through it. He's pushing down. That is not the most common technique in comps anymore, is it?
No, that used to be, I mean, it's definitely a Harry Hong thing. Jonas, of course, the namesake of this tournament, was kind of known for advocating not pushing down at all. And also famously in some of the old CTWCs that started on very lower levels, would not push down on things like level 9, level 7, that kind of thing.
I've heard this a lot, but I have seen him push down. And like, I think 2015, 2016, you'll see it, but you also hear the commentators say that it is not common for Jonas to transition.
Yeah, well, he would
opponents.
explicitly dissuade people from doing it on his streams, and of course, there's some good reason for that. I mean, there's an advantage to being behind your opponent in pieces, so that when you look over, you can sort of maybe get a sense of where they're at. You can get cues from the commentators about droughts sometimes.
Yeah.
And also, the further along someone is, the more likely they are to top out, and so you can kind of wait for your opponent to top out.
And on the other hand, I actually think that getting to transition later is actually one of the more subtle indicators of how good. Oh, we missed a Vitz somewhere. That's tragic. I'm sorry. Okay, let me continue glazing Jonas. So, when you're playing flats, you're lower on the board, and pieces take longer to fall, and when you're playing efficient, especially so. So the fact that Jonas was consistently later than his opponents while still like winning games just shows like how good he was at stacking. Oh, it was Timmy. Nice job, Timmy. Oh, that's like a mini, like, pseudo Vitz? That's a real Vitz, right?
I missed the Vitz, but I would go with Chad on this. If Chad says it's real, then it is.
Yeah.
Virtually,
didn't really look like he paid off. He's in the middle of a dig. Not a big one, but it's enough to encourage Matt to extend his lead of about 3 Tetrises, equal line counts as well.
All right, there's a nice Tetris for Timmy, 186, 242 for Matt. Down the bottom, 241 for NGC, 2.
We got a center row coming.
Mega Man, Retro Man.
We'll be seeing center rows later because Quaid will be making an appearance.
Yeah, Quaid is still in this one.
Got a max out in qual. I was on the same stream as him.
Yeah, Quaid, of course, has the record for DAS max outs in a qualifier.
Former.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Because now he has, of course, been usurped by Sharky. Tetris is for Matt, Tetris is for Timmy. No Tetris is on the bottom because they just didn't have the Minos for it. Paul Tessie with Misshift. That's frustrating. He's going to have to dig out of this. NGC already with almost 3 Tetris lead. That's not even the full story of it, is it?
No, kind of awkward board here for Mega Retroman. It is about like 8 to 10 rows of garbage on top of the Tetris well.
Yeah.
So now if he can
dig through this,
if he can Tetris on the way down, that's great. But ultimately, you just want to have a good stack and get back to that to that Tetris readiness.
Yeah, Mega Retroman certainly looking to prove his skills in this tournament.
Up top, 345 for Matt, 328 for Timmy.
Yeah. Oh, so Timmy's been managing to keep it pretty even in spite of everything. We got, oh, that's interesting. The Tetris rates are like so different, but the scores are pretty close. I think that means a lot of triples. Or maybe I'm bad at math.
Yeah, all right, so now Mega needs that long bar.
Yeah, this is not the double well that you would learn in Tetris 102.
No.
It is the kind of double well that causes extreme panic, especially with, what, a 20-piece drought?
Yeah, and climbing.
All right, NGC gets it first, takes the Tetris. Mega Retroman gets it second. No Tetris, but a lower board. Has the potential for one as well. So he waits and waits, and I think it comes right now.
There it is.
So we see that NGC is... Oh, have we been offset drought? That's really weird. NGC should be behind in the piece sequence, but they were getting droughts at around the same time. I got confused.
Mega Retroman's ahead by about 14 pieces.
Exactly, yeah, I didn't realize. So this is a pretty substantial lead for NGC, even with these lines that he's going to have to burn due to this like horribly bumpy stack.
And he's looking to take a center well Tetris into transition, which he will at 392.
392. So not the most optimal score, not the kind of score that people like frame on their fridge with the magnets.
No.
That was horrible. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I mean, I'm a big fan of fridge magnets, so any fridge magnet references, I'm all about.
Yeah, speaking of fridge magnets, NGC is about to transition.
Yes. Well, you know, he's been called the human fridge magnet. I don't know if you knew that.
Oh, by who?
By me right now.
Oh, fascinating.
Yes. 460 for NGC.
But this is a situation, it's not going to matter, though.
And he tops out at 427.
All right, we'll see if NGC tries to navigate this dig.
And it's kind of for lucky.
Wow, he's able to get it. I think that was a quick tap.
Oh.
All right, he's out. All
right, he's out. He was going to get out anyway.
Cheeky little Varnish drop wants to keep the suspense for the audience.
All right, NGC man going to go up 1-0.
Up 1-0, and
up top
so
we have a
focused.
result. Yeah, it looks like Matt Martin's going to take game 1 up top.
Yeah. Okay. Looking from the Nestor Champ's background, it's just enter transition. Looked like an immediate misdrop. Yeah, it's so difficult. You have level 18, and level 18 is all about playing at a more comfortable speed and making it uncomfortable by pushing it. Yeah. And level 19 is just uncomfortable no matter what.
And trying to make it more comfortable.
Right, exactly. It's this wonderful trade-off that we have between the two, and it's also an equally wonderful coincidence that both offer just about the same number of points.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a I feel like it was.
All right, we got countdowns ready, so we're just gonna get right into it in 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, was I supposed to say Oh.
Yeah, it's a Tetris tournament.
I apologize to everybody.
Tetris after the 3-2.
I had no idea.
You're new, so it's okay. But you know, this is the kind of stuff you're going to learn through experience.
Exactly. And let's see if we can learn from these players stacking. That was a T-tuck for NGC when he didn't have a T. So many ways to solve that, of course. But only one of them that had 0 burns, and he did not get that. Got quite a number of burns. 4 lines. But looks like they're just about tied up. Difference of a few pushdown points, courtesy of Paul Tessie.
And again, a reminder to our fans who are watching online on Twitch, also check out twitch.tv/ClassicTetris2 because we have other...
Wait, Matt has a crazy setup. Let's go. Oh, no! Did I jinx it again? Should I just, stop talking? He's nodding. It's so over.
Matt says yes. But anyway, yes, check us out, twitch.tv/ClassicTetris2 for other matches from this tournament. And so the plan here of Fractal is to finish round 1 tonight. Okay. See, now, I think Fractal is now not talking as a result of what Matt did. So now he's being maximally distracting by not talking. This is excellent strategy. He's a true master. So Timmy up by 100,000 points right now. Well, of course, Matt gets the Tetris. Down the bottom, Mega Retro Man ahead by about almost exactly a Tetris, 191 to 167.
Okay, I'm back. I just needed to rest my voice.
All right, good.
See, I'm tiring my voice out right now, so it's going to be harder for me to pop off if I do well in my actual match. So maybe I've not planned this through, but I'm enjoying myself so much.
When is your
I hope
match?
you're all enjoying it. I've been informed that there are lozenges. Maybe we shall partake. Would you like one, Ben?
I'm good. I'm good with the lozenges.
Okay.
I like those.
I'll take a few for the stage.
Speaking
of the stage, let's talk about the people who are actually up there. NGC down 3 Tetrises, 3.61 according to the helpful Nestor champs, lovingly developed by Yobi. There's a number at the end of Yobi that I'm forgetting.
When I'm doing the online tournaments, I actually enjoy having to do the mental math, and then when I see it done here, I'm a little mad at it.
Yeah, but 2 decimal places.
Oh, that's
true. You could say 2.62, 3.63.
I know.
That's crazy.
I mean, maybe significant mathematically, not significant in an actual tournament, in actual play.
I don't know. I just kind of like it. We also got a 2.62 at the top. Timmy Kim's lead. These are some pretty good paces. Timmy Kim is pushing 600 if he keeps this up.
Matt has got those 2 push down.
He's locked in. I bet he can't hear anything that we're saying. See, he's not even reacting. All right. Let's look at the bottom. Mega Retro Man continuing to hold on to this lead. Makes that adjustment with the T. That's a really fundamental one. Always so nice to see it done. Because the T can just spin anywhere it likes. And one of those positions is the best. So it is the responsibility of the player to pick which one. Oh my god, my voice is actually just shot. Maddie, please say something.
Oh no, I'm mesmerized by the stacking that's going on here. Paul Tessie,
At the top.
Mega Retro Man, up by about.
Maybe he gets the Tetris, extending his lead. This is a real lead because Matt is not having the greatest time with this seed. Has a center roll, no guarantee. Oh, that's a guarantee of it resolving. It resolved. Wonderful. He's continuing it. He chooses to live in the middle.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, I mean, a lot of times players will try to bring that down. They'll take the burns, but I think Matt knows that he's behind a bit and wants to maybe tack on a little bit of aggression where he can.
But the annoying thing is that it's so easy to just take these burns. You don't get them nearly as much when it comes to the classic right well that we all know and love.
Yeah, so he's got an awkward kind of a setup here. It's kind of neat to tuck a J in. Gets the J. We'll see what he's going to do to build this out. Now, I feel like, okay, he's going to take the burns here, maybe reestablish that well in column 8. And he's going to, and he gets a Tetris 390 for him.
Yeah. What we saw last game, it was post where Mats was really able, I guess maybe he didn't really get to see how well he plays, but I've seen him play before. He has like a bunch of 1.2s. He can throw it down.
Oh yeah, for sure. And you know, definitely does a lot of creative stacking.
And speaking of, speaking of throwing down, let's go downwards and see what's happening in the match at the bottom. It's a lead for NGC, complete reversal of the first half of the position.
Yeah, definitely a pace lead here. NGC back by a few lines. Paul ahead by a little bit.
Yeah, these are great transitions. 600,000, I think that's the first that I've seen.
Yeah, first we've seen today, 600K transition.
It's top 16.
That is a truly excellent transition in a DAS game.
Oh, and he's playing safe. He took the burn. That wasn't necessary, but he decided that he wanted it, and he gets the Tetris. He stayed ready. Paul Tessie, bit of a situation. Can be resolved very quickly. 1. And, 2 birds. He waited so long for that bar, and he was able to get out as soon as possible. But the punishments was needing to burn a little. And you see
up top there, that's going to be a top out for Matt and a game for Timothy.
Yeah, we got ourselves tied up. What was once a best of 5 is now a 3-game set.
Yeah, I mean, sort of, in a way, while still ultimately being a best of 5.
I'm also being informed by the secondary production, meaning Twitch chats, that Arctic had a 676 transition earlier today. I saw he won his match against, was it Ben Mullen?
Yes.
Yeah, really, really happy for him. He's been going out to a lot of the tournaments. Great guy to be around.
All right, so Mega Retro Man trying to burn this back down and reestablish this well, but has a gap in the middle.
Still has the literal.
But he's still going for that center well.
Center well. This is a good board. There's a lot that he can burn with it. Doesn't need to though.
And he gets that center well Tetris. So he's got about a 1 1/4 Tetris lead over NGC Man right now. But of course, NGC has 10 lines in hand. So when you're looking at these scores, make sure to sort of keep in mind the difference in lines.
Yeah. It's a half Tetris, figuratively, but also potentially 2, maybe 3 Tetrises extra on the side of NGC. He's going to have those, and he may be able to take advantage of those. I forgot how the drought ended up going. Can't use that bar, but we'll be able to use this one at the cost of what could have been a singular burn has now turned into 3.
All right.
Mega Retro Man holding out with the lead.
Yeah,
but it's so small. This is a potential max out on our hands, and it might not be enough. Would this be the first max out of the day? I don't remember if we've seen one.
Certainly during our
NGC
here.
Clutch spin, and he needs the efficiency. At that height, you won't die to a missed spin, but you will lose out on some burns. Gets the Tetris, has the actual lead right now. Mega Retro Man with a hole in the stack is stacking up, waiting for the bar. The bar comes, it's a Tetris. And, oh no, NGC with the situation took the wrong gamble on that bar. and is waiting for one more. Does he get it? He might not. It might not be enough.
Tough.
And yeah, that's unrecoverable.
And NGC going to top out at 868.
The game is Mega Retro Man. Will he continue? Will he go for the one last Tetris?
Yeah.
He's set up. He goes for it. Gets it. One extra line for good measure. That's a 932,000. What a fantastic game.
All right, GG to both our players.
From the Retro Game Connoisseur.
And all right, so was that game 3? That was game 2.
That was game 2.
That
wow.
was game 2. So again, what was once a best of 5?
I think the first one went pretty deep too.
Now, a best
once
of 3.
Once was a best of 5, and now it is a best of 5 with 2 less games.
That's right. That's right. Are we missing? Are we on game 3 up top?
We are on game 3. They have forgotten.
We're
to give
missing
Timmy
a heart. Yeah. So
I expect better production. Timmy expects better from production. It is truly unacceptable. Unacceptable.
I think it's
no. It's I was going somewhere with this. I don't want to anymore. Production is great. I love every single one of them.
Yeah. See,
they're all wonderful people.
Yeah, they control your fate. You don't realize that.
They can mute me, right? I can just like keep talking, and they just decide to start talking. I was kind of hoping they would cut me off.
Yeah, no. See.
Maybe they'll do it later. Save it for later, okay?
And they did cut your mic.
All
right, we are underway down the bottom. Push tone points only, but now with Tetris for
Matt
Mega Retro.
Martin.
Yeah,
burned himself out of the Tetris. Had a T-spin set up, was not able to take advantage of it.
Yeah, still early yet though, so.
I think a lot of people, what they like about Tetris is how satisfying it can be to make pieces fit in the right place. Sometimes they don't.
Most of the time, for me, they don't. They don't go where I want them to go, and it doesn't look very satisfying at all. Really, you got to be one of the top players in the world, I think, to have consistently great-looking boards and to satisfy the masses with your stacking. So 292 here for Matt, 360 for Timmy. Down the bottom, NGC 49 and Mega Retro Man.
God,
50,
what are these droughts? It feels like every time I look down, they're in the middle of a 20-something. It's not easy.
It's these cursed CTWC cart.
So here's the thing. I think this is what NGC wants. Well, I think that because he told me this is what he wants. But on the other hand, it's especially potent when you consider what Mega Retro Man is doing with his game. And what is he doing?
He's leading.
He's leading, sure. But he's also pushing down.
He is pushing down.
And that means that NGC can see from his peripheral vision whether there is a drought occurring on Paul Tesley's side.
Yeah, that is the big downside of pushing down, is you do give your opponent an
line overshifts, lots of places to burn. And he takes it. And he'll be fine. But there's like there's a baby drought forming. We'll see if it festers. And
there's a dirty Tetris from Metro Man.
Okay. We take those.
And another Tetris for him, so NGC waiting now.
I sometimes wonder, is it biased if we commentate on the droughts on the bottom match?
I tend to avoid mentioning the droughts until they've both experienced it.
Okay.
And then what I try to do is
I
try not to call the long bar until both players see it.
I see.
I can't avoid it.
Yeah, I've been kind of careless about that.
These are the things that you learn with experience.
Oh, I see.
It's especially important in a live setting. Online, you can sort of get away with it because of the delay.
Exactly.
But in a live setting, I try to be very careful with it.
Live setting's very different from online, of course. One thing, you kind of get to look around, smile to your opponents, say hi.
All right, Tetris for Mega Retro Man 256. Up top, we are heading very close to the
what is
transition.
this game from Timmy? That's a 600 possible, I think. Yeah.
With 2 Tetrises, it would be just about 600.
But he needs the pieces, and he needs to not burn. That's not guaranteed. Oh, he misses an adjustment.
Yeah,
that would have gotten him that. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
601 transition for Timmy. 484 for Matt.
That's a lot of ground to make up. This is a similar situation to game number 2. And I assume that Matt really tried to reach for the points and got punished. Maybe overextended. Doesn't look like he will have overextended for the time being. That's a Tetris.
Right.
That's a Tetris that Timmy's not getting, I think. So Matt Martin has gained, and he's gained again. Little ahead in lines, but this is a burn. This is a dig that will continue to be prolonged on Timmy's side.
Yeah, these game threes so important. I mean, there's a big difference in being up 2-1 versus being down 1-2. So these games are critical.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting from Timmy. He had a J, and that's usually the perfect piece to fill that tucked setup that he had. But he opted to wait for the S piece, which that's frowned upon because it's the burn, but he wanted the lower stack. He wanted the safety, and I think it's paying off. He wants to survive. The last game, Matt Martin topped out on the level 19 speeds. Maybe Timmy's betting for that again, but maybe Matt Martin will be able to survive. We'll have to see as it comes to this dig.
Well, we are about 30 lines away from the transition down the bottom here. 457 NGC, so about 100,000 point lead for him.
Oh, and this is getting high. That's a Spire. That is a great piece. That is a beautiful double. That is now uncovered. He's made his way down back. Oh.
Yeah.
He's fine. Thank God.
Yeah, up top, Matt's board complicated here. And he's gonna
what was that J placement? That was beautiful. I don't think that was intended, but it worked out great anyways. And he's digging down. This is a lead that Timmy has been cultivating ever since Matt Martin started this dig. And it's growing. And it's getting to this point where Matt Martin needs 4 Tetrises, 5 Tetrises to take the lead. And getting 5 Tetrises just at all in these last stages is not something that you can get every single time. The pieces don't work out that way.
No, we've just got about 30 lines to go until the 29, basically DAS
right, so, and Timmy is still alive. Timmy is still scoring. He can put this lead forward even further and take the critical Game 3 advantage.
Yeah, in this situation for Timmy, the important thing is really just to stay alive and score, and keep scoring any points whatsoever.
4 Tetrises for Matt. Only has 5 available to him, maybe 6 if he chooses to set up for that center roll. And we all want to see the center roll.
Oh, an NGC man.
NGC man. Oh, that's really high. Both the transition and the board gets the bar. Good for the Tetris. Oh my God. And Matt Martin tops out. Timmy Kim crashes the game. Oh, that's incredible. His first ever game crash. And we have all seen it live, courtesy of Nestra's champs. It didn't matter. He already had the advantage. All his points scored before this do count.
There's at least one person who might not know you're kidding.
Okay. For legal reasons, this is a joke.
All right, down the bottom though, NGC at 670. Paul here at 563.
Wow, 100,000 points, 3.73 Tetrises. Adjusts the J, stands it up right in time for the Tetris. Dangerous, horrible move in any other context. But he brought the board down lower, and is what he continues to do. Mega Retro Man working with maybe a 9-1 stack, but
oh no.
Wow, that's the kind of misshift that should be death for any DAS player.
But no.
Mega Retro Man made it work, and
that left side, he gets that over. Crucial, he's going to help.
Yeah, now we focus on the center. We always want to focus on the topmost hole and how to drill it down. Gets a triple. One more piece, and that might have been trying to one-up NGC's Dirty Tetris from the beginning of transition.
All right, so this is great.
NGC not looking to one-up himself, looking to get these boring Tetrises in a sense.
Yeah, great survival from Paul here. Now he's going to go try to reestablish a well and start scoring again.
Right, and he's done that, but this is so hard to maintain.
Yeah, a 9 or an 8-1 or whatever.
Yeah, and I think he didn't want to go for the left side. I think that was maybe a quick tap away, but quick taps in this situation with these nerves, not great. 22-piece drought, it seemed like. Maybe I was off by 1. With the center, well, especially a 9-1, you hate to see it. Oh, I did it again, didn't I?
You did the thing, but
I don't think it mattered. He's even locked in. I don't know.
See, you can either mention the drought or the Tetris, but not both.
Okay, I see. But it looks like we're going to have to mention both. There was a drought and a lack of a Tetris and a top outs.
Yeah, so Mega Retro Man going to top out 692.
NGC
man,
commanding lead at this stage in the game. We'll see it. We'll see if he wants 900 of his own. He doesn't.
Nah,
he doesn't need it. It's beneath him.
You know, I respect it.
So many of those.
Yeah, I respect.
They mean nothing.
I respect these folks who just immediately top out and say, I don't care. I don't need to mullen. Next game, let's go.
Yeah. But matches, I think, always mean something, especially to people like us.
Well, yeah.
And he is going to be really satisfied after that win. These have all been deep games.
Up top here, we are experiencing a drought between these two players.
It has now been resolved for both of them.
Amazing, great timing. Look
Thank
at
you.
this.
I'm trying. But this is a situation for Timmy. He's high up.
Oh, no.
He's dependent on certain pieces. Gets one, gets the other, gets the third, but no, quick tap. Was that a 12? That might have been.
Yeah, that's going to be a top out anyway for Timmy, and Matt is.
Matt is already taking it. If that was a 12 high, that is frame perfect. Even quick taps on level 19 aren't that precise. If that was a 13 high, then it was doomed from the beginning. But he put up a valiant effort, and we got a decider at the top. This is amazing. I feel that the normal CTWCs as of late are kind of dominated by sweeps, in a sense. And it feels like there's been a lot. The matches are a lot more contested, a lot more deciders, a lot more game 4s.
Yeah, and you kind of would expect more sweeps here in this round 1, and even in the round 0, we didn't get a lot of them. You know, there were a lot more just hotly contested. Round 1 you would expect because of the seed mismatch.
Yeah.
But it's not happening.
Oh, like the first get. Oh, that's a situation for Mega Retro Man. No longer a situation for Mega Retro Man. That is Tetris for Mega Retro Man. That's a situation for NGC that has turned into not a situation. I think they got bailed with the same bar. That is a Tetris for NGC, man.
And another Tetris for Mega Retro Man as we get started down the bottom.
And once again, we see this push-down disparity between the two. I think Mega Retro Man continues to do it out of comforts. And I think it's not optimal in comps from like a purely theoretical sense.
Yeah, but
this is like also going back to earlier, like every person has to play in their own way.
There is something to be said for, especially I think with DAS. I mean, now it's not really that easy for most rollers or tappers to push down. So DAS, you do see it more. But for there are times when I'm a person who can push down or pushes down. The reason I do it is I give myself less time to overthink a placement. So the faster it goes down, the less time I have to think. And I let my someone said my lizard brain take over and feed me like my default placements, which are usually better than the ones that I try to reason out.
This was in comms yesterday. You said you were talking about this.
Yeah, very often we do repeat the same things.
Wow.
In comms.
Yeah. I wonder if we're seen as repetitive by the people who watch like every single minute
Never.
of every single
well,
broadcast.
they shouldn't be watching every time. That's the key there. But
Zizook in chat says that the game is too slow for you.
The game is too slow. I mean,
Wow.
not.
I mean, I've heard you complain about 18 speeds being uncommentatable. I don't know how much I agree with you on that.
I never said that.
Have you never?
No.
Oh.
There's always something to talk about.
Okay.
I don't like it when people say, well, it's 18, it's boring, there's nothing to talk about.
Oh, you're making fun of them.
Yeah.
I've become the thing that I sort of destroy.
Yeah, see, rhetorical irony, that's the...
I see. Speaking of rhetorical, I don't know how to make this transition. Okay, there's a match at the bottom. NGC is down at the same line count. How did this happen? Is he pushing down? He's pushing down. What? So there's another aspect to the push down meta, I think, that when you push down so much, you get so far. For legal reasons, like. but it's for the people. Do I need to take another break, Fandy? Okay, going to the top match, we have Timmy Kim with another lead in level 18. Against Matt Martin. And no, it's not a real lead. Matt Martin is the one who is actually ahead. He Tetrises bringing themselves to just about an equal line count.
Yeah, they're going to trade
advantage.
this lead back and forth as long as they keep Tetrising here. They are super close. And down the bottom, Mega Retro Man up about one
that
or
was
two
a
thirds
weird like double shift on the NGC's side. Accidental bits, which we noticed and we acknowledged this time around. You're welcome.
I don't know what to say now. Now I'm afraid to even say anything about NGC Man's game. You know?
Okay. Let's maybe, to be fair, let's try and delve into the psychology of Mega Retro Man. Let's see what his strategy
I'm sure
is.
he'd love that, right? Live psychological analysis. Yeah. All right, Timmy with a T-spin setup, going to nail that T.
Ooh, very nice.
And long bar over for the Tetris. So yeah, trading that lead back and forth up top. Down the bottom, Mega Retro up by about 2 Tetrises and ahead by about 8 lines. So those 8 lines, that's how many 2 Tetrises are. So it's pretty neck and neck up top as well.
Yeah. We're getting a live feed of Mega Retro Man doing our job for us in a sense, and we will now communicate his wisdom to us. In the 1990 NWC, which he participated in.
Right.
That was a. No. Are you talking about the ROM? Are you talking about the ROM? The game itself. The 1990 NWC, whose ROM he has competed with before at some points in the future. Okay, that's correct. He started pushing down because that is actually speedrun Tetris. You have like a time limit to score as many points. From like a level 0 start too, so like you don't want to be like.
So pushing down sort of becomes that habit. He's carried it over here into comp, and it just becomes his kind of default way of living.
Yeah. Mega Retro Man known to push down sometimes on 19 even, which is pretty unique, pretty rare for people, because of course it doesn't really change the drop speed, but it does give you extra points. Looks like NGC has the lead. He's also choosing to no longer push down.
Yeah, he's got the lead. He's got lines in hand. Good situation up
top. Oh, we got
here.
situations. Drought forming. All right.
Yeah, drought up top there.
That's such a burnable spire that Matt Martin had, and he probably manipulated that situation. He made sure that if I'm going to have to go in a prolonged dig, I want to make it look as nice as possible.
Right.
Timmy opting to stack for the Tetris.
And we're just
instead of plugging with the LPs.
Just a couple lines away from that transition up top in a decider, so it's really all going to come down to really just the next couple of minutes up top.
Dude, that's so over. I'm so tired from this, yeah. And oh my god, yeah, this is a decider. 469 transition for Timmy Kim. Matt Martin already essentially at that with one more Tetris, takes the lead for the halfway point. At the bottom, we got level 23s on both sides. Every single game so far has been going the distance in this. This is incredible consistency.
And they're just separated by less than 2 Tetrises.
Yeah. And it's this kind of caliber that you need from both players to be able to get this far at both times. We have not seen this from many of the other games. But it looks like this might be coming to an end. This is a situation for Mega Retro Man.
Oh,
that's impossible to get over. He's done.
Yeah,
and it is NGC Men in 4 games.
All right.
With a commanding pace too. He can max this if he if he chose to.
Yeah. So this is the maximally permissible Mullen because
but
it's already won.
As we've seen earlier, he is above that.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, that's a 3 Tetris deficit. Make that 2 for Matt Martin at around a similar line count. All right. We'll see. He chooses to go for the 9-1. That's going to burn nicely. He's not going to burn as nicely now that he's like chosen to like double commit to it.
Yeah, Matt with that column.
What's going to happen?
Well. Let's see if he's going to switch that. No, he's.
Oh my God. Okay. I see you, Matt. It pays off. Sometimes this game, you do the things that seem the most crazy, and the game decides to be kind. And this is the thing that I really think gets underemphasized. The game is cruel, but the game is also kind.
I haven't experienced much of that kindness myself.
Huh? Maybe you need to get better. That's a joke. I love you.
I know. No, I do desperately need to. 618 here for Matt. 686 for Timmy.
Yeah, and we are moving kind of this piecemeal way. It looks like the screen transition messed up Matt Martin. Almost. Who is now on the other side of the camera. That is a hung bar. That is a dangerous situation. Whoa. We might be leading into a top out. This game might be over. I don't know if this is quick tappable. Matt might know. But he didn't
no, it's going to be a top up for Matt.
Timmy Kim.
Good. And we'll be moving on
the returning star who has made it past his first match into the round of 16. What a great match. I need like 5 of these lozenges.
Yeah, no, go for hit those lozenges up.
Okay. You know? I feel so tired. And apparently this guy I'm playing up against is like a 1.2 DAS player who I've never heard of before.
Why don't you go take a few moments for yourself and get to the place you need to be in order to play this.
Huh? Okay.
Dog, Arctic, Jeff, Burb, you are playing over on CT1.
All right. This is a pleasure. Truly an honor. I have always wanted to commentate with you.
Oh, well, I mean, my goodness. It must have been amazing for you.
This is how far gone I am. It took me like 5 seconds to.
That's great. No, thank you so much, Fractal.
Okay, and now I have to play high-level Tetris. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Thanks, chat.
All right, so it's going to be Dog, Arctic, and Jeff and Burb Wizard. Oh, I like the crowd shot. Let's stay with the crowd shot. We don't need me seeing myself on camera is not the shot that we need. But yeah, Fractal grabbing these lodges. Now, don't forget, there are commentators coming up who may need them.
That's why I only took half of them.
All right. All right, so it's going to be Big Dog, Arctic, Burb, and Jeff. Yeah. Yeah, I need a, oh, by the way, producers, I need this laptop to be plugged in because it's dying. I also want to thank more of our sponsors, if this screen would work. Yeah, Hyperkin. Hyperkin has supported the CTWC since the beginning. Over the past year, they've helped Tetris communities around the world by sending them NES consoles and controllers. Hyperkin leads the way in the retro and modern entertainment industry with unique, fun, and innovative items, including the Retron console. Check them out at hyperkin.com. Let's game. All right. And also want to thank Total Radness. A big thank you to Steve DeLuca from Total Radness, who not only is sponsoring, but has been a huge part of making the CTWC regional events incredible. He invented the Goofy Foot controller, which has changed the way the game is played. And I did see players using Goofy Foot controllers here, and that was very exciting to see. And I guess we're going to do, what, Tetris Forever? We're going to do Tetris Forever? Sure. If you love classic Tetris as much as we do, you'll want to check out Tetris Forever, a new game from Digital Eclipse that releases later this year on PC and consoles. It's a collection of over 15 classic games, including the original Famicom Tetris, Tetris Battle Gaiden, Super Tetris 2 plus Bombless, Hatris, people are loving Hatris, and more. Plus, there's the all-new Tetris Time Warp, where you can warp between different eras of Tetris gameplay. But Tetris Forever is also a treasure trove of Tetris history, including over 90 minutes of video documentary features with never-before-told stories from Alexei Pazanov, Hank Rogers, and more of the people who made Tetris what it is today. So check out Tetris Forever when it comes out. We're getting ready. Are we ready? Arbaro, you tell me if we're ready. 2 minutes. All right, I can keep talking about it. Anyway, Tetris Forever is a celebration of the perfect game, one that's going to live on for a long time. Tetris Forever from Digital Eclipse will be out on PC, Nintendo Switch, Xbox, and PlayStation platforms later this year. That is 2024, this very year. Who else have I talked about? Oh, it's probably good to talk about the CTWC new marketplace. I have 2 minutes for that. Introducing the Classic Tetris Marketplace, powered by District. That's it, District. Explore exclusive memorabilia from the Classic Tetris World Championship, CTWC. Players themselves find rare, one-of-a-kind items straight from the legends of the game, along with a fantastic selection of retro games and collectibles that will transform you back to the golden age of gaming. Whether you're a die-hard Tetris fan or just discovering the retro gaming world, there's something for everyone. Don't miss your chance to own a piece of Tetris history. Visit, this is the important part, district.net/classic Tetris. Go there right now, district.net/classic Tetris, and join the community of Tetris enthusiasts. All right, so I think we got about another minute here, letting these players warm up. We're not rushing them through. We're letting them get their reps in. And it's a good time to mention the matcherino, because I can just do that as long as I want. This thing has a prize pool, and you can contribute to it if you're watching on Twitch. Well, go to the matcherino, use that command, and contribute to the prize pool. We're ready to go. Arbaro is giving us the thumbs up, so that means we are ready to count them down over here on the left side. Let us get them started with a big hearty 3, 2, 1. Ready? 3, 2, 1, Tetris! And we are underway. The names have not been changed, but the players have. So we've got on the top left, that is not Matt, that is Dog. On the top right, that is Arctic. On the bottom left, that is, I don't know who that is. And the bottom right is Burb Wizard. Oh yeah, that's Jeff, who you might know from Tetris. So, anyway. Yeah, Of course, Dog on the top left is a 2-time winner of the Classic Tetris World Championship, both in the online years. And of course, fun fact about Dog, you know, he started playing in the CTWC in 2020, and Vince is here now. Vince, how many times has Dog finished outside the top 4?
I don't think ever.
Ever, no.
Yeah.
He has finished in the top 4 every single, or higher, every single year that he's played. And also sitting next to him is Arctic. Anyway, Jeff, Arctic, a great longtime member of the Classic Tetris community, taking a shot here, coming in at seed number 35, taking a shot at a world champion on a more level playing field.
A level playing field, yeah. It's nice and fair. I mean, Arctic did win the silver bracket at Genesis, so he knows how to compete. He knows how to make his way through a bracket.
Right.
He knows how to beat, you know, tappers and rollers there. So.
Now,
you know.
for those of you online who may not see who's next to me, it is Vince Clemente. Now, what is your official title here with CTWC?
I don't know. I like just getting the mismatch of all the titles, but yeah, president, CEO, founder, owner, whatever.
Yeah, all those things at CTWC, whatever. He's the one that writes our fat paychecks.
That's right, yeah.
Right? Signs them out.
This is going to be the biggest one yet, guys.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be huge. Down the bottom, of course, you know, Jeff, of course, who was a finalist in the 2016 Classic Tetris World Championship. 17 was Alex.
Right.
Yeah. And, of course, the star and subject of the world-famous Boom Tetris for Jeff meme, which really brought a wave of players into the scene.
Yeah, I blame that. That's kind of the reason why, you know,
we have to keep doing this.
The young players, we're doing this, and we have to take it way more seriously now. You know.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff.
Thanks a lot, Jeff.
And down the bottom, Burb Wizard, who is known as a commentator in the Classic Tetris scene. Of course, hosts various versions of Tetris friendlies.
Yeah. Monday Night Mayhem is you know, can't miss show every Monday. Typically every Monday.
So can't miss show.
You can't miss it. Yeah.
I've never seen it. But
what?
No. Of course I've seen it. Burb going to top here at 152. Jeff is good in game number 1. Up top here, Doug, 273 and Arctic 215. And it's good to have you here. Fractal, of course, is going to be playing soon. It actually is playing on twitch.tv/Classic Tetris 2.
Right. So if you want to see Fractal, the commentator that you were just listening to,
right,
and not listen to us, you could go over there.
Yeah. I mean, that's probably a better experience overall. You've got Kingsman,
right,
and some other person. Is that Ben?
Looks like Ben Mullen.
I don't know. Ben Mullen from this angle, he looks like really
looks
great. He looks great. He just looks good.
Yeah.
You know, strong.
After that big loss, he was really excited. I think he can relax now. You know.
Yeah. Well, it's good. You need to give Ben a job. You know, otherwise he just goes around.
Why don't we talk about the players here, though? You know.
Oh. Yeah. You know? All right. You show me how it's done here. You're the boss.
Yeah. I'm new to this. How do you do it? Yeah, I'm new here. Yeah, I've never been here before. Neck and neck on the bottom. Oh my God. Is that what you guys say?
Yeah, we just say neck and neck, two different necks, whole neck thing, whole.
The Dog with like a 4 Tetris lead here.
Yeah, and Dog, one of those players, of course, known primarily, of course, won his first CTWC as a tapper.
Right.
Won 2021, I believe. Was it rolling and tapping or?
No, he shakes his head no.
Said no. Okay.
Or he just doesn't like his board. I don't know.
But the point is, Dog primarily known, you know, now as a roller.
Right.
So we've really never seen much of Dog as a DAS player, and yet coming in here as seed number 3, playing DAS. Was that surprising?
I'm really glad that they came out. It's nice to see them here. You know, they're some of our superstars from the main championship, and you know we're looking to make this one a big deal. So, yeah. I'm excited. It's like he's going back in time, you know. I'm going to go tap, roll, now DAS. So,
regressing.
Yeah.
It's playing the way I used to play when I was a kid, although much better.
Right. And, you know, it's good to see Burb playing, too. You know, Burb was a roller, now I'll go on to DAS because, you know, it hurt his hand.
Yeah.
So.
All right, so up top here, Dog with about a Tetris and a half lead. Down the bottom, Jeff up by about 2/3 of a Tetris.
Yeah, Jeff's got this.
Jeff's got this.
Yeah,
what does that mean? What does that even mean?
Just give a guy a heart.
Now, yeah, well, Jeff, they're supposed to give Jeff a heart, right?
I think so.
Yeah, Jeff should have a heart, by the way, to our OBS team. Up top, Dog's going to transition here at 466. And Arctic trying to avoid a really awkward transition here into 19. Just one line to go. So the next line burn will take him into 19 speed. And he looks like he's three great pieces to fill this in.
Yeah. Oh, let's give him an L or J.
Yeah.
Why not? Yeah.
I mean, when do I ever get these pieces?
Yeah.
Never.
Never. No.
Not a single time.
Yeah. How was your qual? Yeah.
My qual was awful. Yeah. And it wasn't the pieces. I'll tell you that. It was me the whole way.
This is where Arctic has to lock in, right? Dog's got about a 3 Tetris lead.
We can see that on our beautiful display with the score difference and all
Every
that.
other second, yeah. Arctic getting a little high.
Yeah, this is tough on that left side. I'm not sure what he's going to be able to do. And that's going to be a top out for Arctic, and Dog is good in game number 1.
All right. But he made it to the transition. A lot of us DAS players in the old day, you just make it to transition in a match, you're happy, right? But now you got to get the kill screen, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, back in the old days, people get to 19, maybe play a little bit. Once in a while, someone would pop off. Once in a very rare while, 2 players would go. But now, I mean, it's almost a disappointment if you don't go that far.
It was like line out strats for a while there,
Yeah, but now it's not like that. I mean, players so good now. You have to be efficient, and you've got to score high.
We got Arctic with the 11-point lead.
All right.
Not too shabby.
All right. He's happy with that lead. He's at least I have a lead on a world champion.
Yeah. It's got to feel good.
Down the bottom here, Jeff up by about 2 Tetrises over Burb.
Yeah.
A couple extra lines, but basically the same line count.
Burb really needs that L. He gets it. He's really got to fill in that chasm there. Look at that.
Oh yeah, beautiful J piece to fill in. That blue J. That's how I remember it's the J, blue J.
Yeah, blue J. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Tetris provides.
All right, now it's Jeff's turn. He's he's getting a dirty Tetris right there. 408 now for him after a Tetris, and more importantly, bringing the stack down, which is getting a bit high for him.
Yeah, Jeff's be all right. But Arctic, on the other hand, in a bit of a mess here, but just needs that long bar and some digging to do.
It's not often you see a tie-dye shirt anymore. It's they're kind of out of fashion, but I'm happy to see one.
Yeah, you kind of forget they exist every once in a while.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh wow, there's a tie-dye shirt.
Yeah. I'm into it. Those are going to come back, right?
Well, he definitely went to summer camp this year, so.
All right, he's going to get that bar in the middle to clean this stack up, and now just looking for something to clean up that left side, start establishing a well and scoring again.
Burb with the lead on Jeff. Oh, man.
Yeah, we're just about 10 lines away from that 19 transition and that speed increase. And Burb's board not looking so great in preparation for that, so he's going to have to work this down.
A real toothy board there,
Toothy, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
I remember Heather called the board like that, crenellated, like the top of a castle.
Oh, yeah. I like toothy, or like grandma's teeth or something.
Grandma's teeth.
Well, but we'll stick with toothy, I guess.
Yeah. All right, so Jeff a little bit ahead right now. Basically the same line count, but basically neck and neck. Just a few thousand points. Jeff going to get a Tetris here. Go up by a Tetris. Up top, they are approaching the halfway point to their transition. Dog ahead by about 3
Jeff put that over. That's going to be tough.
Yeah, that is going to be tough. He's going to have to use L's and
bars. He's going to have to do an illegal move for this tournament, I think.
And Jeff going to so Burb with a little chase down here. He's got to get to 530 is the target.
0.01 Tetris.
And there he goes. Burb's going to get it. And Burb will take game number 2 and tie it up.
Right. Arctic's keeping it close here, just 1 Tetris behind.
Yeah, to me it is very nerve-wracking, even in like knowing that Dog is like a world championship player, even in a DAS tournament.
Yeah.
Playing against a player of that caliber, for me that kind of thing is nerve-wracking. I remember playing against players I played a match against Green Tea online. I was shaking,
Through the internet, yeah.
Yeah, through the internet, shaking over the internet.
Couldn't even feel his smile that close to you, yeah.
No, it wasn't. It's a great smile.
We got to get him out here next year,
Well, that's what I'm hoping. I think, this is the first year of the Jonas Neubauer Cup, of course, a DAS tournament in honor of Jonas.
Right.
My hope for this tournament is that it does encourage some of these names from the past to come out and try their hand and to sort of, get back into the community, which maybe have kind of gotten away from them with tapping and rolling sort of taking over.
Right, yeah. I mean, you see it here now, too. Some of the players have come back out of the woodwork, and there's, some, I've talked to some people today that have come for their very first time to this event that have been a part of the scene online, but they just don't want to come because
they feel like they don't have a chance.
Let's just go there and get smoked,
Yeah, exactly.
But
some of these folks coming out. I mean, even like players like Jazz Thief, who's come
from Belgium.
Yeah, from Belgium. He's been to previous CTWCs in the past. Hasn't been out the last few years, but came out for this.
Right.
Of course, Mega Retro Man. We've got Jeff out here, Ben Mullen. Some of these names from the past, and I'm like
Svavar.
Oh, Svavar. Yes, Svavar.
Harry comes out of retirement.
I know Harry was retired, and will be playing in round 1. He's still retired. This is like old timers game. See, this is not.
Yeah.
See, this is
not
not what
a job. I paid him money.
Oh yeah. But yeah, I don't think.
Oh, oops. That was
the way to think of this is not like this is not old timers game. Like this is an active, vibrant kind of play style that still has a lot of adherence. And as you can see, some of the best players in the world, who are the younger players, are getting into this play style and have played kind of tournaments and done a lot of training leading into this. There's a lot of excitement around this event.
Yeah, there's been a lot of other DAS tournaments popping up and around.
A little rinky-dink operations.
Yeah,
I mean, on my channel, I created a series of DAS tournaments, really leading up to this, to try to give players the sort of opportunity to practice and to get some competitive reps in. So
yeah, and it's been wonderful. RJ's in a lot of trouble here.
He's still low enough, though, but it's an awkward board. Really could have used that bar.
Down 4.5 Tetrises, so just got to get it down first and hope Dog makes a mistake at this point.
Yeah, Dog did win the second month of DAS tournaments that I ran. His brother Andy won the first month.
Oh, and they're both here.
And they're both here.
Oh, Dog with the...
Yeah, Arctic. I'm not sure. He's not going to survive.
8 high on the left right now.
Yeah,
not going to go for it. Burn it down. Oh, but
yeah, it's going to be a top out.
Doesn't even have to worry about it.
All right, Dog is good in game number 2. Goes up 2 games to none. Down the bottom here, Jeff kind of burning here. He's got an awkward board here. Can get some pieces, but needs to bring this down. And Burb's board kind of high here, but a long bar where it's going to help a lot.
Yeah. I like that you pointed at it for
me.
I
pointed. I wanted you to see.
Like, look at Burb's screen.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like sometimes you're a little like walking around, and I need to kind of point. Look at that there, Vince.
I thank you, Andy.
I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best to help you out. No, you're fine. I don't know why I'm pointing. I do gesticulate a lot. Yeah, look. See, look at that.
I like it,
yeah.
It's like we're at the museum.
I mean, I think it's great. This, by the way, a big shout out to the technical team who's created. I mean, really, I think this is one of the best setups I've ever seen. Now, I wasn't here in Pasadena, but I have a huge shout out to our technical team.
Yeah, working with Kyle, Gilbert, and John, and Eric, and everyone else. They really put the time in and bring their equipment and know what they're doing, and it makes it really easy on me and the rest of the team.
Yeah, this really does, just in virtue of the technical setup and all the care that's obviously been put into it, this does have a championship caliber event feel to it, which is exactly what I think we want it to feel like.
I mean, that was the plan all along, right? Take it seriously until it's a serious thing,
Yeah, that's exactly right. All right, down the bottom, Jeff 366, Burb going to Tetris 325. So Jeff up by a little less than 2 Tetrises, but he's going to get another one here. He's ahead a few lines, so keep that in mind.
Yeah, that's how Jeff likes to play, a little bit ahead.
Of course, his wife, Kim Moore, was in the tournament as well.
Right,
Did go out in round 0.
She made it. I didn't. You didn't. So,
you didn't make
are
it
you
in?
trying to say something negative? I don't know.
No. I'm just telling people where she landed.
Yeah,
She did great.
She did great. Kim's great. She's working at the merch booth right now, so you can go visit her.
She and Jeff were mind meld partners last night.
Right. And me and you were, and we
weren't good.
Did great, yeah.
We were not. No, we were not good. We were okay. We were better that we practiced for an hour. We practiced for an hour together to try, and it did not show at all.
200K PB between us, so.
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
Level 9 start. Bring it.
It wasn't good. We had no chance. I'm sorry. All right, 477 here for Jeff now on 19. Burb just really one Tetris away and is set up for it, waiting out that bar.
Arctic with the 1.5 Tetris lead up top. Dog with a little misdrop there, nothing.
That's going to be a 430 transition for Burb. And he's going to get it.
Tetris.
Yeah. The booms are coming out. The booms have been released.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say that.
You're allowed to say that.
All right.
All right, Burb going to bring this stack back down amidst the drought. Reestablish this well. He's set up again after a skim. Tetris for Jeff, 529.
Jeff with a messy board now, so this is Burb's chance.
All right, Burb filling out that left side, getting Tetris ready, gets that Tetris 494. So Burb's still back by about a Tetris and a half.
Jeff back to relative safety, you know.
All right, let's see what Arctic does here. He's got that triple set up here. We'll see if he's going to try to turn this into something. I'm not sure if he knows what he was trying to do over there. But
yeah, Arctic, let's just flip it around a couple times.
Yeah, let's just throw a piece over there and just see what happens.
Let's create a new move called the Arctic, yeah.
Yeah, but Dog up, but he's hanging with Dog now. I mean, Dog up only by about a Tetris here. Same line count. Oh, Jeff getting up high on the board here. That's going to be a top out for Jeff. So there's a chase down here for Burb. Needs to get to 546. That is the target, 546.
I think I could hear Jeff saying, line it out, too.
Yeah, Jeff, don't coach your opponent,
we can kind of hear you guys. So,
I mean, Jeff, really, any dirty trick that he can pull, he will do it. I know that guy.
Line it out.
Yeah. Oh, no, you're good. You're good. You just stop out. You're good.
Yeah, play safe. I see. Oh, this is going to take forever, Burp. Come on, just get a Tetris.
No, but this... I mean, it's the right thing to do. I mean, setting up for Tetris can be risky.
We're already over time, and look at this guy.
Yeah, no, this is the right move to do.
All right. 7,000.
No, 546, and just one line clear will do it, and that is going to be it. So game number 3 goes to Burb.
Wow, how crazy was that? So many lines in a row.
I know.
He did it.
Vince watching his watch here. It's like, we got to get out of here, man. Like, come on.
Yeah.
All right, up top, we are approaching that 19 transition. That'll hit in about 15 lines.
That's good math. Quick maths, right?
I subtracted 130 from what we had and then rounded it to the nearest 5. It was good.
You got the answer perfectly correct. You know.
Yep.
All right. 4 Tetris lead for Dog. 5 now. Wow, perfect 5.
Yep, just a few lines away from that speed increase.
Let's see.
And that will be really the last playable level for a DAS player. So
Arctic needs to win this game.
Yeah, he needs to win to stay in the tournament. Dog really on match point right now. And Dog is first one into 19 at 540. Arctic is in at 444, so almost a 100,000 point lead at transition. They're getting started down the bottom. Up top, though, they're amidst a drought. A drought is happening.
Drought's over. Yep.
And the drought will be over there. There's a bar for Dog and for Arctic. Yeah. That was what, about 23, 24?
Yeah, not too bad, yeah. I mean, it's not one of those, gauntlet droughts or whatever.
Yeah, drought counter doesn't start counting here until about 13. which is
That's
really
correct, yeah.
which is basically modern Tetris now.
Arctic needs
Oh,
a
no. That left side is real tough. Gets that J over.
All good. It's a good long bar, you know. Exposes the hole quicker. Oh,
all right, that T is tough.
Man.
But he's getting
The
some
line
great pieces to
penalty.
fill it in, but
Oh, perfect, Al. Nice.
long bar over to the right, he gets it.
Oh, flat, nice.
Exposes that hole.
Dog in a little bit of trouble there for a second, but not like Arctic's trouble. You know.
Oh no.
Oh, what? No.
Bar him. Bar him. Give him a bar. And no, he's going to get grounded for a bar. Arctic will top out, and Dog will take this match in a sweep. Dog will be moving on. GG's to Arctic.
GG's Dog. GG's Arctic. Got to, you know, a tournament like this, it's got to be fun just to match up against Dog, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, because wherever, like, you know, I mean,
Yeah.
you know, Arctic, great player.
Right.
But how often in like an open championship is he going to be matched up with Dog?
Against a world champion, yeah.
Yeah,
Big-time world
exactly.
champ Dog, yeah.
So I think there's, you know, this is a great leveler. You get to, you know, play matches against players that you've maybe admired, that are maybe above your skill level as rolling, tapping, da-da-da. But now you really get to play against them. That is very exciting.
Yeah. I would be honored to have made the bracket and lost to a Dog, you know.
Yeah, that was really my goal coming in, was
Yeah,
to
just
make the bracket and then maybe like
Lose to a
some,
legend or
like
something.
some
Yeah, yeah.
top player would like misdrop and like lose a game that I didn't deserve. You know, that was my whole
ruin
goal.
someone's dreams.
Yeah, that was my
Okay.
stretch goal, was to have my dreams ruined by Dog.
Oh.
All right, Tiny Jeff down the bottom.
Yeah,
Tiny
Tiny
Bird
Bird
down,
on the other side.
down the bottom. Oh, there
Oh.
we go. They're flopping around.
Oh. Oh, whoa, Jeff. Hello.
There they are.
There.
All right. Burb up high there, looking down on Jeff. Okay, yep, there it is. All right. 273 here for Jeff, 179 for Burb. Of course, you know, not only is Burb a commentator,
Right.
Jeff is a commentator who,
You don't say.
in the past, ran
no.
Tetris unfriendlies.
Yep.
Where you would play, you know, you'd be invited to play on his stream, and then he would mock you mercilessly during the whole thing. And that was the whole premise, and you signed up for it. Basically, the Jeff roast of you. So I don't know.
I think that might need to come back.
I feel like that needs to come back on Classic Tetris.
Yeah.
All right, Jeff trying to survive here, trying to downstack. Has the lead by 4 Tetrises, but board was getting up super high. Exposes that down the middle. That's only going to be a triple.
Yep.
But that's going to bring his stack
Apparently,
back down.
triples are bad.
Triples are good if you need a triple.
Yeah.
But you'd prefer not to have to be in the situation.
Right.
Oh, he's setting up dirty here.
Showtime.
All right, he's going to take a skim here, trying to get a bar. All right, there it is, a bar and a dirty Tetris for Jeff. 339 for him, 220 for Burb. Kind of a borderline suffer game here for Burb.
All right, but yeah,
You know, once you get to that 90 or 100 line mark, you'd really like to be around 400,000.
Not 225.
Not 225, yeah. Yeah, 225 is where you don't want to be.
I think he knows.
Yeah, 5 Tetris lead here for Jeff.
Do the fans know? Yeah. You don't want to be in this situation, fans. All right, 5. Yeah. But I'm sure a lot of fans would like the honor of playing Jeff.
Yeah, I would.
Right?
I would love to play Jeff.
Yeah. I've lost to Jeff.
Yeah. By the way, again, make
But
sure
I took a game off Jeff.
You did?
I did. Yeah.
Like a legit real game
Yeah,
that you
like-
earned.
Uh-oh. Oh, my God. Seems like we may have a malfunction.
That's a 7 Tetris lead, so our judges are going to have to figure something out here because that's a significant lead.
That is a significant lead, but it's at the turn, right?
Yeah, so our judges will confer and decide what to do here. Now, we do have to keep in mind there is a line differential. Jeff, you know, it's 8 Tetris lead, but Jeff is also ahead by 16 lines.
No, yeah. I mean, 20 lines ahead. But we have, you know, the greatest team around.
Right.
They'll make the correct decision.
All right. Jeff doing his best to grin and bear it here.
Yeah. You know, yeah. Yeah. What do we do here? But what's your favorite AC/DC song? You know,
you can't name one. Back in Black, of course. I know that one.
That's a good one. Is that the? No, Slash is on Guns N' Roses, right?
Yeah. What about Dirty Deeds, Done Dirt Cheap?
Yep, that's a great one.
That's a good one?
That's a good one.
You know that song. Do you know that song?
I'm familiar with music. Yeah.
Okay. All right, so Jeff's going to have to go back to work, try to reestablish that 200,000 point lead against Burb. All right, so what it is basically just a restart. We're going to go back. It was Burb up 2-1, and it's basically a reset of that match. Equipment malfunction relatively early in the game, well before the transition.
Right, it wasn't caused by the player. So,
yeah, and it wasn't caused by the player.
Like, had he, say, maybe, kick the table or something.
Yeah.
Maybe a different story here.
Yeah. Oh. Now, of course,
that was a hyper jolt, I think.
We are playing on original equipment, an original NES cartridge, original NES, 40-year-old equipment.
40-year-old, yeah.
And
40-year-old game, 40-year-old equipment.
And a 40-year-old player, right, on the left side.
Yeah. So it's like Shohei Ohtani's season, right? 50-50, right?
50. I don't know where you're going, but yes.
And 10 years from now, we'll be there. Yeah.
Indeed. So that is just a redo of that game. It does happen. Right. I mean, this is old equipment, so this is something to be expected, and it's accounted for by our judges. They understand that this is going to happen. Barbara doing a great job as a referee. And I saw Scooty, Blue Scooty.
Oh, Blue Scooty,
was hired in as a referee as well. I'm sure you've got all the legal paperwork for hiring Blue Scooty.
Everything's covered.
All right, that's right. Available upon request.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, 133 for Jeff as we get underway in this kind of redo of game number 4. 111 here for Burb. And make sure to check us out on twitch.tv/Classic Tetris 2. We've got Quaid, Big Dave, Fractal, and Chance. Chance, I don't really know that well, but coming in, taking a game off of Fractal.
Oh, wow, yeah. We're not supposed to do that.
What?
Talk about the other channel.
Why not?
I think you're trying to pull a fast one on me here. No spoilers,
Well,
go over there, yeah.
Well, no, I mean, watch them both.
Yeah, put them both on.
Put them both on.
Yeah. If you're watching both, listen to us, because we report on both.
Yeah. I didn't give any results.
Fine. You're fine.
Anyway, let me tell you what happened in that other match on CT2.
Yeah. On CT2, this just happened.
Right.
Check us here on CT1 for your news about CT2.
I was trying to give it.
Welcome to CT2 News.
I was trying to give a teaser, like, oh, there's a reason to look over there. Something might be happening.
Next time you call my games.
What's that?
Next time you call my games.
All right.
I need a little more sass.
You want me to get you?
Yeah.
All right.
I need that fun.
All right. I've been hired by a player.
Yep.
To be unnamed.
A personal commentator.
I don't know. He just came up and talked to the commentator. That's weird.
Yeah, no.
Who would do
security?
that?
Where's security when we need him? 277 for Burb, 281 for Jeff here in game 4. Early shift for Jeff with that T. Trying to tuck that T in.
Kick the table, Jeff. You get one free crash. Jeff is just, he's got the lead, whatever. Let's give this young guy a chance,
Yeah, Jeff has had his time in the sun.
Yeah. Maybe we need to put some stakes on this, Vandy. Steaks.
Oh yeah, Burb loves steak, so yeah. Put some
like 12 ounce,
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Jeff with that dirty center rail Tetris and gets it 335. So we are super close in score and lines.
And we're about at that turn,
That 100-line turn.
Now, is it you hate that term? Is that you?
Yeah, I do.
You don't like it?
No, I think 100 lines is totally insignificant. It means nothing. Nothing new happens.
It's a new digit.
That's fine. I mean, nothing new happens in the game. It's not like it gives you more of a certain piece. Like, nothing happens. You could just say, we're at the 75-line ding-dong. Like,
you could do that.
Yeah.
For me, I don't know. I have this thing when I play. I tend to top out at 67 lines a lot.
Yeah.
And it's like the halfway point.
Yeah.
So that could be a thing. But I look up when I'm playing. I'm like 67 lines. Oh, again.
Yeah. For me, it's 83 lines.
Really?
That's
67's. I should play the lottery or avoid.
The 415
my
here.
67th birthday or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that doesn't seem to be your number.
Yeah.
415 here for Burb. 391 for Jeff, who's going to take a triple and a Tetris. Burb Tetris is meanwhile, so about a 3/4 Tetris lead for Burb right now.
Yeah.
The Tetris is on 18, worth 22,800.
Yeah. Nice, clear reason why that's happening. You know?
Yeah, that makes total sense.
Math, you know?
Yep. 18 plus 1 times 1,200.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, Burb is the first one into 19 at 486. Jeff is into 19 at 453. So at transition, Burb has a 35,000 point lead. That's a Tetris and a half.
Jeff needs to win this game to stay in the tournament.
He does.
So.
And there's a Tetris for Jeff, 480.
All right, nice and close. Neck and neck, right? Is that what we say here?
You can say it if you want to.
I did.
It's your tournament, so you can say whatever you want.
Vandy, it was an honor to be on your Mind Meld team yesterday.
Yeah, see? Yeah, you can just make up whatever stupid crap you want.
Whoever booked that was a genius. You know.
Oh, my God. Yeah. I'm going to get Mind Meld redemption against you next year.
No. Oh, not this.
It crashed. It crashed again.
Why don't we switch the stations?
Yeah, we're going to have to switch stations or switch equipment or something like that. 2 games in a row with technical difficulties. So
or maybe a new cartridge. I don't know. But yeah, Vandy, it was nice. We get along now. Finally we had to go to Mind Meld camp.
Right.
And work out our differences.
Did we ever not? We never had any differences. Zero differences.
People seem to think we might.
They want to manufacture. This is not wrestling where you have to manufacture storylines like, the feuding, Tetris organizers.
Yeah, they're going to be sad that they were all wrong, right?
Right.
Yeah. So.
That's right.
There's our bracket.
All right. They are going to move. Now, I don't think we've had these issues on this station really the entire time until Burb got there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we'll see if these quote technical problems follow him to the next station.
Check his controller or something,
Oh, maybe it's the controller.
Oh man.
I know. We're on.
What do you face?
I know.
What do you shock me over here.
Flash bang us with our things here, but all right, we're going to set up our next palette of matches. They're still going to continue. The Jeff one, we're on game 4.
We've had
2 aborted attempts to get that game 4 in. But meanwhile, we've still got the rest of the tournament to play, so we're going to get our other 3 matches going.
We have to get them going. We got a Harry Swavar match coming up, which I'm very excited to watch.
Okay.
That's a classic. They've met before a couple times at CTWC, so.
Yeah, I'm excited. Well,
look at us. We're playing. Oh, my God.
That was something.
19 Burb.
All right, so they're going to get matches over on Classic Tetris 2. I don't even know if I can name that it exists now.
Nothing is happening on Classic Tetris 2 besides 2 guys sitting in a corner.
I am not sure.
What's up, Harry? What? I don't know. Ask King.
Ask who?
Is he what is one?
Ask who?
You want to know what you're doing? Yeah, talk to King, yeah.
Yeah, Kingsman.
We got the champ, the mayor, Hello, love. Come on, love.
All right, so it looks like Jeff and Burb are underway in game number 4, attempt number 3.
Yep. If this one does that again, it's pull the fire alarm time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't give anyone any ideas.
Yeah.
Do not pull fire alarms. Don't do anything of the sort. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No. Yeah, nor any of its subsidiaries or affiliates.
Yeah.
Do not endorse. Yeah. You need express written consent of Major League Baseball to pull a viral. Okay, don't. All right, so we are underway here again. It's got to be frustrating, I think, as a player to kind of undergo, oh boy, we tried. I mean, I've been in situations where equipment malfunctions.
Yeah.
It is frustrating. So, part of the live tournament, kind of situation is you've got to kind of roll with the punches, be able to weather these kinds of challenges, and lock in on Tetris and lock out everything else.
Yeah, it's a bummer when that happens at home when it freezes or malfunctions and you're like on a good game or whatever. Then,
right.
And sometimes it takes forever to re-get it going.
I know. And it can throw you off, but
blowing it like you're not supposed to. And,
yeah, no, that doesn't work. It feels like it works, but it really doesn't.
I don't. It's just,
are you a blowing in the,
I am. Yeah, I am.
You're a blowing in the cartridge truther.
Not a truther. I have enough Tetris cards I can, have a little fun.
Right, yeah. Just recreationally blowing into Tetris cards. Yeah, just for
old
for
memories, for my memories.
Yeah.
Like, oh, yeah. I had a whisper in my ear said, don't do it from above. I don't know.
Intellectually, I know that it doesn't do, doesn't work, and it actually does some harm. But I do find myself doing it. Like, you just blow into that cartridge.
Yeah, maybe I blew in the one that Burb was playing on.
That could be it.
Start a little thing here.
All right, Jeff 216, Burb 182, just one line apart. Another Tetris here for Jeff, and there's one for Burb as well. So players trying to do this game at number 4 again. And I feel good about that. I think it's going to work this time.
Yeah, we made him move.
But
is that like the new commentator curse where you just like possess the game? And
yeah. Our technical team trying to figure it out because they really haven't had any problems with that station the entire time.
Been doing great. Old trusty station, But,
all right, 286 Jeff, 251 Burb. That's a Tetris and a half difference.
I mean, big thanks to the Portland Retro Gaming Expo for having us, letting us stay late, accommodating us year after year. This is the 11th time I think I've put a tournament on here.
The 11th time. And this is going to be the ongoing home of this tournament, the Jonas Neubauer Cup.
Yeah, we're not going anywhere, So, there's a lot of history in this building. I can look around this room and I'd be like, oh, I remember hanging out in that corner for a whole weekend. And that one.
Right. I remember getting some great pizza at this place.
Yeah. Oh, Burgerville again, yeah.
Oh, wait, no, I mean a place that's in, no.
Oh, in here, yeah.
Yeah, oh, in here. Great snack bar, beautiful.
Burb's doing some fun stuff here. Let's have a little party.
All right, Burb's spiring a little bit here. And now working around this board, he's got some gaps, really, in multiple columns. And he's going to have to work this down. And it's not great during a drought that both players are experiencing now. Climbing to 30 pieces. Finally getting those bars. Burb can't really use it for a Tetris. So
and Burb didn't really lose much ground there.
No, still about a Tetris and a half lead for Jeff throughout all of that.
Just kind of a slew of terrible pieces, Oh.
Gerbil pieces?
Terrible.
Oh, I think you said gerbil pieces.
Yeah.
Those are weird.
Maybe I'm tired. Just. Oh yeah.
Wait, a rat?
Yeah, there was a rat the other night at the unknown pizza place. Yeah, it was. Can they hear Burb on the stream, or is that just
I don't
us
know.
For us? Just
only
nice.
we can hear.
The voice from above told me it was. It's just us that can hear you guys. So keep up the chatter. Helps us commentate.
All right, 448 for Jeff, 415 for Burb. Our 14 and 19 seeds. Of course, Jeff earning that first round or round 0 bye. Burb having to earn his way.
Yeah, what do you think that does for a player? You get a round 1 bye, or you get to warm up, your competition in an easier match, but then you have to play somebody tough.
Yeah, I think it's
what's the advantage?
It's kind of player dependent. Obviously, kind of that first game can give you some momentum, especially since you've won it.
Right.
If you're in round 1, you've won your game. You got momentum. You're warm. As the higher seed player who gets the bye, I mean, you avoid potentially disastrous round 0.
Right.
But you're a little bit colder.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's kind of advantages, disadvantages both ways. In the end, I just want to be the higher seeded player.
True,
Either way.
I know, Jonas mentioned that he, liked when we would do the 32 bracket because he would get like an easy round 1 match to kind of, settle in. And then, we switched to a 40-person bracket and then a 48-person bracket. So, you had to play a tougher opponent your first match if you were a top-level player. So it works both ways, I guess.
Well, I think in the end, you're here to test your mettle, you're here to test yourself, and you do want to play the best competition that you can. 563 here for Jeff, 548 for Burb. Jeff going to take a triple and a double to bring this stack down.
Yeah.
We're in another drought. It's reaching 23, 24 pieces. Finally, long bar. Burb's going to use it to fill in the middle of the stack.
Burb with a great delayed burn there, but Jeff with a 1 Tetris lead. We got boom Tetris for Jeff.
Oh, it feels good.
Yeah, I've never done that, I don't think. To Jeff doing that.
Oh, yeah, you should start that as a thing. Like, boom Tetris for Jeff would be a great new thing to do.
Yeah, wow. Maybe we can make, like, some explosions and...
Oh, my God. Did you have pyrotechnics for booms at Pasadena? I wasn't there this year.
Oh, yeah. It was lasers and
oh my God,
smoke machines.
Amazing. Jeff piled up very high on the right, so now going for a left to a long bar over Tetris.
Nice. Yeah, Burb with the 1,000-point lead, the little neck-and-neck action.
Yeah, basically same lines, almost the same score.
Oh, man, Jeff with that misshift, and then,
Yeah, Burb with a Tetris, though. Jeff's board starting to climb.
All right. Oh, no.
Oh, no, a misdrop for Jeff.
No.
And that's going to put an end to Jeff's run. Jeff is out. Burb has won game number 4. Burb will be moving on. Our old pal Jeffrey is out of the tournament. Obviously a huge fan favorite and a legend of the scene. Great that he's here. I'm so glad he came in from Las Vegas.
We love having Jeff around. I mean, he's a big supporter of the community and a legend. And one of those came to Pasadena. He's here.
Yeah, and he's really never left. Even kind of after he's still been involved with the scene. Really, this entire time that it's grown so big. So,
he plays every summer. Maybe not next summer. He got kind of dethroned in the best 99.
Yeah. Right.
But I think is it me and you again, or are we just keeping going here? Or,
I guess we're still. I guess we're going to the end.
Fractal was around. I took his spot.
Well, Fractal's still in, so.
Oh, is he still playing?
So I think. Oh no, but he's done for the day.
Yeah, he's done for the day. So, yeah.
You're welcome to stay. That's fine. Or if you want your old pal Fractal up here, you can. Svavar, Harry, Andy, Rhubarb, come up. You are playing on CT1.
Oh man, Svavar, Harry. Do you think I want to?
Svavar, Harry, you want to be here for that?
I want to be here.
Be here for that. You are the one who can provide context on that.
Yes.
Fractal barely knows who those people are.
I know, yeah. How old is it? 15? I don't know.
Yeah, he's like 15 years old.
Yeah, I know.
Let's see. By the way, whoa, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I just want to take a moment to thank our followers and subscribers on the Classic Tetris channel on Twitch and YouTube. Their support, Vince, goes a long way making this esport grow as a global success. And if you're new to this channel, you might not know that you can support this channel by gifting bits and subscriptions on Twitch or channel memberships on YouTube. And that is a great way to support Tetris and to just signal that, hey, I like this kind of stuff.
I like it.
I want more of it. And I want to provide the resources to help it grow and keep going.
Yeah, and the money that we get from that goes directly back into putting on tournaments like this that aren't cheap.
No, it is
at
not
all.
cheap.
I mean,
if you look at what you're looking at right now on this screen, like all this technical setup, all these people, chairs, cameras, setups, TVs, this stuff is not cheap to put together, and the people who put it all together and make it happen. So.
I mean, yeah, I've been here since Tuesday working on this. So we've been, working 14-hour days every day.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of us doing it, a lot of volunteers. So it's, we got to
please
take care of us if you like what we're seeing.
Yep. And, in exchange for support, you do get these great emotes that you can use all over Twitch. Some of them are great. You can react to things and just show your support for Tetris all over Twitch.
Yeah. There's a great boom emote. My favorite is still the Chris Tang one, but...
the Chris Tang...
The online fax one.
Oh, the online fax one, yeah. What a great moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was... but yeah, we need the support, and it goes a long way. Helps us do more events here and around everywhere.
All right. Looks like we are just about, we've got our players situated here. They're getting their warm-ups. It's going to be, what a matchup up top. Harry and Svavar. Harry, Svavar. Oh, Svavar, don't you know? But two real OGs, kind of, I guess, veteran era players.
Yep.
Harry, of course, we'll introduce him as we get, underway here. But
looks like Harry's got the grip ready.
Yeah, Harry known for the grip. Down the bottom, Andy, of course, your 2020 CTWC runner-up.
Right.
And
he's won a DAS championship on your channel.
He won a DAS championship on my channel, the inaugural DAS Masters, and came in second in the Lone Star DAS Championship. A
lot of people saying Andy's
Sharky.
one of the favorites coming in.
And Andy is considered to be one of the favorites. Mm-hmm. What is that?
I think it's a pause.
Okay.
Now
I'm paranoid.
Well, don't do your hexes and whatever you're doing.
I have no hexes.
You pointed
and
what screen broke? The one you pointed at Burb.
Oh, that's true. I kept pointing at it,
you did
and it
wizard
failed.
Thing. Yeah.
So no more pointing.
No more pointing.
I'm gonna sit on these.
Sit on your hands.
Yeah, sit on my hands. I'm done.
Like zzz. All right. Looks like our players are about ready. We got our Arbaro in the background there.
Double Arbaro.
Double Arbaro. There's two of him there.
The old
Arbaro is a great restreamer. I'm down in the ranks when I get on CTL or CTM or whatever, and Arbaro has done a lot of my restreams for me, and
yeah, always willing to jump
Always
in and
helping
take
me.
a stream, within hey, I need someone to restream. He's like right on it.
Right there.
So great choice for a referee and a great person. All right.
Double thumbs up.
We got double thumbs up over on our main stage. So let us go ahead and get these players counted down. Harry, Svavar, Andy, and Rhubarb. Let's get them started in 3, 2, 1, Tetris.
Perfect.
Of course, Harry Vince is your 2014 Classic Tetris World Champion. Defeating Jonas Neubauer in the finals.
Yep.
Svavar, a decorated Tetris veteran, of course.
3 in a row, right? 3 CTECs in a row.
Classic Tetris European Championships in a row.
He's locked in. You know what Svavar doesn't have right now is those 3 guys that sat in his background.
Right.
During the pandemic years. I loved that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, if you go to the online years, he had just these dudes hanging out.
Yeah, just sitting in the background.
Like enforcers or bodyguards, making sure nobody messed with Svavar
no
when he's
cheating.
playing.
Yeah. Nothing.
Oh, was it to make sure he doesn't cheat?
No, yeah, I had to hire them, yeah.
Sent by CTWC, make sure, keep him in line.
There was a rumor going around, so. But no, I loved that scene. Sit in the background, guys. I don't know what the conversation was, but.
So of course, Svavar, long time back here for the Jonas Cup. Harry, of course, 2014 champion, and of course the winner of the tournament that was featured in the Best of 5 documentary by Chris Hagen. So if you want to see the story of that tournament, you can see that. Down the bottom, of course, Andy, the runner-up in your 2020 Classic Tetris World Championship.
Yeah, so that's when we took it online, and that's kind of like the start of when all these new play styles, kind of just took over.
Yeah, started to emerge.
DAS kind of, fell back, to the back burner.
And of course, Rhubarb from Minnesota.
Yep.
So
yep.
That's Rhubarb.
Always repping the M.
Yeah, repping the Golden Gophers. Is that what it is? The
I
Gophers?
believe so. Yeah, I think Big Ten. Oh, we got everyone is here from Minnesota.
Of course, Rhubarb helps put on a regional tournament up in Minnesota.
It was just about a month ago, I think.
Yeah, the mini D on the screen. I don't fully get it, but they have their, someone will explain it to me one of these days. Up top here, Harry 202, Svavar 163, Andy 218, Rhubarb 200.
Yeah, Harry, Tetris lead, but everyone's got a perfect stack, so we don't have much to say.
Of course, Harry, the one-time score world record holder, and can be seen often streaming attempts on his Twitch channel. Super Saiyan, if you can spell that. Go to check out Harry on Twitch.
Yeah, you have to check it out. I go in there. I say, "What's up, H?" And he goes, "What's up, V?"
It's always a vibe with his retro playlists.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Sometimes you hear a little singing.
It's because of Harry that I have that blue song. That.
Oh.
Yeah. However that goes, I always have that stuck in my head, and it's Harry's fault.
Well.
258 for him, 217.
Now it's stuck in everyone else's head.
That's
so,
true. Svavar for 217. Andy 337, 276 rhubarb. Andy, of course, also has kind of the record for the level attained as a DAS player. Did that in competition, got to level 32, verified using DAS playstyle.
Yeah, very impressive. You would think that would be impossible, but anything's possible nowadays in Tetris, so let's not even worry about it.
Yeah, you'd go broke very quickly betting on players not to do something.
Yeah.
Like eventually, with enough time, there's pretty much every record, every milestone will be broken.
We'll just have to do it upside down or something. I don't know.
Right.
Like with a mirror. I don't know. Just get goofy with it.
414 here for Andy, 331 rhubarb up top, 360 for Harry, 296 for Svavar. Svavar, of course, making it into the top 16, did not have to play round 0.
Mm-hmm. Harry had to earn his way here.
Through Zach, I believe. Zach from Seattle.
Yeah.